to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We made it. I say that every Friday because I love Fridays, man. But I love being here at 6 a.m. ready to talk to you. We're here till 10 a.m. As always, I am Sean Pendergast. He is Brandon Scott, in for a vacationing Seth C. Payne. What up, B. Scott?
The only thing that's more fun than a vacation is a Radio Friday or a Friday
I love it, man.
On Sports Radio.
I'm in such a good mood today. I don't know why. I'm in a good mood. The Astros are on a bit of an uptick again. They didn't play last night, so there was nothing that could spoil the sweep of the Marlins.
Yeah, they couldn't ruin your mood.
That's right.
That's good.
We've got training camp coming up in 5 days.
Very excited about that.
In about 5 days. In four more radio days, because we are doing question number 4 in about 20 minutes or so.
That's right.
It's a B. Scott question.
That's right.
So we're down to question number 4. So we know that training camp is going to be here soon. I've got a staycation coming up this weekend.
I'm really excited for you and your wife for that.
Yeah.
I think y'all are going to really enjoy that. It might go without saying, going to a nice place and doing a staycation. It might speak for itself, but
it's like less than 2 miles from here. We're going to the Post Oak Hotel.
I think it's a perfect kind of relaxation right before. It's like the calm before the storm. Because life's about to get really busy for you. I don't have to tell you that. You know it already.
I showed you my calendar before the show. I write my calendar. I'm from 1962. My calendar is a notebook.
This is charming, actually.
In which I write down all the days. I got little lines separating the weeks. And I'm able to kind of glance and see, how busy I am.
Do you write it down out of habit because you're from 1960 whatever, or is it more because I still write things down and I'm from the 80s, but I do it more so for my memory. There's something about writing something down that helps me remember something, less so because I don't like the technology.
It's 100% that.
Yeah.
It's writing things down. I remember them. I like doing it for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I've been watching Quarterback, the Netflix documentary.
I think I'm on the 3rd episode.
I'm 3 in.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm 3 in. There's 7 total. I think.
Flacco just got benched, I think, for Dylan Gabriel. That's wherever that's at.
You're around episode number 2 or 3. Yeah. So I saw that Cam Ward, when he was doing his film study, has an old school notebook out, like a big notebook, and he's just jotting down those handwritten notes.
Yeah.
And I brought that up. Now, it may be more common than I'm making it out to be. Seth said a lot of guys do that with the notebook and everything. I said, yeah, but the only one I know does it is Cam Ward, and it made me really like Cam Ward. He's an old soul, I think.
Yeah, I would challenge Seth on that. I don't know if a lot of guys, some guys probably do it.
Yeah.
But we're talking about Cam Ward's age. I don't have it right up in front of me, but he was born in the 2000s. Has to have been, right?
He's an older first overall pick because he played at all those different schools.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a lot of these first, like Trevor Lawrence played 3 years and he was done.
Right.
So he's probably, I guess Cam Ward's 23, 24, something like that.
Very young man compared to the rest of us, though.
Yes.
Right? Like he's a part of this generation, and if he's writing stuff, I think it's less of his age.
Yeah.
And it's more of his rural background. Him coming from West Columbia.
Yep.
I think young and old, they're still writing stuff down out there. No disrespect to West Columbia.
No.
But that's my vibe.
No disrespect at all.
Yeah.
I would fit right in there.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
I would fit right in.
At least in that regard, I would.
Yeah.
For sure.
So I'm in a good mood because of the staycation. Because Amy and I bought a night at the Post Oak Hotel at one of the charity auctions that the Texans did. And then we said, well, let's tack on. We're going tonight. If anybody likes to mill, if anybody's staying there, or they like to mill around and drink at the various bars there, you may see us there. Say hello.
Yeah.
So I'm in a good mood because of that. I'm in a good mood because training camp is coming up. I'm in a good mood because it was kind of fun last night. Amy and we were out to eat, and I got mistaken for Mayor Whitmire when I was out last night.
How is that possible? Actually, I know how this is possible.
Well, because all bald men look alike to some people.
I was going to say, I'm sorry, Sean. This is racism. This is racist.
But it was a white man who came up and said that to me.
I know. Not coincidental. sometimes it be your own people, Sean.
Yeah.
You learn this with racism too, man. This isn't the type of racism that's going to set your life back or anything, or set generations back. It's actually one of the funny ones, because it's like somebody thought that. Because you and Mayor Whitmire, I've seen him in person too.
Yeah.
Y'all are around the same height.
Yep.
You're both white.
Yep.
You're both bald. But
Right.
that's where it starts and stops.
Yep.
With the comparisons.
Are the body types similar at all? I think he's more slender than I am.
Not much more.
Yeah.
But you know where I would differ, or where you guys differ a lot from me? Because Mayor Whitmire, I'm pretty sure, is older than you.
Yes.
And he kind of has a little bit of an older man scoop.
Definitely, he's got an older man face.
Well, an older man face, yes.
Yeah.
So he looks older than you, but he also. So were you sitting down when he saw you?
No. Okay, let me set the scene.
Because when you watch Mayor Whitmire walk and watch, like, you could walk circles around Mayor Whitmire.
As I move.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I pick you in a race.
It was tight quarters. Okay, so that we may have to remove that from the evaluation
Okay,
mix.
all
Yeah.
right.
So here's just to set the stage. And I happen to be in a suit for one of like the 9 times I wear a suit all year.
Okay. All
so
right.
that had something to do with it. So I had a suit on because Amy and I went to Janice McNair's visitation last night. It was Mrs. McNair's, the late Mrs. McNair's wake last night. So we went to that, had a nice conversation with Cal and Hannah there, got to see a lot of people. Let me just say, it was exactly what you would think. It was about as classy an event as you could imagine. You and I were talking about it beforehand. I felt like talking to the people there, talking to Cal and Hannah as well. It's a wake, so there's obviously there's
sadness.
There's certainly sadness to it, but I felt like a celebratory sadness, just given all the decor and the pictures and. Given what she meant to the city, and hers is a life to be celebrated 1,000%.
Definitely.
So I do want to make that clear about the event last night. So we went to that, and then so afterwards, this is what it's like when Amy and I get dressed up. More me than her is, well, I'm not going to waste this opportunity here. I'm dressed up. Let's go somewhere that I can not waste this night that I'm in a suit.
Yeah, somewhere where I'm not overdressed.
Right,
somewhere where this is appropriate. Another place where this is appropriate.
Right. So we didn't go to like an $800 steakhouse or anything like that. We went to our favorite Italian place to go to, which is the original Carrabba's on Kirby. So which is right across the street from our building. So that was easy. Short drive home, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we love Carrabba's. And shout out to the staff there. It was great. So we walk in, and we got there probably around, 7:15 or something like that. So we walk in, we chit-chat with the staff a little bit because we go there quite a bit. And we're kind of walking. If you've been to Carrabba's, when you first walk in, there's the bar area there. And then you take kind of hang bear to the right, and that's where the body of the restaurant is. So I'm kind of in that area where there's like a high top long table at the bar. So there's a lot of people at that table. It's crowded in general. Carrabba's is never not crowded.
Right.
At that time of day. So it's kind of tight quarters. And the guy walks up to me to the side, and he sticks his hand out to shake. He's like, appreciate everything you do. Mayor Whitmire.
He's got no idea.
I shake his hand. I hear him say it, and I look at who it is, and I don't know who it is. My first thought was that this is somebody who knew who I was, but was just kind of making a, hey, Sean's in a suit joke at me. He didn't stick around long enough for me to ask him.
Right.
Like, if it was a joke or not. Travis, who's the GM there, and Amy had both kind of walked to go get to our table. I was stopping and talking to some of the staff, and Travis is like, no, man, that's Whitmire.
That's hilarious.
And the funny thing was, the guy wasn't making a beeline for the bathroom or anything. He was walking like some other part of the restaurant. So, it's not like he was drunk and he's going to take a whiz or something like that. He was maybe he's coming back from the restroom. I don't know.
This is a lucid thought.
He didn't smile or anything saying it.
He's just dead ass.
He goes, thank you, almost like a thank you for your service kind of thing.
Yeah, he's a fan.
Because it ain't easy being a mayor these days.
Yeah,
man.
he's probably
not an easy gig.
Obviously a constituent, but probably voted for the mayor.
He may have.
Yeah, that's probably it. What's funny about this to me is, he clearly doesn't know who you actually are. And, so as great as you are at what you do, and as professional as you are, you couldn't be less mayoral, which I actually like about you.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'd have as much fun if you were. So
If I was mayoral, no, we would
but
not.
you're not mayoral at all. I actually am kind of fascinated by what Sean Pendergast's city of Houston would look like.
What the platform would be that I would run on?
There would be so much day drinking.
Oh, dude.
There would be wrestling in your campaign, your political campaigns.
You would get tax breaks on day drinking.
Oh, my God.
You get tax breaks on cigars.
Yes.
I would go balls to the wall to get gambling incorporated in this town.
Yes. I think Avalon Diner would have tax breaks.
I would give Carrabba's would have
Carrabba's would have tax breaks.
Bex Prime would 1,000%
and
have
we
tax
would
breaks.
definitely figure if we were stuck with that damn Astrodome, we would definitely figure out a way to make it a casino. I could see you leaning on Tillman Fertitta.
You're starting to make me think.
Or whoever the rest of our billionaires in the city are.
Do you want to be my chief of staff?
Dude, we could totally pull this off.
Man.
Would be hilarious. Hilarious.
I am not mayoral at all.
Unserious, but hilarious.
We would be at the top of the list of most unserious cities in the United States. God. Yeah.
I love the city too much to actually do it to you guys.
We would shoot past Chicago in the growth pattern, too. Because people would love to come here.
Yes.
Oh, my God. So
yes.
I thought that was pretty funny that somebody thought I was Mayor Whitmire last night at Carrabba's.
That's great.
Yeah.
This is when racism can be funny.
That's
One of the few times.
That's right. That's right.
It's like they're confusing me for what other white man with a bald head?
Because I experience this all the time, and it's not funny.
I was going to say, Sean, this is how it feels. Now you know.
Now I know.
The good side, anyway.
That's right. But that is the place, man. Like Carrabba, every time we go there, there's always, if there's a restaurant where you see at least somebody every time, it's the original Carrabba.
I was going to say that now makes it, now that you paint the picture, it makes much more sense because you're at a nice, elegant restaurant. And you're in a suit. In an area where you
it's a high celebrity zone.
Exactly, it's a who's who type of place.
It's a high celebrity zone.
So, and what's funny is he doesn't know that you are actually somebody that could be recognized.
I'm like a D-lister, compared to the mayor. But it could be. But I know it's happened to Carrabba's before. I've had people come up to the table and say, "Hey, I listened to the show." That's always fun. It's funny too because Amy asked me one time when that happened. She's like, "Does it?" Someone came up to the table and said, "Hey, we're in the middle of eating," and I don't care. They said, "Hey, I love the show." Blah blah blah. Probably took a picture or whatever. And Amy asked me, she's like, "Does people do?" I'm like, "No, it's when they stop doing it. That's the bad time. It's actually great. That's the bad time."
I don't want to sit here and tell all the stories when I've been recognized, but I got recognized at the Chevron yesterday. At the gas station. Hey, are you B. Scott? Some guy in
Hell yeah.
His name was maybe Patrick. Dang it, I forgot the guy's name already. I got to be better about that.
You just were on TV this weekend, too.
Yeah.
So you were fresh into people's minds.
That could be it.
Yeah.
But he had, this is what was really cool about it, and you'll appreciate. He had the Odyssey app up on his phone, so he was Bluetoothing us. But he had just gotten gas was cranking up his truck and was about to leave the station, the gas station, as I'm walking out of the gas station to my car to gas it up.
Yep.
And he sees me, goes, "Are you B. Scott?"
That's
I'm
awesome.
like, yeah. And then he showed, "Hey, I'm listening to you guys right now."
That's beautiful.
At that point, I think the drive was on.
Okay.
But he listens to all of our shows.
And you're on all the shows, too. So
that was pretty cool.
That's all, dude. It's when that stops happening, that's the bad time, man.
Yeah.
That's the bad time.
Yeah.
So here we sit, 50 and 54, 2 games back. I think they would have said back in the day, like, if you're the Astros, like, yeah, when we dipped to sub 500, 104 games into the season, that's the bad time, man. And it is not great, but it's better than it could be. 2 games back in the AL West, 3.5 games back in the wild card, which I don't know. The optics of that always look weird to me, that you're further back in the wild card than you are in your division, but it probably speaks to just how janky the division is right now.
That's usually what it says.
The Astros are trying to defy history. I've had this fun little fact on my radar here since they dipped to 7 games below 5 the Miami series, because they were 47 and 54. They're 50 and 54 now because they swept that series. Only 2 teams in the history of baseball have started 47 and 54 and gone on to make the postseason.
47 and 54. Okay.
47 and 54, which is what the Astros were at the beginning of the week. The 2006 Dodgers, which I remember nothing about that team.
Me neither.
And the 1973 Mets, which I know you remember nothing about that team.
Wasn't around.
I was here to maybe remember something. I would have been 4 years old. I remember nothing about that team. So we're talking about 2 teams in the past, 2 teams in the history of baseball have started. That shocked me.
Yeah.
Because
So those are two blips on the radar, literally.
Because 61 games left is, I mean, the sand is running out of the hourglass without question. That's still a lot of games. And that only 2 teams made the postseason. Now, the thing the Astros have going for them compared to those 2 teams is it's a much more expansive postseason these days.
Right.
You know, there's 3 wild card spots in the 3 division winners. But this is a city that's done the improbable a couple times in football over the last few years.
Yeah.
You know, not many 0-3 teams make the playoffs. Texans have done it twice in the last decade.
Yeah.
So we've got it in the water here.
Is it easier to do that, though, when you've got fewer games? Like, the more games you have, the more truer of a sample size you have, right?
That's
just math.
That is factual, yes.
So I feel like the football is just better positioned to make history or break history, however you want to look at it.
Maybe.
But to me, what you have just illustrated is like the case for how long or short of a season is it really? You know, like when you're losing and we're like, well, it's still early. Hey, we've still got plenty of time. Hey, it's a long season. Yeah. Hey, it's 1 of 162.
Yeah.
Well, once you start adding them up, you eventually get to 162.
That is true. Oh, I love that.
And so now we're at that point that's kind of that line of demarcation for how long can you say it's early, or there's, like you just said, there's plenty of time left in the season. Is there, though?
That's a good question. What's the stage of the season where you can no longer say, hey, it's a long season?
Feels like it's kind of right now.
I think like the 100-game mark. I mean, we're at 104 right now. Yeah, it does. It feels like right now.
Literally right now.
Literally, we're in that time. We're sitting in that age. Yeah.
I was feeling that way right before. I was going to. So who was the? I'm blanking now. Before the Marlins series, they got swept by the Orioles.
The Orioles. Yeah.
It was that series where I felt that was like, okay, we're smack dab in the what you just mentioned. Hourglass is running out. Yeah. Time is running out. The excuse making of long season is running out. This is sort of where the rubber starts to meet the road.
Yes. By the way, Mayor John Whitmire, 76 years old.
Yeah.
That's 19. I know I'm no spring chicken anymore.
You don't look 76.
I don't look 76. I don't have the vibe of a 76. Now, granted, vibe didn't really matter because this person just was doing it purely from appearance.
Yeah, and you had on a suit.
I had on a suit. That was a big thing.
That kind of diminishes.
If I had on,
if you only knew,
if I was wearing what I'm wearing right now, I probably wouldn't have been confused for the mayor last night.
Which to be truer you?
It's
a suit is truer to the mayor, and what you have on now, if you can check us out on YouTube and Twitch, is you.
Check us out on the stream. I've got on dark blue sweatpants and a Danhausen T-shirt. And not just a Danhausen T-shirt, a ridiculous Danhausen T-shirt with a gigantic face of Danhausen in the middle of the shirt. Byron likes it. Hey, Byron, are you a Danhausen guy?
Yeah, actually a funny story. When I went to Raw back in April, you know the shirt cannons, the one like you rotate.
Oh yeah.
So when he shot the first shirt, I watched it go. The second one came right at me, so I ducked and hit me right in the head.
You got hit in the head with one of the T-shirts?
Yeah, it grazed me right on the side, and the person behind me called
from the housing cannon.
Yeah,
man,
that was the first time he used it. I think was here. It was with a Monday Night Raw, right?
Yeah.
It hit you in the head?
Yeah, so I watched the first one, and then when I looked back, I saw it coming straight at me. I was like, oh, crap.
What was wrong with your hands? Why didn't you catch it?
Honestly, I was such in the moment. I just learned I'm not a third baseman.
No,
I'm not.
Third baseman. You're shooting it in the crowd. It's a center field situation.
Yeah,
here.
but it was a line drive, though. It was kind of coming right at him.
If I didn't look to my right to follow the first shirt, I would have caught it.
Okay.
It's just, because he did rapid fire.
Yeah.
And so it was like, oh, crap.
Your attention. You were paying attention to the first T-shirt.
Yeah.
You got hit in the face with the second T-shirt. Oh, man.
If he knew then what he knows now, he would have the T-shirt.
Well, now you know. Next time you go to WWE and they pull out the housing cannon, keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah, I'm hoping he pulls it out for Survivor Series.
Oh, yeah. Oh, at Daikin, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You going to go?
Yeah, I think it's 7th.
Okay.
9 a.m. or something like
that. Yeah. You know when they go on sale. I think they go on sale 9 a.m. August 2nd.
Maybe 9:17.
Yeah.
But I'll be there. I'm already on the waiting list.
That's exactly right. Byron Matthews producing today for us. Yeah, 76 years old. That guy had to be hammered last night when he came up to me. At least I hope that's the case. All right. Baseball talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years. Guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, coming up next, this is a B. Scott question. We are counting down 10 days till camp. We are counting down to day 4, radio days. So we got today and Monday, Tuesday, and we'll culminate this series of questions on the first day of camp next week. B. Scott in for Seth today, Monday and Tuesday next week. We're having a good time here this morning on Sports Radio 610, which is only going to be Sports Radio 610 for like a few more weeks.
Right.
If you missed that news, 95.7 The Fan. We're transforming on August the 13th. We'll still be on 610 as well, simulcasting as 610 The Fan. But we'll talk more about that. If you haven't heard about that yet, you got questions, text in. We'll answer your questions about that. But this is one of the most exciting times in the history of the station. 10 days till camp. Question number 4. Who is the Texans' most important newcomer?
That's right.
We will answer that question definitively and authoritatively coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth today, Monday and Tuesday as well. We're counting down to training camp for the Texans. First practice is next Wednesday. Here we are, man. Year 4 of the DeMeco Ryans era already.
Less than a week away.
Year 4 of the C.J. Stroud era, the Will Anderson Jr. era. Man, that
all of it
flew by.
Yeah.
It feels like just yesterday we were talking about, is C.J. Stroud going to be named the starter of this football team?
Yeah. And what's taking them so long?
Yeah.
You know, remember it was a little bit of a controversy.
Why are they making him earn this?
Even though we all knew, and I can remember feeling this way at the time, like, what are we all doing here? Like, are we grown-ups? Have we been here before? Like, do we football, bro?
We had just done it. I mean, not to the magnitude of a second overall pick and the anointing of the new king, but we had kind of done it the year before with Davis Mills.
Yeah.
You know?
That's true.
But they actually anointed Davis earlier in 2022, much earlier than they did CJ in his rookie year, if you remember back to that.
Yeah, but it just shows you to me how much we get caught up in our own little offseason narratives. Because if you bird's eye view the thing and just do the 30,000 foot view, you're like, of course the number 2 overall pick is going to start over the guy that was there the year before that they're essentially replacing.
Right, especially when he was showing no signs of being overmatched or anything like that in training camp. Like, oh no, he looks like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And I hate to do this because I like Davis a lot, but his play is really what necessitated drafting a
100%.
Right, because we were talking about that the year before.
Yeah.
The ideal scenario would have been that he would have gone out there and outplayed in his draft status and
win 8 games.
Yeah.
Win enough games to where they're not in position to draft your replacement.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Or even if they are, maybe they can just draft Will Anderson and not have to trade up to get him.
Yeah.
Right. And so you just pick the 2 and wherever they were, 10, 12. 12, yeah. 12. They could have just done that instead, you know. But no, they needed a quarterback. So, and we all knew that.
Yep. It all worked out.
Yeah.
So I'm going to let you lay this question out, B. Scott, because this is a B. Scott question. We're doing a question each day for the 10 days leading up to camp. We're counting down, and we are down to question number 4.
Yeah, and so this was my stab at it, and I already enjoyed and appreciated the questions that y'all had asked in the 10 days or the 10 days leading up to, so the 5 days leading up to this one.
Yep.
And so the one I came up with, who is the Texans' most important newcomer? And the reason why is because that's what training camp largely is about. The newness of what is this team going to look like in comparison to the team that we saw the last time or the last time they were out there. And so to me, it's even more important when a team is not in the developmental phase, which is where the Texans were in 2023, but when they're just adding along the margins, they're just adding pieces, and their needs were very, not overwhelming, very clear and succinct, and they addressed those needs. And so I felt like this could be an easier exercise because we don't have to go through the whole team. There are very few newcomers that I think are candidates for the answer to this question.
So before we give our answers to this,
yes,
2 things. One, just to be clear, newcomer can be
a rookie, a free agent, or traded for. So a rookie, think Keelan Rutledge or Caden McDonald. A free agent, think, of course, Wyatt Teller or Braden Smith.
Yeah.
For the guys,
Reed
Blankenship. For somebody who was traded, you could think David Montgomery. But basically anybody who is on the team at the start of training camp when we go out there next Wednesday who wasn't on the team when they lost in Foxborough.
It's funny because I think we just threw the names out there. Like if we're going, okay, here's the pool of players to pick from.
All candidates.
We're being specific.
Yeah.
I think in just laying out what exactly qualifies as a newcomer, I think literally the names that you and I collectively just put out there is probably the pool we're picking from here. The top 2 rookies, Keelan Rutledge and Caden McDonald. Maybe I don't know if Marlon Klein fits in there for people, but
he could be like an X Factor wild card. But that would be a stretch to call him the most important.
I'll just throw him in there because he's a 2nd round pick.
Sure.
And then the free agency signings, certainly the offensive lineman, Braden Smith, Wyatt Teller, and then on defense, Reed Blankenship. Trades, the only trade I can think of is David Montgomery, unless you're counting someone like Martin Mapu, who they traded for. It was a low-level trade.
Yeah.
But he's more important than you think right now because of the injury to E.J. Speed.
Yeah, I know Seth loves him.
Seth loves him.
Yeah.
Seth, I don't know if he loves him yet. He loves the idea of him right now.
That's a better way to put it.
Yeah, he loves the idea of him
Seth.
right now. He loves the potential. Yeah.
Misrepresent you.
Seth just bought a Marte Mapu jersey at Buc-ee's. I don't know if you knew that.
My bad, Seth.
Yeah. So I would say of all those, this is me most excited. I know you're talking about most important, but we've done some newcomer lists on the show since free agency and the draft. The one that has me most excited is Reed Blankenship, just because the idea of strengthening an already elite defense always intrigues me.
Yeah.
So the Caden McDonald and Reed Blankenship dynamic in this question is intriguing to me. But Reed Blankenship, and Seth made this point, it's not just Reed Blankenship, but it's the version of Kalen Bullock that might get unlocked with having somebody who locks things down back there.
Underrated point.
It doesn't make him the most important because the repair of the offensive side of the football is the most important thing for this football team. So I'm going to go David Montgomery in all this.
Okay.
And it, in part is almost a sequel to the question of the day yesterday, which was how concerned are we about the overall depth of the running back room? If something happens to David Montgomery, I love Woody Marks and everything, but if something happens to David Montgomery, we're right back at the square one is maybe being a little bit dismissive of Woody Marks, but we're right back to the situation we were in last year where Woody Marks is maybe playing a little out of position or a little out of role, to say. And then the backups are Jawar Jordan and British Brooks at this point. So for depth purposes, and because I think he's going to be excellent for this football team in the locker room and on the field, David Montgomery is my answer to that question.
I like it. So and I'm seeing on the text line, someone asks, does Tank Dell count? He's an interesting candidate, but he doesn't because he was technically on the team.
Not a newcomer.
He's not a newcomer.
Yeah.
But that is something that could change the dynamic of the offense and the team. I understand where they're coming from.
Yeah, I like the answer. Yes.
And
what's your answer?
And it's creative. So my answer, I like what you said about the defense too, because I'm just as excited about them. But I'm with your logic of that not being the most important, which is the question. Most important for me is Wyatt Teller.
Ooh, okay, that's a good one.
And here's why. Wyatt Teller, for everybody else, I can think of either who the backup is or at the very least, what is the contingency plan or the workaround if this doesn't work out, right? The defensive guys, you can pretty much lay that out, that it was already a great defense, one of the best, if not the best in the league without the newcomers. So they're going to be fine if those guys, for whatever reason, don't work out.
Sure.
Even David Montgomery, as you just kind of laid it out there, the depth, a little bit concerning. Well, I do know that Woody Marks can, at the very least, play that outsized role, even if it's not ideal, even if we won't like it. I've seen him do that before. I don't know who the left guard is if something happens to Wyatt Teller or if he's not any good.
That's the PTSD I don't need.
I don't want to do it.
Rotating left guards.
Yeah. I don't know who the City Sue is of 2026. And I don't really want to. I hate to even go here because I'm not trying to bring the vibes down to the show.
No.
But we just got to be real about this.
Well, when something's important like this, it's usually for a reason that's a little painful.
I feel like even with Keelan Rutledge, so I'd rank these. Like I think somewhere, and you can decide how you want to rank the three, but it's some combination of the Keelan Rutledge, David Montgomery, and Wyatt Teller combination.
Okay.
The center, guard, and running back combination of newcomers. I really believe that. But even with still got Jake Andrews, which again, not ideal, similar to the Woody Marks thing, not exactly what you want, but at least you know you've seen them win double-digit games in a playoff game and have a successful season with both Woody Marks in that role that we all agree is outsized, and Jake Andrews, who's in a role that is probably outsized. They can survive that. I don't know how they survive the Wyatt Teller thing.
Well, if I had to guess, if something were to happen to Wyatt Teller, like in week 2, I would think Keelan Rutledge, even if Keelan Rutledge were playing center, based on how the team's constructed right now, I would think it would be something along the lines of moving Keelan Rutledge over to left guard and putting Jake Andrews. Jake Andrews is assuming Jake Andrews makes the team and he's one of the backups, that he would then be your center. That gets a little dicey. Now, they're obviously not afraid to make big moves on the offensive line to address left guard. They continually move Titus Howard, your right tackle, to left guard. They did it over and over again through multiple head coaches and regimes.
The tough part about that, though,
center is a little different. You know what I mean? Like there's a chemistry thing with the center and the quarterback.
Yeah, well, and there's a domino effect thing happening there, whereas if you think that Keelan Rutledge should be and would be the starting center and would win that job, if he's got to be the one to replace Wyatt Teller, that means that Jake Andrews has to be the one to replace him at center, and so the domino effect there
two spots.
Is that you've created two spots. Yeah, you got to fix two spots, which I think is, again, less than ideal. And also with Wyatt Teller, if he's good, not even necessarily all pro Wyatt Teller, but if he's some version of that, he could make Ariante Ursery on one side and whoever the center is, whether it's Jake Andrews or Keelan Rutledge, better football players if he is up to that standard.
I like that. The ripple effect of the vet there. Yeah,
I think you're a better center with a better left guard next to you, and you're a better left tackle with a better left guard. When was the
last time we had good left guard play on this team?
That's another part of it.
Yeah, it's funny. I was listening to, I think it was, I can't remember if it was In the Loop or The Drive talking about this, but one of the shows was talking about the offensive line, and there have only been, if their numbers were right, there's only been 4 Pro Bowl offensive linemen in the history of the Houston Texans. Laremy Tunsil did it like 5 times. Dwayne Brown did it multiple times. Wade Smith and Chris Myers, I think each did it maybe once or twice.
Yeah, I know it was once.
And that's it.
Yeah,
that's it. Which is according to them, and I'm racking my brain. I can't think of any from prior to that.
That's the list.
That's crazy. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's another question down the road. If the Texans are going to have a Pro Bowl offensive lineman out of this group, who could it be?
Yeah.
Who do you want it to be?
And it feels like
save that.
It feels like Ursery and that left side has the best shot at it.
My answer would be Ursery, because if you get a Pro Bowl guy in the second year at left tackle, you've got your next Laremy Tunsil and Dwayne Brown.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Yeah.
All right, headlines. Not that many. Dead day yesterday, no Astros, but we found a few. Rockets welcome back an old face. Astros are in a big series coming up tonight. So we'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. My headline right now is West Point Lincoln, Triple Crown Award winner. Yep. checked going to bed last night. 2 games out. It would probably be a good, solid radio thing to do to actually check and see if anything happened late in the evening to affect their standing. Just know that the Astros are in Chicago to take on the resurgent Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
The Chicago White Sox for the last few years have basically been what the Astros were from like 2010 through 2013.
Yes.
So this was kind of maybe supposed to be their 2014 year, like when the Astros went from being a 51-win team to like, hey, they won 70 games. I think the Astros went 70 and 9 in 2014. So you could start to see, the features of the, like, oh yeah, that could be good someday. Oh, this Springer guy, I like him. They brought him up. They drafted this Correa guy. I hear good things about him down in the minors. That was kind of supposed to be this year for the White Sox. Lo and behold, the White Sox are 54-47.
Yeah.
They're leading the way right now. If you go look at wild card standings, the White Sox are not in there. Why? Because they lead their division by a game and a half right now.
Yeah, man. They are surprisingly good, and this is not fool's gold because we were talking about this earlier in the show. We're at a point in the season where you got enough data, sample size, whatever you want to call it, to say just what it is, right? And unfortunately, the Astros are, a middling to below 500 baseball team, and the White Sox, meanwhile, are legitimately good, leading their division, really good run differential, one of the best in the American League. So, yeah, they're legit. It's a legit opponent. This kind of reminds me of a couple of weeks back or whatever it was when they played the Rays. It's like this is a good litmus test because these are supposed to be the good teams in the American League. How do you stack up against those makes the series all the more interesting for me.
And they took 2 out of 3 from the Rays in that series, right? Yeah, and now they go on the road against the White Sox. You have family up in that part of the country, roots up there.
Yeah, my dad's from Gary. So
Indiana.
they're Chicago sports fans.
Yeah, which is basically like Gary is almost attached, like at least psychologically, to the south side of Chicago.
It is. It is.
So do you have White Sox fans in your family?
My dad, yeah.
He's a White Sox fan.
So Comiskey Park is the only other I've ever been before I started doing this professionally. The old Comiskey Park.
Uh-huh.
And you know who pitched that day? This is funny now. Doug Drabeck, former Astro at the time.
Yeah.
Who I had actually met as a little kid because his son, it was either Kyle or whichever one is my age, was at a birthday party for my cousin.
No way.
In the Woodlands.
Dude.
So I met Doug Drabeck by accident at a birthday party in the Woodlands. And then 2 years later, he's pitching for the White Sox.
You're watching him pitch?
And I'm watching him in Comiskey Park.
That's crazy.
All of this before I'm like 9 or 10 years old.
This is your life, B. Scott. Brought to you by ...
Yeah.
This space available.
Yeah. But all that to say, the White Sox are good.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I just got thinking when I was putting headlines together. I'm like, in my gut, I feel like B. Scott's got ties to that part of the country.
I'll be up there in a couple
Gary,
weeks.
Indiana. Oh, okay, cool. Visiting family up there?
Not just doing a trip. I actually have not been to Chicago or Gary since I was a teenager.
So you're going to Chicago?
I'm going to Chicago, but I'm going to drive my girlfriend to Gary to show her.
Show her your roots.
I'm one of those memory lane people.
Show her your roots.
Yeah.
Is Michael Jackson's house a big landmark up there?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you'll drive her by that too.
Absolutely. On Jackson Street.
That'll be fun. Safe travels, my man.
Yeah, man.
All right, headlines. We continue. Guess who's back, B. Scott? Jayshawn Tate is back with the Houston Rockets.
You don't say.
I'm trying to think of who the equivalent of Jayshawn Tate is across the other teams.
Daria Gumbawale.
He's the Daria Gumbawale. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Daria, but I mean, I like Jayshawn, like personally and everything. Daria is actually, I think, he's probably more value. At least Daria can kick. He can kick for you. He can run the ball. His special teams.
Daria, this is no disrespect to Jayshawn Tate, who anytime you hang around in any professional league for 7 years, you're clearly doing something right.
And he is.
He's if he gets brought into big games at big times against good teams, there is a noticeable difference in Jayshawn versus a lot of the other guys out on the floor. It's just what it is. Like he is a role player's role player.
Yeah.
You know, he is in the NBA on blood, sweat, and tears.
It's almost like, and I know a lot of people didn't watch a whole bunch of summer league, but you can watch the summer league sometimes and tell who are the NBA players, like even potential NBA players, and who are the guys that don't belong in the NBA at all. Like maybe they'll make money overseas, but they're not an NBA player.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that when Jayshawn Tate is in the game. It's like, okay, this is an NBA player. This guy looks like you can really tell he did everything he could to get here.
Yeah. These are NBA players. This is a guy who has a check with an NBA logo on it.
Bingo.
And so, but I honestly, like, 7 years in the NBA for Jayshawn Tate. Props, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, like props. Now, he may not even make the team ultimately. Who knows? Michael Shapiro of the Chronicle laid out kind of what the Rockets roster looks like right now. It is nice having the roster have Fred VanVleet's name on it and Steven Adams' name on it and go, okay, well, at least for a while, we can count on these guys. You know, like, okay, these guys, we can talk about a Rockets team that includes these names.
Right. And
we don't have to talk about them like, well, when they come back, it'd be much, much better. How do you feel about the depth of this team right now?
So I actually am nervous because they are still so reliant on the old guys.
They're an old team.
I didn't mind.
Their old tier is old.
Well, and here's the thing. I liked the idea of what they were trying to do last year, the team that they were trying to put together last year.
Yeah.
I didn't think there was any shame in that. In Fred VanVleet, Steven Adams, this kind of like bully ball, we're going to get offensive rebounds, we're going to be kind of a rugged team. I didn't hate what they were trying to do last year. Mm-hmm. I question if that is the proper approach to try to just replicate that this year and just say, hey, we're going to insert these guys that weren't healthy for us last year, but they're a year older and a year more injured, and everything's just going to work out like it did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So I am nervous about it. I actually like what they've brought in. I just don't know if it's enough.
I'm nervous about both Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams for different reasons. Well, actually, same category reasons, injury related. I'm nervous about Steven Adams because he's been injured a lot over the last few years. And an ankle sprain knocks him out for the entire season last year after 20 games in.
And you got to see how clearly important he was to what they were trying to do.
Clearly important.
Yeah.
The VanVleet thing, VanVleet, if I'm not mistaken, before tearing his knee up last year, had been really durable. Like VanVleet had answered the bell. But a guy north of 30, 31, 32, whatever Fred is.
I think he's 32.
And then when I don't know, what were your thoughts when he revealed that the injury was actually maybe more damaging than we thought it was at the kiss involved as well?
I felt gaslit. Because they were talking about him coming back after the All-Star break or trying to make a run for the playoffs.
They were still talking about him like in February and March, giving updates on him.
And I'm like, well, surely they already knew that his knee had blown up at this point, so why would they ever even say that?
Yeah.
There was clearly no chance that the guy was ever coming back last year. And even to the point now where I think we can confidently say that the dude's not going to even be able to play back-to-backs this year. Coming off of an ACL and meniscus.
Yeah.
Like
age 33 or 32, whatever he is.
You will have to, and not because of the wussification of sports, because we're soft. You're going to have to load manage this guy.
Because of biology.
Yes.
Because of anatomy.
Because of an exploding knee.
Yep.
Trying to recover. I still think that they're clearly in a tier behind San Antonio and Oklahoma City. But I still like them against the rest of the West. I think they measure up fine against everybody else. It's just that those other teams are also
What
in
do
the
you
West.
think their Vegas season? They may have Vegas season win totals out right now. I think everything's on hold till LeBron makes a decision.
Yeah.
And by the way, we've got some audio that we'll get to in the 7 o'clock hour. There is one prediction out there about LeBron and the Rockets from a former Rocket.
Yeah.
I just want to kick it around, you know?
Yeah. And I was glad to see this guy. I thought he'd fallen off the face of the earth.
Yeah, I was too. So we'll get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. But if you had to put a season win total out there for the Rockets, it's the B. Scott Sportsbook, and you got to put a number out there that you think is going to get fair amount of action on both sides. Collect VIG. What do you think it is?
I'm going to go 51.
51. Okay.
Yeah, 51.
They've won 52 each of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they take a slight step back, but they're relatively the same team and right there in the thick of it. Now, 52 got them the 2 seed 1 year and it got them the 5th seed the next year.
That's right.
So what does that mean for them? I have no idea.
Yeah, the context will come in the rest of the West. For what it's worth, 52.5 was their number last year.
Yeah.
But I think the vibes on the team were better last year than they are right now.
You think correct.
This time a year ago.
They were.
Yes.
They absolutely were.
Yep. Text message. So going from AM to 100,000 watt FM, how much more of a radius will the signal be in terms of broadcasting miles? That's from Chapa and Alvin. I'm telling you, if you're in Alvin, you got nothing to worry about.
Right.
Zero to worry about with the changeover to 95.7 The Fan.
Yeah, the short answer is a lot, but you're good.
Short answer, you good.
Yeah.
Short answer, you good. All right, Sean Pendergast with you. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. We will hit some Rockets and some NBA at about 7:20, 7:25 today. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud. You and I have not talked much about C.J. over the last couple of days, B. Scott. But C.J. is getting it from every corner of the NFL universe in the offseason, not in a good way. We know that front office and personnel, we know what that vote looked like. I'm starting to get the feeling, I'm not starting to, I've got the feeling of what the top 100 is looking like right now. There's another corner of the universe, too, that I feel like kind of a little dismissive of CJ. We'll tell you who that was coming up next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento. Hit my music. My music. Awful music. That's terrible. It's the worst one-hit wonder of the 80s right there. Sean snoring. Amy recorded that about 10 years ago. It was about 8 years ago and change that I saw Dr. Ben Salento. So you're like,
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I would say that in the various corners of the NFL universe, as we welcome you back in here for the 7 o'clock hour on Payne and Pendergast, Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne, I would say the support for C.J. Stroud has been very, and by support I mean praise or hyper optimism about C.J. or even just general optimism, not hyper optimism, has come in very specific pockets, very specific people. And if I were to categorize the optimism, it's mostly, I think C.J. Stroud is better than what he was at the end of last year. And I think C.J. can improve over what he was, certainly in the playoffs and what he was last year. And I think his regular season last year is getting a little conflated with the playoffs of C.J. last year. I think C.J. was perfectly fine in the regular season. He wasn't great, but he was fine. The regular season version of C.J. can get you, from 2025, can get you to a Super Bowl.
Yes.
I think the praise has come from almost like individuals, like, okay, Ryan Clark, who no longer has a platform on ESPN, but he had good things to say about C.J. Now, I think they're both Mulligetta guys, so maybe there's something to that. But nevertheless, Ryan Clark, there have been others, who have said that they're optimistic about CJ. I think the general consensus, though, is probably wait and see, if not that we don't believe in CJ Stroud right now. And I say that because the two exercises that we've seen so far that people are actually weighing in on CJ Stroud in a voting type capacity, the NFL Top 100, in which he's not shown up yet, and there's quarterbacks that have started to show up where I'm like, all right, well, that guy, I would have thought he'd be ahead of C.J. Stroud. Lamar Jackson, most specifically. When Lamar Jackson showed up at number 69 in the Players NFL Top 100, I'm like, well, that's it. He's fallen all the way out of the top 100.
Yeah, the true football fan and football follower in you could not envision a world where the NFL, anybody in the NFL, is ranking C.J. Stroud ahead of Lamar Jackson.
No. Now then Bo Nix shows up at 59 and maybe he's in there. Who
also
knows?
Crazy.
Yeah, also crazy.
Also crazy. So who knows anything?
So I haven't looked the last couple days. And I know Nico was named number 58. We haven't seen any Texans the last couple days. It's starting to look like we're only going to see three more. The higher up we get in these rankings. I'm not going to turn this into an NFL Top 100 tangent, except to say that I think the players have omitted C.J. Stroud from the top 100. That's my gut. We know that in the exercise that Jeremy Fowler did with ESPN, that the executives, scouts,
and coaches,
coordinators, yes, all these people in coaching or evaluation positions, they thought enough of C.J. Stroud in a ballot of ranking their top 10 that one out of these dozens of people voted for C.J. Stroud, had C.J. Stroud on their ballot. One person. Nobody else thought of him as a top 10 quarterback in an exercise where he was the consensus seventh best quarterback after his rookie year. So that's how far out of favor he's fallen with that voting constituency. Those are the two biggest ones. Like your peers and everybody who coaches and evaluates, not everybody, but a cross-section of people that evaluate and coach. Those two groups are not high on C.J. Stroud right now.
Yeah, I picked up on this earlier. I'm trying to think, when did this hit me? Because I literally did exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Came to my mind. I think
who is pro C.J. Stroud?
This was me. I guess this was me last Friday. Yeah. On In the Loop, I was starting to realize, like, hey, the execs and the coaches and the scouts have him. I think this is what it was. He wasn't even honorable mention. And some of the guys who were honorable mention, and even in the top 10, are guys who come after C.J. Stroud. So C.J. Stroud has this historic rookie year in 2023. And since then, guys have been drafted and had the kind of seasons that put them ahead of him in these lists. We're thinking about the Jaden Daniels, Drake May, obviously, having just gone to the Super Bowl and been a legitimate MVP candidate.
Caleb Williams is ahead of him now.
And then Caleb Williams. So those are just 3 guys right there. And then you throw Bo Nix in there just kind of on top of all of it. That's 3 to 4 guys that have been drafted since C.J. Stroud. And that's not even to mention the top 100 list where Bryce Young, his actual peer, appears ahead of him on that list because we don't think C.J. Stroud's going to make it at all.
Trevor Lawrence, to my knowledge, has never made the list before. He's 62 on the list.
So then there's somebody that's
so he's
also
not even in the best in his own division anymore.
That's what
according
it was.
according to that poll.
At the end of his rookie year, I was willing to fight over the idea that the Texans and Houston had the best quarterback in the AFC South. I stood on that the next year in 2024. It seems like after 2025, I may be the only person that thinks that, because I still believe that. I still believe in C.J. Stroud enough to take him over Trevor Lawrence. I can't argue with Trevor Lawrence's season last year, and I can't argue with how C.J. Stroud's season ended last year. When you put those things together, I'm looking like I'm on the wrong side of history.
No. You
at least right now.
I'm with you on that. I'm not a Trevor Lawrence believer. We've seen this with Trevor Lawrence before. We saw it 2 years ago or 3 years ago, whatever, 2022, I think it was, where offensive head coach comes in. It's kind of wonky the first half of the year, but then he goes on a tear the second half of the year, and they get to the postseason. And in that year, they actually won a playoff game. That was the year in 2022 where they came back down 27-0 to the Chargers.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Trevor Lawrence's stock, so I'd have to go back and look. I would guess maybe he was top 100 after that season, especially because sometimes pedigree factors in.
Yeah.
Being a number 1 overall pick 2 years before that.
Yeah.
Guys are going to vote for him because they just get a little snowed over by draft slot. But we've seen it before. And then the league adjusts, and then all of a sudden the Jags are picking 4th again, or picking 1st, I think, because they whatever. So
close. They ended up getting Travis Hunter. What was
Travis Hunter? They traded up from 5 to 2. That's right.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Trayvon Walker draft, but that was after Trevor's rookie year.
Yeah, exactly.
That was after his rookie year.
Yeah.
So we've seen this story with Trevor Lawrence before. So I'm not ready to be big believer in Trevor Lawrence. I'm on that hill with you right now, and it's very sparse. There's a lot of space on that hill.
Yeah.
If we want to have a picnic,
Yeah,
there's
we
plenty
can
of
stretch
room.
out.
There's plenty of room.
Yeah.
Playing the daisies and things like that up there. But I'm with you. I'd rather have C.J. Stroud than Trevor Lawrence. And I know I'm going to get destroyed on the text page here. You and I both.
Yeah.
Put it on the text page, B. Scott.
Well, I'm cool with it, but the reason why what we're highlighting here is important, I think, is because once you go past media, this is significant. Because, like you said, it's his peers. The thing is, it's not just like you can't paint it as, people are hating on C.J. Stroud, or there's this recency bias from non-ball knowers and unathletic people who don't really know the game, and they're just hating on C.J. Stroud. This is not propaganda. This is the actual people who play the game, coach the game, and scout the game, and think the game who are saying this.
Okay, so I have another corner of the universe.
All right.
The football universe. We got players. We got coaches / scouts / coordinators / execs.
You've got another corner after this?
I've got another corner of the universe.
All right.
Fantasy football players. Okay, and I think CJ is going to be probably well down the list of fantasy quarterbacks because he just doesn't put up he hasn't put up dazzling numbers the last few. Even in his rookie season, he threw for a lot of yards. He threw for more yards per game than anybody in the sport, but he missed a couple of games. But, he threw 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He does not get you a lot on the ground, and he gets you even less on the ground now than he did before he got concussed last year.
Right.
So there's that part of it, too. But I was optimistic, maybe, that when I saw this article from Matt Okada on NFL.com, he's a fantasy content guy for them. Top 7 QB values. Okay, so this isn't the top 7 fantasy quarterbacks. This isn't just your garden variety article where I'm going to open it up and it's going to be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, because Jalen Hurts gets you 10 tush-push touchdowns a year. And then, whoever, Mahomes back in the day, Aaron Rodgers back in the day when he was throwing for 40 touchdowns, things like that.
Honestly, even Trevor Lawrence to that degree, like he's more of a threat with his legs.
He absolutely is. So so fantasy-wise, and I had Trevor on a fantasy team last year. He was a delight the second half of the season. But value, value is a different thing than just power ranking. I'm like, maybe CJ shows up in this top 7 QB values. So here we go. Let's rapid fire these. Number 7, Cam Ward. Now, again, it's value.
Yeah.
So the idea here is that Okada thinks that nobody's going to draft Cam Ward. So there may be some value in getting Cam Ward onto your team, that he's going to be better than where he's forecasted to be. I think there's a chance C.J. Stroud goes undrafted in fantasy drafts because he's only had 19 touchdown passes each of the last 2 years. He doesn't get you rushing touchdowns. And we'll see the Texans outwardly want to be a running team. But again, this is value. I do think there might be, I'm thinking like there could be value in Stroud having him on the team if you got a late pick, and the Texans offense does take a step forward here.
Yeah, but he just might not be a fantasy quarterback, especially in this offense for the reasons that you described. Like it seemed like he was on his way to being that as a rookie, but now it doesn't seem that way.
Cam Ward, undrafted. What kind of year do you think Cam Ward's going to have?
Yeah, it's funny. I asked Warren Moon about this on Sunday on our Sunday show with Zach Gelb. And, of course, Warren's a little bit biased because that's the franchise that he played for.
Of course.
But I think that Cam Ward is just built of the right stuff. Like he seems to have the right tangibles and intangibles. Now, is everything going to work out with the Titans' new coaching staff? Have they built the right weapons around him? That's going to remain to be seen. But I actually like what I've seen from Cam Ward so far. That's just granted that the development is going to happen. Like I saw a much better rookie C.J. Stroud than I saw Cam Ward, and it's gone the other direction.
I think I asked you this earlier in this show, so forgive me. You've watched some of quarterbacks,
a little bit, and I think I'm like you. I'm liking Cam Ward even more than
I'm through the roof about Cam Ward.
Yeah,
I really like Cam Ward a lot.
Very much a likable guy.
Oh, that's right, because I brought up him jotting things down in a notebook. Yeah.
But also like how he was dealing with the community and how he dealt with opponents and teammates. Like he just seems like a likable guy.
I liked how much he liked pegging those snot-nosed little kids playing dodgeball.
Exactly.
I like that. He was very competitive in a game of dodgeball against fourth graders.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not about to let y'all make it.
I'm down. Cam Ward undrafted, better value than C.J. Stroud. Tyler Shuck in rounds 13 and 14, better value than C.J. Stroud. I think you can tell C.J. Stroud doesn't.
Yeah, I've had.
If I take Tyler Shuck ahead of C.J. Stroud in a fantasy draft, just shoot me right there.
I've had Saints fans try to explain the Tyler Shuck thing to me, and they have not been able to do it yet. I don't get it.
So they're not, the ones you've talked to are not big believers in him either?
No, they are.
Oh, they are?
And I don't get it. I think they're trying to psych themselves into it because they're Saints fans.
Yeah.
I don't see the vision.
Okay, yeah, I don't either.
And that could be how others feel about us as Texans fans,
and
right?
People feel like the Saints are like this frisky team this year with Tyler Shuck.
Yeah.
I still feel like there's a faction of people that think that Sean Payton is still the coach of the Saints.
Maybe that's it.
And that there's some sort of vibe that Sean Payton left behind from when he was
osmosis.
There. Yeah, like it was that way. Like the first year after he left the Saints, it's like the Saints were still getting this Sean Payton level of love. I'm like, y'all know that Dennis Allen is the coach there now.
Yeah.
Now it's Kellen Moore, but back then it was Dennis Allen.
Yeah, but Sean Payton must have either blessed Taysom Hill or something with his wisdom. Yeah. I don't know. Something was lingering.
Justin Herbert, round 11 in a fantasy draft. I just don't like seeing Justin. Now, Justin Herbert, round 11, I might take Justin Herbert in round 11.
Why would he last that long? I would figure he would be on that list of guys that we were talking about earlier.
His number, go look at his numbers from last year.
Okay.
He's probably in round 11 for maybe some of the same reasons as C.J. Stroud isn't even in this article. Under Harbaugh, the Chargers became, I think, what the Texans want to become, which is a team that isn't solely relying on the right arm of its quarterback, depending on two things, the run game and protecting the football. Now, last year, I'm thinking 2 years ago when the Texans played the Chargers in the postseason. If you go look at Herbert's, I think that was Harbaugh's first year as the head coach. I think Harbaugh's been there 2 years now.
Yeah.
And they made the playoffs both years. But Justin Herbert's numbers in Harbaugh's first year was like 22 touchdowns and 3 interceptions, something like that. Is that what they were?
23 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
Okay, what were they last year?
It was 26 touchdowns, 13 interceptions.
Okay.
So a few more touchdowns, but way
more interceptions. Yeah, so I
wonder how much the Mike McDaniel
now that's a great point.
Like I wonder if that, like, how are people viewing that?
Yeah.
And how should fantasy football draftees or drafters view that?
I'm only bringing up the ones that are sort of at the bottom of this list because it's a 7. I'll give you the rest of the list in a second, listeners. But we're going to start to get into some here where I'm like, no, I can see this guy being a better value than C.J. Stroud. Number 4, Jared Goff, round 13. I had Jared Goff on multiple teams last year. Drafting him in spots like that or in an auction where you have $200 to buy players. Jared, I don't mind talking a little fantasy either, just like high-level fantasy stuff, like not nook and cranny fantasy stuff. Jared Goff for like $2 in a fantasy.
Yeah.
You know you're getting 30 touchdown passes.
Yeah.
You know you're getting 4,500 yards. You ain't getting anything on the ground, but for $2 or whatever, picking in the 13th round, you know what you're getting with Jared Goff.
Yeah.
And he plays every game. He's never hurt. I'm going to sit here. Josh Allen is an interesting one because people are like, a value. Well, in the second round, Josh Allen's a good value because he gets you like 14 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
And that's about where he goes in drafts. So he's third on the list. I'm just rapid firing the rest of it. Dak Prescott, round 9, definitely a better value than what C.J. Stroud is. He's 2 on the list. Number 1 on the list. This may be why you're smiling. Kyler Murray in rounds 13 or 14 of a fantasy draft.
I get this one.
Kyler Murray in a Kevin O'Connell offense.
Man, if you pay attention,
with those receivers.
He has been a sleeper pick for a lot of stuff, like sleeper MVP candidate, comeback, or I don't know if comeback player of the year was one, but there is a lot of anticipation, and I think rightfully so, on what can Kyler Murray be and do in this, as you mentioned, Kevin O'Connell offense. Sort of a new lease on life in Minnesota, get to put the Arizona days behind him. And as we all know, living here in Texas, Kyler Murray's background, one of the greatest Texas high school football players to ever do it. The dude is supremely talented. I could see this, man. I could see him being a low draft pick and a high reward guy on the other end of it.
Do you play fantasy?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I didn't play last year. I did not play last year. I haven't played the last 2 years now that I think about it, but I played for a decade plus.
What's your QB strategy? Are you someone who goes after one of the top guys, or are you like me where I'm just going to wait and get a guy who I know is going to pass? It just ain't all that sexy in like the 10th round.
Yeah, QB is not a priority for me.
Yeah,
QB,
me neither.
Yeah, it's never been a priority for me because, like as you mentioned, I think for me, a lot of the people that I've played with have been like they have a strategy at quarterback, and so I'm like, oh, let me just let them do their thing, and I'll take the best quarterback that's left over. Meanwhile, I want to make sure that I have, I don't know, Bijani Robinson or Adrian Peterson back in the day.
Yeah. No, same thing. Yeah, right. Jameer Gibbs.
Jameer Gibbs
would be a big one. And I tend to do this too at the drafts and auctions that I'm part of. Every year, I tend to sit next to a buddy at each of them because none of them are online. They're all live. I like doing it.
Okay. See, I'm
in like 4 or 5 leagues, and the draft and the drafts are all you get together, pizza and the whole thing. It's fun, and a lot of times those leagues are friends that you only see once a year, so it's almost like a reunion. I always find myself sitting next to guys at those drafts, and I'm curious with fantasy, with listeners who do fantasy, if it's the same way. They kind of have the same strategy that I do. Because then we kind of sit and laugh like below our breath when guys do things, other guys in the league do things that we think are just incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
So we're just like, oh, this guy, again this year.
Yeah.
Again this year, he's using his first-round pick on a quarterback. What an idiot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never understood that.
No. Do you do that too? Do you sit next to people where you can snicker at them, or are you too good a person to
So
do
we're
that?
not usually sitting next to it, but we're drafting and texting.
You're texting with people in the same room?
Yes,
Or
yes.
if it's a remote draft?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So it's one of
This is getting me excited for fantasy. Too.
Yeah, man. We're going to throw a little party. So the people I play fantasy with are people that I see on a regular.
Yeah.
So we don't necessarily feel the need to get together. But we might have to do that just for this very reason.
We had a fantasy league up here. The Briley, I think, organized it last year.
I remember that.
Yeah. You got to get in on that.
Yeah,
this
I will.
year,
I will. I'll do it this year.
You got to get in on that.
Yeah, man.
All right. Shifting gears, we got a lot of other Texan stuff we'll get to. We'll get to it a little bit later here in the show. But the overall gist of this is like, man, is there a constituency out there that CJ is winning over anywhere at this point?
No.
Fantasy people out, not owners, but execs, coaches. At a minimum, they're all wait and see. And then his own peers, I think. I mean, the NFL Top 100 is not over yet. But with every passing unveiling, every passing reveal, it looks like CJ's not gonna make that cut.
He seems like a man without a country.
Yes. Yeah.
A man without a country
He's got
now.
two people on his side, Brandon Scott and Sean Pendergast.
We're here for
and
you,
Ryan
CJ.
Clark.
We are here for you,
Three
dog.
people that always get thrown into the same bucket together.
Yeah, man.
I'll read some of the text, and then we'll get to the Rockets here because we promised some Rockets talk. Do y'all think C.J. Stroud is having a bit of Russell Wilson syndrome where the league just thinks he's corny? He is not even in the same universe of corny as Russell Wilson.
Yeah, and very few are.
No,
you know what
I don't
mean?
think CJ's really corny. I think sometimes he's like I think sometimes he feels very, very philosophical for a guy his age.
Yes,
very philosophical, which I know I think maybe that rubs people the wrong way. I don't care. It's fine with him. To me, it feels like he's thoughtful, but I know sometimes people, when someone's 23 and they feel like they're talking to the audience like they're 58.
Yeah, so that I'm glad you're saying this because it's not corny, but there is a sense of maybe there's a little bit too much dip on the chip because of what you're saying. The philosophical nature of it.
Yeah.
Guy did a lot of talking after that rookie year. And I think he earned it, but he probably had a little bit too much dip on his chip after that rookie year.
He was a top 5 quarterback.
You don't say that about yourself.
You don't say that when you are a top 5 quarterback.
Right, and especially after just 1 year.
Right.
So you've got that. And then the Caleb Williams thing, which I think that resonated or it stuck with people nationally, I think, way more than it did us here locally. I know I just kind of shrugged my shoulders at it when it happened, after the game, and he's telling Caleb Williams to not take those hits. It seemed like he was just trying to give him friendly advice. Everybody else who observes the NFL thought he was trying to big bro Caleb Williams and that was disrespectful and have noted that things have not necessarily gone as great for C.J. Stroud
for both guys
ever since. Yeah. So I think that's more so part of it than the corny. Maybe they think that was corny.
They may.
So, but yeah, I think that they're more so looking at the play not necessarily being as good as it was or as much of a light show as it was his rookie year.
Text message: after watching Cam Ward's personality on the Netflix special Quarterback, I would take him over CJ because of his upside. I think he just has the intangibles a little bit more than CJ has had 3 years to show. If he can take that next step, Cam has only had 1 year, and he's showing the right franchise quarterback. I think CJ's got the right mindset. I do think that show, for the most part, we're in season 3 of it. I do think that show is designed to show the best side of those guys that are on there.
It's produced by Peyton Manning and Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Quarterbacks.
Yes, quarterbacks.
So,
yep.
I mean, yeah, and to that point, and I think you've made this point when y'all first started talking about the show, of how it does a great job of making you like whatever quarterback it is more, except for Marcus Mariota.
See, Marcus Mariota is the only one
who has not taken advantage of this show.
He quit during the season. That didn't help.
So bad.
Yeah, so he's the only one I came away liking much less. Mahomes, I just found a little bit kind of annoying.
Yeah,
Mahomes is a little corny. I found him annoying on the show, but I don't hate Mahomes. I didn't find myself hating him, but I'm like, and probably part of it too was that the Chiefs, that was a season that they won the Super Bowl. And by the end of that show, because the show goes chronologically during the season for all 3 quarterbacks, well, by the last 2 episodes, Marcus Mariota had quit on his team, and the other quarterback was Kirk Cousins. He was long gone by then.
Who was also kind of corny in the show.
He was also very corny on the show. Very corny.
I liked him, but
no,
he was
I liked
corny.
him better. He's corny, but I liked him better watching the show.
Exactly.
Every other quarterback, Joe Burrow, I liked better after watching the show. Cousins Part 2, I liked better.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, I liked better. All the guys on this one, I'm kind of even on Jaden Daniels. I'm not higher or lower, but Cam Ward and Baker Mayfield, and to a lesser extent Joe Flacco, I all like way better watching this show. on those, like by the end of the season, it had just turned into like the Kansas City Chiefs VHS tape they used to send you back in the day if you were a Chiefs fan, like of the whole of like the run to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't need to relive this.
Yeah.
I think the Texans might have been a grease spot in that Super Bowl
Dude,
run.
no surprise Patrick Mahomes has a production credit on that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, you don't say, huh?
Yep.
But with Flacco, I'm glad you mentioned Flacco because I almost want his wife to adopt me. She seems so wholesome and wonderful. I'm a grown man.
Oh, Flacco's wife?
Flacco's wife is amazing. She seems like such a great mom and wife.
Oh, and then they pulled out the yearbook.
Yeah.
She's so cute.
Dude,
you know,
she's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, I don't know if y'all are looking for a 37-year-old son, but if you are,
right.
I'll gladly join your home.
They've got four kids, I think, that are right in that sweet spot of where you are always on the go.
Yeah, they're all elementary school kids.
They're
or
oldest,
middle school.
The oldest is like 7th grade Pop Warner football, and then the youngest is like first grade.
Yeah, I think he went like 7th, 6th, 5th, and then 3rd and 2nd.
There's five kids, right? 4 or 5 kids. It's crazy. It is a wild household, and he doesn't live with them.
Right.
Because, they live back in New Jersey, and he's doing his thing over there, in Cleveland and Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But I was going to say just about quarterbacks, to bring it back to C.J. Stroud, because the texter mentioned Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I am certain that if C.J. Stroud were on that show, that not only the texter, but everybody else, because it would paint him in the kind of light, I think, that would make it would show all the redeeming qualities and best side. You feel the same way about CJ if he were on the show?
I think so. I'm pretty sure you would. I'm pretty sure you would.
Because he's not going to quit on the season like Marcus Mariota. Like it's going to be one of those where it's like, you know what, all the best of CJ Stroud is going to be on display. I like the guy.
Oh well, and I think CJ's probably got a process. It's a really good process. I think there's a reason why Nick Caserio. We should add Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to the list of people that at least outwardly are very positive about what CJ has looked like, and then they've gotten to see him during the offseason, stuff we haven't gotten to see.
And his teammates, of course.
Yeah. Like, unless we found out that his process is just broken or overblown or something like that, but I'm with you. I think if he were on there. So get on there, CJ, all right? Get on quarterback for us
What
next
are we waiting
year.
for?
For us.
Come on, man.
Here's Shams Charania of ESPN, the latest on the LeBron James sweepstakes.
There's nothing left. The teams are the teams. The information's the information. LeBron has everything he needs to make a decision. The conversations have happened. They're not, from my understanding, my sources tell me that LeBron James, his agent Rich Paul, that inner circle, they're not waiting for another domino right now. They're not waiting for Anthony Davis to get traded anywhere. They're not waiting for anyone else to move around anywhere. The teams, Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, Minnesota, they're set. Those are the teams. Wherever he ends up, I mean, you're looking at minimum deals, you're looking at exceptions. The contracts are not going to be this grand part of this deal. LeBron James was very clear from the very beginning. This is based on a happiness in terms of chance to contend for a championship, a chance to compete at a high level, join a culture. That doesn't come from going to a team and then gutting that team from multiple different players.
Okay. Audio courtesy of the Pat McAfee show there. So Shams is basically saying that the hay is in the barn. It's just up to LeBron to announce a team.
Look, I don't know Shams personally, but I've listened to him enough on television and in different appearances.
Yeah.
He sounds a little annoyed.
It's funny. I was listening to
Did you catch tone on that?
Yeah, yeah. I've been listening to the guys on the Cleveland station. I listen to them a lot. They do. People probably get sick of me saying that here in Houston. But they do a good show up there. And the LeBron, and they're right in the middle of the whole LeBron thing because they're one of the teams that's clearly a finalist for LeBron.
Yeah.
They played some Brian Windhorst audio. And Windhorst is a guy who has ties that run deep with LeBron.
Oh,
he goes back to LeBron's high school days.
I think he even saw him in middle school.
He covered him in Ohio. Windhorst, they noticed that about Windhorst. They're like, I think the insiders are getting a little sick of this right now.
Yeah.
Because there's really nothing new. It's just they're waiting. And it seems like there's an element to LeBron that the more he finds out people are waiting and that it gets mentioned, the more he hears frustration with that they're waiting, is that it's some version of them trying to push him to a decision. So it almost feels like this is his last chance to really stick it to people, you know?
Yeah. Byron, can you play like the first 2 sentences that Shams says there?
Okay.
There's nothing left. The teams.
That's good. There's nothing left.
Yeah.
The teams are the teams. What are we waiting for, LeBron? He can't say that, obviously, because he's got to maintain the relationship with Rich and LeBron or whoever else.
Sure.
But he's perturbed. And I think, like, the patience is running thin. Make a decision already, buddy.
Here is Montrezl Harrell, former Houston Rocket. And I apologize. During the cut, I'll go look and see what show he would. Do you remember what show he was on when he gave this cut?
Ooh, I do not remember. I saw it on social.
I'll go find it during the break, but or during the cut. But this is Montrezl Harrell, former Houston Rocket, being asked, like, okay, well, what do you think? He gives this team as the sleeper for LeBron James.
One that I said that people aren't really thinking about will probably be in Houston, bro. And the reason why I say Houston is you look at Houston's team, bro, they definitely have younger talent. They still got pieces there. Fred VanVleet didn't get to play like that with KD this year. They have a big man in Alfred Sengun and stuff like that, which if you look at all the past, you feel me, year to 2 years, they've been saying, we need a big man. He's got to play big. He got to play the four. Like, he needs a true big, like somebody that he don't have to get down there and bang and this, that, and the third. Like, they have that in Houston, you feel me? Even with Alfred Sengun and them bringing back Clint. Like, he has multiple bigs that, you feel me, he understands that he can play, go down here and be able to throw that same lob to. So, myself, I think Houston is definitely a sleeper option for him.
Okay, so that was Montrezl Harrell, former Rocket, former Clipper. He's played for number of team in the NBA. That audio courtesy of the Rich Eisen Show, hosted by O'Shea Jackson.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, son of Ice Cube.
Yeah, and it had a very West Coast feel to it with all the you feel me's, and like that was a very Ice Cube feeling type of interview. I was like, okay.
That was my big takeaway from that. We'll get to the LeBron part. I like you feel me as the verbal crutch.
Yeah.
I might have to workshop that a little bit.
That's a West Coast one.
Yeah.
Check with Chris Partee on that. You feel me is a very California slang kind of thing.
He's not coming here.
No.
But is there a case to be made that this, on paper, because I feel like a big reason why he wouldn't come here would be just all the drama that you saw from last year. And as you pointed out yesterday, Ime Udoka called him the B word in a very public viral video on the sideline of a game between the Lakers and the Rockets.
Yeah.
But on paper, just purely on paper, does Montrezl Harrell have a point?
I think they should be in the mix. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Now, I don't think they should be at the top of the list or anything like that, but should they be on the list? Like whenever Rich Paul went out there and did I think him and Max Kellerman were doing their podcast, and he does the 10 teams that would be that LeBron would be interested in, because all the teams are interested in LeBron, I would imagine. But the Rockets weren't on there, and that's when I just kind of divorced myself from this Rockets LeBron conversation. All right, if Rich isn't going to even include them in the list, then they're probably not on the list. Yes. But should they be on the list? Should they be under consideration? Could they be a team that LeBron could just plop him onto, and they're instantly better and a contender and more of a contender than they were? Absolutely. But I don't think they're the best option.
Right. LeBron, I mean, obviously LeBron isn't what he was when he made the decision, capital T, capital D, back in 2010, or even when he chose to go to Cleveland, or hell, even when he chose to go to LA in 2019. At that point, he was at the latter end of it with LA, but he was still a guy who, I mean, he did it with the Lakers. Like, they were a bad team for several years. He gets there. Granted, they got Anthony Davis also, but he turned them into a championship team. COVID bubble champ, but it counts.
Yeah, it happened.
Championship, it happened. He's not that guy anymore. He's not a guy who can turn a clear outside of the circle of contenders team immediately into a team that feels like they can play in June. If the Rockets didn't have all the drama going on, and maybe they'd made a run to the second, at least maybe like gone to 7 games with either OKC or San Antonio in the second round. But I feel like at this stage, LeBron, unless it's going back to Cleveland or Miami, where he's got roots in both those places, if he's going to go to if he's going to have a new lover, a brand new lover, then he's going to need to know that, like, the credit score's okay. You know what I mean? Like,
and no one has, I think, a better insight into how much of a mess, or not, but how much of a mess it at least looked like for the Rockets last year than LeBron James himself.
He knocked them out of the playoffs.
Sent them home.
He knew what the chatter on the court was while that was all unfolding. That's a great point.
So he knows their strengths. He knows their weaknesses. And
he knows how they interact with each other.
He knows how they interact with each other. And I think he also knows that he, unlike KD, honestly, last year on the team. They obviously get better because he's LeBron James.
Yeah.
But he doesn't fix their problems. Yeah. Like, they still can't shoot. And LeBron, as great as he is, doesn't necessarily fix your shooting issues.
He does not.
So, yeah.
All right, B. Scott in for Seth Payne. Okay, we played this yesterday, and this audio got some of the biggest laughs that we played. So we're going to play it again. But with this context, John Harbaugh's pep talk to the New York Giants. Many people pointed out a similar pep talk by another coach who did not last in his place of business. So we'll do a tale of the tape between the two in-house video pep talks of head coaches, and a former Giant speaks on the John Harbaugh speech. That is coming up next. Houston.
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott is Payne today and Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah.
He's in for Seth. Seth's on vacation. So we played this audio yesterday, but it's too good not to play again.
It's so bad it's good.
It's so bad it's good. And when people pointed out the voice doppelganger for John Harbaugh being Joe Biden,
Can't unsee it.
you can't unsee nor unhear it. And I got texts from multiple people yesterday saying, I drove off the road when you guys pointed this out, that he sounds just like Joe Biden.
He does, man.
That's secondary to the fact that this was John Harbaugh's first kind of speech, at least it would appear that way, to his Giants team, or at the very least the rookies or a constituency of the team. And coaches are in the room as well. And it's on an internal Giants. This is like a teaser video for what I'm guessing is like an internal like docuseries on the first training camp of John Harbaugh, that kind of thing.
Yeah, this is not carefully edited and produced.
Right.
Like produced on purpose and released on purpose.
Put out there to entice Giant fans to go watch this series. Certainly not put out there to pour cold water on their Super Bowl hopes, which it feels like it did. So without further ado, here is John Harbaugh trying to hype up, it would seem, get his Giants team excited about the coming year.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? I'm a little nervous, man. I'm nervous. Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost. Amazing. Give this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Certainly, yeah.
It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early, we were late, getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, in this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
Okay.
Where does the start begin? And
It starts at the beginning.
And how does the begin start?
With the beginning.
What team are they? Are they the Giants?
I don't know if you heard. They're the New York Giants.
Oh, okay. He wasn't clear about that, actually.
They were sitting in chairs, which are also known as seats. Yeah, today.
Yeah, today. At the beginning.
Today.
The start. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now.
So you brought up this point yesterday, is that he felt like somebody who misplaced his notes or was going to go from memory and just couldn't remember what he was going to say. He's just buying himself time.
Yeah, because I just cannot allow myself to believe that Harbaugh, any of the Harbaughs, have made it this far in life being that ill-prepared.
Seeming that unprepared.
There's no way, right?
Yeah,
There's no way he's that successful of a guy and doesn't prepare at all, just goes off the cuff. And if he does, then he would be better at it, you would think. So, come on.
That feels like this is the biggest insult I can give him. That feels like a Nick Sirianni pep talk.
Yeah.
The head coach of the Eagles. That felt like something Sirianni would do, where he would just stand up there, scream Philadelphia Eagles a couple times, and then just meander talking about the beginning being the place that you start.
Yes.
Remember, he was the one that said the first thing about being smart is knowing what to do.
Being prepared is knowing what to do, or something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Chris Canty, who used to play for the Giants. He does morning radio on ESPN Radio nationally now. This was his take on the whole thing.
Chris Canty, former New York Giants defensive lineman, joining us now. And you're laughing as you're watching that John Harbaugh clip. He's getting crushed on social media this morning. Some people saying it's cringe. What do you make of that?
Courtney, I hate to answer a question with a question, but number one, is he repeating the New York Giants to remind himself he's not in Baltimore? And number two is, why did the Giants put this out there on social media for public consumption?
That's the question.
The best light.
That's the question right there. That's the question right there. What the hell they put that out for?
I have no idea. There must be some Brian Daboll loyalists in the building.
Obviously Brian Daboll, the previous head coach. So that those loyalists, theoretically, according to Canty, would be trying to make the new guy look bad.
Yeah, that's not the worst theory. Because you're doing this on purpose, and so is the joke on purpose? Or
That's a more plausible theory than whoever saw that video thinking, "Oh yeah, this will pop." You know what I mean?
No one saw that and thought it was good. No chance.
No,
or that it wouldn't be embarrassing for Harbaugh. So I actually like Canty's theory as a conspiracy theory.
It was a very Michael Scott kind of speech. A texter says that's the second. Maybe it's the same texter. That someone said that yesterday when we played it too. Is there a way that we can? There's got to be a way we can AI that speech into a video of Michael Scott talking to Dunder
Let's
Mifflin?
look into that. Yeah,
we got to look into
it. Man, I hate that I didn't do that already. There's a weekend project.
Yeah. None of you out there do that. That's our idea.
Yeah.
Okay?
And if you do, make sure you send it to us. Don't use it for yourself.
To distribute, okay?
Yeah. Do it as a contributor to the show.
I'm going to get a patent on that idea in the next 2 hours.
Come on now.
Okay, so the speech that I had a lot of people bringing up when we played that Harbaugh speech was Jonathan Gannon's first speech to his Arizona Cardinals team.
Yeah.
Where, similar thing, the Cardinals had an internal docuseries they were doing on Jonathan Gannon's first year as a head coach. Jonathan Gannon, who also, and Byron, I know you don't have all the hotkeys in there. You don't have the hot and walking up to Rondale Moore saying, pew, 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 pew.
That's right.
Yeah, like Jonathan Gannon, who was already had kind of a corny vibe to him to begin with.
Yeah.
When he first got hired. Don't worry about it, Byron. It's all good. He already had sort of that thing. Like John Harbaugh, I did not expect that at all.
Yeah.
Jonathan Gannon, I expected a video to pop up of his first speech and have me roll my eyes.
Well, because the first thing we saw of him was in the war room, right? Like being amazed, like, oh my God, this is how they make moves in a draft war room.
Amazed at Monty Ossenfort pulling off a trade that gave the Texans Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
A trade that turned out to be a horrible trade for the Arizona Cardinals. But this was Jonathan Gannon's first speech. Similar thing, standing up in front of the team in the amphitheater.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut? Did you? We're here for a reason. Don't get that twisted. Okay, we're here for a reason to win games. So if you didn't have that fire in your gut, you better light the fire pretty fast. Be who you are. Just understand, I'm looking for killers.
Last I checked, the Cardinals picked third in the draft this year.
Yeah, look, no, they ended up being terrible under Jonathan Gannon. That was a better speech.
That was a better speech than Harbaugh.
That was much better.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that was better.
I don't know where he was going with.
Did you have fire you gut?
No, the very beginning. Hey, Byron, play the beginning one more time real quick.
Welcome back. Who drove over here? Quick, let me see your hands. Who took the bus? Did you have fire in your gut?
Okay, hey, we're good.
Yeah, what's
the difference?
Is there something about Arizona Transit that we don't understand?
Is there something
about the bus system in?
Well, is there something maybe to like if you took the bus, you're a little bit more blue collar and hardcore, than driving your Bentley or whatever it is you drive over here?
I don't think that's true though.
I don't know where he was going with that.
Yeah,
help me out, texters. Help me and B. Scott out. Where was he going with the mode of transportation thing?
Yeah,
what does it have to do with a fire in the gut?
Yeah, because I've done both.
Yeah,
I don't feel like the only time I've been on the bus or people who go on the bus is usually because they just don't have a car. It's not because they have more fire in their belly.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just they don't have wheels. They don't have their own wheels.
I was sitting next to this receptionist on the bus today. Boy, did she have a fire in her gut.
Ooh, imagine how disruptive the buses would be if everybody on there had a fire in their belly.
Yeah. We'd get a lot more viral videos, I would say.
Oh, but it would take down the transit system.
Yeah, that's true.
Poor bus drivers. You remember what it was like being a kid and the bus driver couldn't keep everybody wrapped down? But it's not that way on an adult bus.
Stop this bus.
Yeah. They have to write you up, tell your parents.
Oh, my God.
Can't do that, man.
All right. Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. All right. I have a question. This stems from our Kyle Tucker discussion yesterday. Kyle Tucker's having a terrible year for the Dodgers, especially at the big-time sticker price they paid for him. Thinking about guys who've left the Astros, mostly in free agency. Is there a curse? Is there a departed Astros curse going on right now. I think Astro fans are going to feel better about some of the decisions that ownership has made after this segment we're about to do. Stay there.
Hey, we're all looking for Swarm.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are going to do a 5 Reasons I Hate You in the next segment, which might pull B. Scott in front of a bus here. I hate to do it this way, but as we outlined earlier, you have ties to the Chicagoland area, we'll call it.
I do, but for now, they are behind enemy lines.
Okay,
I
good.
am behind enemy lines.
Okay, good.
I am
good.
Houstonian.
Okay, excellent. We're going to do 5 Reasons I Hate You for the White Sox. We got to make sure the Astros keep this game face on right now, man. You know what I mean? So yesterday, we did a segment where we got talking about the Kyle Tucker trade. And I don't know how many Astro fans have been following Kyle Tucker to see how it's been going for him in Los Angeles. As a team, it's going great for the Dodgers. And if Kyle Tucker's goal is to win another ring, to go with the one that he's got here, then he's on track to do that. They've got the best record in baseball, at least as of yesterday they did.
Yep.
So he's in a good place to go ahead and do that. But he's having a terrible year. If the LA media is at all as vindictive as the Philly, Boston, when it comes to baseball players underachieving, then life should be hell for Kyle Tucker, because they are not only paying him $60 million a year, they are paying about almost another $60 in luxury tax to have Kyle Tucker on their team. And he is putting up numbers that are not drastically different than Cam Smith's numbers. They're both really good defensive outfielders. They both have OPSs under 700. Cam Smith actually has more home runs than Kyle Tucker, almost double the number of home runs Kyle Tucker has. Cam Smith's got 12. Kyle Tucker only has 7 home runs on the year. He's batting like 230 something. It's not good.
He is a light-hitting outfielder.
He is a light-hitting, good defensive out. He's Jake Marisnick in right field is what he is.
That's it. He's Jake Marisnick.
Kyle Tucker, Brandon, would you have given $60 million while being over the competitive balance tax to Jake Marisnick? Give me a hot take and say yes.
Not sober.
Okay. Yeah. How drunk would you have to be to give Jake Marisnick $60 million?
Blackout drunk, heroin, I don't know. Probably drugs that I have not tried,
right.
I would say.
Probably drugs you didn't even know you were taking. Like that like there had to be 1 or 2 that got laced with something that you didn't know about.
Yeah, I would have had to have been drugs.
Combined with eating lettuce that might have been on your tacos.
Yes.
I'm not going to say which establishment because I don't want the station to get in trouble.
Yeah. We don't want to create enemies.
All those things plus explosive diarrhea would get you Jake Marisnick on $60 million. So it got me thinking, like, okay, Kyle Tucker was a trade. They traded him away, but they traded him away the same spirit, the same esprit de corps as all the free agents they let walk. If they had kept Kyle Tucker in 2025
going into the
last year, then he would have walked the same way that Garrett Cole, George Springer, Carlos Correa, Correa's back now, Verlander, I know he came back, but these guys, Bregman, Fromber, they've all walked in free agency. So it got me thinking, like, yeah, you know what I haven't done, which is a little strange I haven't done this, because I'm as petty as it gets when it comes to guys who leave my teams and how difficult it is to root for those guys for me sometimes, some more than others.
You have a franchise within this show called the Pettycast.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like nobody's. Yeah. Thank you.
It's your brand.
Thanks for the reminder. So it got me thinking, like, how are all these guys doing? And boy, I went and looked. I think if you're somebody who's thinking of leaving the Astros in free agency, or you're thinking of driving a hard bargain on your deal, Jeremy Pena, look out, because Jeremy Pena hired Scott. He's about to sign a deal here, and he hires Scott Boras, and then doesn't sign a deal. So Jeremy Pena, you may not be long for the Astros. Maybe he gets traded in the next 2 weeks. Yeah. Maybe he gets traded in the next 6 months.
Meanwhile, the guys that have signed extensions are living pretty good.
Not too bad.
Yordan Alvarez looks like he might win an MVP.
Right.
Jose Altuve is a legend.
Yeah.
Okay. Christian Javier feels like he might, and then Lance McCullers feels like they might have stolen some money.
Yeah.
But paid nonetheless.
At the very least, you got paid.
There you go.
Way more than you probably should have got paid.
Just saying.
It seems to have worked out for all those guys. So
Just
I started going on a little trip down memory lane. So you tell me, were these guys cursed, the guys that left? Garrett Cole, I'm going to go chronologically. Let's go back to 2019. It's crazy to think there's only 2 years left on Garrett Cole's 9-year deal he signed with the Yankees.
Man, life just happens fast. The time flies, dude.
Time flies.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole signed that deal heading into the COVID season. He's been largely good for the Yankees. He won a Cy Young Award 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
But since that Cy Young Award, Tommy John surgery, missed a whole season in 2025, and he's come back, and in 11 starts, this year, he's 3-5 with what I would say, for someone with a $36 million salary, is a very pedestrian, nearly 4.00 ERA, 3.92 ERA.
Yeah, so this one for me is the easiest one to say is cursed because he is the one guy on this list that we're going to go over who I just straight up dislike. like Kyle Tucker, I can kind of have fun with you and laugh at. I don't really dislike Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
He's just not. There's not enough there to really like or dislike.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole and the way things ended there with the hat and the representative of myself. I don't know if I've ever been more turned off by an athlete that played for my team than I was in that moment.
I'll pile on here. One more thing. He was brought in by the Yankees the year after they lost again to the Astros in the ALCS. He was brought in to get them over the top and win them a championship. He's not done that.
They have not done that.
So he's not done that. So you say he's cursed.
He is cursed.
You are cursed.
Yep. All right, George Springer left in 2020, the heart and soul of the Astros.
Yeah.
Back when he was a heart and soul guy. He maybe wasn't their best player. He was good. He's an all-star a couple of times. You know, Altuve was the best player during that time, but he was the heart and soul of that team. Leaves for Toronto after the 2020 season. He's now in the final year of his Blue Jays deal.
Right.
Well, yeah, they could bring Springer back next year if they wanted to, but he's been very up and down with Toronto.
Yeah,
very up and down.
Yeah, I'd actually be good on that. As much as I love Springer, right?
Yeah.
And I know, I imagine that Seth and Brandy aren't listening, but I know that they love Springer too. Like, this is a Springer-friendly show, whether Seth's here or if I'm here, right?
Yep.
Like we love Springer, but it is not going great.
Not gone well.
Yeah.
Got to a World Series last year with them.
Did get to a World Series last year.
And was better with them, but he's back now. He's an OPS under 700.
Yeah.
OPS plus of 88.
Yeah. And Sean, this is not a shot, but he's also balding now.
That's okay.
You know what I mean?
I know I'm bald.
But like for Springer, you know, it just when you watch somebody bald, it's like, okay, and then they're not playing well. It's like, oh, you know, things are going the wrong direction there.
I think I know where you're going with this.
Yeah,
George
man.
Springer.
You are cursed.
Yeah.
Sad to say, I think so, man.
Yeah. I mean, the Astros, I don't know if they offered Cole. They offered Springer. I mean, maybe if you take it, you'd still have a full head of hair, and you'd have an OPS of 850. Who knows?
To be fair, on the cursed ledger, center field has not been the same since he left.
That's true. Yeah, I would say maybe the curse cuts both ways.
It could
cut both ways. These next two I'm not going to spend a ton of time on because they both came back to the Astros. But I do think it's interesting that Carlos Correa leaves the Astros. Not but 2 contracts with the Mets and the Giants, both nullified by an injury he suffered like a decade before that.
Yeah.
And then comes back here, and then in 32 games, he injures himself in the batting cages.
Yeah.
Batting cages. And so this is a weird one. It's a weird one for me because the departed Astro curse may actually be negatively impacting the Astros directly. You know?
Yeah, I think
he might be cursed.
I think he might be.
I mean, he missed a bunch of games in Minnesota, too.
Yeah, I feel like he was cursed even before he came back, and now it's only confirmed.
Yep.
You are cursed.
All right.
Oh man, we're batting 1,000 here.
I think we're on to something
batting
here.
1,000 here so far.
Justin Verlander left after the 2022 season in which he won the Cy Young. Went to the Mets. The Mets stunk. The Astros trading at Justin Verlander back, and he did some good things in 2023. Couldn't get him over the hump. Obviously, they lose in the ALCS. And then in 2024, he's a complete non-factor. He then goes to the Giants for a year, complete non-factor, goes 4-11 for the Giants. Goes for his final resting place as a baseball player in Detroit from whence it started. And, I mean, he's the definition of a non-factor. He's pitched 1 game, and he was terrible in that game for the Detroit Tigers. He's made a lot of money, probably paid a lot more money these last couple of years than he should have been paid.
Yep.
But is Justin Verlander, from an overall standpoint, is he cursed?
Nah, everything after the Cy Young in 2022 was house money. Not cursed at all.
He's not cursed.
No,
Okay.
Not this one. To come back after Tommy John and have the year that he had, and to kind of just go out getting paid. I mean, honestly, I mean, I would say every team that's paid him has been cursed.
You know who? Right. I was just going to say, you know who might be cursed? The Detroit Tigers.
Yeah.
You are cursed.
Because they're going to show up again here in a minute.
Stay tuned.
Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman left after the 2024 season in free agency. Signed one of those deals, like a Correa deal, like Correa first signed with the Twins. 3-year deal for a lot of money annually that you could opt out of after each year. Chooses to opt out after 1 year with the Red Sox. Had a good year with the Red Sox and was banged up at times with them. I think made the All-Star team. He certainly put up All-Star numbers before he got hurt.
Yeah.
But then the Red Sox didn't really do anything. He's not been good with the Cubs, and people in Chicago are mad at Alex Bregman.
Yeah.
We've played some audio through the first part of the season where there were some of the streamers up there intimating that there's clubhouse issues over this. Like, this guy got $30 million a year or whatever, and those streamers would go on to talk, and you'd learn, like, this is just them speculating about it. But the fact of the matter is, it summarizes an overall vibe with Bregman up there. And I talked to a couple Chicago buddies of mine yesterday, and they're like, yeah, they're not happy. His OPS is under 700. 692 OPS. He's a below-average baseball player for them right now.
Yeah, this one is the toughest one for me because I love me some Alex Bregman. This is one of the ones that I wish was actually still around, except not playing like that.
Right.
I don't wish that this was still around. How could I go and being cursed if he's playing like this, man?
You are cursed.
Someone just texted in, can Danhausen, by the way, that's Danhausen, everybody saying that. I've got my Danhausen t-shirt on if you're watching on YouTube, asking if he can uncurse Carlos Correa. He's got a cameo, Danhausen does, where he curses and uncurses things for people all the time.
Yeah.
That's how the Knicks got uncursed.
Yeah,
he had
that's
cursed
right.
them.
I forgot about that.
He had cursed them before the playoffs because of Stephen A. Smith. He's like, Stephen A. Smith, I hear you are a Knicks fan, and you are very rude to Danhausen. And he's cursed them. And then after 2 games, he uncursed them, and then they went on to win all but one of the games after that.
I saw the uncursing. I didn't know the background.
That's why he was on a float in their parade.
So this was a Stephen A. Smith origin story with the curse. I didn't realize that part.
Yeah. That's Danhausen's gimmick. He curses things.
Yes.
Last one, Framber Valdez. Now, he left in free agency, but it's not like he was one of these guys that the Astros gave an offer to. Like, they made competitive offers, I thought, to Bregman, to Correa. I know with Carlo, I know both of them were looking for longer deals than the Astros may have offered. Framber, they just didn't make an offer to, which tells me that things behind the scenes with Framber were probably as bad as we speculated last year. Do you know you make an offer to a guy who's been your most consistent pitcher over the previous half decade?
Yeah, was your ace at one point before Hunter Brown emerged.
Yes, and that he got only 3 years out there on the market with the Tigers would lead me to believe there weren't a lot of people out there forking over 7 or 8 years like we've seen pitchers like Garrett Cole get. 3 years, $114 million, though, for Framber. I can tell you they feel the same way Detroit, Chicago feels about Bregman right now. Like, what the hell are we doing? And Detroit doesn't have as much of the, to use a Danhausen term, the human monies that a Chicago does.
Right.
They operate much more like a upper mid-tier team than a have.
Yeah, they're much more selective with who they give that kind of money to.
Yes, 5-7 with a 4.57 ERA. It's Framber Valdez cursed.
So I know earlier I said that Garrett Cole was the only person on this list that I just straight up did not like.
Oh,
but Framber is really, really close to the Garrett Cole status. Now he didn't do what Garrett Cole did to kind of like once he got his way out of here. But we're talking about a man that disrespected all who grow their hair out and wore hair extensions, and intentionally beamed his own catcher. Yeah. Those are 2 things that I just cannot abide by.
I think I know where this is going.
My man is cursed.
Cursed.
You are cursed.
All right. There you go. You're on natural when it comes to your...
No, I cannot. I have no patience for it.
For anybody with extensions? Men with extensions.
Men with extensions. Okay. Women, do your thing.
Yeah.
Men, if you're going to have...
Especially if it looks good.
If you're a man with long hair, you damn sure better grow it.
I love that.
Come on now. Or cut your freaking hair.
I love... Byron, you need to come in with extensions on Monday. Just to test B. Scott on this.
Do it or don't.
Byron's like the nicest guy in the building ever.
Until he puts extensions in his hair. And then all of a sudden, my man is cursed.
Byron, do it.
I think my dad will look at me crazy.
Yeah.
As he should.
Because usually, I'll let him know, hey, I'm leaving for work and stuff. I'm pretty sure he will just look back and go, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Going to work.
He figured he raised you right, and then all of a sudden you're a grown man out here with hair extensions.
I got me a B. Scott I got to go piss off.
Yeah, man.
All right, so there you go. So the theory holds for all but Justin Verlander, who's just basically living out his old man dream of cashing big checks. Yeah, I can live with that.
Look, all of us want to be Justin Verlander in some form or fashion.
In a lot of ways.
You want to be overpaid in your last 3 years or whatever it is you do?
Right,
Let's do that.
Yeah. Yeah, poor guy has to go home to his supermodel wife with all those 4-11, all those losses in San Francisco.
Oh, I'm so cursed. I'm 100 millionaire, and I'm with Kate Upton.
With Kate Upton as my wife.
Oh, I do.
Oh. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. We haven't done one in a while, but we got to keep this vibe going with the Astros. 5 reasons I hate you, Chicago White Sox. We will do that coming up next.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introduce. 881-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We haven't done this recently, but 5 reasons I hate you. It's a football season staple. It's something that we heard in focus groups that our listeners really enjoy. It turns out that our listenership, at least a big chunk of it, can be just as petty as I can.
Yeah.
Or Seth. Or the pettiness world that I'm pulling you into. Boy, I loved how much pettiness you had for Garrett Cole in that previous segment.
Garrett Cole. I had a little bit for Fromber at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't pull any punches, man. Look, I try to just be as genuine as I can, man. If I like you, I like you. But if I don't, I really don't.
Yeah.
And I don't like those guys.
Yeah, good.
Just don't.
Okay, well, let's get ready here.
Let's do this.
This one may be a little harder for you because I know that there are some roots up there in that part of the country.
I'll make it work.
I know you will.
Yeah,
I know you will.
they also are a little tough. They like to fight there sometimes.
They do.
So
They do.
I gotta get my game face on.
And this just in, they're good at baseball again.
Yeah.
That's not a reason. I mean, okay, reason 5A. The White Sox are good at baseball again. All right, that's reason 5A.
Yeah, what are they doing?
Yeah. Reason number 5, though. 5 reasons I hate you, White Sox. This is a Chicago thing as much as it is a White Sox thing. Some of these are going to be general Chicago stuff.
Yeah.
The people up there, and I can attest to this because I lived in Naperville for 3 years. I go back to Chicago, or at least I used to, a fair amount when my kids all lived there. My kids all went to high school up in Chicago and middle school. So I would visit them frequently when I was down here doing radio in Houston. The people up there act like the cold weather builds character.
Man, they got to psych themselves out somehow, I think.
They act,
Get
they
outta here.
say it builds character. No, it doesn't. It builds frostbite. It builds pneumonia.
It builds frustration because why is it so damn cold?
It builds anger.
Yeah, anger is the word.
Yeah.
Angry.
Yeah, it doesn't build character at all.
It builds polar vortex. You know?
Yeah, yes.
Like,
I will take your word for it.
Like, what is that about?
Right.
Yeah, no, they literally had a polar vortex during COVID.
Yep.
Yeah, because that guy from Empire ended up faking that attack in Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
He said he was attacked by MAGA zealots, and it turned out it was like 2 Nigerian dudes that he hired or something like that. But it was like in the middle of a polar vortex.
Polar vortex.
Like that, and just did not character.
No.
That was just stupid.
No. So that's reason number 5.
Yes.
Stop it with there being anything positive about cold weather, and especially Chicago cold weather. With that wind whipping off the lake, get the hell out of here.
I'd even go further and say, even if it did build character, well, in that case, character is overrated.
Character's overrated.
To hell with you and your character,
I hope
dude.
character gets cursed.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Get out of here with your character.
All right, number 4. They've got this annoying little brother complex going on with the Chicago Cubs.
Yeah.
Where it's one of those little brother things where they claim to be equals and rivals with them. But they do that thing where when you're the little brother, you've got to spend an extra 20 minutes explaining the whole thing.
Yeah.
The Cubs don't need to explain anything. The Cubs are the alpha in that rival.
The Cubs are, exactly, they're the alpha, and they're almost like, they're so much the alpha to where they don't even really much consider the other side.
Right.
You ever see the one-sided rivalry where one side hates the other one way more than that side even cares about the other, or about their existence, much less hate them?
It's called Notre Dame and Boston College.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. Sorry, Tyler. There's a little bit of that with Texas and Texas A&M. You know?
I think so, yeah.
So, yeah, there's that.
Yeah, they claim to be like the real baseball fans in Chicago. Like Chicago, the Cubs fans are all just a bunch of yuppies that aren't even from here.
Right.
They live in nice brownstones near Wrigley.
Front runners.
We're the real fans. All right, so that's number 4. Number 3. Go back and Google Chicago White Sox 1979. These are the worst uniforms in the history of baseball. Now, this is back when the White Sox were owned by, I believe, Bill Veeck was his name. And he was one of these owners that was kind of half carny, half owner, where he had a little person play for the team at one time. Are you looking at the uniforms?
I am.
There's like these clam digger uniforms, man.
I'm looking at the uniforms and I'm listening to you say that they had a little person play on the team.
Yeah, I don't think the little person played in those uniforms.
Yeah, just for whatever reason, looking at the uniforms and hearing you say that at the same time just tickled me.
Uniforms had big collars on them, like collars that you would see on a 1970s polyester disco shirt. Those you're only looking at the jersey, B. Scott. They played seasons in shorts.
Oh, my God.
In shorts. I can't think of Chet Lemon back in the day without thinking of him playing in clam digger unis with shorts. Horrible.
This is. I would say this goes against their sort of tough guy mantra and persona that they've got.
Right.
Not wearing uniforms like
Dude,
that.
They're a propeller hat away from being the class nerd in those things.
Man, I kind of want to give the guy a wedgie. Just cause.
Yeah, just cause.
Yeah, man.
Yep. All right, so that's number 3. Number 2, this is an organization that has not only had him as their manager twice, but has treated him like an icon. The most annoying manager of all time, Tony La Russa. Is there a more annoying boomer, old guy, curmudgeonly, probably now octogenarian? He was their manager not all that long ago, and he was one of these guys too that was just gut feel, old school.
Yeah.
Tony La Russa is an annoying human being.
Yeah, unwritten rules of the game.
Yes.
Probably like all of those sort of things. Yeah, and holier than thou seemingly, but also has like skeletons, which I'm not even judging that part. It's the holier than thou with the skeletons part of it. Yeah, man, Tony La Russa, and look, White Sox fans know this, but we're talking to the people of Houston. Even when this guy wasn't managing, he's always kind of had Jerry Reinsdorf's ear. So he kind of had like that Jeff Bagwell, Reggie Jackson sort of vibe of like an advisor to the owner, even when he wasn't managing.
Yes. So Tony La Russa and the way the White Sox lionize him.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah.
Number 1's an easy one, and it's Houston, and this is the most Houston-specific thing we can come up with that has to do with the White Sox. 2005, the World Series, and not just because the Astros lost the World Series to the White Sox. It was probably the closest sweep in the history of team sports sweeps.
Yeah.
Every game was close.
Yeah.
These two teams were very even teams, and the timing of it, too, because you knew it was the end of the line for the Killer Bees.
Yes.
Who, to that point in the history of the franchise, were 1-2 in terms of you. And I think it was a pretty big drop-off after that.
Yeah.
Like no disrespect to Nolan Ryan and Mike Scott, Cesar Cedeno, and many, many others.
No, these were the clear guys.
They were attached at the hip. They came in at about the same time. You knew, you had a pretty good feeling, at least, that both were going to Cooperstown someday. And this was the last chance for two guys that, A, had been to the playoffs a bunch of times, and B, had not had success in the playoffs ever.
Yeah, and the part that really sucks for me, like thinking back on it, so I think I was a junior in high school when this was. And I just reflect back on it to the point that you're making about how close the games were. It goes down as one of the more forgettable World Series for a lot of people, though, because it was a sweep. And I think a lot of people the further we get from it, a lot of people forget how close it was, that it was such a close sweep. I feel like if the Astros had gotten a game or two, that World Series itself would be reflected on a lot more fondly.
Flips a little bit, maybe. Yeah. If there were a Marwin Gonzalez home run
right,
to kind of flip the tide, I still feel that the Marwin Gonzalez home run in Game 2 of the 2017 World Series has a case as the most important hit in the history of the franchise.
Ooh, I like that. Because
he doesn't hit that home run to tie it. For those who don't recall, they were down by 1 run in the 9th inning, and Kenley Jansen was on the mound. And at that time, and I know Kenley Jansen's still doing his thing, he was a hammer back then.
No, he was the guy. He was the closer.
He was
the preeminent closer in baseball.
And Marwin Gonzalez on the road hits a home run to tie that game, and they go on to win in extra innings. I think if they lose that game, they might have gotten swept in that series.
Yeah. Since we're talking 2017, I do think it's worth mentioning again on the road.
Oh, yeah.
Because I like that you said that.
Yeah.
It was on the road.
Yeah, Marwin was really good at home that year.
He was really good at home that year. But make this happen on the road. And look.
Marwin Gonzalez, cursed.
Yeah. I think
left for free agency.
You
yeah.
are Cast.
Yeah, you have to go back and listen to the previous segment.
I think so.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. It's a good point, though.
Yeah,
Marvin Gonzalez also cursed. But I'm glad you mentioned Game 2, though, because so much of the reflection, I think, with that series goes to the epic Game 5 that was.
Yes.
I think people, and I'll just speak for myself, actually, almost forget everything that happened before Game 5. So that's a good point of Marwin kind of having the marquee moment in franchise history.
They are talking on CBS Mornings right now about John Harbaugh's speech. not CBS, like not a sports show, not CBS Sports HQ. Their equivalent of Good Morning America. That's got Nate Burleson on there.
Yeah, CBS Good Morning or CBS Mornings or whatever it's
Their
called.
tease right now was John Harbaugh's introductory speech, a big flop, ? You know what John Harbaugh is learning? Is the very thing that he was trying to stress to his team. This is the New York Giants.
You damn right.
The New York Giants. He's finding that out. If he gives that speech like Jonathan Gannon did to the Arizona Cardinals,
no one knows.
No one knows.
Yeah, not outside the sports world.
Not outside the sports world. It's not mornings.
Absolutely not.
He's the coach of the New York Giants.
Yes.
And now you're going to get scrutinized for being a boring MFer, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right, that was fun. 5 Reasons I Hate You, White Sox. If you missed it, you can rewind on the free Odyssey app. Hey, pretty soon you'll be listening to it on crystal clear FM radio, 95.7 The Fan.
I heard something about that.
August 13th, B. Scott. Circle it.
Yeah. I've heard rumors.
Yep. They're true. Turns out they're true.
Yeah.
We're going over to FM, baby. 95.7 The Fan.
Huge if true.
It is true. All right, coming up next, the running back room. We talked a little bit about the running backs earlier today. We talked about them yesterday, too, in the training camp question of the day. What will the split look like? The reporter who actually put that out there earlier this week, Jane Slater, that said the carries are going to be split between Woody Marks, David Montgomery. Got a lot of people worked up. She explained herself, and we will hear what she had to say about that coming up next.
If you're
Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. What would be for you, B. Scott? Brandon Scott in for Seth Payne. By the way, we're going to do Take a Mania at the top of the hour. This week's Take a Mania. Vince Goodwill defending his championship. So you're kind of in Seth's place. Seth is the one who is the judge and jury.
Yeah.
So don't feel any pressure.
No, I actually am really looking forward to this because I had some objections to the conclusion that y'all came to last week. I would have voted differently.
Yeah, and I am going to let you re-adjudicate that one, I think, too. So we'll save that for top of the hour. What is your, in a perfect world, assuming health, what does your ideal split look like between Woody Marks and David Montgomery?
Assuming health, perfect world, it would be, I'd get closer to 65-35, somewhere in the 60-40, 65-35 range.
That's kind of where I am,
I think it should be slightly more, but not drastic. I mean, my take on it, Sean, is that neither guy is so great to where I'm like, hey, that guy's got to get all the carries.
Yeah.
But also, neither guy is so terrible to where I'm like, hey, I'm worried if he's getting too many carries. So
Right.
they're sort of like David Montgomery's clearly better than Woody Marks and has more pelts on the wall and is more accomplished. But I feel like they're a similar tier back. Even though they're different stylistically, I feel like they're a similar tier back.
It's an interesting conversation, too, because most of the time people think split and it's just carries. I think that what Woody Marks brings to the table as a receiver, kind of what he wasn't really allowed to bring to the table as a receiver last year because he was just too big a necessity in the conviction.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like touches as opposed to carries. If Woody Marks can be in this offense it feels like they drafted him to be, or at least what he was at USC, where he caught a bunch of balls.
Yeah, or even it feels so far back now, but his first catch with the Texans, I'm trying to think if that was week 2 against the Bucks, but it went for like 20+ yards.
Yeah.
Like it showed early signs of being a pretty good thing, and they just weren't, to be fair to them, they weren't really able to do it because of personnel. He was not able to be that scat back.
No.
He had to be their bell cow.
Well, and one of the 2 touchdowns they scored against Kansas City, we know the one touchdown that won the game was Dare coming in for 1 carry in that game and getting into the end zone. In one of the many times Woody Marks had to leave the field because he got banged up.
Yeah.
But Woody had scored the first touchdown on that little play where he leaked out of the backfield and there was nobody near him. So I would love to see some of that. I'd love to see Nick Caley get to use him more in that manner. Jane Slater of the NFL Network had reported earlier this week just a general, hey, the Texans are going to be splitting carries with their top 2 backs without applying a ratio to it or anything. So a lot of Texan fans and media were just running with that and assuming that it meant an even split or it meant this or that. She had a chance to clarify herself a little bit on the NFL Network yesterday. Here's what Jane Slater had to say about the Texans' backfield.
The vision, keep in mind, we have not seen these guys in pads yet on the field. The vision in Houston is that they are going to split time there. And that's because if you look at what Woody Marks in without a great offensive line, with some of the struggles on offense, he still had 703 yards, a little over 900 from scrimmage. A source told me that this is not going to be necessarily a 50-50 split because health, game flow, matchups, they all dictate the touches. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be meaningful roles for both. And honestly, that's where the NFL has been trending. Over the last 5 seasons, I pulled some numbers from our stats. 15 teams have had 2 different running backs eclipse 700 rushing yards. And the 5 years before that, just 5 teams. It's become less and less about that one workhorse and more about keeping 2 backs fresh and productive.
Okay, I do like that last part. I like the research that she did was interesting.
Yeah,
that we're living in an age now where teams are realizing it's almost like load management in basketball, like a similar thing where it's like we just have we're much more in tune with what the physiological part of the tread on the tire is.
Yeah, and that research also tracks with my feeling of it, right? Just from watching football and following football. Like I would say this, I would much rather have 2 backs that I trust than like 1 great back, if that makes sense. And look, I would take 1 great back. Don't get me wrong. I love the Joe Mixon year. Like Saquon Barkley's amazing. Jameer Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, these guys are amazing. But if you can give me 2 backs that I can trust, Hell, I'll get greedy. Give me 3.
Yeah.
Like give me a rotation of backs, knowing, to your point, the physiology of it, the injury history and all of that, the lifespan of a multi guys that can go out there and get the job done.
Well, especially if they've got a little bit of diversity to their skill sets.
Exactly right.
I think that's what works so well in Detroit with David Montgomery is he was the hammer, and he was the thunder, if you will, and Jahmyr Gibbs was the lightning, but not to where there wasn't any overlap with their skill set. I think David Montgomery probably has an element to his game where he can catch the ball out of the backfield.
Just as Woody Marks has an element to his game that we learned last year where he actually can run between the tackles.
Physically, yeah.
Yeah, he's a little bit more physical than I think we were giving him credit for in the beginning, even if we can also acknowledge that he shouldn't be the bell cow, the every down back.
Are you a big eater of eggs? Do you eat eggs in the morning? I'm a big egg eater.
I do.
Man.
It's actually it is my best dish. It is the thing that I cook best.
Eggs?
Yeah.
Of all varieties, or is there a specific motif? Are you the chef's kiss of scrambled?
Yeah, I'm a chef's kiss of scrambled. That's my best. But I can do all varieties, but I prefer them scrambled, so I scramble them.
Do you like a good omelet?
I love me a good omelet.
I love me a good omelet, too. I love going after the show. You and I have broken bread at the old Avalon Diner before.
That's right.
I love going and eating an omelet after the show and got my AirPods in. I'm listening to In the Loop. I'm writing my Houston Press article. I look up at the TV screen earlier in the show. There's a recall on 19 million eggs in this part of the United States?
Yeah, particularly this part of the United States.
What the
Texas
hell, man?
being included in that heat map, if you will.
Yeah.
And I'm not a fan.
I'm not either.
I'm not a fan.
The lettuce recall I can deal with because I don't eat any lettuce. To me, that's a validation of what I've been telling.
Well, it sucks for me, Sean, because I eat both.
Yeah.
I eat lettuce. I eat lettuce on sandwiches, and I eat eggs, just period. I just like eggs.
I saw this egg report, and I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm just going to eat candy. That's what I'm going to do. That feels safe.
Our big boss, Sarah, posted a video on her Instagram stories of a comedian doing the joke of the healthy food, the produce is going to kill us.
Yeah.
Because that's what keeps getting recalled or having diseases in it or, whatever, bacteria or whatever in it.
It's the equivalent of like there was an actor back in the day named George Burns who was a big-time Hollywood actor. He lived to be like 101. You never saw the guy without a cigar and some hard drink in his hand.
Guys were built different back then, I think.
Yeah, I think so, too.
Something about it. But yeah, it's like, I don't know.
Can I ask, I just want to ask a favor. Real quick, of whoever is collecting these eggs that are getting recalled, I'm assuming they're just destroying them. Can I come get them and just, throw the eggs at things, people's houses and things like that? I think that's the way we need to. Don't just put them in an incinerator or something like that.
Don't waste the eggs. Put them to good use.
Let's cross over with the segment we did earlier. Let's take the eggs, recalled. Nobody's going to eat them, so we can transport them. We don't have to worry about the expiration date on them. Apparently, they're already damaged in terms of being able to eat them. And let's drive up and go find Garrett Cole's house and just egg his house with all the called back viral-laden eggs.
I'm going to have to take back something that I said earlier in the show.
What's that?
You are making... I like Sean's America, or in this case, Houston. I like Sean's Houston. This is the place where we'll take the recalled eggs. Look, feds. Houston, we got this.
Yeah.
All right?
Right.
We're going to take whatever our percentage of these recalled eggs are. We're not going to waste them. We're not going to let you take them away. No. In this city, under the Sean Pendergast administration, we will be egging things.
There's emotional repair that can go on in this city.
Yes.
We can take these recalled eggs and get a positive out of these things.
I think so.
And for those who are wondering why Brandon Scott was wondering about my mayoral chops earlier in the show, it's because at the original Carrabba's last night, as I was wearing a suit, was mistaken by one person for Mayor Whitmire.
Yeah.
Because apparently all bald people look the same to this person.
That's a deep cut for y'all to go on the Odyssey app and check out the first
the
segment.
6 o'clock segment was pretty good today.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Well, I'm with this, though. I'm with this element of your platform.
So you're going to be my chief of staff?
Yeah, man.
Okay, good. You were going to be anyways.
Are you kidding me?
Oh.
You think I wouldn't get in on this?
B. Scott, I need you to go execute Operation Egg Cole.
Look, man, as the son of somebody who was a city employee, I would be looking forward to a new day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gambling, day drinking.
Yes.
Cigars. That's what this is. And egging. the houses of people who have wronged us in free agency.
You know who I did think about, though, and had a little sympathy for? The bartender community. We're going to put a serious tax on them. Like they're not their actually, but like their working hours.
Yeah.
The bartenders are going to be very hard at work under Sean Pendergast's Houston.
Well, the other thing that happens under Sean Pendergast's regime, I can tell you, if we're just mirroring the behaviors of one Sean Pendergast, people will tip well.
That's true.
People will tip well.
That's true.
I might create laws about tipping. People may not like that. I understand I might not win the election.
It's okay, Seth.
But I think the common man, people who work in tippable industries, will see me as a hero when I become mayor.
I support this as well because I firmly believe either you tip well or stay your ass at home.
That's exactly right.
And I'm perfect. If I don't have the tip money, I'm perfectly fine with staying home.
But
I'm not going to go out and shortchange a server.
No, man. No.
I think this is a very principled campaign.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Are you ready to be the mayor of Take-A-Mania for
I
us?
cannot wait.
Okay, good. Let's do it. Take-A-Mania. Vince Goodwill, basketball analyst for ESPN, is the current champ. We'll play his current title-holding take, but we've got a handful of bad takes trying to take down the champ. We do it every week on a Friday. We'll do that coming up next.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Take a Mania. We'll get to the worst takes of the week in just a second. And we'll play the champion here. I want to hit a text page. Text number is still 713-572-4610. I don't know if that's what it's going to remain. We've got a lot of people ask about that. I don't know if we've thought as far ahead as what phone numbers and things like that are going to be.
If anything changes, we'll let y'all know. But for now, just stick with that.
There's been a lot of meticulous planning going on with this switch over to 95.7 The Fan.
Yeah.
And you've been involved with a lot of the social media side of it, obviously.
Exactly. The social media and just the kind of the look of it all and just helping get it all implemented.
It's going to be so fun, man.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
It really is.
August 13th, 8 a.m. The countdown is at 8 a.m. here. The switchover officially happens 8 a.m. the day of the Texans' first preseason game of the 2026 preseason.
And as we've shared with the public already, we'll still be here on 6:10 a.m., which is in my mind, and not to jump the gun because we haven't announced this part yet, but in my mind, there's no reason to change the text number because we're still 610.
Yeah.
713-572-4610 still rings true or works.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
that's true.
We'll see what the company wants to do, but it still makes sense.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see. We in the previous segment just talked about the egg recall that's going on. 19 million eggs in the kind of south central part of the United States, it looked like. And Texas being right in the middle of it.
Do not love that.
No, I don't either. Someone said that's why I own chickens. Eggs taste way better. I've heard that before from people who have their own. My daughter in high school built a chicken coop for a science project.
Yep.
And had her own, and then those chickens provided eggs for my kids.
Yeah, and I support that. I also would like to just live in a world where I can just go buy the eggs and feel pretty good about it.
That would be good too.
You know what I mean? Just feel good about whatever omelet you order or whatever omelet you make,
and buy them at prices that they've been at lately, not the ones that a couple years. Remember when eggs were
I do.
Even the eggs, the store eggs that are normally $1.69 a dozen.
Yeah, they were $4.
They were $4.29.
Yeah.
And I love eggs, man.
Yeah.
I love eggs.
It tripped me out because I can remember being a cashier at Walgreens in the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
And, if they would be $1.99, people would lose their mind, It's $2 for some eggs?
Yeah.
And it's no. Just let me tell you about what 20 years from now is going to look like.
Kids, gather around. Let me tell you about 2025.
Yeah.
When eggs were $4.29 a dozen.
They were like the new gas prices.
Yes, they were.
If you're old enough to remember when gas was $1 or less.
Oh, I tell you what my wife, if I were elected mayor, I learned last night what she would want me to do is issue sanctions and heavy taxes on those gas stations that are right in those strategic parts of San Felipe.
Oh, yeah.
And the Loop, where they're charging $1.50 more a gallon because they're in a spot where, for people who may be driving there, it might be worth it for them. They may just go, all right, I'll pay a little more. I just don't feel like driving somewhere where there's a gas station.
She is so right. Because every time I have to get gas, if I forget to get gas where I normally get it and I'm just stuck where I've got to get it, I always feel like I've been played or I've played myself.
Yeah.
So
she would have me take down those people.
Yeah, she is
the day that I become mayor.
She is a smart woman,
and not just the body double for the current mayor.
No.
As I was flagged last night at Carrabba's.
Yeah, as a body double, you have no institutional power.
All right, you ready to play these candidates for Take a Mania?
Let's do it.
Here is the current champ for Take a Mania. This is Vince Goodwill of ESPN. Basically chastising Victor Wembanyama for taking less money than he could have if he signed his max deal next year.
The problem is the Spurs have 3 potential max players on their roster. Victor Wembanyama, Steph Castle, Dylan Harper. Victor Wembanyama maybe can make up that 5% with his Nike deal and everything else. But does that mean Dylan Harper and Steph Castle, they have to take less because Victor Wembanyama took less? I have yet to see anybody buy a jersey that says, we save money on the back of it. I've yet to see somebody buy a jersey that says, cap space and flexibility. You're coming to see Victor Wembanyama, and you're watching these players. They have a very finite period of time to maximize their earnings potential. I know Victor Wembanyama's an alien and everything else. He's going to get every dollar that's owed to him, but I don't know if I want to applaud this, because I'll tell you this. When's the last time we asked an owner to sacrifice some money or whatever it is, or ownership groups to sacrifice money for the sake of winning? The fact that you're putting players in a spot where they have to be both player and executive, give them 2 salaries then, because they're doing 2 people's jobs, and I don't like that.
I don't care where you're saying they're doing 2 people's jobs. The part there towards the end, and we'll get to the candidates here. We don't need to re-adjudicate this. The part at the end where he's like, when do we ask the owners to sacrifice money? I'm like, when you ask them to go over the luxury tax.
Yeah.
That's when you're asking them to sacrifice more money.
Yeah, that's
like,
it.
What are we talking about here?
Yeah, and I mean, they are, far be it for me to side with the owners, because that's just not my style.
Sure.
But they are funding the thing.
Yeah. When do we ask them to sacrifice money? Payday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a weird, kind of a weird way of looking at it.
Capitalism, yeah.
He also made it sound like somebody twisted Victor Wembanyama's arm in the tape. Like, was he held hostage and at gunpoint to sign this deal or something?
Right. Or that someone like Dylan Harper or Stephon Castle can't choose to go somewhere else if they want to and actually go get more money.
Or like they're the ones who, I don't know. It's like they didn't. It's not like they asked him to do this. Or like they can't still get the max deals that they would be worth.
All right. So I'm going to play a couple of the new takes here first.
Yeah,
you will get a bite at the apple on Kendrick Perkins. Do not worry, my friend. But the current champ is Vince Goodwill. This is Tom Brady being asked to give his Mount Rushmore of GOATs. Man, keep in mind, how many faces on Mount Rushmore, Brandon Scott?
4.
4 faces on Mount Rushmore.
All the ones that I've seen, anyway.
Same. Brady got taught different, I guess, back in the day.
Who is your Mount Rushmore of GOATs?
Michael Jordan. He was my childhood idol. He was unbelievable. Obviously, I loved Kobe Bryant. I still love Kobe Bryant. Tiger, his competitiveness, what Roy McIlroy's done, I love that. Shohei Ohtani, what he's done has been unbelievable. Barry Bonds. He went to my high school and him on up. Michael Phelps, I love him. Michael Johnson. Asia Wilson from my Las Vegas Aces. I love her. She's amazing. Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, this little thing they got going. I love that. It's been really exciting.
Okay.
I counted 10 names.
There were 11.
11? Okay.
It would be understandable to lose track.
Yeah,
He's firing them off.
I ran out of fingers.
That's right.
That's what happened.
I'm looking down at my hands, and I count 10.
Yeah.
He named 23, Brandon. Well, I ran out of fingers.
Yikes.
What do you want? So, I mean, this is just. I don't know if it's a misinterpretation or he's just afraid to only name 4.
Yeah, that's still pretty bad.
That Angel Reese even wound up in a conversation of GOATs. Did you hear him at the end?
Yeah. So, because he was doing a thing there where it was like he changed the argument in the conversation.
Right.
Because like Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark's rivalry, what does that have to do with being a GOAT?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. All right.
Yeah.
Is this worse than Vince Goodwill?
I do think it's worse.
You do?
I do think
we
it's
got
worse.
a new champ.
Yeah.
All right. Look at Judge and Jury B. Scott. He has no patience for this, man.
10 to 11 people on a Mount Rushmore for somebody who already should actually be on the Mount Rushmore of GOATs?
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
All right.
It's pretty bad.
Byron, I wasn't listening. Did we played the pin on that one, right? 1, 2, 3 pin. Okay, good. Yeah, Brady pinning Vince Goodwill. He hooked the leg.
Yeah.
Pinned him.
Got him.
All right. Next one. Let's play it again. The John Harbaugh pep talk to his team, the New York Giants.
Welcome, man. Good to see you. Excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A little nervous?
Nope.
A little nervous? A little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. Give it a sick kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches? Certainly, yeah. It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early, we were late, getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So
not so much a take, but just an opportunity to play that one more time.
He is going to survive this one because the takes weren't really much a take. Like, he didn't say anything controversial or wrong or inaccurate. He just sounded like an old man who forgot what he was supposed to say or what he wanted to really say.
So it's not good enough for Take-A-Mania.
It's good enough to be in Take-A-Mania, but it's not good enough to really compete with some of the truly poor takes that are in this category.
Yeah, no, he's a jabroni in this case. He's going to get he's not going to pin Tom Brady here.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's going to kick out.
Yeah.
Can he do it? Cover!
Yeah. I think we should have gotten a 2 count for that one.
And as we mentioned, this was so bad. This Harbaugh thing was so bad that it was good.
Well, it'll get played again on the station. Not today. We've played it 3 times already.
But it was so bad that it was excellent.
He's going to get asked about it, too. You know, that happens a lot of times with these guys. When they have these moments like this and they get asked about it, boy, I'm trying to think of what... Liam Cohen gets asked about the Duval thing all the time.
Yeah.
Duval.
Sirianni, back when he got hired, I want to say was asked about
got asked about his press conference quite a bit.
You remember Adam Gase and the eye thing? Which I don't remember what it, like medical or whatever.
That might have been a medical condition. I don't know.
But it was a thing.
It went viral.
It was a viral moment.
Yeah, it went viral.
Yeah.
Harbaugh's going to get... Harbaugh, at the very least, is hearing about... he's catching heat from his buddies that are screen-grabbing CBS mornings talking about it and stuff.
If they are truly his buddies.
If Jim Harbaugh hasn't clowned him about the scrutiny that speech is getting, then I lost all respect for Jim Harbaugh.
Well, so he should be clowning him because they're brothers and that's his job. But I could see Jim Harbaugh being the one person that saw that and thought it was okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, like, you really got him.
I think Jim would have really leaned into the screaming of the New York Giants even more.
He would have been a lot better and more convincing, and I think I agree with you that he would have leaned into it more, but I think that this would have been kind of his jam.
Yeah.
I do think so.
All right, let's get this one in here. This is Jake Paul, brother of Logan Paul, YouTuber, boxer.
Yeah.
Jake Paul saying that he's gotten calls from NFL teams.
Talks through your plan to get to the NFL more?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like when I started boxing, it's funny to see the tweet and deleters out there, the non-believers, the naysayers. Shout out to Drake. I think there's a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes, a lot of people dropping passes on a consistent basis. I have better hands than them. I'm faster than them. I'm stronger than them. I work harder than them. Really, all it's going to take is just me after boxing, practicing some routes. I have a couple teams and coaches that I've already talked to that are interested in bringing me on to the team. It's really going to be quite easy.
Do you have a dream team you'd like to play for?
I mean, I'd love to go to the Cleveland Browns. Been a Browns fan my whole entire life. My mom is a diehard Browns fan, and I think they could use some good receivers over there. Number 17, Browns reserve the jersey now. Thank you.
Okay. This is okay. You're going to make the decision on this, B. Scott. This, like I do with Seth, I normally inject a little bit of my opinion into it and then leave it up to him. And this is as a wrestling fan. Jake Paul's not the WWE guy in the family. Logan Paul is, but they're cut from the same cloth.
Yes.
The question becomes: is that a take, or is that somebody trying to rile up the internet crowd like a wrestling heel would do?
Yeah, because it's like no way he believes any of this stuff that he's saying, right?
He can't.
But however, the Paul brothers are notoriously delusional and absurd and ridiculous. So he also might. Who knows?
And they make things happen too, man. Logan Paul first came on. If I'm wrong, Logan Paul came into WWE as an attraction, just like a one-off kind of thing. And he got in the ring, and they watched him, and they're like, holy crap, this guy needs to be on our roster. He's really amazing, right?
Yeah, because when I started watching wrestling, it was because of, like, you and Ron and stuff. So I was there kind of late. Like, I think he was already performing in the ring because he already had fought Roman and stuff. So,
yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay. Hey, but he's a great performer, Logan Paul.
Oh, yeah, dude. You have to see the springboard backflip he did, B. Scott, at SummerSlam a couple years ago.
You know what? I have seen that. I have seen that.
Onto a table. Like, it's crazy stuff, man.
They are actually... Not to give them too much credit, but the Paul brothers are actually pretty good athletes.
Yes. Oh, yeah, they are.
They're good athletes.
They're good athletes. Okay, so does this, because I want to make sure we get Perk in here for you, is this Take-A-Mania champion worthy?
Yeah, I actually think this is worse.
We've had 2 title changes in B. Scott's tenure as the judge and jury.
This fool say I just got to practice some routes. He's 29
So
years
you don't
old.
care that it might have been just to rile up the internet.
Nah,
Those words came out of his mouth.
It's so stupid.
And thus.
Like if you just take the take in a vacuum, it is awful. This is way worse than not knowing how many are on a Rushmore, on a Mount Rushmore.
Real quick, this one we're about to play is ineligible for the title because we adjudicated it already.
Okay.
But you thought this should have won the title in a squash match, basically.
This would have been the
week.
defending champion had I ruled the world.
This is last week, Kendrick Perkins saying that on the heels of Jalen Brunson winning 4 ESPYs, that the ESPYs are the reason why he's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I grew up in a household and they used to always make me sit at the table and say, you better not get up until you finish your food. That's exactly what Jalen Brunson did. He finished his food. And look, with all those accomplishments, last night cemented him as a first ballot Hall of Famer, as a future first ballot Hall of Famer. You can't tell me with all of those accomplishments that happened just this year that when Jalen Brunson retires, that he's not going to be walking right into the Hall of Fame. I hope I'm there. Hope I get the invite.
Wait. The ESPYs you think is what
that ESPYs honor is what cemented it, Perk?
First ballot Hall of Famer.
No, every single thing.
Okay,
Best
good enough.
athlete.
Good enough. I just want to make sure we got Shea Cornette and Windy being incredulous about what he said. You've got a minute right now. We're up against it, so go ahead and cut your promo on Kendrick Perkins right here.
What is Kendrick Perkins talking about? The ESPYs as an award? Like, this would have been a more accurate take, a more suitable take, had Jalen Brunson hosted the ESPYs, but not winning ESPYs, right? Like, the ESPYs, that's not that. Those are, I don't know if Kendrick Perkins knows this or not, but those aren't real, actual sports awards. It's a nice show.
There's a trophy involved.
There's a trophy.
Somebody picked him.
Cool, but they're not. They're award show awards, not sports awards, right? So the ESPYs, it's got a red carpet, it's got a comedian as a host. It is the sports version of the Grammys, Emmys, or whatever, right? But it ain't real sports awards. It's awards that supplement guys and players and athletes who have already won the real actual awards. So I don't know if Kendrick Perkins knows this, but nothing has changed since the Knicks won the championship and Jalen Brunson won the Finals MVP to now them getting the coronation at the ESPYs. So nothing has changed.
So if he was a fringe Hall of Famer, what I'm hearing you say, correct me if I'm wrong, if Jalen Brunson were a fringe Hall of Famer after dominating the postseason this year, that the ESPYs didn't put it over the top for you.
I just can't wait to hear a story from John McClain sitting around with his Hall of Fame voting buddies and somebody doing a presentation, or John McClain himself doing the J.J. Watt presentation and being like, did you see what he did at the ESPYs?
JJ,
did you see how he cleaned up?
He's probably won an ESPY at some point.
I'd imagine so. He's won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards, so I imagine he has.
I got to text McClain and see if the ESPYs have ever been brought up in Pro Football Hall of Fame talks.
I just hope that J.J. Watt has enough ESPYs to push him over.
Me too.
What is this?
I'd like to see him go into Canton someday.
This was god-awful.
All right. Adam Schefter gave kind of his take and update on the top 2 picks of the 2020, or the Texans' top 2 picks in the 2023 draft. He is still clinging to the contract for C.J. Stroud thing happening. And he also talks about Will Anderson Jr. We've got Schefter coming up for you next, but
2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Here was Adam Schefter on the. I think this is his podcast that he does with Ty Schmidt, who's part of McAfee's crew. They were chatting on the Zoom yesterday, and Adam Schefter is one of the guys who still seems to be clinging to the notion that C.J. Stroud could get a contract extension before the start of the 2026 season. Here's Schefter, the latest in his mind on C.J. Stroud.
Well, first of all, I think the big question this summer will be if and when they can get an extension done, a contract extension for C.J. Stroud, who was great early on, who was good last year, had a terrible playoff game that everybody remembers. That's the lasting image. And so when you hear an extension for C.J. Stroud, yeah, I think they want to keep him there. It won't surprise me if they tie him up. And this defense is so good.
It would surprise me if they tied him up.
It would surprise me very much.
At this stage. Would it surprise? It would surprise me if they tied him up. I guess the question would be, from an emotional standpoint, how would I feel about it as a fan of the Texans? As a fan of I like C.J. Stroud. I understand the two sides not having come to an agreement on anything, or maybe they're even not. Maybe they're not even talking about it because the Texans are, they have a number over here. Mulugeta and CJ have a different number, and the two sides seem to be cordial in if there's any sort of disagreement over that, or maybe they're just both realizing the situation that it's better off for all parties involved to wait a year. Schefter seems to think, though, that this could happen.
Yeah, it seems confusing to me, though, because what is it? And I understand that it's a negotiation, and I understand how negotiations work, right? You go back and forth, there's counters. It's not like negotiations are just simple, cut and dry, especially when we're talking about this. It's not like the salaries are set or anything like that. So I get the back and forth nature of a negotiation, but even having said that, I would figure all of the back and forth would have happened by now, and if they were going to reach a deal before the season, I just don't get it. Why it wouldn't have happened already?
I guess if you're CJ, the question becomes: is there more unknown right now from CJ's side or from the Texans' side?
And the answer is yes.
The answer, there's unknown for both, just
right.
because of heading into year two of this offense, everything that's around them. I'm just coming at it from CJ's perspective, I guess. Like, is there? I think there's more the Texans want to know. Is there CJ Stroud wants to know about the Texans, and it could very well be that maybe if the Texans have made some sort of offer that is in the neighborhood financially, that CJ wants to go through training camp and just see what it feels like with all these new pieces on the line, second year in the system, or all these things that we're hearing about, this diligent offseason that he's had. Does it translate in training camp, that kind of thing? I'm just trying to come up with reasons. To me, the most obvious answer to this whole thing is that both sides need another year to go through the fire with each other.
Yeah, because I think it's actually a fair question to ask, and I'm not going to really quibble with anybody who falls on either side to ask a similar question to what you just did. Who's got more to prove to who?
Yeah.
Right? Like, does C.J. Stroud have more to prove to the Texans? I would argue that he's got plenty to prove after how the season ended in the playoffs last year. But I'd also argue that the Texans got plenty to prove to C.J. Stroud, considering what they've done with this offense from the line to the coaching staff.
Yep. Here's one more from Schefter. I will never turn down a chance to play audio of somebody saying Will Anderson is a beast.
So Will Anderson, I know people talk about him, but I think he's right there with Myles Garrett, to be perfectly honest. Like, that guy, Will Anderson, is a beast. And he is the heart of that Texans defense that should be about as good as any defense in the league. They also have to get their offensive line issues under control. They've put a lot of energy, effort, and resources into that offensive line. We'll see if they can protect C.J. Stroud.
All right. So there you go.
Yeah, I love Will Anderson Jr. He's going to have to do it a little bit longer to enter the chat. I get it, right? He's right there behind him in the Defensive Player of the Year voting. He seems to be on that type of trajectory for sure.
Yep, absolutely. All right, as everybody knows, we are, I say as everybody knows, like everybody, as most of you know, you haven't heard yet.
And if you don't know, you're about to know.
You're about to find out. Sports Radio 610 is becoming 95.7 The Fan come August 13th. 8 a.m. August 13th, we make the switch over to 95.7 The Fan. Station will still run here on Sports Radio 610. It'll become 610 The Fan that morning, but it'll simulcast on both stations. We've got an FM signal coming up now, so you don't need to worry about the HD anymore. It'll be 95.7 The Fan. I think people are really, really excited about that. I know we're very excited about that, obviously, here.
An element of it that I hadn't thought about until this morning, obviously, and again, not to diminish any of our products, but if you are someone who has ever been frustrated with the Odyssey app, which I would still encourage you to download if you haven't already, turn on notifications. You can check out our podcast and our rewind feature and all of that. A lot of cool stuff on the Odyssey app. But it's also caused a little frustration over the years. If you just want to keep it simple, come August 13th, again, you'll be able to just cut us on the FM dial. Won't have to deal with AM static or with app confusion. Just turn us on the radio.
Well put. I know this guy will be listening come August 13th at 8 a.m. for the switch over because he's been listening to this station forever like me. Larry's in staff.
What's going on, son? B. Scott? Hey, man, I know that anytime you two are together, man, and this is no offense or affront to anybody else, I love the chemistry, man, because you guys understand what H-Town is about. But I'm going to get to the fan part of this thing at the end. But let me talk about Adam Schefter real quick. He ain't the only one that think that C.J. Stroud is going to get a contract. I think it's going to get done by this weekend before they report to camp on Monday. And here's the reason why I'm going to say that to you. If you look around the league, do you want to go out there looking at any of these other raggedy-ass quarterbacks when you got a young 24-year-old quarterback that has taken you to the playoffs 3 straight years? No. They're going to sign C.J. Stroud to a max deal, and because C.J. Stroud in that game in New England, I don't give a damn how bad it was. We suffered through it, but all of that is over. I have told y'all many times, I do not want to be in the market looking for a quarterback, and if you look at the college landscape, because that fool Pavia or whoever just got cut by the Ravens, and he was in the Heisman class, I don't want nothing to have to do with none of these old sorry-ass quarterbacks that's coming through college now, because the NFL is a grown man's game, and C.J. has been in the game long enough now, 3 years, that we've seen the maturation. Plus, he's getting Tank back. Plus, he's getting some other wide receivers that's going to get some experience. So I'm all for them giving C.J. that max contract, because if any of you fools ever say to me that we want Baker Mayfield again, I am going to curse your ass nothing. Let's talk about Logan Paul and his old janky-ass brother. The only reason why I like Logan Paul is because he has gotten a lot of former boxers and a lot of people paid. They are a carnival barker. But you know what? If you could be a carnival barker and get Larry Stafford $60 million like he got Mike Tyson to fight his dumb ass, I'll be in the ring with Logan Paul ass too. Now, fellas, I've been a long-time Houstonian, and I've been a long-time radio listener throughout my life in this city. And I grew up in this city understanding that you don't take your ass to Stankadena, a.k.a. Pasadena. But I went to Pasadena several times as a high school student, and I put my radio on 95.7 The Fan. And that was KIKK back then, which we called it KKK, if you know what I mean. But we went to Pasadena. So going to Pasadena in my Cutlass Supreme as a young black man, I put it on 95.7. That's where I learned who George Strait, the king, was. That's who I learned who Garth Brooks came on the scene was. And that's who I learned that in Urban Cowboy, if you go back and look, I'm pretty sure that there was a KIKK shirt in that movie or a sticker somewhere. This is a huge move for you boys, man. And I could not be happier about it because I'm telling you, now that I don't have to switch between FM and AM, it's going to get a large dose of your boy from Stafford. And y'all might want to focus on that fan part of that damn name because I am a fan, and I'm a fan y'all ass to death when my boys start playing in a couple months. And
I appreciate you, Larry. I knew Larry'd be excited about that. I love the historic perspective on that. All right, we're up against it, so I do want to circle back to what Larry was saying about the quarterback thing, too.
Yes.
I got thoughts on Larry's thoughts on CJ. So Larry is predicting, we appreciate the phone call, Larry.
Max contract
this weekend.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud's going to sign a max contract before we find out where LeBron James is going to play.
I love the energy.
I do too. Let's circle back to that in the final segment of the show. We'll set up what this weekend looks like for the Astros. What does it need to look like on Monday for us to make a decision on buying or selling if you're the Houston Astros? We will get to that. Find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well. What's the question of the day? We'll do all of that. Final segment on a Friday coming up next.
Houston.
Pendergast.
All right, final segment coming up. Payne and Pendergast. B. Scott in for Seth Payne. B. Scott will be in with me Monday and Tuesday next week. And then Seth is back on Wednesday, which will be the beginning of training camp. First practice of training camp. I can't believe it's here. Was that offseason fast or slow for you, B. Scott?
It was actually kind of slow.
Really?
Yeah, it was kind of slow. I've been waiting for this for a long time, and I used basketball and whatever else was the World Cup and everything else to kind of get me by. But yeah, I'm ready, man.
I'm totally ready.
Yeah.
It just feels like yesterday that CJ threw all those picks against the New England Patriots.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel a little bit different, man, because I watched the game at the watch party at NRG,
Yeah.
and I don't know, for whatever reason now, that feels like a long time ago. All of the long faces, some of the profanity, some of the words that I was hearing people say about CJ was not a good feeling. Maybe it's because I've tried to put it past me, and so now it feels
it's
like
a
it was
defense
long ago.
mechanism.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. As I talk it out, I think that's what it is.
Okay, yeah. You went into shock.
Yeah.
You went CJ shock.
I kind of did.
Yeah.
I kind of did, yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait. Now, if you missed it, Larry and Stafford just called in the previous segment. On the heels of us playing Adam Schefter, saying that he thinks CJ may get a contract. We can reset that, actually. Byron, can you get the Schefter 1? Give me a thumbs up when you got it in there. Because I think it's still a big topic. And if there is no contract before the season starts, it's going to be a topic throughout the year.
Right.
If nothing else, I will make sure it's a topic because, as I was reminded by a listener, Joe Q, back in the day when Davis Mills was the starter back in 2022, on my old podcast, the Utopia podcast, I had a thing called the Davis Mills Replace-O-Meter.
Oh, wow.
And it was a kind of a fluid sort of numeric meter every week as
I
to
do remember this.
how close we should be to replacing Davis Mills, with 10 being swap him out now and 1 being he's the entrenched starter.
Right.
So each week after each game, it would be like, nope, it's at 3.2. Similarly, I think during the season after each game on Monday, we'll do the C.J. Stroud extendometer,
that's a good adjustment.
How close is he to getting a contract extension?
Yeah.
Not extensions like you hate people putting in their hair.
Yeah, no. C.J. Stroud, to his credit, grew his hair out like a man and then cut it like a man. So,
yes.
Yeah, no, he didn't do that.
There won't be that kind of. Here's Schefter said.
Well, first of all, I think the big question this summer will be if and when they can get an extension done, a contract extension for C.J. Stroud, who was great early on, who was good last year, had a terrible playoff game that everybody remembers. That's the lasting image. And so when you hear an extension for C.J. Stroud, I think they want to keep him there in Houston. It won't surprise me if they tie him up. And this defense is so good.
It won't. So the money there is it won't surprise me if they tie him up.
Yeah, huge if true. Huge if true.
Right?
Like if this
happens.
happens.
Huge if true.
Yeah, and then, of course, Larry came in double back with hey, they're going to get this done by the weekend. He put a little bit more sauce on it than Adam Schefter did.
Larry sounded like somebody who would be surprised if it doesn't get done this weekend.
Larry sounded like somebody that talked to David Mulugeta, maybe. Like with the confidence that he had, right?
He sounded like someone who talked to both sides.
Yeah, or Cal, Hannah, and David Mulugeta.
Yeah, all of them. They all,
and CJ.
Yeah, and he just pieced the whole thing together like a puzzle.
Shout out to you, Larry.
I'd be stunned. And the other thing Larry said was max contract, which we know that like the NBA is the one that I know what he meant. He meant like market setting contract. So. Which I think right now the market. I know Mahomes signed an extension where the new money was $64 million a year. I almost feel like Mahomes operates on a different plane than everybody else.
He does.
I still think that the market is Dak Prescott's $60 million a year.
Yes, because this is a good part to break down or to kind of go through, because even let's say that this is true. What Adam Schefter is saying is true, and what saying is partially true. That he just gets the extension. How do we feel? Obviously, you want the Texans to be in the best position to spend their money wisely and all of that stuff. We understand.
Yeah.
But in terms of how you feel about C.J. Stroud, do you feel a certain way or a type of way about how much he gets? Right? Like if you're unsure about C.J. Stroud, are you okay if he gets the extension, but it's not, to use Larry's term, max extension money?
Okay, so now we're getting into like what's the range here, where we start to because I can get super specific with numbers. I think, first of all,
what's the range that like bothers you or conversely makes you comfortable? Is I
think it's more about I'll say this, and I'm going to answer your question, I promise. But it's more about the guaranteed money than it is like the agent telling Schefter this is the contract. We know how that goes sometimes.
Yep, I'm with you.
I do think that if they do a deal with CJ, it's going to look a lot like these other deals that they've done, which is like a 3-year deal where it's almost all guaranteed. You know, that was Will Anderson's deal. Will Anderson is 3 years, $150 with like $135 guaranteed. Derek Stingley's deal is all but $1 million of it's guaranteed.
Yeah, like 89 of the 90 or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, like Jalen Petrie had a big chunk of his guaranteed. So I do think if there's a deal, because something like that does benefit CJ too. If he's confident enough in his ability to be the franchise quarterback, he gets an earlier bite at the apple again.
Yeah.
For me, I'll just put it this way. If they did a deal with CJ, if they did Will Anderson's deal with CJ Stroud, how about that? 3 years, $150, $135 million guaranteed. I would be fine with that. I wouldn't be over the moon about it. I would be fine with it. I wouldn't be nervous about it. Now, what would get me nervous is they're paying a lot of guys, and it gets harder to get out of a deal like that the more really good players you have that you're trying to pay. It really feels like they're doing their best to try to keep the band together here.
Yeah.
And then when I say the band, I'm talking like guys who haven't been signed yet. Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. We'll see if any of these receivers that are these young receivers develop. Maybe I'm a little ahead of myself. In a perfect world, Ariante Ursary becomes a guy that you're working around other people's deals to keep because he plays a foundational position for you.
Yeah.
But on the surface, in a vacuum, if it were to happen in the next few weeks, if they gave CJ a deal, because $50 million a year he's below a lot of guys at $50 million. It sounds weird to say that.
Yeah.
Because 60 is Dak, and then like even Matthew Stafford got 55.
Yeah.
Josh Allen got 55 on his extension.
What did Tua get?
Tua got 53 back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would be fine with that. But I people who listen to the show know I skew more towards I think CJ's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't skew towards the Patriot game as this harbinger of what's to come. So I would be fine with that. What about you?
I just think that I numbers are, but just philosophically, I'm actually okay with this wait and see approach. I want CJ Stroud to be the quarterback. I want CJ Stroud to get paid. So this is both from a Texans perspective, Texans fan perspective, and a CJ Stroud fan perspective. I like the guy, want him to get paid, want good things for him. But if you're just looking at it strictly from the Texans' view, I think it is smarter to go ahead and pay sooner the guys that you're sure about or more sure about, to say that more
cleanly. Which is what their MO has been.
And what their MO has been, exactly what it is that they're doing. And I think that if CJ Stroud goes out there and just lights it up, right, puts on a light show, I would gladly pay him sticker price, and I think the Texans should gladly pay him sticker price for the quarterback because that will be the price. But if he goes out there and it's similar to what this year was, where he's okay in the regular season, and then the playoffs, let's just call them underwhelming, not even a disaster or a catastrophe like it was last year, just ho-hum underwhelming, I think that leaves them in a very precarious spot in terms of, hey, we're glad we didn't give him $60+ million a year last year, but what do we give him now?
Well, and
if we do anything at all.
And I would hate for that to happen only because I'm a Texan fan. It would be one of the most compelling quarterback decisions that we've seen a team have to make in a long, long time. If the season plays out the way you're talking about, where the regular season this year looks like the regular season from last year, where he was actually by some advanced metric to third of the league quarterback. Like, he wasn't nearly as bad in the regular season as people who keep pointing to the Patriots game want to say. He was okay in the regular season. He was a disaster in the playoffs, but you're saying a playoff performance that's not a disaster, but they still stubbed their toe in the divisional round.
Right.
And CJ's part of the reason why.
Yeah. And certainly not the reason why they won, because they will not have in that case.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That gets fascinating because now you're talking about heading into the last year of his deal, the 5th year of his contract. You're talking about another year of asking about the contract to Nick Caserio, to D'Amico Ryans, to C.J. Stroud. You're also talking about a draft class full of quarterbacks. And I know Larry called in the previous segment. He didn't have any appetite for putting a young guy in there.
He don't want these raggedy quarterbacks.
But this class, as of right now, we got a whole college season to play. I get it. And Fernando Mendoza wasn't on anybody's radar as a top pick a year ago. So guys can all of a sudden emerge.
Yeah, they were trying to sell us Klubnik and was my guy from LSU.
Oh, Nussmeier.
Yeah, they were trying to sell us that earlier this season.
Yeah. So these things are fluid and they change. But I'm talking right now, July 24th, the mock drafts all have 5 or 6 quarterbacks in the first round. That's another thing that would make, like, not a disaster, CJ, but just the same stuff, minus the 4 interceptions, the same stuff, fascinating.
Yeah.
Do they see somebody in this class that they'd rather commit to? By the way, at a rookie deal, when you've got Kalen Bullock and other guys that you've got to sign, like that's why it's so compelling. It's not just a CJ thing. This is a puzzle they've got to put together.
That's exactly what you just said there. It's a puzzle, and so it leaves them, at least from where I sit, it leaves them asking a couple of different questions here. Is CJ Stroud worth the money? And based off of how they've built the team, you're talking about some of these defensive players, these younger players that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Do we even need a $60 million quarterback or want a $60 million quarterback anyway?
Yeah. Is Sam Darnold getting an extension from the Seahawks anytime soon? We've seen no chatter about that. The Seahawks are a team clearly that looks like they believe, like, you know what? $30 million quarterback?
Yeah.
Good enough for us.
Yeah.
We got a defense and a running game.
And I could absolutely see the Texans being the team that looks at their quarterback and says, and again, I'm a supporter. I like C.J. Stroud, but I could see them looking at it and saying, hey, we don't want to pay this price for this quarterback, nor do we feel like, based off of the type of team that we've built, that this is the price that we need to pay for a quarterback.
Yep.
Everything else is so expensive and so good. If we could just get a $25 to $30 million guy in here, we can make this work.
You're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Have we been doing the show this entire time with the lights at like half dimmer in here?
I did not realize it either.
Yeah. How awful has that looked on YouTube? B. Scott, you've had the YouTube open.
Yeah, it looked fine to me.
It did? Okay.
It looked fine to me, which actually kind of surprises me a little bit.
Late night FM talk.
Yeah. B. Scott and I are setting
out in the mayor.
Yeah.
But as the guy...
Play Misty for me.
The Quiet Storm.
But as the guy in charge of our video stream, I actually would prefer the lights be on. So,
Coming Monday, candles. Yeah.
Like y'all are having a seance in here or something?
Right. Well, normally you would think, like, if the lights were a little dimmer, it would be because the lighting is giving somebody a headache because they have a hangover or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
I am not hungover, but I was out and about, as Reggie alluded to.
Mm-hmm.
I was mistaken for the mayor last night at the original Carrabba's.
Do y'all
Mayor
see
Whitmire.
it? Can y'all see it?
I didn't see it until he said it.
A little bit, but I think you should be offended.
Really?
I do see it.
You see it?
I do.
Reggie said
in his suit, that picture you showed.
In a suit, yeah. Well, the picture, yeah. Amy made a mayoral poster for me.
What are we doing?
Which, if I choose to run for mayor with B. Scott as my chief of staff, you're committed to this.
Yes.
It's an incredible poster. I'll put it up on my social media.
And Amy is our graphics designer.
She's our graphics designer, because she works.
Make sure you put B. Scott out front at all your events.
Yeah.
We're trying to win the election.
I'm trying to get as big a cross section of the voters as I can possibly
try to win the election.
Yep. So you said I should be offended, Reggie.
Yeah. I think that he's got like a really oddly long head, in my opinion.
He does have a different shaped head than me.
Yeah, the head shape is different, and he looks older.
He does look old. He looks more tired too.
He is older.
He is older, and he looks it.
He's 19 years older.
Yeah. He's that old?
He could be your
76.
He could be your dad.
Yeah.
Young dad, but your dad
He
nonetheless.
could be my dad if my dad got after it back in high school. Yeah.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Yeah.
I don't. I see the baldness.
Yeah.
I see you both being white.
Yeah.
You're around the same height.
Yeah.
I do know that. I've been around Mayor Whitmire. Y'all are around the same height.
He wears a lot of suits, and I had a suit on.
You had a
suit
on.
Yeah.
I had a suit on at the time. That was my whole motive for going out for dinner was, well, I'm in a suit. I don't want to waste this opportunity of the 8 times a year that I wear this thing.
Because there's also certain restaurants that you're just like, I shouldn't be in here without, unless I look, somewhat presentable. Obviously, you can, right? Nobody's actually going to stop you. But when you got a suit, you're like, I have tapped into a whole nother market of restaurant that I should get into right now.
I went to an Italian restaurant. I went to Carrabba's. I'm like,
I went to an Italian restaurant last.
Did they give you the good table?
They gave me, they kind of sit us the same place every time.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
In full Tony Soprano.
I kind of feel like Tony Soprano a little bit. Yeah.
Now, see,
your table?
That's right. If you were a more mischievous person, I told you this, I think you would have went to the place that my brain went to, which is, this person thinks I'm Mayor Whitmire. I can ruin his reputation.
I could, yeah.
Like, I can just do things that will now be placed upon John Whitmire unwittingly.
Well, that's the part that I'm just as curious about. Like, I would wonder what does John Whitmire think about this comparison?
Let's call Figgy. Get him on the phone.
You know what I mean? Like,
can you get the mayor on the phone?
Well, because I would imagine that the mayor's got a little bit of an ego.
Yeah.
And what does he think about being confused for a radio host?
Yeah.
He probably thinks that, like, if you're really a supporter, but you don't really know what I look like, a radio host who doesn't look like me.
Yeah.
Are you civically engaged as you say you are?
Yeah. Might I be viewed as beneath him? Like that kind of thing. A radio host? What the hell?
You're not, but are you viewed as?
Yeah.
Y'all think somebody
Possibly.
confused him as Sean Pendergast?
I don't know.
They're like, hey, man, do people walk up to Whitmire and say, hey, I love the show?
Hey, great show, man.
Where's Seth?
Great show. Go
where's Seth? That's the other one I get.
And he's just like, what's happening?
Or just start talking about sports, like trying to get his sports
Go
take.
Texans.
Go Texans. Yo, love the post-game show. Yeah.
Like candidates for Take-A-Mania, Pettycast.
Oh, yeah.
Now we got to get him in Take-A-Mania somehow.
Oh, get Whitmire in there? Yeah.
I'm sure he's got some.
That's what we
I'm sure
need.
he's got some.
That's
he
what we
definitely
need.
does.
Political bad takes.
Yeah, I don't want to give him right now.
Nothing says
Let's run through him right now.
Nothing
Be a
says
great
Houston.
candidate.
Yes. Actually, we're saying 95.7 The Fan. It's actually going to be 95.7 The Mayor.
The Mayor.
That's the name of the station.
I like it.
95.7
I like
The Mayor.
Got a ring to it.
How was your Italian food last night, John?
It was great. Trattoria Sofia, man.
Nice.
Outstanding play. Have you been there?
I haven't, but it sounds like somewhere I need to be.
Baby.
Tasty, huh?
A little cacio e pepe.
Yeah. Oh, well, you went basic. Cacio de pepe, man.
Basic.
That's everywhere, man.
Basic.
When I went to Italy.
Dude, it was very Italian.
Hey.
Well, you got the street taco.
Basic. He got the equivalent.
Man,
I kind of trust Reggie. He's got the sophisticated Italian
Yeah,
palate.
I am the opposite because I'd have been in there with some chicken Alfredo and having a good old time.
That place was outstanding.
Noodles and marinara.
Can I be? There's nothing wrong with a good cacio de pepe, right? Like I think that
the thing is they're known like it's outstanding.
That's their thing.
Here's
it's
the
one
thing.
of them,
Me and Lopez, we vibe on one place is that we are pretty pretentious, and I feel like the pretentious move is not to get the most evident kind of thing on the menu.
There was a really interesting dynamic too that was at work yesterday at dinner. It was 3 couples, and so we ordered a bottle. They ordered drinks, and I just wanted wine, so I ordered a bottle of wine and had a couple of glasses. And then everybody got a little bit, so we needed another bottle of wine.
Yeah.
And then everybody got a little bit of that one. We ended up with 3 bottles of wine on the table.
Excellent.
Very
Excellent.
nice.
You know how it kind of like, do I want wine or not want wine?
Yeah.
And then everybody wants it, so you have to get another bottle, and then everybody's into wine now all of a sudden. So you got to get another bottle. I was like, damn.
Is it a couple of those couples too where you kind of know what the deal is, like with all the ordering and the check at the end and everything else? Like, is it...
Well, yes, absolutely. It was very familiar people. Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah, that
when the wine starts
Nobody
flowing
cares
and
about
things like that.
oh, do we need to get? It's like let's just get another bottle. One of those things.
Because I'm very unhinged if we ever go.
It can be uncomfortable.
We've dined together before, I know. But I'm like, bring the wine. Yeah. And if I got to pay for it, I'll pay for it.
No,
bring
it was
the
very
wine.
Good. It was very good.
Just hearing this, I know that Sean Bijani wasn't there because he would have drank all the wine.
Is that how he rolls?
I think that's his thing, right? Was that your house? Whose housewarming was that? Yeah. Was that yours, Figgy, or yours, Lopez? I feel like there's a story of.
It might have been. I think it was
you
Lopez.
guys have both had housewarmings.
At my housewarming, I think we went through about 7-8 bottles. Yeah,
it had to be Lopez.
Yeah. The story that I just
Bijani
remember
drank 4 of them.
Sean Bijani was in.
I wasn't there. I just remember the stories.
He was getting after.
He was having fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm not complaining. I loved it.
He was like, other people's wine.
Yeah.
God
Well, it'd be
bless.
funny too, and it'd be funny if he was telling people like, "Yeah, we went to Lopez's housewarming party. There was an open bar." It'd be funny if he framed it that way. Like, "Yeah, it was open bar at Lopez's housewarming." Like, no, that was Lopez's bar. Like, you were emptying his wine cabinet.
That's fine. He's got it.
Technically open.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Question of the day.
Football starts next week.
I know.
You don't say.
Next week. What are
excited,
your
man.
unspoken rules, whether it's house or relationship, once football season starts?
Okay, mine is, and this is why I end up watching most, if not all, of my Notre Dame games at home. But sometimes I do those the Yingling watch parties, and usually they're centered around a game that's of local interest. But sometimes the Notre Dame game's going on at the same time, or the Notre Dame game's going on for like a half before the game of the week starts. Do not come up and talk to me during the Notre Dame game, and definitely don't come up to me and talk about the Notre Dame game, and definitely don't come up to me and talk about the Notre Dame game if they're losing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know how you get to number 3, but if you get to number 3, you really messed up.
I'm not going to get to number 3 this year because they're going to win all their games. So I'm not too worried about that.
That's right. They're not playing A&M.
Their schedule. No, you're right.
Oh, that's right. Their schedule is.
I get deserved. Deserved. I'm not going to push back on that. Their schedule sucks.
Let me pull this up again.
It's a bad schedule. They play Miami, which will be tough dynamic last year. They play BYU. Also fun because of the playoff dynamic, because for some reason BYU had an issue with Notre Dame last year.
Yeah.
And they play like one other hard game. And other than that,
that's it.
They play Rice.
Wisconsin.
They play Rice.
Wisconsin, who sucks.
Yeah. Michigan State, who's still not on their feet yet.
Yep.
Purdue.
Yep.
North Carolina. Y'all got Bill Belichick on the road. Fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Stanford.
Beating him by 50.
At BYU is a little interesting. I'll give you that.
BYU. And it's at BYU. Provo's a hard place to
It's
play.
not a fun place to play. Navy, Miami at home, but BC at home, SMU at home, and then at Syracuse.
And SMU will be a difficult one, but Miami and SMU are both at home, and SMU's in late November.
Yeah,
which they're not going to be all that hepped up about playing in South Bend weather.
Yeah, that's true.
Being from Texas and all.
Unspoken rules once football season begins.
Yeah. No birthday parties if there's not a TV. Like Chuck E. Cheese, the kid, because you guys know, of course, I have kids.
Sure.
So I have to do kid birthday parties on a mini weekend.
Yeah.
Whether it's my own kids or it's one of their friends. But during football season, if there's not a TV or a bar nearby, like somewhere adjacent, if we're just kind of out somewhere, don't invite me.
Yeah,
I'm not interested, and neither are my kids on my behalf.
Can I add to that? If you schedule weddings during the football season, you're off my list of friends.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Weddings,
so if
birthday
you got
parties,
something going with somebody right now, Reggie, and you're planning something out for like November of 2027, just stop it already.
Yeah.
If you still want to be friends.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind.
The only thing I'll talk
it's the most cursory. I'll keep that in mind that I've ever heard. No, I'm not. I won't say you're a bad person because sometimes circumstances. I'm just saying you're off of my list of friends.
Not to linger on this, but I have one thought that it relates to you. You and I oftentimes get asked to MC events and such.
Yeah.
If you ask me to MC an event, it better have a TV in that place.
Yes.
Because a lot of times it's like I'm looking around and I'm like, I got to watch my phone between breaks and or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, it better have a TV.
And
you got to pay me, or pay me double my appearance fee.
Yes.
I can be bought.
And I actually don't mind watching games on my phone. I watch a lot of stuff on my phone, but it's weird to be at a party watching the game on the phone, right? Like I watch the game on my phone, like
you feel like you're being rude.
Yeah. So like I don't want to be put in that kind of situation.
right now.
Yeah, that's my
Reggie
thing.
being attacked right now.
I'm willing to go places. I'm willing to be outside a little bit because typically I am in a cave watching 3 TVs at a time. So I'm willing to be out, but my rule is don't be a jerk about the fact that I'm looking at my phone right now. Like don't be a jerk about it, right? Like we're gonna be here. I'm here with you and I'm listening, but I'm looking at my phone.
You're saying in general or when you're out watching games?
Football, right?
Football.
So
okay.
like if it's on the weekend and I'm looking down at my phone at the big noon kickoff, don't be a jerk about it because I'm here. Otherwise, like I'm already sacrificing 2 TVs and the ability to tweet.
Yeah.
And see, I would rather just be the jerk that doesn't make that sacrifice. Right. Instead of Reggie asking you not to be a jerk about me being on my phone.
Yeah.
I would rather just be the jerk that says, Don't and let me do my thing. I don't want to guilt you into don't criticize me for being on my phone. Just keep it to yourself. Don't invite me. Let me go do my thing.
You said you like getting out of your cave every now and then.
I try. I prefer my cave.
Hey, Reggie, that hot, fiery ball in the sky, that's the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've heard about it. I actually read some books recently.
It's a lot of helium.
Yeah. And you know what? It needs to calm the hell down here.
It does.
Can we talk about that for a second?
I'm about to write a book about the sun. I know I've read several.
It's like, how is the sun beaming at nighttime?
Yeah.
I don't even
Really?
see
The
that bad boy.
unsanctioned biography of the sun.
Hey, I do have a spoken rule that I'm going to have to tell my son with football season starting pretty soon here. That PS5's got to come out of the movie room.
Oh yeah.
And I am going to have to tell him that.
Ooh, you got a movie room.
Because that's never fun. You wake up, you're like, all right, time to go watch the. And it's a kid in here playing, and you're just like, kid.
The movie room is mine.
Yeah.
And I allow them to enjoy it. Everybody gets to enjoy it.
There's another TV for him to use, right?
There are at least 6.
He'd be all right.
So
He'd be all right.
TVs?
He'd be all
yeah.
right.
Every bedroom has one. Every living room has one. So that's 7. There's so there's 7 TVs in the house.
Man. You must be rich.
What's going on?
You must be rich.
No.
How big is your movie screen in your movie room?
You know what? So it's a projector.
Yeah.
So I'm not rich because the projector
it
comes
can
down.
expand.
But it comes down halfway. We can't figure it out. So we just put it back up and we just beam it off the wall.
How big
instead
is
of the projector.
how big is how big is the picture that gets beamed?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's got to be 40-ish.
Oh, I bet it's bigger than
It's
that.
got to be bigger than
Inches?
that.
Nah, man. We talk. You got to be talking.
I mean, the size of a room.
That's 40. That's
Yeah.
less than 40 right
okay,
there.
so
It's however it goes diagonal. That's the measurement.
Yeah.
All right. So compared to the TV that we have in the studio right now,
So,
That one in studio here is probably 70 inches.
Let's start here. It's a wall. So it's this wall.
this size of this wall.
That's 200.
That's like 200 inches.
So my
Why
bad.
the hell would you have 40 as your guess?
B. Scott was trying. He was trying to soft pedal this. He was like, "You already figured out my game. That I got some money
Flex,
over here."
bro.
You already called me rich.
You gotta flex.
Oh, we all had a movie room.
Well, lean into it,
What
man.
are we doing here? Everybody didn't have a movie room
God,
with a.
I can't wait for
with
movie
a 40-inch slash
Movie room.
200.
I got 3 rooms.
Movie night
and
at
one of them is a
B-Scott's.
kitchen.
Yeah.
There are 3 total rooms in my abode.
One of them's the kitchen.
Oh my God.
I know it's Friday. You guys want to get out of here,
Yeah.
but be listening at 1 p.m.
What's happening at 1 p.m.?
Sports Radio 6 KILT 610 trivia that you probably didn't know some of these things.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I
Is this a look
I
back
did about a
because-
2-hour deep dive last night.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm here for this.
And there's some interesting stuff.
I love trivia.
Really?
Yeah, 1 p.m.
1 p.m.
Yeah, I need y'all to be listening because I have a feeling that I'm going to trip and fall on my face.
We all are. I didn't know half these things.
Oh, awesome. I can't wait to
excellent.
play along with
Let's
this.
see if I get anything right.
Yeah.
I'm
Like
sure
the
I know
first,
none
like,
of them.
I'll give you a tease. The first song ever played on these airwaves.
Oh, ain't no way in hell.
Oh, like back in 1965 or whatever?
Was it 1965?
19...
That's a tease.
Okay,
Oh my
okay. Is there anything about the Beatles in there?
No, I didn't. I figure everybody knew that.
Yeah. It was good times, man.
Yeah.
All right, 1 o'clock today?
You know what? I think the twist on one that I saw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fun. That's a great tease.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, have a great weekend.
Thanks, man.
B. Scott, I'll see you on Monday. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate everybody tuning in. And everybody have a great weekend out there. Training camp just days away. Can't wait for that on Wednesday. Flip over to 95.7 The Fan coming on August the 13th. These are good times. And these next 4 hours are going to be award-winning radio. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, no pressure. Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
I just want to remind you that was Mayor John Whitmire that promised that and not myself.
That doesn't happen every day.
No.
That is
I am Mayor John Whitmire, and I approve this message.
I appreciate that. But that you have to remember, that's a political promise, and those don't always get delivered on. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. That is the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, making it sound good, and you rolling with us in the various different ways you can get involved. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. Also, great appreciation is given to the Mocaram Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. And J-Lo, I think there's already disrespect afoot.
I think so, too,
There's disrespect afoot.
I think so, too.
In the greater Houston area as...
what the hell are they doing?
The Bonzian. I'm willing to say it now with my chest. I remember, what was it, probably about 40 games in, I was like, hey, man, he's looking kind of Barry Bonds-esque. And I was like, let me walk away from this. I might be doing too much. 100 and something games in? He's downright Bonzian, damn it.
Well, not according to Jason Stark. Not according to Jason Stark.
And Jason Stark is usually very good at this. things, man.
His work usually.
I was hoping that you meant another Jason. I heard Jason. I was like, oh, yeah, I get to take him down. Jason Stark, damn it, he's good at this.
Misspelled his name. Let me change that. I got it.
Nobody cares. Nobody's looking at the show.
I care.
All right. If you don't understand what's happening now, John Lopez stopped the flow of what we were doing. I thought we were building a little bit of a lather.
I spelled his first name wrong.
He spelled Jason Stark's name wrong.
I had to fix it.
I'm guessing you didn't put
that's the writer.
J-A-Y?
Yeah, he didn't put the Y in there.
Yeah, or else I would have had the
That's
shakes.
Lopez, the writer, right
I would have
there.
had the shakes the rest of the segment.
And so, what did Jason Stark say about our Barry Bonzi and Jordan Alvarez?
Okay, so obviously, shout out to Jeff Kent. You know, one of the Astros former Astros that's going to be inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame. But anyway, Jason Stark put in tiers of Hall of Famers. You know, next to enter current players, I should say, Hall of Famers, and he put Jordan Alvarez in the 4th tier. The 4th. Keep in mind, World Series champion. Already ahead of Jeff Bagwell and others in terms of at this point in his career, home runs, RBI, etc. On the pace and probably likely at this point to win the Triple Crown.
And likely the MVP with it. So that all 4 of those things, those should be automatics. You get a World Series championship, MVP. And I think it's pretty, like you said, it's very likely. Triple Crown. What Triple Crown winner is not in the Hall of Fame? I mean, we'd have to look, but I'm saying they generally are players that are respected. Look, you can argue maybe he's not a lock Hall of Fame right now. I have no problem with that. Yeah, I was going to say that's probably something I'm going to pull up here.
No, I have no problem if you say, you know what, not yet. Fine. But the 4th tier of candidates, and I think it's illustrative to say to say who's in the tiers ahead of him.
That's exactly what I was going to ask, because not all tiers are made the same, and sometimes 4 tiers sounds crazy, and then you look at the tiers, you're like, oh, well, yeah, Barry Bonds is on a tier by himself, or like things like that.
Hold that thought.
Please.
1st tier, in right now, is what he's calling it.
Okay, and I wouldn't put Jordan in that.
No.
I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't. Like I said, you can argue that.
Sure.
But where they put him, listen to these names.
As we go.
In right now, Justin Verlander. Stop 100%. Me when you have any problem. You won't have any problem with this 1st tier. Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, Mike Trout, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, Aaron Judge, Nolan Arenado, Jose Altuve, and Shohei Ohtani. I don't have a problem with any of those. I know you don't have to like Aaron Judge, but he's a Hall of Famer. Thank you. He's a Hall of Famer.
I just wanted to make sure that my displeasure was clear.
Yeah, nobody likes him.
Thank you.
Around here, but he is a Hall of Famer. All right, this is in the red zone.
I can make the argument that he's not.
Which, by the way,
I can make the argument that Aaron Judge isn't. I could.
What?
I could.
Well, we're not going to do that.
We're not going to, but I could.
He just want to argue at this point.
Sometimes
hey, man, we just getting going. Let me stretch a little bit.
Sometimes he does. He goes, I got to get my first argument in.
Got Reggie Bayless over here.
In the first segment.
There's no way that's the case. All right, my bad. We're back.
And speaking of Jason Stark with the Y, he also used football analogies and terms, like the second tier is in the base tier, but that's neither baseball term.
Yeah, like
here nor there. In the red zone is the second tier. Bryce Harper, Manny Machado, Paul Goldschmidt, Chris Sale.
Yeah. Okay.
Jordan should be in that tier.
Jordan
should be in that tier.
Be one off.
No, he should be in that tier.
Here's the thing. Here in the second tier, I go, how the hell did he get to the 4th tier?
Yeah.
But I could hear the argument, and this starts with Jordan just missing so much time that it's kind of depressed some of the things that he should have. Clearly, World Series is there. ALCS MVP is there. 4-time All-Star, and then 1 singular Silver Slugger at this point.
4-time All-Star in how many seasons? 7?
What are we talking about? 8 years?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
that's not bad. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, that is not bad.
That ain't bad.
But a singular Silver Slugger, and until the end of the season, he would have had 1 top 3 MVP finish.
Yeah, but he'll win the MVP and the Triple Crown. We know, like I said, if you're judging it right now, if you're judging these guys right now, he should be in this tier.
And I think if you're making the argument that he has not done those things yet, like he has not capped them off, because God forbid, right, knock on wood, something could happen, notably with this man that has missed time, and then maybe that falls off a cliff. That's something that I guess is an argument that'd be there. I'd have a hard time not putting him in this tier, in the 3rd tier of what he is saying.
All right, here's the 3rd tier.
Okay.
Again, a football analogy. Across the 50 is what he called it, this 3rd tier.
Yeah,
what is he doing?
I wasn't annoyed by
baseball.
this. But when you set it up like this, I was like, Actually,
wait till you hear what he called the fourth tier. But anyway, across the 50, Jose Ramirez, Francisco Lindor, Salvador Perez.
Okay.
Come on.
Yeah, Jordan has to be here for sure.
Come on,
Jordan
man.
might actually be the leader in this particular third tier clubhouse in my mind, with just pending for the end of the season for him to move up into that second tier.
Right. Fourth tier, he calls it moving the chains.
Why is this so maddening to me? I was like, when you first said it, I was like, J-Lo, you're doing too much.
Yeah, no.
And now I'm like, what is he doing?
Yeah.
All right.
No. Juan Soto, Kyle Schwarber, Matt Olson, Trey Turner, Bobby Witt Jr., and Yordan Alvarez.
Does he have a write-up in here? Like, is there a blurb to get into his?
I didn't copy that. He does, but on each tier, a little bit, but not. I mean, I'm like, remember yesterday we were talking about like Yordan just kind of slips through the cracks in from the front of mind of baseball people. I think this is insulting, man. I think he should be. If you think he should be in the third tier, fine. I think he should be in the second tier, right there with Bryce Harper and Manny Machado. I think you got Yordan Alvarez, Paul Goldschmidt, Chris Sale. Come on, man.
Yeah. I find that to be really interesting. In fact, I'm going to go and dig into the reasoning here, but it does feel like at the very least he is being underrated. And I mean, there's all sorts of reasons we can get to. Some of them I think are somewhat logical, and others like absolutely not. But this is why this season that's happening right now is so fantastic, because it again reminds folks. We've always known that, hey, Yordan is a dude that we're fearing. It's like, no. It's not just to be feared. He is to be respected. And I guess like in the old school, and like a kind of antique way of the word fear, he absolutely deserves that, and it feels like he's not getting quite enough of that just yet. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the Texans. Just, 5 days out from training camp getting started at the Houston Methodist Training Center. We know the defense is going to be dominant. That seems evident from what we can see. What needs to happen for this to enter the pantheon of the all-time great defenses? Let's talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
Houston, starting Thursday.
10.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, he's gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. The OG John Lopez to my right. I am Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. Keeping you company on this final day of the work week. Hope that you are also cruising to a weekend that seems exciting for you. I'm excited for us and you all together. We were just talking about Jason Stark of The Athletic and his tiers on, or rather, Hall of Fame, I guess, guaranteedness, for lack of a better way of saying it, of current players. And Yordan Alvarez fell in his fourth tiers, which he entitled moving the sticks or moving the chains. Don't understand that fully. Shout out to the folks on the text line mentioning various different things, like one that I supposedly jinxed Yordan Alvarez somehow. I said that, it's not a guarantee that he finishes out the season. I didn't say that he won't. And also, I would like to point out, I was not the one that was guaranteeing that he wins the Triple Crown and the MVP right now.
I said I guarantee Triple Crown.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He'll win it. I mean, look at the distance he has between these folks.
I mean,
even batting average is isn't it 15 points right now?
I haven't checked it again in the last couple of days. I feel like this is something I need to start changing in my daily activity. When I wake up, I need to pull up the latest stats and see, all right, where are we now with the Triple Crown? Because that's the full race that we're in. But I did go and look at some of the explanation, and it is fair to look at this and say you're not a defensive player, and so some of these other guys that are maybe above him, obviously the offense is there, and then you can talk about a defensive side of their game. But this was a fun stat when it comes to Yordan. Of the guys, there's a list. It's a very short list of guys who have had 200 homers and an OPS plus and slugging percentage that is as good as Yordan's through their age 29 season. You want to hear the list?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go. You ready? Mm-hmm. Ted Williams.
Okay, you can end the list right there.
Frank Thomas. Mike Trout. Albert Pujols.
Yeah.
Finn.
And he's a fourth-tier player right now.
Sick.
I'm telling you, man.
Sick.
Where's this guy from? Is he like a
Jason Stark? I don't know where he's actually from.
Oh, are we thinking bias is coming in here?
I was thinking that. That's the only thing I could think of, man.
Yeah.
Like, is he from L.A.?
I was thinking East Coast.
Or is he a low-key closet Yankees fan or something like that?
He is.
Well, you sound like such an Astros fan.
I know, man.
He got right to the where's the bias.
I think the more y'all talking about it, I'm like, dang, like that is kind of crazy.
It's nuts.
Yeah, it's like something personal.
I mean, I don't think it's personal. I think it's just some of the availability, defense. I think that those show up, but it does still feel like he was low. And for whatever it's worth, Jason Stark from Philadelphia and went to school at Syracuse. So
he pissed off that the Astros beat him.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Okay, all right, we figured it out. Can we figure this out? Right, the Texans' defense is incredible. Right, if you didn't know it by watching them all the time, by listening to anybody that has a brain about football in the last couple of seasons.
Unless you Jason Stark.
Yeah, maybe so. Are we starting a show beef with Jason Stark out of nowhere? Is that what's happening right now?
Starting. It's on.
I like Jason Stark.
I used to.
Is this one of those things where like your girlfriend is like, we don't like them, and you're like, shoot, no, I gotta hate that person.
Man.
I got no problems with them.
Yeah, man, I'm cool on them now.
Long-time Boston Red Sox writer.
All right. Yeah. Is this where we are now? All right.
He over there like, pot the cards. Get the hell out of here.
All right, so the Texans defense, right? They're incredible. What needs to happen in this upcoming season for them to enter like the pantheon of all-time greats?
And I was thinking about this not necessarily like on an individual basis, because you think of the '85 Bears. I mean, just suffocating all three levels, but also holding people to nothing, basically. Just what are some of the things that defined those teams? 2000 Ravens, what defined those teams? It was, obviously clearly everything, but their defensive front, especially their interior, was really, really strong, et cetera. So I was kind of thinking it more macro. What? Because we know they're great. They're great already. What do you got?
There is breaking news. I want to know. I want to see how annoying this is for everyone.
Yeah, do it.
Especially because I'm cutting into talking about Texans to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, people are going to be
Sports Radio 610, breaking news.
People are going to be mad that I'm doing this. However, per Shams Charania, the NBA insider for ESPN, James finally ended our national nightmare of waiting for him to decide. He is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. That is downright.
Wait, what's the deal?
2 years, $8 million. That doesn't even seem legal. What? Is that men? $4 million a year?
My
man.
So it's a 1+1 deal. So I mean, in effect, it can be a 1-year deal for him. But he is going full mercenary.
Wow.
I wouldn't expect the Philly.
LeBron has issued a statement already.
I bet he better have a statement.
$8 million for 2 years?
He took 7 weeks to get this done. He better have a statement ready.
Shouldn't this be investigated? No.
You think this is investigation worthy?
LeBron James is not a $4 million player.
This is more of a players' association issue. I don't think that this is going to be investigated by the NBA.
I think that the NBA might say, hey, look, wait a minute. But just in terms of, competitive balance and all those things.
Well, they are investigating the Gary Trent deal. Did you see that where he gets like $64 million and everybody in the NBA goes, he's not worth that. What are we doing?
If you're going to investigate that, you're going to $4 million a year? Okay, here's LeBron James.
At that number, you got to get LeBron James here, right?
At that number, you could have gotten him anywhere.
I think all 30. Yeah, all 30 teams should have been on LeBron.
I didn't know it'd be 4. Like I thought it might be like 15. I didn't know it'd be 4.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Man.
Come on, man.
You said you have a statement from LeBron James?
It's so LeBron. I just skimmed it. All right. I thought I was ended.
All right. I'm already okay.
Don't even read. Hey, let's get back to the Texans defense.
We don't even have time.
Man, let's get back.
No, but actually, like this is fascinating because Philly is a spot where there's a lot of talent there.
Oh, they're going to be really good.
They are going to be really good. They're going to have to figure out how they manage all this.
Yeah.
And they already did need to figure this out because
funny what happens when Daryl Morey leaves.
Hey,
damn it, Daryl Morey got something.
Go to this. Real quick, pull up their starting lineup because
I have it by memory. It's incredible. All right, so at center you have Joel Embiid. I imagine playing power forward will be Jaylen Brown, or maybe LeBron. Depending, your forwards will be one of those two guys. However you decide to play it, and then I imagine that you have Tyrese and VJ start. So Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edscombe. There's a lot of dudes that should probably have the ball in their hands at various different points. I wonder how Jaylen feels about this. Jaylen Brown, who people have kind of taken to believe that, hey, man, he wants the ball in his hands and he wants that kind of central attention. Yeah. Now you got, not only do you have Joel Embiid that you have to figure out, because the Sixers have run everything through Joel. Yeah. But now you also have LeBron, and LeBron who's willing to take a little bit more of a backseat role, but he's still LeBron and will need some level of, focus in what you're doing.
And remember Jaylen Brown, you was saying about Bronny in Summer League? Mm-hmm. And LeBron actually said something about that?
Hey, hit the buzzer. We're going to have a little impromptu buy or sell. Get the buzzer ready on this statement. Just real quick. I'm just going to pick some sentences out of his statement.
Okay.
I thought I was done.
We keep it 100.
My bad, I hit the wrong one.
You're not buying that one?
Nah.
All right.
He knew he wasn't done.
I was pretty sure I played my last game. Nope. I really was undecided.
That one I buy.
I'm kind of buying that one too.
Okay.
Undecided on what team to play for?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm buying that one.
And here's the last one. Where is it? I still want to sign. No, not that one. Hold on. Where is it? Right here. I want to make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team.
I agree with that.
I'm buying that one.
All right.
Because look, man, I know LeBron is already a legend, but he will be a legend if he get them to the finals and they win.
Thank you, L.A., Miami, I'll forever love you, and Northeast Ohio will always be my home.
All right, we didn't need all that. But okay. All right. That's very fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, Daryl Morey continues his chase for stars. I'm very intrigued to see how this works in the modern NBA. But you can't deny that is a bucket load of talent. You know who? I don't know. Do you feel vindicated or do you feel bad if you're the Miami Heat right now?
You gotta feel bad.
Bad
for that price.
Embarrassed.
Bad.
Yeah, because the whole YouTube thing.
Because I can't imagine that. So they really did mess up. They really did. They were like, let's just have it in just in case.
Yeah.
Let's have it ready just in case.
Yeah, you got to feel stupid.
Yeah, they should. They really should. All right. Yeah, man. Breaking news of the day. LeBron finally decided where he's going to play, and it's the Philadelphia 76ers. He was not in any danger of being in the Rockets' way, but it does make. Look, he had to make the decision on where to play, and it would have factored in. But at that cost, you just go.
I would have tried to give him more money. I'm like, I'll give you 2 years for 16 or something. Crazy.
That's wild. That's wild. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We'll get back around to that Texans defense conversation without question. But coming up next, I'd like to get to this question of the day. We are mere days away from football effectively being back in our lives. All right. Oh yeah, that's right. Maury got fired by then, but it's probably very jealous.
Yeah.
But yes. Question of the day: what are your unspoken house or relationship rules once football season begins? Because those are about to kick in. 713-572-4610 are the numbers to text. We'll talk about it next.
Houston. Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. If you happen to miss it in the world of sports, LeBron James is going to the Philadelphia 76ers. So I have a strong feeling that national television-wise, you're going to see so much Philadelphia, you're going to throw up. And honestly, not the worst thing in the world.
I'll be fine.
I think that there's
It's a hell of a squad.
Exactly. I was already so interested in what they're doing there that this only gives us more opportunity to see what it is.
It was pretty good last year. They just ran into a buzzsaw with the Knicks.
Yeah. And then obviously the injury issues are mitigated a little bit if you're talking about Jaylen Brown and LeBron James coming in. You have some other focal points that you can work with, but. Anyways, I started getting in my head about, all right, how do the Rockets match up? And I was like, we'll save that for a little bit later. We got time. We got time.
Just twice a year.
Yeah, thankfully they're in the East, so you will see them twice against the Rockets.
Unless you see them in the finals, then we got that discussion.
You know what? I think we'd all be very happy about that possibility in that instance. All right, let's get to the question of the day now here. And football starting next week, baby. We'll get training camp going, and we can really lean into all of this. Of the day, pursuant to that, is what are your unspoken rules once football season begins, whether it's just at your house or in your relationship or what have you. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know what yours are. J-Lo, I'm very intrigued as to what yours are because, I mean, you've been doing this for a long time with various different iterations of your family, whether it's young children, older children, obviously your wife along the way. Well, what are some of your rules?
So a lot of times the number one rule is pretty much this, and I'm not alone in this. A lot of people that love college football as much as I do, like Saturdays are off the table. Like, this just in general. Hey, do you want to go MC this event? I might if they have TVs there, or whatever. Do you want to go do this? Do you want to go do that? Like Saturdays are done. And fortunately, my wife loves college football as much as I do, and so TV comes on at 9. When does game day start?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. TV comes on at 9, goes off probably at 1 in the morning. I mean, it's all day. So that's my number one. And everybody in my family loves the college game.
And if they don't, they're going to figure out how to do it, right?
Yeah. So Saturdays are they're done. Yeah, I'm available Monday through Friday and Sunday if the Texans are on the road. It's like Saturdays are done. That's it. Off the table. The other one, and people always talk about weddings. Don't ever schedule your wedding, and I've talked about it and all that stuff. But family weddings, like family weddings that you have to go to, I've been like bug out after the ceremony and just go park in the like in the bar area or whatever, and you can have your first dance, you can have your toast and your cutting of the cake. I'm gonna be at the bar in front of the TV at the bar watching college football.
You're not cutting up on the dance floor?
Oh, I will later, but like when the games I'm interested in or not. Figure you go to on Saturday during college football season a lot.
Yeah. Some of them people, I'll be like, man, how are y'all doing this? Yeah, I know most of the time it probably be the wife and the venue. And Lopez, you had your son's wedding, and one of the biggest games of the year. I want to say, I forgot what game it was. It was an A&M game. But sometimes the venue, that's the only time you could get the venue. So I kind of get that. But sometimes some of the weddings I be at, I'll be like, dog, you over here repping UT or A&M, and it's college football, man. Like, you ain't no real college football guy. I do appreciate some of the guys that are watching the games, pulling a Reggie, just being on the phone the whole time. I kind of appreciate that.
One of my friends, when he got married a few years back, I want to say like 3 years ago, it's an A&M family, and it was an A&M game day. And it's kind of funny how you can kind of see some people on their phones or some people like, hey, what's the score? And like passing information. That's always funny. I actually, weirdly enough, you would think working in this business, loving college football and football the way that I do, that I would be on the train that I think a lot of people are, which is, oh, man, no weddings in the fall. I actually come down on the, hey, man, if this is someone that you care about, go to the bleeping wedding, right? Like the game, obviously you care about it and catch up on later. You can't really catch up on a wedding. However, this does fall in line with I will be at your wedding if you, I'm not so far as what you're talking about or Shaw. I'll be at your wedding. But don't be mad when it's clear that my phone is on and that the game is on. Like I'm gonna be keeping an eye on.
See, you said something key. Somebody you care about. Most of the times it'd be like a wife's friend, coworker, where you be like, I don't even know this person. That's like, why do I gotta go?
Yes.
That's where I get irritated.
This is where being unencumbered does not put me in those places because, like, I when I think wedding, it's like clearly this is someone I care about. I hadn't thought about the fact that y'all be getting dragged to weddings. Y'all don't know anybody there.
Yeah, I think I got to go to a wedding in, I want to say it's September. I don't even know the date, but it's like 2 hours away.
This is it's a 2-hour trip?
Yeah, we got about 1.5, 2 hours away. So I'm like, and look, I'm cool with this person. So it's my wife's friend and all that stuff. So I'm cool with the person. So I'm not too mad about it, but sometimes you don't be knowing the person.
We had one, my wife's co-worker's daughter.
Yeah, see, that's the type of stuff.
I barely know the co-worker.
Yes.
Much less the daughter. Like, what are we doing?
And you know 2 people in there. Your wife and that co-worker. Barely.
That's it.
And your wife is the only one who might not be busy because that co-worker is hosting a wedding right now.
Yes.
Like, her daughter, you want me to go on a Saturday in October to her daughter's wedding?
Yes.
What's going on?
Some other things that are coming in here on the text line. Somebody said you have until Sunday at 12 to add. Once 12 hits, don't bother. Somebody said had a girlfriend that would complain every time that they tried to watch their team during football season. Safe to say?
Yeah.
Not together anymore.
Yeah, safe to say. Absolutely safe to say. The other thing is projects. Everybody talks about the honey-do list and all that stuff. I don't mind. Like, I'll do them, Saturday morning if it's not a game, or whatever, Sunday after the Texans game. But these are all the scope of the project dwindles very. Like, I'm not putting in any decks. Like I'm not retiling anything or it's got to be like, hey, can you clean out the shed? Something that's all right. I can do that in an hour. Let's go. Something like that. The projects, the honey-do list is very, very much minimized. Yeah.
Figure, are there any rules for you that we have not kind of gotten to?
Yeah, I think mine's kind of similar to y'all's, but just to kind of add a little more, like once 12 o'clock hit, don't tell me, hey, can you pick this grocery order up? Like, nah, like I can't do that. Or, hey, can you sweep the upstairs? Right. Or can you start the line? Like, I'm cool with, I'm not just like, don't talk to me at all, but at least have a little bit of respect. And plus, also, during football season, it's early church service.
Yeah.
Like, don't come to me talking
That's a good one.
Let's go to 11 o'clock service and all that stuff.
Yes.
Nah, we got to get this early service in. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Some of my personal rules as far as, like, actually watching football, on NFL Football Sunday, I got multiple TVs in the house. One of these TVs is going to be on Red Zone. The other one is going to be on, like, the biggest game that I have available, right? Like if it's, all right, maybe the CBS game is the real interesting one. This is obviously assuming that it's not like a Texans game day. If it's a Texans game day, this is the rule. Both of these TVs are on Texans. One of them is on live. One of them is on like a 20-second delay, so I have instant replay consistently. That is the way that this is going to be watched. If you want to watch something, you can put it on the third TV. You can go to another room. Yeah. This is how it's going to be, right?
But I can't wait till you get a girl, man, or a wife or something, man. I want to see how this going to be.
And this is the beauty of it. Like everybody in my life.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Everybody in my life, whether it's suitors, whether it's friends, whatever, they understand when it comes to like, oh, that you're working, and it's such a great out.
Oh,
it's such a great out. They're like, oh, this is work, isn't it? And I can be like, yep.
Yeah, it is.
That's why I'm persnickety about the fact that Red Zone goes on this TV. We got CBS right here, Fox over there, and we're covered.
That's right.
And all the sound is on.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah. Just wait till you get married, bro.
He has the sound on all 3 TVs.
Yeah. Two of them.
Come on.
It's only 2.
That's
man,
crazy.
my wife give me a hard time. Sometimes the TV be on, and I might be looking at a reel or something playing sound, and she be like, you got to mute one of them.
Yeah.
You can't have both of these sounds playing.
Well,
she will go nuts.
Tell Christina she's very lucky that she did not marry.
Oh, I just remembered another rule. Turn your phone down, upside down, during the game. I don't need any alerts.
Oh,
I don't need any alerts.
Oh.
I do every time I'm watching it, especially like an Aggie game or a Texans game. Like,
and someone's just sitting over here and goes, "Oh,
yeah." I turn my phone face down. Want that?
No spoilers.
No spoilers. Because all of a sudden, how many times it happened to you? Like it happened to me the other night watching the Astros, and my phone I left it up, by accident, and all of a sudden I see, because it makes your eyes look down. You know, I see the phone light up and it looks down, and it said Jeremy Pena home run, Astros lead. I'm like, and then
you wanted to be surprised.
And then 2 seconds later, it happens on TV.
The one thing I had to tell my wife too, because we all watch the game where we be like, "Ooh," or something like that. Every time I do that, oh, what's wrong? I'm like, look, it's nothing wrong. It was just it's a 4-yard loss. That's what's wrong.
That's actually a good one that I hadn't thought about. It's not really a rule, but now I'm thinking of making it. The people that go when you do make something and they ask you about it and they don't really care. I'm like, don't humor me. I don't need this.
Sometimes I'll be like, damn, what happened? CJ threw another interception. That's what happened.
Well, the other thing, they're all coming back to me now. Like, hey, we're gonna go to so and so's house, but they're watching the Aggie game. You know, the dad or whatever is a big Aggie fan. I was like, cool, let's go.
Small TV.
No, the people who are there are like, so what's that guy's name?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No.
Is he good?
No.
like the dad and I. This is a very specific example, by the way. But the dad and I are like into the game, watching the game, and then there's some bozo son-in-law or something. You know, like
this is very specific, mind you.
You know, I don't really watch the Aggies that much. Or you know how have they been doing this year? And I'm like, yeah, they're doing good. Just shut up.
Yeah, let's do this before the game. Let's do this at halftime. He's about to snap the ball right now, man.
You made me think of one, Lopez. Don't tell me, hey, we could go over so-and-so house. They're watching the game.
Oh, yeah.
Nah, I like to watch the game by myself.
Right here.
Yes, like I don't need anybody else. I ain't trying to go to no Ohio State watch party or something like that where y'all ain't even paying attention to the game. I need to be by myself paying attention.
Yes.
Fair. Keep those coming in. What are your, especially as football season is coming, what are your rules that you need to get through the football
game
season?
would be at Derek's house.
Yeah.
They watching the game over there. I don't care what they doing.
What's number 7's name?
Oh, he's cute. Who is that?
Shut up.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where you remember there was a story that we talked about that I wasn't really in on. There's an update on maybe making somebody's dreams come true. I'll tell you who's next.
Houston, starting Ready? Here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about some of your unspoken rules for football season, whether it's at the house or with your relationships or what have you. And there's some good ones that keep coming in. Someone said, my rule, if my team loses, don't talk to me or ask me to do anything around the house for like an hour.
That's one for a lot of us. I did say us.
Yeah. I think that the unspoken thing on the back on top is, don't try and fake console me.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Don't patronize me.
Oh,
with,
it'd be okay.
Yeah, I don't need that.
It's just a game.
That's not actually helping this. None of that helps.
Just a game.
That just makes me more mad.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, my wife is the worst when it comes to this.
I bet.
Because let's say they lose the last second or something like that, and I'm pissed off. Oh, damn, that's messed up. What happened? And then she'll walk in the other room.
Yeah.
Damn, what happened? Damn, that was bad. It's like, man, just shut up.
Reggie's the worst at like texting you when your team is down. Dang, you get a text. Dang, South Carolina, huh? Shut the hell up.
I was being a jerk then. I'll admit, that was the intent at that time. Now, I know Show got on me with the Kansas. Yes. I thought we were just talking hoop. Or was it basketball? Yeah, it was basketball.
See, Reggie has a track record.
I thought we were just talking hoop. That one I was being a jerk specifically. And I'll
Aggies did win that game.
They did.
Yep.
They did.
Yep.
They came back in that one.
Didn't text me when they won.
Oh, my bad. Do I need to text you all the updates? Is that what's necessary here?
Hey,
Okay.
South Carolina, huh? Yeah. Go to hell.
All right. Okay, I see what's happening. I didn't know we had beef. Now we got beef. Okay, I see. And then someone else made mention of the fact that, around their house, they do the deed before the game. Because, maybe
it's a good move.
If the team don't play well.
I'm down with doing that.
Yeah,
they said, I'm not in the
Let
mood.
me know what you need me to do, because 12 o'clock hit, that's it.
John,
are we talking about the same thing?
I was like, sidebar. Do you think Figgy know what I meant when I said
when
the
he said
deed?
do the deed?
Oh, I thought she said like do some deeds around the house. Okay,
The deed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The deed.
Can happen anytime.
Figgy's offering his
Figgy's
services.
like, I don't care if we lose, win, the game can be on. We're doing the deed, baby.
I didn't know Figgy was a gigolo. Sure, y'all need anything? I'll be right over.
Yeah. All right, let's go around the NFL now. We were kind of seeing this happen on the very first day of training camp for the Carolina Panthers. They had an injury. It's, in fact, their tackles leader for last year, Scorton. I believe it's Nick Scorton.
Nick Scorton, yeah.
He went and got imaging, and unfortunately the fears were correct. Torn ACL on the very first day of training camp. He will be out for the year. Second year outside linebacker Nick Scorton, out for the year. That's a huge blow to a Panthers team that was kind of scrappy last year and looked like they had the opportunity to do the same this year.
And second-year guy that had a really good first year.
Yes.
And they had high hopes for him, Gig'em, by the way. But that's a big hit first day. And we talked about it yesterday. Like the number one worry. The number one worry for all 32 teams. And that's not a good sign. These things just can derail you right away, or at least part of what you want to do.
Kind of, maybe this is one of those platitudes that nobody wants to hear. If there happens to be like a Panthers fans listening or something. They did sign Jalen Phillips, and now you needed both of those guys. I imagine you were trying to have both those guys help apply pressure. I think if an injury like this is going to happen, you would rather it happen earlier so you can make some level of acquisitions.
Yeah,
like I do know that someone like is still out there, and he's not Nick Scorton, to be fair. But is that something where that team pivots and goes, there's still some guys out there that maybe we can talk to and bring in to see if we can get some level of those types?
I'm guessing they already are making all kinds of calls or thoughts and trying to figure it out. Yeah, because they actually have pretty high hopes in that division, especially.
Yeah. So that's condolences to Nick Scorton, as you mentioned, A&M alum, and that really sucks for him. Supposed to be able to build on what was a great first season. An ACL tear ends that possibility on day one of training camp. Rough. Yeah. All right, we continue around the NFL, and sometimes dreams do come true. Didn't realize that they would happen this fast, but it'd be like that sometimes. John Gruden former, I always think of him first, and maybe this is just the particular age that I am. I always think of him first as the former analyst on Monday Night Football, but also obviously former coach of the Raiders and the Bucs. Like, obviously, he's done a lot of great things in that way. But he wants to expand himself. We talked about this, was it earlier this week? No, it was last week. John Gruden said he wants to do some play-by-play. And he will get his chance as him and Rondé Barber are set to call an NFL preseason game in Tampa. And he will do play-by-play in this game, I believe.
I think I love this.
I would like to hear this.
I love it. I made the point, now he could be a total flop, but there are former players, former coaches who were play-by-play guys, and at the highest level. Everybody, you can remember Frank Gifford and Pat Summerall and some of these others. No, I kind of love it, and I hope he does well. It'd be great. I mean, he is that a delivery, guy, homespun in a weird way. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't think there's ever been a preseason game that is not the hometown team that I've been like, I have to check that out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's actually going to be good.
I don't know.
I personally don't. I could
know.
easily be wrong here. But
Rondé Barber did some color commentating at one point, right?
Yeah, he has.
So
he's done.
Yeah, you got that part. I'm just kind of curious what Gruden going to say.
That's what everybody's
as a play-by-play person.
Yeah.
And that's really what I'm talking about. Obviously, there was no shade intended to Rondé Barber. Really, not really too much shade on John Gruden himself and what he's capable of.
Yeah, you just want to hear it.
But he's stepping into a different arena here, at least a different role.
So he's going to be sitting there, all right, 1st and 10 at the 10-yard line.
But he's going to
takes the snap.
That's what I want to hear. Is he going to do it like his own way? All right, guys. First down here. What do you think they're going to?
This is one of my favorite quarterbacks here. Look at him the way he takes the snap.
Yes, it's going to be worth watching.
Yeah, August 22nd, a game where the Bucs play against the Kansas City Chiefs is the one that's going to be there. I don't know how easily it will be to get. That I'll try and search out because obviously it's on the NBC affiliate there in Tampa, so it's not like this is going to be
local.
Yeah, but sometimes NFL Network does a good job of kind of broadcasting that local to a larger NFL audience.
I think they will.
That feels exactly
they might
like
do
one
it
that might happen
because
there.
of this.
Yeah, maybe so. So we'll see what that looks like. Some other things around the NFL. I found this to be, I think, interesting, but that might be a little bit much. But Diego Pavia, who was kind of the talk of the town in college football for what, a year, two almost?
Two, yeah. Never beat Alabama.
Huge. Yeah, helped Vanderbilt beat Alabama, a thing that I would have never imagined would happen. One of the another one of the things that made the college the wild, wild west in the last handful of seasons.
Yeah.
Well, I always thought of him as probably like he's going to be a really good college quarterback, but I don't see it in the NFL. But he is trying to push this dream, and he was signed to the Ravens before they even get into camp, really. He has been waived by the Ravens now, leaving 4 quarterbacks on the roster. It did seem wild that they had 5 guys on the roster at that point.
Yeah, look, he either has to prove himself in the UFL or Canada or change positions. And remember when he came into the league, and I don't think you agreed with this, but I still believe this. Put him as some sort of a poor man's, what's his name from New Orleans? Taysom Hill. I think he could do things like that. He is a player that makes plays. He's small, and that's what's really working against him.
6 foot 207.
Yeah, but he can run. He obviously, like I said, makes plays. He can throw a little bit. I think he's a hybrid, but he's not a quarterback. He's not a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, that's been the thing that I've been concerned with. But even then, this is where it gets tough. Taysom Hill is a pretty good athlete with a lot of size. Like
the size is the thing.
He's got tight end size.
He's a good athlete. No, make no mistake about it.
But here's the thing. Yeah. He's a good athlete for a quarterback, especially on the college level.
Yeah.
Is he a good end in the NFL level? Is he a good athlete for
H-back kind of? Yeah.
I don't think he's a good enough athlete for those type of things at this level.
Like I said,
and he doesn't
yourself.
have the size either. So
prove yourself. And be, like I said, a poor man's Taysom Hill.
I mean, Taysom Hill was already felt like kind of a poor man's Swiss Army knife in my thought process, anyway.
Highly successful, made some money.
He did.
Yeah.
Which felt to me like they were doing some level of, I don't know, there was some level of washing of something the way that they was giving him money. But yeah, man, It feels bad, though, because for Diego Pavia, he ain't doing nothing wrong in this instance.
No.
It was just, remember, Ethan Posick, the center that became available. The Ravens go and sign him. This is the roster spot that they create in order for him to be signed. And so it's not like he got into camp and, it wasn't looking that way. He's going to have to see if he can find somewhere else to land to even begin to try and prove himself, unless, like you said, this ends up being a go-to-Canada proposition or find a way into the UFL. But, yeah, that's happening there. And I guess condolences to Diego Pavia. Like, you do, with all due respect, you do want to be able to see if a guy like that can make it work to some degree, and this is the time of year when that you look at that.
The production at the college level in the SEC, let's not forget, where there are big linemen, the fast players, is undeniable. There's something there. It's just, what is it going to be? What could he be?
So we're headed into the football season as we continue around the NFL. CBS Sports put together a list that I think is kind of cool, and obviously the Texans have a level of investment here because they did a power ranking on NFL contenders based backup quarterback situations. Right, this is a kind of insurance plan type circumstance. And we've had a lot of conversations about this because Davis Mills is a guy who stepped in and helped you win football games in the absence of your starting quarterback. Where do you think CBS Sports ranks Davis Mills as a backup quarterback amongst contenders?
I actually saw this, so I'm cheating.
Okay. Figgy, where do you think Davis Mills ranks?
I'm going to say they probably got him ranked pretty high. And I mean, is it fair to say top 10? Or you
Absolutely.
want me to?
Absolutely.
I would probably say I'm gonna go with 7.
Surprisingly, Figgy is usually really good at this.
I was way off.
You're out. They have him second.
Oh, second. Okay.
Second best backup quarterback.
I'm a little disrespecting them a little bit
in the league.
And I guess to be fair, they do this as backup situation.
Yeah. Who had Mac Jones first?
Yeah, they have the San Francisco 49ers backup circumstance with Mac Jones and Adrian Martinez, Curtis Rourke. Let's be honest, we're talking about the backup quarterback because I don't know how often we're looking at who that third quarterback and possibly even fourth are in these circumstances. Do you think that's right that Davis Mills is a lesser backup option to Mac Jones?
I didn't do a double take. I think he's definitely top 5. And if they want to put him at 2, I mean, he's been a starter. He's been in the league. He's been now, comfortable with been on the same team. Won games last year. All 3 games he started. I don't have a problem. I mean, what a luxury.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that he's in the right area. I think that you could maybe try and quibble.
3-5. I don't have the list.
That's what I was about to do here, and see how quickly the drop off happens when it comes to if your quarterback is hurt in the NFL. Right. Yeah. So clearly, starting from the top again, Mac Jones in for Brock Purdy is 1. Davis Mills behind C.J. Stroud is 2. At 3, Joe Flacco as the backup for Joe Burrow. Clearly a starter, but the actual physicality is kind of fading at 41 years old. Number 4, Drew Lock, the backup for Sam Darnold. Already.
Yeah, that's a drop-off.
Number 5, Justin Fields, the backup for Patrick Mahomes. There's a drop-off here, but I think it's a little bit less than I think I would feel. I don't feel as bad about it. It's just he does something that feels so different to what Patrick Mahomes does that's the thing that kind of gets me here. But then 6 is Tyson Bagent, the backup for Caleb Williams, who's come in and done a little bit. Case Keenum, mind you, is over in Chicago as well, so I wonder if he also helps their rating there. And then you get to 7, Snoop Huntley behind Lamar Jackson, and then 8 is like Tommy DeVito behind Drake May, and that is 8. Like I
didn't even know he was there.
I didn't either.
I totally forgot about Buddy
as well. I'm a little surprised that that the Eagles are as far down as they are with Tanner McKee behind Jalen Hurts, because Tanner McKee has played pretty well when he stepped up, and then they also have Andy Dalton there, so it's like you have a couple of guys.
That is a little surprise. Yeah,
but
in Philly,
I wouldn't have guessed that he was there either. But I'm kind of surprised that those guys end up that far back from the group. But either way, like it's very clear that you have a backup situation that can help. Then I know that there's people thinking, then why don't you put him in? And that's an interesting conversation to have. But I think it's clear that C.J. Stroud is like the have. But it's just if you have a circumstance where you don't have him, especially because of how good this defense is on top of it, it gives you a place where you go, hey man, we feel confident that we can win games, not that we can maybe just compete and stay, not lose too much ground. You feel confident that you can keep winning football games.
And proven, that goes a long way. Of all those guys, he might be the most veteran of all the backups outside of Flacco, which, he's
right. Joe Flacco is just a different circumstance in that.
Right?
I think you're probably right there.
Yeah. I think that mattered.
I think with Davis Mills too. Like, remember when he was drafted, he was kind of looked at as kind of a backup type of quarterback situation a little bit, and it wasn't like a Joe Flacco situation where he was a starter and then getting older. Now he's just kind of a journeyman.
Yeah.
So he was the true definition of a backup.
Yeah.
One more thing before we go here around the NFL. You know what it is. NFL Top 100 time. We are reaching the upper 50s, and J-Lo. Another quarterback here.
Another quarterback
here. So we start with...
They're flying off now, man.
They are. Starting at 52. Tristan Wirfs, the tackle for the Buccaneers, is here. He also has a pretty solid drop here. Missed Tampa missed the postseason here. But, yeah, Tristan Wirfs had 12 more pressures allowed in this past season than the year before. He was playing through injury, but that sees him drop a good amount. And then number 51, this is the quarterback. Do you want to guess who the next quarterback is?
Oh, yeah, because I didn't see it. It just came out a little while ago, right?
Yes.
So who was the last quarterback? Jalen Hurts?
Yes, Jalen Hurts was the last quarterback.
I will say, Figgy, do you have a guess?
No, this might be, I don't know if it's disrespect. I was thinking, did Sam Darnold get?
I was going to say Sam Darnold.
I was thinking kind of Sam
Darnold.
Darnold.
We'll go with Sam Darnold.
That's a fair thought. They're giving a lot of deference to the Super Bowl winner, so it's not Sam Darnold. I think it's someone that CJ maybe might call a bro.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Caleb
Williams.
Yeah.
Chicago Bears quarterback Caleb Williams
taking
comes
no
in at
hits,
51. Which is funny because Caleb Williams was not ranked in the top 100 last year either.
Well, he earned it.
Yeah, I mean, he was that kind of player. He, though, is one I think that people are looking at as maybe starting to become overrated because he's getting a lot of love for some of the flashy kind of big plays that they made, but he wasn't always super consistent. Like, his completion percentage is below 60% from last year, 58.1% completion percentage there.
Not awful.
Not awful, but it's. I mean, you talk about a lot of quarterbacks you want to see in the six. Actually, kind of is awful completion percentage for how good of a quarterback talent-wise he is. I could expect that to get better though, and yet another year in the system and finding some level of stasis. But he can be a little up and down and chaotic in the way that he plays. But you know that he can make those big play moments as you see him do a few times. But yeah, there you go, another quarterback there. Again, no
so
CJ Stroud.
No way at all that CJ
no way in hell
now.
No way in hell now.
Yeah.
Not with Jalen Hurts.
I was still kind of holding out hope.
Caleb Williams,
maybe about 2%, just kind of holding out hope.
I think it's 0%. Yeah.
There's a decimal in there.
Here he goes.
There's a decimal in there. 0 point some. There's a decimal in there. All right, that's your.
He's going to be.
I mean, could you blame me? It was at 98, and I saw Bryce Young.
You telling me it's a chance?
Look, man, y'all look me in the eye and tell me y'all didn't think C.J. Stroud was clearly much better than Bryce Young last year.
That wasn't the point.
Yeah,
that wasn't the point.
Yeah. I just think, to me, Caleb Williams kind of solidified for me for sure. Where it's just like, okay, I'll be shocked if they had him higher than Caleb Williams.
We'll see. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to return to the Astros because they're headed into a big 3-game series this weekend. And remember, a couple of days ago, we went through the anatomy of the Boston Red Sox surge that got their season turned around in the different direction. Where the Astros are on a 3-game winning streak, or actually really a 4-game winning streak. Let's check in on the anatomy and see what are the next steps that they might need to take this weekend in order to actually get a real surge going. We'll do that next.
Houston. Podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday to you. Hope it's going well for you at this moment. Somebody on the text line hit us up and said, on South Beltway in 288 with a bunch of static. Come on, FM radio.
Yeah, man.
August 13th, baby.
August 13th, baby.
Thought.
August 13th, we get going to the FM signal, 95.7 The Fan. You know what? Actually, go ahead and do something for me. If you're in your car right now, and if you have the opportunity, if you got a free hand, Go ahead and program in 95.7 on your FM dial. Go ahead and put that in.
Preset 1.
Oh,
Get it ready. Preset 1.
Figgy is choosy. They don't got to be preset 1. Just make sure it's one of those.
Put it right there.
Why not?
Yeah.
All right, you heard Figgy. Look, I didn't say it, but
that, my friend, is called a P1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where it comes from, huh? I didn't realize that. Okay.
You ain't know that?
No, I didn't.
I'm shocked you didn't know that.
I didn't. I mean, I knew the P1 term, but I just didn't know it was called preset 1. Okay, well then.
That's the first station you go to.
Well then, shout out. Go ahead and put it on your preset.
Your favorite station is P1.
Somebody think they have preset in their car? You tell me what your car is. I'll go find a manual and I'll tell you how to preset it.
We'll
God bless you.
In a segment he likes to call reading.
That's right.
Okay, 2016 Toyota Tundra.
Are you not that person in your family?
One.
Are you not that person in your
What's that?
family? The person that just has to go figure it out. Like, does people not bring the questions to you?
No, I
don't know how to work this. Can you help me figure it out? Yeah, that's.
But do you go to the manual that's in the glove department?
Yes, because
I go to the internet.
Well, I'm going to find the manual on the internet, but this is the thing. I can't just trust all the jokers posting on here about how this works. I'm going to go figure it out.
We start going through every vehicle make and model. All right, so this is how you can put it on
introduction.
You remember what was like a month ago or 2 months ago when we had our water maker wasn't getting it cold?
Yeah.
I went and pulled up the manual.
You did? I saw you do that.
Yeah, man, I pulled up the manual.
Did
it fix it? No. But it's the wrong. Something was happening. It's not my fault. See what happened is. Anyways, the Astros managed, they're on a 4-game win streak. Quiet as it's kept, or I don't know if it's how quiet it is, but you look up and you go, okay, they've won a few games in a row. Oh no, 3-game win streak because they lost the 3 out of versus who was it again?
Orioles.
Yeah, it was the O's. There we go.
Orioles, yeah.
But yeah, they win 3 games in a row versus the Marlins. And now you go, okay, maybe could this be the start of that run that we were talking about? A run, mind you, that we were like, I don't know that you could do, because we went through the anatomy of a Red Sox surge. That was what they did. They fit Red Sox had something that they hadn't done since the 40s, I think, or hadn't been done generally since the 40s. Yeah. And it helped turn their season around. They went from, I think they had a deal to, there was some deals that were on the table that they were thinking about that are now, you can't send people away now that you're in the thick of things. And we were like, barring something like that, the Astros aren't there. Well, there were 5 points that we got to in the anatomy of the Red Sox surge. Do you remember any of them?
We didn't check a lot of those boxes.
No. Do you remember any of them?
Well, you got like pitching staff, pitching.
Yeah.
What else?
All right, so here is the stuff that I'll run through them again. Number 1 was firing the manager.
Of course.
I feel like that's not. I feel like we're just at this point where that's
still not going to check that box.
All right, not going to check that box.
Yeah.
Throwing strikes and catching the ball. That does seem like, at least the last couple of outings, you've gotten that, right? Now, this is the thing, is that going to continue to happen? You get Spencer Urquidy on the bump today, tonight, rather. Yeah. And you get to see, can he get back to it? Especially because I think Joe Espada said that he's been our ace this year, and I'm like, hey, buddy, we don't have to use ace on everybody, but he has been the best pitcher. Can he get back to that form is one of them. Or, sorry, Lambert.
Peter Lambert.
Hitting home runs. This is something that
This is the one that
big check.
Yeah, you can start. Like if that's gonna be a key ingredient, look at what they've done. Like even in the games they lost to the Orioles, there were some big hits, but especially this series sweep that they just had, lots of home runs. I mean, was it Pena had one in every game?
Yeah,
every single game in the series he had one. Then Jordan did what Jordan does, and Paredes hit a big home run. 2 in the series, I believe. Yeah,
lockdown bullpen. That's the one that's a little interesting, especially when you look at who you have right now and who's available. But they were pretty damn solid, at least in these last few games. And then luck. Those are the things that we're hitting on that you need to have happen in order for this surge, at least if you're comparing it to what the Red Sox did. And so now I take you into a series in which you are facing off against the Chicago White Sox. Yeah. They're on the road at Rate Field. And now what do you see possibly being able to happen to continue their run, to make this another extend out the win streak and maybe try and make it 6 wins in a row and push you towards
the most important thing here is pitching, which again, that sounds trite and cliche. I'm talking about like specific matchups here. These are good matchups of guys that are kind of in that same vein. Spencer Urquidy, you mentioned. Davis Martin is the starter tonight for the White Sox. Really good, 9-5 with a 3.31 ERA, 97 strikeouts.
Yeah. But I will give you, in looking at some of the advanced stats, I know, I'm a sicko. People hit the ball hard off of him.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, like, this individual matchup, this is a good – they kind of have the same characteristics, Arrighetti and Martin. Martin's been better, but they kind of are cut from the same cloth. So how are you going to do that? And then tomorrow, hey, Hunter Brown, any day now would be good. You know, any time now would be good to become the old Hunter Brown because you're facing a real stud in Sean Burke. 120 strikeouts, just an absolute monster for a very good team. So Hunter Brown, like those two first game, like Brown has to be what he was. He hasn't been yet. Spencer Arrighetti has to step up to what he's been for the most part this year.
No, I think that's absolutely something that's going to be necessary. And it's the two guys that I really want to see because, as we mentioned, Tatsuya Imai, he can. I have learned my lesson from seeing a glimpse and going, okay, we can expand this out. No, I need to see more, but. The big if, and I recognize it's an if, and I'm saying it's an if up front. But the if is, if that splitter is helping him work on the pitch mix and it allows him to look like he looked in his last outing, what was that, 2-3 nights ago?
Yeah.
Okay, we've got something there. Peter Lambert, you know that he's been giving you his all, and I don't know that it falls off until at the very least like next year, right?
Yeah.
This is where I'm at, where it looks like this is a golden year for Peter Lambert, someone who, I mean, according to the folks who know, like our shout out to Spo, who worked in that Colorado Rockies organization, or at least covered it, and that's where Peter Lambert first originally reached baseball, at least professional baseball. He had this within him, but being here, they've helped him like fully bring it out. And so this is something that does not feel like it's going to fall off in the season, knock on wood.
Yeah.
It's where I wonder can you carry it from season to season. So I'd say all of that to say I feel good about him maintaining it.
Yeah.
Imai, there's a possibility. You know that Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown have it in them. If one or both of those guys bring it up, now you're talking about 3 or 4 guys out of your rotation, or maybe you go 2.5 or 3.5 guys in your rotation where you go, we can cook.
And you're 100% right. That's why number one on the list is those specific matchups and getting guys to more level. The second most important thing to me is you're not going to change managers, so you can scratch that one. The bullpen, I think, is going to be very difficult to consistently count on. I mean, it's home runs. You have to continue to hit because the bottom of your lineup has been so-so at best. So if you can continue to have those big swings to change an inning and change a game, that, to me, home runs, you got to continue to hit the extra base hits.
And here's the thing. You're going to really need it because this is one of those immovable force versus what is it, immovable object versus unstoppable force?
Irresistible force.
The Astros have been really good on the road, except the White Sox have been really good at home. Get this. When at home this year, they have given up 177 runs. Do you know where that ranks in baseball? Major League Baseball.
I'm guessing pretty high.
That is the best.
Yeah.
That is, or the fewest runs allowed in your home ballpark. Mm-hmm. That's tough. Yeah. And I mean, like Rate Field, it is also a pitcher's park, right? If memory serves, I can go and double check that. So you talk about the long ball. I think they're going to have to be really good, or maybe really and truly just good at finding the grass and being able to, get guys on and move them over, because maybe you won't be able to just depend on the big shot. You're not going to have the Crawford boxes there, and some of the instances where you imagine, hey, this would have been a home run, it might be warning track power. So you're going to need to be on your P's and Q's because home runs might actually not get you over in this one.
Yeah, but I don't have a lot of confidence in getting guys on and moving them across either. Just because the lineup has not been that consistent. I think you need to get those big bats. Jordan, of course, we can expect, but get everybody else innings with the big swings.
Yeah, so this is going to be very curious. Like, can they continue to put together the things? I mean, 3 games in a row is not nothing. It would feel a lot better if you hadn't been swept in the 3 prior, but I'm choosing to decide, all right, I can't do anything about those ones before. Can you now build on this? 4 games in a row, 5 games in a row.
Yeah, that's what we talked about. 6
games in a row? Then you're starting to cook with grease, and then you have something that's going. But as we mentioned, it's Spencer Arrighetti on the bump tonight, and today is going to be very big. Because you could easily just say that what they had in this 3-game sweep, maybe that said something about the Marlins more than it did the Astros. Tonight in Chicago, I think it will be a really good test. 6:40 p.m. is when first pitch is, as we mentioned, Arrighetti on the bump. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including we give you a recap of what's happened or what we know from LeBron finally making a decision on where he lands. Reed Shepherd has been working. We want to talk about that, but also a former Texan seeming like he might find a new landing spot in a different way than you would have thought. I'll tell you more about all of that next.
Houston, starting Thursday.
CreonInfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And starting with, there's been big signings in the NBA world, right? The biggest
signings. Plural. Figgy.
Yes.
He went plural.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the first one that I will talk about is the biggest one. LeBron James has finally decided where he is going to take his talents in the 2026-25
Now we can get that
season.
NBA schedule together.
Finally.
Yeah,
Adam
right.
Silver is like,
they're working their
you.
ass off right now.
Thank you.
Ooh, thank God.
And on that schedule, you will see a lot of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Christmas Day.
Gotta be.
100%.
Gotta be Christmas Day.
Yeah.
Gotta. I mean, what? Sixers Celtics or Sixers Knicks?
One of those.
Sixers Celtics is great.
One of those.
Yeah.
It probably Celtics, to be honest.
Yeah.
From his old team.
That could, but either way, LeBron James joins Jaylen Brown, as you mentioned, Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid, VJ Edgecombe, and they just make one of, if not the best, on paper starting five lineups that I can recall in a long time. And that's considering that it feels like we have, in theory, moved out of the superstar era of the NBA, and yet and still, look at that.
There it is, super team.
You want to mention that contract he signed too?
I will. Thank
Big
you for
money,
mentioning
man.
it. A 2-year deal, although there's a player option on the second year, so it's a 1+1 for $8 million. So that means LeBron James, and I can get you down to the penny if you really want to, will be making $3.8 million this year. Figgy, would you like to guess how much money LeBron James Jr. is making this year?
That much?
It's a little bit less, but it's 2.3.
Sweet. That's all, Dad?
Yeah, he's like, hey, man, you barely make more than me.
Yeah.
What you talking about? Yeah, but it's a wild, obviously a big get for the Sixers. I'm still there. I know that Ocho was saying that he thought that the Timberwolves was the best place. I just never thought that LeBron was wanting to play in the West here. Like, if you're going to go, might as well go to a place where it feels like you have more runway and the West is really packed. But it is nice that at least LeBron is over there. He's not in the same conference as you. And I don't know that you actually had a shot to get LeBron, but yeah, you see $4 million, you go, damn, you could have added a $4 million player.
Yeah.
However, the Rockets do add a player.
Oh, that's the other one.
That's the other signing.
Come on, man.
And just like LeBron James, he is 6'8", baby. You ready?
LeBron 6'8". He's 6'8".
Yeah, man. Houston Rockets, Oscar Tshiebwe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
LeBron
You
played.
should have told me hit the breaking news, man.
All right. I'm not trying to get jumped out here.
Is this more of that media hates Houston bias? Because
Clearly.
LeBron signs, he's signed, you don't hear anything.
Right.
LeBron 6'8", he's 6'8", you don't hear anything.
Exactly.
LeBron played in the McDonald's All-American game. He played in the All-American
You
game.
see?
Don't hear anything.
And LeBron didn't play at Kentucky. So what are we talking about?
There you go.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
I remember that. But no, all jokes aside, Oscar Tshiebwe, like a depth big. I wonder if he doesn't slide into somewhat of the role of, not the exact role, because the actual role that Jeff Green served was kind of elder statesman, but I do wonder if he doesn't slide into that kind of role to some degree. But yeah, I thought the Rockets already had gotten to 15, but he's
could he be in a
apparently
two-way
signed.
contract?
I'm not certain. I haven't done the legwork on that, so apologies for not getting that. But there's that. In more serious Rockets news, did you see this? Did you see Reed Sheppard?
Oh boy, everybody is.
Do you see the guns?
Yes.
Reed Sheppard does look like he is. He looks like he's getting physically stronger, which is not nothing, right? Sometimes we talk about NBA players and we go, "Oh, he looks stronger," and I go, "So?"
Yeah.
He's not the type of player to use it. He's a dude who needs that strength, especially defensively, so he doesn't get moved around.
It's body transformation season is what makes me laugh. You're right. It's not nothing, and maybe it'll add up, to better.
But this happens every single offseason, man.
Hey, man, have you
He's
seen?
in the best shape of his life.
Have you seen Phil in
he
the bike?
bulked up.
Oh, he is really bulked up, and then you're like,
And it'd be funny too, because sometimes he don't even be in the gym. It'd be like them on a boat or something.
Yeah.
And like, wow, look at him.
Yeah, look at those guns.
Look at all the muscles. Well, we're doing that right now. We are currently objectifying Reed Sheppard.
Yeah.
But no, the second or third year player now, he looks good, and he was talking about how he's out in California working with KD.
Yeah. Now that I like more.
Yeah.
That's
exactly what I was going to ask you about.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Anytime you have a chance and you're invited to do, or maybe he just went uninvited, but
I have a feeling that he didn't just pop up on KD like, hey, man, let's work.
I'm working out with you. That's always a good sign. With KD, you take it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I always think about, and I know that KD isn't necessarily the guy that I look to as leader guy, but I do love the great players. What they usually do is they work really well. And so it's always cool to see young guys see how the greats work.
100%.
Because that's always such a fun story. I know, John, you've seen these where a guy talks about that. I thought I was working hard, and then I saw this guy, and I was like, oh, this is how you work.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how what that does for Reed in this time period where now they've had the full season report, and you can take that into the offseason and see what the work looks like.
Yeah.
I fully anticipate a step up for him just because of things of that nature. But I'm excited to see them work together, and hopeful for what Reed Shepherd looks like in this upcoming season, especially because I know that, again, going back to he looks stronger, I do think that is something that will help him stay on the court. If you can, I know that he doesn't necessarily have the foot speed, but if you can manage to stay in front of somebody, if you have the strength to be able to hold him off, that's huge.
No, I think it could. The more important thing for me is he and KD are working in California, and that's always a good thing to the point you just made.
Some other things that are popping. Former Texan that I was talking about in my tease, his name is DeAndre Hopkins. You remember this gentleman?
I do remember him. What's he doing?
Well, apparently, according to one Mike Vrabel, you remember Mike Vrabel too. I believe that is the paramour of
Diana
Diana
hard to
Rossini.
forget him now.
No, he's the head coach of the New England Patriots. He was, I'm saying Vrabel. Vrabel was talking to the media, and it seems like he said that DeAndre Hopkins is with the Patriots right now.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, oh, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
I told both of you guys this, and you're like, all right. I didn't give you the next clause. Potentially looking into a coaching role. Vrabel said, quote, he's been here the last couple of days, and he will be here the next couple of days helping out offensive coaches. He adds that Hopkins initially had asked him about doing so.
A little bit of a surprise to me, and I can't tell you why. Certain players you look at, you're like, okay, I think that guy could see
being a coach.
Yeah, getting into coaching, or he's just a football junkie. And I'm not saying DeAndre Hopkins is not. Just didn't strike me as a guy. He does all that stuff in fashion, and he has a lot of interest. And I didn't think, he would necessarily want to get into coaching. But I mean, good for him.
Yeah, I don't really have a great reason why either. But I'll be honest, I never considered the idea that he was going to be one of the guys that is interested in coaching. Now, I am curious, right? Because the only commitment that Mike Vrabel says there is, for the next few days.
Yeah.
Is this something where DeAndre Hopkins reached out in order to just kind of get a feel for it, but he still has eyes towards playing?
Maybe find out. I don't know. No, I thought you were going to go with maybe find out if it's something he really wants to do.
And that's all.
Yeah, because you think you want to get into coaching at that level until you see what they do.
Yeah, and that's not one of those jobs that you just like, well, I'm going to accept something and figure it out. I want to get a feel of what this is before I fully jump in. So salute to him in that endeavor. I'd be very intrigued, though, because I think that there is a general thought, and I don't know how accurate it is, to be fair, but I think there's a general thought that dudes that are really talented actually aren't that good at coaching.
I've thought that. There have been I've looked bad on that in some cases, but I think that a lot of the superstar players in any sport, it's hard for them to get down to the nitty gritty. The guys that are just trying to stay in the league,
Yeah,
they can't relate.
That's the general thought. I would probably usually sit with you there as well, in that, oh man, you had the talent that kind of made some of the more finer points a little bit elusive for you. And you need to understand those if you're talking to not just the star players who are really talented, but the guys who are maybe doing a little bit more scrapping for this. But we've seen instances where great players have been good coaches, especially in football. Football feels like one where you actually can get some great players into that level. And so I'm very curious to see, one, if this is something that he decides to stick with in the immediate term or even in a later date, because that was not what I was thinking. But also, if that at all says anything about his willingness to try and be out here for a job. Remember, we were just talking about it yesterday, and I asked the question because I don't know for certain, and I realized that I didn't go and look this up. How does it not feel like wide receivers in particular are having a little bit less of a good time just trying to hop on a team at a later date in the season? And DeAndre Hopkins is one of those free agent looking for a team and maybe having to go into the season saying, I'll wait for somebody to ask.
Maybe he's already decided, and that's why he's doing this, that he's not going to play anymore. And that's why he's looking into the coaching aspect. Maybe. I don't know.
Anyways, I forgot to mention this with the LeBron being a Sixer thing. So the opening odds for title championship, the title odds rather, for the Philadelphia Sixers was 50-1, right?
Yeah.
When they acquired Jaylen Brown, the odds went to 25-1, which feels like it makes sense. That's a dude who changes the odds. LeBron James jumping on this team, the odds have moved to 7-1.
I'm not surprised by any stretch. And the whole LeBron thing, one more thought on LeBron that was interesting that I came across. We should have seen this coming the Philadelphia thing, which they were one of the teams that was always going to be a part of it anyway. Mike Gansey, their GM.
Yeah.
They knew each other in high school. LeBron James was Ohio Player of the Year.
Right.
And the runner-up for Ohio Player of the Year the same year as LeBron was Mike Gansey. Now the general manager of.
And now they're working in the same place. Look at that.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is, it's so hard to tell because there was so many different clues for all the teams that was involved.
Yeah.
Because I think LeBron's teammate in high school is currently the assistant GM for the Cavs.
Yeah. Well, that's true,
He
too.
got a relationship with Draymond Green and Golden State and all that type of stuff. It's so many weird clues. That's why it was so hard. That's why I was frustrated with people just throwing out this type of stuff. Because you knew what he's thinking.
Yep. So LeBron James will be a Philadelphia 76er this year. At least one more thing here, or two more things. I got to get both of these in. One, we've talked about kind of the World Cup and the way in which the MLS is trying to capitalize it. There was a note that some teams are seeing up to 150% increase on their sales of tickets in the second half of this MLS season. Well, Mayor John Whitmire, not Sean Pendergast, but Mayor John Whitmire, the mayor of the city of Houston, I'm pretty certain it came on official letterhead. Has done something to try and help that here in the city of Houston. So he announced an initiative to provide 10,000 complimentary tickets for first-time attendees to Dynamo and Dash matches through the second half of the season.
Great.
So if you're in the city of Houston and you are soccer curious, this is something I think you take care of, or you take advantage of. That is a great question.
Yeah.
I imagine that you want to.
I think it's just good. We'll get it to you. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. We'll get that information because that's like 10,000 free tickets. You got a family, you want to go see. Hey man, we love the World Cup. Let's see what this is all about. Let's go.
Right. My thing about it is, look, not everybody cares about soccer, and I recognize that. But if you do, man, why not save a little money, right?
Yeah.
I think if you go to the Dynamo social media accounts, they have the code that is there. I believe it's Houston 26, but then you have to use it at a very particular link, I imagine.
Yeah.
You can find those if you go to the Houston Dynamo or Houston Dash accounts. Just an interesting thing that I thought I'd put out there because we talked about the World Cup a lot, and it seemed like there were some of our listeners that were interested in, kind of maybe want to get out to a game.
Yeah.
Shout out to the mayor making that a little bit more possible as well. But it's only 10,000 of them I used pretty quickly, so go and see if you can find yours. And one more thing here in What's Poppin'. I don't know if you saw this, but shout out to Cody Stoots for catching it. According to the NFL's daily transactions, the Houston Texans actually tried out a tackle. Doji Dehu. I don't know how to pronounce his name, so apologies to him, but he's a 6'9" offensive lineman and played 11 games in the past couple of seasons at Eastern Michigan. So the reason why I bring this up, I don't know that he would be impactful, but it's like they're clearly still looking, and tackle is clearly a place. And I think that's necessary because I don't know that I feel great about who your backup tackle is after the three guys that we know, and two of those guys are seemingly locked in at right tackle.
Big guy project, and why not? Why not kick the tires?
Agreed. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to the rewatch of the 2025 Texans season that I have been conducting. Last night, Week 14 at Kansas City. This was a very interesting game that I'm excited to talk about some of my takeaways and my questions and share those with you. We'll do those next.
Houston. West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Attitula.
You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. The OG John Lopez in with you. I'm Reginald Attitula, and Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos, making it sound good. Chop it up with us on the text line, 713-572-4610. We greatly appreciate you doing that. We hope that you're out there staying safe, enjoying your Friday. Buddy, that rain, it was funny because as a Houstonian, like the rain wasn't too big of a deal, but when I started seeing the pools of water on the roads, I was like, okay, let me not get too crazy with it.
Yeah. We kind of came out of nowhere, didn't we? Or you or somebody said, I don't even know if it's going to rain today.
Wait.
That changed.
Who said that?
I think it was Ocho.
He said, or somebody.
Oh, yeah. Ocho texted that?
You were the one that was like, nah, it's not going to be a big deal.
I said it wasn't going to be as big as we predicted, as bad as we predicted and we thought.
I don't know if that's what I heard.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
All right, we continue with my rewatch of the 2025 Texans season, J-Lo. And I'm very thankful that we're moving this thing along, but there's some interesting stuff that continues to display itself, especially when you have a team like the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
That comes up on the schedule, and that's where I was. Week 14 last season on the road at Arrowhead versus Kansas City.
Yeah.
And I'll start in a way that I kind of moved away from asking you what you recall, but I kind of want to get a feel for what you remember from this football game.
Well, clearly, the Chiefs have your number, have had your number. And for that reason alone, it was a big game, even though the Chiefs were not exactly playing good football, even, at that point. In fact, you could probably argue that the Texans ultimately, in their playoff hopes with this. But the other thing was there were some moments in this game. There were some moments up until this game where you're like, this is a great defense. This is a great defense. The Texans were really established. This was when they were the best defense in the NFL, if not arguably so, and made Patrick Mahomes look awful, like awful. And that's when you really start to go, okay. Okay, something's happening.
I'm glad you mentioned this because I viscerally had that feeling as I'm watching this game.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the nebulous defense. It was something in particular.
Yeah.
3 and outs. Because this, I don't know if I even really knew this, but I feel like we knew this in our spirit. The Texans were the best team at 3 and outs last year. Quite literally, I think 29% of possessions ended in a 3 and out last year. Crazy stuff. You could see it this game where it's like, oh, man, maybe the offense gives it back or something. And you're like, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's coming back here in a second.
Coming back.
It's coming right back. This game was just 3 and out. They were getting these boys off the field. And that is notable. Not just, against any NFL team.
No.
But the Chiefs in particular, because of the ways that Patrick Mahomes ends up being a downright wizard a lot of times. And he did some of that in this game, don't get me wrong. But even then, some of his efforts fell by the wayside. Patrick Mahomes, his jersey got dirty. Remember, he was dealing with like a little bit of a knee thing, and he got up hobbling a little bit because Will Anderson Jr., Daniil Hunter, Tommy Togiai, Tim Settle, they were making it really tough. This was the pass rush working very well in tandem. Like this year, the whole of the last year, they were really good. This year, this part of the year in particular,
I think it sort of put a like kind of an exclamation point. You're like, okay, this is really, we're getting into some very, very, exclusive territory.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
They're locking in, and they're doing a great job of corralling Patrick Mahomes, one of the biggest escape artists in the league. And so I found that to be interesting. I also take you to using Mahomes as a bridge to a, quote, downright Mahomesian play. That was what, on Sunday Night Football, Collinsworth called a particular, what was it?
Oh, Collinsworth gave Mahomes a compliment?
No, he gave C.J. Stroud a compliment. I don't know if you remember this play. The pass protection was it was really weird. So in pass protection, you have Titus Howard, who's playing right guard, trying to come across the pocket to pick up on the right side. It just didn't make sense to me. And obviously, that's in part because it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So C.J. Stroud snaps the ball, and he's just fading backwards the whole time, trying to find space. And it's one of those things where there is so much trust in this play because CJ, once it's evident that off the edge someone is coming to get you, maybe you dirt the football, which he does a few times this game, but he just decides to fade, and he knows that there's supposed to be a Nico Collins in cut, and he lets it go with anticipation early. And it's not just the anticipation of I know where he's going to be. CJ Stroud is running backwards, so the pass is harder. He seemingly knowing Nico Collins will work back to the football. Yeah. And he does, catches the ball, goes and creates a huge play. And this is one of those, yeah, man, C.J. Stroud, this is what I like to see. Like, this is the anticipation. It's a crazy, bold throw. It's not just that he's throwing across his body. This is not something that you're supposed to do as an NFL
I'm trying to remember
quarterback.
that play. I don't remember it. Yeah. I'll have to go back and look at it because I know it was, Nico had a good game in this, just all together. I remember that, but I'm trying to remember that exact play. But you're right. That is exactly what you're looking for and is there.
There's that one. There's another play in which Nico Collins just dusts Trent McDuffie. Yeah. And I think Trent McDuffie was sitting expecting there's a break here. He's going to break down. He's going to cut in. There's going to be a comeback, something. And Nico is just, boom, straight down the field. He gets 2 steps on Trent McDuffie. And it's almost, C.J. Stroud almost holds a little too long to make sure that safety doesn't come over. Now, Nico goes up and catches it, but it's like, man, there are big plays from Nico Collins, a reminder of how good he is, especially like being attuned to what's happened with C.J. Can I say that also thinking about C.J., because of course I'm thinking about him a lot in this return from concussion, which week 14 at Kansas City was the second or third week of him being back. There was also a play in which, actually going back to Patrick Mahomes, he uses his legs and makes what would have been maybe a couple of drive stalling offensive situations into first downs.
Right.
And watching him versus CJ, I was like, it's overstated at this point, but this is a part of the role for CJ and he has to view it as such.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing that we always talk, we know it's in there. We've seen it, and I'm trying to just draw up that play in my mind, but there were so many other plays where he was harassed. This was a pretty good Chiefs defensive effort, in terms of harassing C.J. Stroud. So I'm with you. I think that's absolutely the case.
Mina Kimes made a note on her podcast about Mahomes. He made their rushing attack way more efficient, or efficiency look way more better than it should have been. This was the stat. Kansas City was 7th in rushing success rate last year. But if you took out quarterback runs and short yardage runs, which are easier to get efficiency, they were 29th. This is what a quarterback, being able to use his legs can do for an offense. He can make it significantly more efficient. And looking at this team that we know wants to run the football, but also has, David Montgomery and Woody Marks doing some level of the running, and I feel good about those, but I mean, you could make the argument that there's still better rush tandems out there. The offensive line that they clearly made efforts to improve, but you can look at it and say there's still questions. You can make sure that this efficiency looks so much better if C.J. Stroud is willing and able to use his legs, and the ability is not the question.
And just and not necessarily overdo it, but just be able to do those types of things to help the offense when it's having a bad play, when you're in a situation where there's a breakdown, or really just to help the run game in general and the pass game for that matter. When if he can do those things.
Fig, I don't frequently talk about or turn to you in moments.
I was just going to do the same thing. I bet you Figgy has a memory about this game.
I sure do. You want to hear?
Yes.
I got it.
Isaiah Pacheco is the back. He's helping protect as Mahomes on a mission, searching, finding Rice and gets popped. loses the ball incomplete.
Gets popped.
Yeah, this is the Jalen Petrie absolutely lighting Rashee Rice up.
I was thinking the same thing.
I would like to give you
knocked the Sonic rings out of that boy, man.
I would like to give you at least two observations that I had forgotten, or one I hadn't forgotten, but another one that I had forgotten. The first one was, hey man, Rashee Rice got hit so hard that he didn't immediately let go of the football, but he was like, I don't need this.
I don't need this.
I have more important things right now.
He looked like a fish out of water, man.
Rashee Rice, he looked like his whole body short-circuited. Like, I don't need whatever I was doing before does not matter anymore.
Yes.
The other one was, yes, we always talk about how Jalen Petrie would kind of play, hit real hard, but was also still very calm about it. Like, hey man, it's not malice or anything. They give a close-up of his face, and he is so self-satisfied.
Oh boy,
he is so self-satisfied in that moment, and he should be, because this is the play that people will remember from this game. I will also make a point though. Jalen Petrie was really good in coverage.
Really
in this game.
good to hold, and it's also I talked about the defense at large, where you kind of go, okay, we're getting serious now. And I think that play sort of galvanized that, but also you could just see guys on all different levels and making other plays. These things sort of just feed on themselves, and they this compound, and everybody wants to get in on the act. It's an old cliche, but you can just feel it.
Yeah, Petrie,
like you said, just wow,
100%.
Wow.
And you can see it. Petrie gets an interception in this game where, he's following. I think it's a slant in, and he's able to get underneath it, pops it up, and then goes and catches it. Remember that interception? But also, shout out to Kamari Lassiter, who was fantastic in this game. He knocks out a would-be touchdown from the hands of, I can't remember, it was Tyquan Thornton, I believe.
Yeah.
The secondary was on point, and that includes Jalen Petrie, who I like accentuating because he's probably the guy in the secondary that you look at and you go, coverage, maybe not so much. The coverage was there.
The other thing I just remembered from this game, and it speaks exactly to this defense, just sort of, snowballing, the snowball effect of everybody getting in on it and playing so well. There was a moment, correct me if I'm wrong, either late in the game or third quarter, where the Chiefs went for it from deep in their own territory, and I'm sitting there going, Texans going to stop this. When was the last time you thought the Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, with the ball, going for it on 4th and short, and you thought they ain't getting it? And that happened, right? Like the Texans stopped them on a 4th and 1.
I think the Chiefs got criticized for that, too, if I'm not mistaken.
And because generally, oh, boy, the Chiefs are going to convert this. And I was sitting there going, they ain't getting this.
Yeah.
They ain't getting this.
And a fair point is made. There was offensive line injuries on this Chiefs team. Absolutely. Like this, but that's part of one of my points, actually. I'm glad you brought up the Chiefs and, the bravado that they had there that ultimately didn't pay off for them. They did not look the same as the Chiefs of old, and especially because their playmakers same as they had once been, right? Even Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce was pretty reined in this game, and some of it was, they just had drops that were inexplicable. Drive extenders that Travis Kelce is the go-to, or Xavier Worthy or whatever. Like they did not make as many plays, and that's the thing about the Chiefs is they've done a lot of making more out of the actual tools that they have, and it feels like, considering that the Chiefs have not actually changed very much this year compared to last year, I really am curious as to what part of what plays into me looking at the Chiefs and going, are we seeing kind of the end of the dynasty is probably not the right way of saying it, but are we seeing a lesser version again of the Chiefs that admittedly probably should have won like 9 games last year? I know that they won a lot fewer than that, but this does not feel like that same boogeyman, to kind of borrow the way that we've talked about the Astros. It definitely doesn't feel the same.
I get it, and you're not alone in that. I am, as you well know, on the other side of that. I think they're very interesting. Patrick Mahomes, it seems like he's going to be ready the first day of training camp. They added Kenneth Walker. They're trying to do tweaks here and there on the offensive line and add some of those things. So it's going to be a great story. It's going to be a big story in the NFL this year. Are you starting to see, the first signs of sort of taking a step back, or is it going to be, oh, here they go, the Chiefs again,
CJ's a funny dude for me because there's instances where, there was one play, the touchdown to Woody Marks. Do you remember this? Beautiful use of taking advantage of Kansas City's aggression against them. Woody Marks, And when they break huddle, Woody Marks is going to be in shotgun next to CJ to his right. CJ's move over here to the left.
Yeah.
And then they snap the ball, and here comes a blitz. They're sending a pretty heavy blitz. I don't know if it's 5 or 6 guys coming. And they had been sending a lot of blitz in this game, which honestly had worked to their advantage. CJ Stroud steps into the pocket as this blitz is coming in, dumps it off to Woody Marks, who is just uncovered, walks it into the end zone. And I feel like this is, I don't know who to give credit to, so I've just decided split credit between Nick Caley and CJ, because I can't tell if this was the play
that
as it calls
sure
in.
Sounds like a CJ.
It feels like it, but it also, because of the way that, hey, move over here.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's, hey, this is hey, you're messing the play up. You need to be over here. Or if that's CJ going, hey, I need you to do this, leak out. We're going to get you the ball. But either way.
Could have maybe just gotten a little lucky. He wanted him over there for protection.
But he doesn't. He doesn't protect it all. Like it was really a psych out because Woody is looking for the football as if this is what I'm supposed to do. Yeah. So either way, like there's enough of these kind of nuggets. I know that I've really ragged on Caley. There's enough of these kind of nuggets whether that's Caley or CJ that I'm like, okay, these are the types of things that I'd like to see more of. I've seen a little bit, which I appreciate, but I need to see these things happen more consistently. Yeah. And to that end, this was a game in which I saw CJ doing a lot more air traffic controlling, and I was like, interesting. I don't know what to make of it, and I'm not going to make too much of it, but it does feel like that is something that I had not seen as much prior in the season. So I wonder if that was just a sign of him getting more comfortable, and if that continues throughout the rest of the season, if I'm looking for it, and how that maybe spurs on whatever the development is and what we heard in spring into this upcoming season.
Either way, you want to see more of that, whether no matter who deserves credit. But certainly more of that because obviously worked in that case.
No, for sure. Yeah. A couple of things outside of this. After the half, though, buddy, there was a clear difference in production on offense. I think that it was like 200 and something yards passing in the first half, and then for a period of time, it was negative for the Texans. And it made it. Now, this is where I have the other side of the coin with Caley. How much of that is Steve Spagnuolo being able to have the half and go, okay, this is how we attack them? But also, how much of that is Nick Caley saying, we know that they're going to change the way that they play. Do we have another level to go to? And that's one of those things that I will stay on his neck about is, hey, how do you then great play callers also anticipate those things and have ways to take it to another level. Yeah. And so not only are we looking at Nick Caley to take things to another level for the Texans in this upcoming season, I think that there's going to be a number of those times in games where you need to find the next level of what we're doing here. And I'm still intrigued to see if he can get there. But that's just some of the takeaways that I had from Week 14's game versus Kansas City, which the Texans won 20-10 and was absolutely it was a little bit of an exercising of demons for this team, even though I don't think that they were on the same level, those two teams.
No, I agree.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get our lunchtime confessions that we typically do. We'll do those next.
Houston, starting Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Guys, I got to tell you, I would like to apologize. I was I would like to apologize. I had no idea this was the case. Maybe you guys did, or maybe I'm not alone. So the annual, it's usually done by, let me make sure I get the accreditation here. I mean, USA Today polled 1,000 people. The best French fries in fast food. I'm not going to bury the lead here because this is, I was very unfamiliar with their game. Number 1 on the list, Del Taco.
What?
Have y'all had Del Taco fries before?
I don't even remember if I've had Del Taco, but Del Taco French fries?
I'm sure at some point I've eaten
Is it here?
No, this is a national poll. 1,000 people, maybe more. It might be 1,500
I never
people.
even heard of Del Taco.
Del Taco fries, the best. They're crinkle cut, which you know I love those, but those are usually the frozen ones that you get. Known for its Mexican-inspired menu, Del Taco racks up plenty of fans with its crinkle cut fries, holds salt and crispiness, which is what I love about crinkle cut. And yeah, I mean, like and this is not some throwdown. Like this USA Today, a poll of, I think it was either 1,000 or 1,500 people, and some really good fries are on the top 10. Name best fries. I'll tell you where it is.
McDonald's.
4.
Checkers.
You know what? That impresses me that you said Checkers. I didn't know they're on the list. Checkers,
really? Okay.
Yeah, Checkers is 9.
Chick-fil-A.
7.
Arby's.
No, 8.
Okay. Arby's.
Oh, wow. Chick-fil-A feels a little low there. I'm not going to lie.
Figgy knows his fries, man.
Yeah, Figgy's a fry connoisseur, baby.
Yeah.
Figgy, Arby's was honorable mention.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'll go through it here.
Okay.
10 In-N-Out. 9 Checkers. 8 Chick-fil-A. Golden Chick. 6,
okay, I never had their fries.
6 Five Guys.
I don't know. I would have put a Golden Chick. I like Golden Chick, but I don't know if I would have put them up there.
5 Shake Shack. 4 McDonald's. 3. This was another surprise to me. A&W. This is a national poll.
Those are still in the game.
But,
yeah,
I didn't know those were still in the game.
They're more prevalent in other parts of the country.
Inside of a vacant mall.
They're more prevalent in other other places of the country. 2 Farmer Boys, which I've never even heard of.
Yeah, not a real place.
And number 1 Del Taco. There are Del Tacos in Houston.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I might have to try it.
Do we need to do a?
This is a Figgy special.
We need to do an in
the
loop special.
Yeah,
investigation.
I was like, a lot of times people put these lists together, and then I saw, USA Today poll. I said, poll. That's pretty significant. Del Taco, best fries in the game. Who knew? I was unfamiliar.
I for sure didn't even know. I still don't even know what a Del Taco is. I might have to stop by, man.
Yeah.
Let me search and see where's the closest one.
That's right.
I feel like they're setting Del Taco up for a disappointment, though. Like I feel like they're setting people up. Because why would I go to Del Taco for fries anyways?
Yeah.
And if I go to for fries and they're bad after this list, I'm gonna be mad. And it's not Del Taco's fault. They didn't create the list.
So what type of place?
Oh, the nearest one now is in Oklahoma.
Well, now we can't do it.
So it ain't one in Texas?
There's not even one in Texas. There used to be some in Dallas and Houston, but they're just the closest one is in Oklahoma.
Why the bleak would you show me something if I couldn't have it then?
Well, it's a national poll. Right. It's a national poll.
No, I'm not saying I'll put on there, man. Dang, man. I was getting ready to go after this damn show.
We'll drive to Oklahoma. It's the weekend.
For some Del Taco fries?
Yeah.
Do you know how mad I would be? You know how good they'd have to be?
Or you'd go, they ain't that great.
Do you know how good they'd have to be
I know,
for me?
they'd have to be life-changing.
Oh, somebody said Del Taco was just like Taco Bell. Yeah, so you're not going to give me on
is
this.
it?
There's
Okay,
no way.
yeah.
There's no way.
See, I wasn't sure.
That crinkle cut is intriguing because that's my favorite.
That's kind of shocking they had crinkle cut fries at a place like a Taco Bell. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
No way.
Hey, number 1 in the country according to USA Today.
I don't believe them.
Man,
Who do they know?
Who voted for this?
Yeah,
You, me, people. It was a poll.
Oh, people?
Yeah.
I don't trust people.
It must have been the workers or the somebody that got some investment into Del Taco or something.
I don't trust people at all.
These are my confessions.
I'm gonna be honest. This kind of scares me in a weird way, because you would imagine that at some point we would reach a plateau, right? And maybe this is too mathy of a perspective, but it's just like at some point you would imagine we have done everything that we can do, right? Like we just at some point we reach the peak of performance. One would imagine.
What are you talking about?
And yet, no, we haven't because the mile, running a mile, it's really the most basic of I guess accomplishments in or feats in sports, right? It's just if you're bipedal and you can move, you can run, and can you achieve? How fast can you do a mile? Well, for the first time since 1999, this past weekend, someone has broken the world record. His name is Josh Kerr. He's a Scottish runner. 3 minutes and 42 seconds.
That's a joke.
Faster than the 3:43 that was set in 1999.
You're running a 3:42.
I
can't even remember when you don't remember, but I mean the 4-minute mile barrier had not been broken for decades and decades and decades until it finally happened. And now it's 3:42.
That's right.
I saw he was averaging 16 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Like most people sprinting could barely get to maybe 12, 14 miles an hour, your average human being. He was running a mile at 16 miles an hour.
And it scares me because there's this, I don't know if you guys are, if your algorithm is like mine where it's just a whole bunch, there's a lot of track that gets filtered in. All these high school cats are running real fast. And I'm just like, are we just going to keep evolving to the point where like eventually we're like, where's the end? Where is the end point is the question. Because my brain can't fathom it and I would not think, we just keep getting faster inevitably or until the end.
Well, there is a place you would think, or maybe you're right, where the human body simply cannot.
One would imagine.
Right? Cannot do that. Cannot accomplish that kind of speed or strength or whatever.
And we just keep finding
it keeps happening.
Just records keep falling. And it boggles my brain, really and truly, in a way that I would have thought that we were probably near that. Because, I mean, since 99, and it's not like we're not constantly innovating, whether it's track construction or shoes or clothes, like track clothes in order to get us faster. And yet and still, here we are. After, 27 years, boom, another step in that way. It's crazy to me.
That made it across my, you shake your head, kind of like what you're doing.
Yeah. It's kind of scary because it just makes my brain goes to the worst place because I'm like, okay, so we're just going to eventually become Terminators. Like somehow, I don't know what the in between points are, but if there's just not an end place where it's like we have reached maximum efficiency, we're going to end up being computers and like robots somehow. I don't know how, but in my brain, that's how it works.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man, I think I'm really, really intrigued by this NBA season now, man, with LeBron going to Philly. It's going to be a dogfight when it comes to fans on the East Coast.
Hey, Knicks and Sixers.
Oh, man, because there was already a lot of smack talking from Knicks fans when Philly got ran up out the gym.
And they took over their arena.
Yeah. And then before that series, it was a lot of smack talking between Boston and Philly fans because they pretty much got ran up out the gym.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy in this NBA season when it comes to the East Coast fans.
And then just the Knicks, after winning a championship, their fans are going to be annoying.
It's going to be crazy. I ain't going to lie. Like, I have no dog in the fight when it comes to Philly, New York, Boston, anything like that. But, man, I might be tapped into these games because these games going to be national. Knicks and Sixers and Knicks in Boston and Knicks in Philly. All that stuff, I don't really tapped in, and it's funny now. I'm like, damn, I forgot about Miami with Giannis down there.
Sick, doesn't he?
I mean, yes and no, because
he probably thought.
What was the alternative?
Bron's coming.
What's the alternative though?
Yeah,
was like.
He wanted out. That much is true.
So I think he's in a better situation for sure.
I think the brother's happy he's in Miami.
Yeah,
at this point.
But I'll bet you.
I get you.
Yeah.
I think honestly, just Heat fans, if there are some fans down there, I know they kind of feel sick just with the whole YouTube situation that happened. Because at that point, if I was a Heat fan, I would be like, that is confirmed.
Did you see they're looking for a new YouTube coordinator?
I did.
Like the next day, they posted a job, the Miami Heat. I was like, oh boy, that happened fast.
Did someone get fired for that?
How'd you have? The next day, they posted the job.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, but this NBA season going to be crazy when it comes to that kind of stuff. Philly, New York, Boston, Miami.
Yep.
And poor old Cleveland.
Honestly, that's
got left with nothing.
If you love basketball though, it's so helpful because how many times last year did they have like a doubleheader and the first game wasn't worth watching because typically the way it goes is you'll have a doubleheader. The earlier game is likely to be an East Coast game just because of timing, and the later game is likely to be a West Coast game or something to that effect. And you're just like, man, the first game, it's not interesting because there's not enough Eastern Conference teams that are actually fun. Now it feels like there's going to be a better balance.
You got a bunch of them.
And then not to mention LeBron back on the East Coast. I think that was kind of a struggle with me too.
LA?
With LeBron being in L.A.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, man, I ain't standing up to no 9:30, 10:30.
I think that was a national sort of effect as well.
Yeah, I agree.
You got one more? Or are you good?
No, I'm good.
All right, there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we started talking about this until LeBron so rudely interrupted us earlier, but this Texas defense is an absolute monster. But what will it take? What more do you need to see in the upcoming season for it to be an all-time pantheon great defense in the history of the NFL? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Houston.
Astros, 281-222-2222.
All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. J-Lo, did you see that earlier in the week?
See what?
The Angels player, the shortstop, who initiates a double play with a bounce pass to the second base before sending it on to first?
On purpose.
Yes.
Like, it was deliberately
he throws it into the dirt to bounce it up
to avoid the sun being in the guy's eyes.
In the second baseman's. It is sick when somebody has does something that seems like nobody would have thought of. Now, I don't know. I'm not enough of a historian in baseball to know if anybody's ever done that before, if that's been talked about. But it's just one of those things that it gets broken down and I go, what?
What amazes me is how they think of these things on the spot. I mean, you're not even exactly sure the ball's getting hit to you. Then it does. Then you realize, the sun, so I better bounce it to the second. And you're like, how the acumen, the way they can think of these things in real time is incredible.
Incredible indeed.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's how I feel a lot of times watching the Texans defense. The things that they think to do, the things that they make happen is incredible. I've had such a good time rewatching the 25 season, especially when the defense is on the field, because I know incredible things show up time and time again, because that's the level that this defense is. If there's anybody saying that this defense is not a type 3 defense in the NFL, they're crazy.
Yeah.
That's where this defense is. It's where they've been over the last year, at least, if not two. But I don't know. How many people do you think qualify this as like a Pantheon-type defense, right?
None, or very few.
You really? I think that there's some that are
very
approaching it.
Nobody's. Look, we are big fans. We are big fans of what this defense can be and has been. But I don't even think we're saying, 85 Bears. 2,000 Ravens. I mean, just go down the list of like that defense, Legion of Boom.
Steel Curtain.
We think it's possible, but what does it take to get there? What do they still need to either prove or do?
Yeah, 713-572-4610. I think that the one that you have been the most interested in is takeaways.
Yep, to me that is. All right, so they talk about ingredients. We know they have the pieces. Certainly the talent at the rush ends, cornerbacks, maybe even linebacker. Well, certainly upper tier linebacking, but maybe even that level of linebacker take another step high. They have the ingredients, but what in terms of like not necessarily particular players, but what do they have to do? To me, turnovers. To me, they have to be that. Not only are we going to hold you to 9 or 10 points a game, we're going to take your will, and by taking your will, we're going to take the ball right out of your hands. We're going to take it right out of you. That, to me, is one of those things where they're just become – you mentioned that Chiefs game.
Yes.
And I'm glad, we talked about that before we got to this, because that's the first time when I think a lot of us were going, whoa. Like they're really good. We know they're good, but whoa. They're doing things, whether it's Petrie's hit or, holding – Patrick freaking Mahomes on 4th and 1, and that Chiefs and Andy Reid and all that, and just absolutely, crushing their souls on a 4th and 1 or 2, whatever it was. That's when we started going, whoa, okay, to consistently be doing things like that. What else does it take to be able to become like 85 Bears, Legion of Doom, that type of thing? This defense.
Well, I mean, they were top 3 in interceptions this past year as well. I think that they're pretty good at getting interceptions. I wish I had grabbed this audio. In fact, I think that on Monday we'll probably go into a little bit more of it. Kalen Bullock jumped on the Exciting Mike's podcast, which is the podcast of the former Exciting Whites pairing of Cooper DeJean and now Houston Texan Reed Blankenship. And, one of the things that he was talking about, or one of the things that popped up, was that Reed and Coop were surprised to realize that Kalen Bullock already has 10 interceptions in his first 2 seasons. Like, this is a team that maybe they get the interceptions and maybe that other teams don't think about them all that much. But they do. Even last year, it felt like, hey, early on, maybe they're not going to get as many interceptions. And then here's Kamara getting interceptions. and Jalen getting interceptions and Sting getting interceptions. Like everybody, Aziz added a couple last year. I wouldn't say interceptions. The thing that I thought of, that I go, oh, okay, this goes from being a great defense, which it already is, probably above that, to a, oh, what are we supposed to do here?
Yeah,
is being not just solid in stopping the run, but being like smoldering in stopping the run. And I think that is where your second-round draft pick of Caden McDonald ends up being a big get. And then on top of that, with all due respect to what Tim Settle did for this team, I think this is where Tommy Togiai getting more preferential placement helps you as well. Because every time I watch this team, I see him getting duo blocks and standing them boys up, right? So he's capable of stopping the run. If he gets some rest, you cycle in Caden McDonald, he's stopping the run. And like I told you a couple games ago, I am super excited at the prospect of putting both of them in at defensive tackle and just going, I dare you to run up the middle.
No, I think that's a big part of it. That's one that I thought of as well. It's like, you have the ends, but what if you talk about these defenses, especially the Ravens, it was like, where are we going to go against this
you run against
line?
Goose? Go ahead and run against Terry Siragusa. See what happens.
Exactly. And we can't go outside. And then, oh, by the way, we get to the next level, they have a pretty good linebacker, And so that, like the inside of the Texans defense, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think that could be, if Caden McDonald really is, and not just a stuffer, but can get into the backfield, and can wreak some havoc in pass rush. We're sleeping on Sheldon Rankins again, and have that guy in the rotation with Togiai. I think that's it. And then the other thing that I thought of is not just, suffocate guy and turnovers, but actual like points allowed, like just points allowed. Like that, I think what the Ravens give up, like it was barely double digits a game. It was like it was like 10.
But that's become a thing where it's damn near impossible.
Okay,
to do that now.
But we're talking about Pantheon here,
But in modern era, like that's the thing is, I think also those teams that we're looking at, like the '85 Bears, they lived in an era where those numbers were a little bit more. It's still atypical. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say like they're doing something that was just average for the time. But those numbers were more feasible in the endless, attempt to modernize and find more efficiencies and find more ways to break the game. I think that it might be a lot to ask them to go and try and replicate or even get close to some of those numbers that like the 2000s Ravens and the '85 Bears were doing when it came to points given up. But, I mean, they were, second in points given allowed because of that final game?
Yeah.
Being number one would help, right? Being number one and doing that year over year. And maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's something as simple as doing it again. Because the really great defenses, yes, especially like the '85 Bears, there's a single season. The 2000 Ravens, there's a single season. I think the great defenses you see over a period of time still doing that. And that's probably the toughest thing to do nowadays is like we talk about it, hey, defense isn't always as sticky.
Yeah.
Like year to year. To be able to come back another year and be like, oh, no, it's the same. It's the same story, different day. I think that could also be huge in this to where it helps build the narrative. It helps build the mythos of this team. Hey, man, thinking that's supposed to fall apart over years is not only not falling apart, but getting stronger.
I think you're absolutely right that being able to do it another year is what really makes that defense sort of stand out. I think the other thing is not just the interior of the defensive line, but let's see what you mentioned Kalen Bullock and you also have another safety back there. If your whole back line is like that good, I think we could be onto something. They gave up, I think 10.4 points a game is what I looked at with the Ravens, and if Texans gave up 17. I think that it's in their capability to get under 15. If they all play at the highest level and stay healthy, with the additions in the secondary, with what the linebacker is in Al-Shaair, maybe these young guys, these young linebackers add some depth and some things. You mentioned Caden McDonald, but maybe the linebackers as well. Yeah,
and that's the one that I guess it's hard to say anything scares me with this defense, but that's the one that I was thinking on because you took a couple of places that were question marks, and maybe one of them isn't as much of a question mark in the other defensive tackle spot. But you took a couple places where you go, oh, okay, now this is completely figured out, right? Safety, I think you feel a lot better about what you're doing there at safety than what happened last year.
Yeah.
Once you figure out that, hey, C.J. Gardner-Johnson isn't working out, and you're trying to fit Miles Bryant there, and you're trying to put M.J. Stewart there before he gets hurt, and Jalen Reed in there before he gets hurt, right? Like you're cycling through guys. Reed Blankenship, obviously knock on wood, assuming health, should be able to really stick what they're doing. It sounds like he's found a real good lay of the land with the fellas as well. Fig, I don't know if you had that audio, but it sounds like he's really fitting in there, and that's really the thing that I wonder is like the culture. If the culture's right, the play should be there.
Yeah.
But the only other position that I go, ooh, that might be a little dicey is when you get into base, which they like doing from time to time. Being able to bring in that other linebacker and feel like he can uphold the things that we're doing here. And so whether it's Wade Woodaz, whether it's Jamal Hill, whether it's Aiden Fisher, one of these guys that's going to have to step in, it can't be a step down, right? Yeah. At worst, it has to be, okay, maybe he's not the best. Maybe you would rather have Jalen Petrie on the field with that big nickel. But it can't be this becomes a place where a defense goes, finally a place we can attack.
Well, there's also another very key ingredient that we haven't mentioned yet. If they really want to be an all-time great defense and reach that level, they need a better offense.
Yes.
To me, that might be the last thing that this defense needs is, and they got the right offensive style, very deliberate, run-oriented offensive, game plan and approach. If they're not giving the ball away as they did in the postseason, but in other places as well, if they're not giving the ball away deep in their own territory as much, if they're going on longer drives, if they're able to run the ball more, I think it's in play. I think it's in play for this defense. Certainly going to have fewer possessions that they have to defend, and very much in play for them to be that kind of defense. If the offense holds up its end. I sounded like CJ on that one.
Yeah, a fresher defense. Like, just imagine this defense fresher.
Yeah, fewer times that you have to even mess with the offense.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very fair point to make because, I mean, this was a three and out manufacturer last year. Imagine if they're 3 and out and we got a few minutes, we'll sit for 3, 4, 5 minutes, and we'll be back again to then whoop your ass one more time. Yeah, that's really scary. One more thing, I see Ocho making this point. It's a fair one, right? Red zone defense can still improve.
Sure.
13th in red zone scoring, and if you find a way to take that up, that could possibly happen where now we're not just talking about this team as a great defense, as a cream of the crop, maybe best defense in the league, but now you get to do you remember the 26 Texans?
Yeah.
They are one of the greats of all time. And it feels like this is the crazy thing. Everything we said is well within the range of doing.
None of this sounds crazy.
Well within the range of doing.
In what world would we be sitting there normally and say, well, maybe they can hold teams at 15 points or less a game?
Yeah, maybe
nobody's going like, nah, no way. Well, I think there is a way.
Yeah,
I think there is a way.
Very, very excited to see this defense get on the field. Kind of scared for training camp, which starts here in about 5 days. But that's the iron sharpens iron is the idea. We'll just see if all the other iron is as strong as this Texans defense is. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, J-Lo, you were really excited for this, and I think rightfully so. In this era, as we're getting ready to see Sports Radio 610 kind of rejuvenate into something new and different in a way, kind of wanted to take a look back at the storied history of this station with a multiple choice trivia game that J-Lo has put together. Play along 372-4610 on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, G&M Auto Leasing right now. Been doing it.
Tallahassee sports station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Friday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Soon to be 95.7 The Fan. Go ahead and lock in that frequency on your radio dial.
P1.
Be ready. Yeah, that's right. Be ready for August 13th when the flip happens. That'll be the day of the Texans-Chargers preseason game. And so excited for that, and excited for you to hear us in bold, beautiful, clear FM radio. And so we're getting ready for that. But also, we're loving on the brand that is Sports Radio 610, a legacy here in Houston sports leader for a reason. And so you, John Lopez, thought one way to memorialize it is just to remember more of the things and the trivia about it, right?
You know how Reggie likes to get into stats and goes down that rabbit hole?
Yes.
Brother. I found a couple out there. It'd be kind of cool to get a couple of trivia nuggets, about Sports Radio 610. And I just kept digging and digging and digging. And it's going to be fun. So let me just get right into it. How well do you know this station?
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
How well do you know this station?
So you, the listener, probably, y'all might be the leaders in the clubhouse here, right? You're the folks who listen all the time. So play along on the text line, 713-572-4610.
There will be some audio answers as well, which is what was my favorite part. Like I said, I was excited about this, and I'm like, maybe too much, but I just had fun doing it. So what year?
I should have asked T-Mill if he was working, if he
He's
wanted
listening. I saw him in the bathroom. He goes, I gotta finish so I can get down.
Well,
there.
T-Mill, if you're listening, if you want to come over and actually play along, we got a microphone for you.
Come on in if you're not doing anything. Come on in if you're not doing anything. What year did 610 KILT 610 AM launch?
Oh,
it's a multiple choice, by the way.
Okay, God bless.
What year did 610 launch?
Okay.
1948, 1950, or 1952?
I'm going to guess 52.
I was thinking 52 as well.
So remember this morning when we were talking with Sean, he said 1965. 1965 is significant, but the station 610 actually launched in 1948.
Wow.
Dang.
1948, a guy named Albert Lee bought 610 or whatever, acquired 610 AM, and the original call letters were not KILT. It was KLEE, as in his last name.
Oh man, I didn't know that part.
KLEE was the original call letters. All right, then it did get to 610 AM, and it was obviously became KILT 610 AM.
Do you get?
I will get there.
Okay,
I'm still on KLEE, which was a music station. What artist and song? This station has been here since 1948. What artist and song?
No shot.
I'm going to give you multiple choice.
Even still.
Yeah. Was the first song ever played on these airwaves? Was it the Andrews Sisters, Bing Crosby, or Gene Autry?
Say it again.
The Andrews Sisters, Bing Crosby, or Gene Autry?
I know one of those.
You don't know all three?
Nope.
Just Bing Crosby?
Yep.
Not the Andrews Sisters?
Sounds familiar, but I can't be certain.
Not Gene Autry?
Definitely not Gene Autry.
You don't know who Gene Autry is?
Sorry, buddy.
Figgy, what's your guess?
Didn't he block a field goal for the Texans last year?
That's right. What's your guess then? First song.
I think it's, oh, man. I kind of want to be like, is the misogyny going to keep the Andrews Sisters? I kind of want to guess the Andrews Sisters.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of guess that too.
I got the song.
There's a yellow rose in Texas, I'm going there to see.
Gene Autry.
That's why I didn't know who he was.
This was the first song?
Yellow Rose of Texas. Yeah, see, they were marketing back then. Even in 1948, they were marketing.
Is this the inspiration behind Yellow Rose whiskey?
Oh, maybe.
Could be.
Maybe. Probably. We'll ask Sean about that.
Because Sean was clearly alive back then.
So the station did become KILT a few years later in 1957. It switched from KLEE to KLT. How did the KILT come about? Multiple choice.
It's clearly a Scottish person because he became kilt. See what I'm saying?
It was ILT were the initials of the owner that took over the station.
Okay.
In 1957. The new owner was a Scotsman, or the new, or it actually was assigned to the station by the FCC. KILT, initials of the owner. The owner was actually a Scotsman, or it was assigned by the FCC.
So it got to be A or C, right, Reggie?
Yeah, I don't think we're going with a Scotsman. That would be
That would be hilarious.
That would be really way too cutesy for this circumstance. And that seems like the type of answer that our very own John Lopez would make up, which is why I know it's wrong. I'm going to assume that this was just generic FCC assigning.
I was thinking that too, but just to be the opposite, I'm going to go with A.
In 1957, Gordon McClendon, nicknamed the Old Scotsman, bought 6:10 a.m.
So we've been since B?
It actually is KILT, named after an actual Scottish
out of
kilt.
time.
I am not lying.
When was the last time that we played bagpipes? We got to play bagpipes on this station.
I will send you.
I'm throwing the flag on this one. Challenge flag.
I double and triple checked.
Get the hell out of here.
That's what I said. And it is Gordon McClendon, a Scotsman, nicknamed the Old Scotsman, bought KIL 6:10 a.m. in 1957.
I don't believe this one bit.
I'm going to send it to you as soon as I'm done with this. Isn't that crazy? We've been laughing. It's true.
So, yeah, I can't believe that one.
You're going to have to believe it because it's true.
So, man, we've been missing out on. We should have been leaning even heavier during the World Cup for the Scots.
Yeah.
They are people.
They are people.
Should have walked around with some kilts.
All right.
Well, do we come up with 95.7 The Fan kilts?
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? We might have something here. We might have something to work with.
All right, next question. KILT's, actually I should say 610 trivia. Once it switched to music in 1957, they rebranded, which we're doing.
Yes.
They rebranded to The Fun Spot, The Big 610, or Radio 61. The Fun Spot, which is weird, The Big 610, or Radio 61.
I'm going to say The Big 610.
That's what I wanted to answer too, but you got it first. I'm going to go with big Radio 60, or is it Radio 61?
Radio 61?
I'm going to go with Radio 61.
The correct answer is all of the above. We have the jingles. These are the actual jingles. Listen to them. This was aired on this thing.
KILT Houston, the fun spot.
The Fun Spot.
Okay.
All right, now listen to the next one. It's coming up. There we go.
Radio 61, KILT Houston.
So when are we getting a big band intro?
Why don't we do this anymore?
Hey, I want to start using this. Drops,
use
man.
them, save them, save them.
When we go to break, I'm going to play one of these.
I have a side note that I stumbled across that I just have to play. This is a side note from Radio 61, and this was in 1961. The first, no, not this one. The one on the right underneath the number 12 on the dock where it says side note. Would you like to hear maybe the first hot sports take? The first hot sports take ever played on these airwaves.
Who might it be about?
At the tone, 4 p.m. in Big H, KILT Summertime.
This is the news. Atlanta, Georgia. The baseball immortal, best remembered for his hair-trigger temper and his razor-sharp spikes, went down swinging today. Ty Cobb is dead at the age of 74. The 3 strikes that claimed him were heart disease, diabetes, and cancer.
That's good.
Oh, okay.
I thought he was giving some play-by-play on the actual game.
Ty Cobb, and he called the 3 strikes that got him: diabetes, heart disease, and cancer.
I can't imagine that he was so callous in the way that he did that.
That was aired right here.
That's crazy.
On this station.
So we've had a long legacy of talking crap.
I got some more for you here. This is just another little side note because Sean wanted me to mention, which I didn't have in my original thing, but it's worth mentioning. In 1965, KILT AM, this station, brought the Beatles to Houston for their first and only appearance here or in Texas. It was at Sam Houston Coliseum. And the legend, this one I didn't verify, but it was kind of talked about in some of the things I was reading. The legend is that the Beatles chose Houston because of the extremely popular DJ that was the face of KILT in that time. Was that DJ Russ the Weird Beard Knight, Alex James Bond Bennett, or Captain Jack?
Got to be Captain Jack, right?
I think it's the first one.
Russ the Weird Beard
Weird
Knight?
Beard. Yeah, give me Weird Beard.
I'll go Captain Jack.
By the way, all three of these guys were DJs on this station.
Oh, well.
All three of them were, but the one who brought the Beatles was Russ the Weird Beard Knight. Also emceed for 2 shows. The Beatles had an afternoon show and a night show.
Oh, wow.
At Sam Houston Coliseum.
Dang.
I mean, it would make sense. They're only like one of the biggest acts to have ever existed.
But you don't get that no more, though. Like you don't get people doing 2 shows in one day like that now.
Yeah. All right, next multiple choice. I want to see what this beard was like, the Weird Beard Knight.
Yeah, what constitutes a weird beard? Because I have a beard, but it ain't weird.
Seth has a weird beard right now.
You think Seth has a weird beard?
No, I'm just
let's say.
But back in that
his
day,
beard is pretty long.
Back in that day, they probably considered that the weird beard or something.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, next one. This is not ending, or in a weird way, I guess we're kind of flipping 95.7, but the first flip of formats on 610 from what we just heard.
Was that like what, variety at that point?
That was, pop, whatever,
Okay.
variety. Happened in 1981, 1989, or 1994.
So 94 would say that the first flip was when we
With the
started.
sports.
Yeah.
I feel like there was one before that. So what were the other 2 options?
1981 and 1989.
Just to give me a little bit of space, I'm going to say 81.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with 81 as well.
Because of the movie The Urban Cowboy, this station flipped from pop to all country.
Love to hear it.
All country because of this song and many others like it.
Did it flip to, what did it flip to the other year? Or
No, it didn't. It went from 81 to 94. I just threw 89 in there.
So is this why, I mean, I'm kind of guessing now. I'm asking, but is this kind of relation to currently 100.3 The Bull?
Yeah, they both flipped. By the way, I'm glad you said that. FM went to country as well that same year.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so AM and FM went to, because AM was still pretty prominent. You know,
Right.
people would
Yeah,
listen
there's a
to
lot of music on AM back in the day, like even when I was a kid.
Yeah. All right, next one. Got a couple more for you.
As we
here.
continue to give you a 610 trivia here.
Yeah. The station flipped, as we just mentioned, again in 1994 to all sports, becoming the first all sports Houston station in Houston. Was the first show to hit the airwaves here. Sports talk show to hit the airwaves here.
No.
All right, the options are Rich Lord and Kenny Hand, The Charlie Palillo Show, or Mike Edmonds and Ed Fowler.
I'm going to go with my man Rich Lord on this one.
Yeah.
Because I know he was around early on, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Now I don't know. I'm going to just go with Rich Lord.
Yeah.
Palillo, I guess. I don't have a good idea. I feel so bad.
You're both wrong. It was Mike Edmonds and Ed Fowler.
Damn it.
Mornings. They launched Sports Talk in 1994. Ed Fowler, interestingly enough.
Pendergast, thanks for that text. It came about 30 seconds too late.
Ed Fowler, interestingly enough, a columnist at the Houston Chronicle.
See, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I knew that Fred, obviously, but I was like, maybe.
Yeah. All right, 2 more for you here, and I definitely want to get to the last one.
Okay.
All right, so it flipped to sports.
Oh, 832 knew. 832 might have been listening at the time.
It flipped to sports in 1994, as we just mentioned. It was not originally called Sports Radio 610. It had another name.
Wait, no, you're kidding me.
I am not kidding you. It had another name.
I had no idea. Like, I have no chance of getting this right.
It was very brief.
I have no chance of getting this right because I didn't know about this.
Was it called Sports 610, Star 610, or Talk 610?
I'm guessing Star 610.
I'm going to say Talk 610.
It originally started as Star 6 Sports Radio.
Reggie is pretty good at this, man.
That's just being a radio person and knowing that they probably would have wanted to have some level of identity beyond.
It was called Star 610 Sports Radio as the descriptor, but then they just changed it to Sports Radio 610.
Sure.
All right, so this is another interesting one that I had to do a lot of math on, and I hate doing math. What's the longest running show on Sports Radio 610? I got
active or just general?
The show is the key word. I'm giving you a big hint.
Yeah, I considering how long you've been here, I'm guessing In the Loop might be it.
The options are Rich Lord and Charlie Palillo, The Triple Threat, or In the Loop.
I think it's In the Loop.
I don't know how long Rich Lord. You said Rich Lord, Charlie Palillo.
Yeah.
I don't know how long that show was.
Yeah.
I know you started In the Loop. I want to say, was it 2013?
I can't tell you, man.
I know.
I can't tell you.
I know. I'm thinking. I'm gonna go with. What was the? Oh, you said Triple Threat.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Rich Lord, Charlie Palillo.
No. This is number 8. This is number 8 on the audio that I sent you, and this will be the answer to with the longest running show. That is. You don't have it?
Nah, I don't see it.
Oh my gosh!
I don't think you put it in there, man.
Yeah. The longest running show is In the Loop. In the Loop. Started late in 2011. And
2011?
2011.
Oh, goodness gracious.
And I just sent it to you, Figgy. We maybe not get to it here, but we do need to hear this. It's a recap early on in our tenure with Nick Wright and myself. It was early 2012. It was early 2012. Okay. So In the Loop has been running nonstop with obviously myself and others, changing, has changed a couple of times. Since early in 2012.
You should have told me it was a legacy thing. I would have tried not to mess it up.
I didn't even know until I looked it up. I didn't even know this was the longest running show until I looked it up right now. This morning. So early on when Nick Wright and I started In the Loop in 2012, he made a bet with me.
Oh, that sounds like Nick Wright.
Yeah.
When we did the coin flip.
You want me to fist it, Jim?
Yeah, fist it.
Shut up.
What?
When we did the coin flip to agree on who was going to have to be on the wrong end of this thing, the agreement was that we weren't going to touch the Doritos with our hands at all.
All right, press pause. The bet was if I win, I lick Doritos off his fingertips that he's just eaten.
Yikes.
No, he licks them off of my fingers and vice versa.
Sure.
I won the bet, so I stuffed my hand into a bag of Doritos, crumbled them up, and put my hand out for him to lick my fingers. And this was on the air.
In our mouth, and then real quick.
Right.
And now that I've lost the coin flip,
come on, Matt Radio's
changing
about
things.
to come in here. Here we go.
I don't give a damn about Matt.
Right there.
All right, I'm out. I'm not doing it. That's against the agreement.
He's reneging?
Hold on. Move, go to the last 30 seconds here.
Nick.
Because it took about 5 minutes of cajoling.
For him to pay off on his bet.
Pay off the bet.
It's got some girth to it that way.
Hey, yo.
All right.
His fingers are kind of... He's got some hair on it. For the listeners, John's got relatively hairy fingers.
He drank a shot of tequila.
Smart. Good way to chase it. Yeah, that's smart.
I need to wash.
No, that's good. That's good. So, yeah.
So clearly he been losing bets since 2011.
Dude, he lost.
No
so
wonder
many
he didn't
bets
pick
to
a winner in the World Cup.
Remember, he had to stick his boys in a hot cup of coffee.
I heard about this.
Yes.
He's just a flat out loser.
Wow! Cut that up and send it to Nick. That's incredible.
It was incredible.
Was it just a coin flip, like an actual just coin flip?
No, like what we would be doing. It was an option, if I recall it, like something silly, and we ended up on this.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's actually video out there.
There's video out there.
Unbelievable. Well, I'm gonna go do my research, as I apparently need to about 6'10" in general.
He was so mad.
Yeah, I would be too.
You want to do it? Same thing?
No.
He lost so many bets, man.
He lost a lot of bets.
You notice I don't make bets because I'm not willing to be here licking your fingers in the studio, John. I like you a lot, not that much. There you go. Just wow, what a run through the history of this station here on the frequency 610, which of course you will still have beyond on August. We'll still be here, but we will also have you on the FM dial 95.7 The Fan. So excited for that on August 13th. Thank you, John, for putting that together. That was really fun. All right, it's about that time where we turn things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we was talking about fast food a little earlier. Today is National Drive-Through Day. Oh. So I got a poll and a list of the fastest, the slowest, the friendliness, and the most emptiest fast food spots.
Oh, wow.
All right. Looking forward to that next.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-22.
Boo-doo, boo-doo.
KILT Houston, the fun spot.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the fun spot on 610. No, I'm just playing. It's the Mixtape. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So we was talking about fast food fries. I think, Lopez, you brought it up. What was the name of the place that got the best fries?
Del Taco.
Del Taco. Yeah. So today is actually National Drive-Thru Day. And so a new report from this QSR magazine analyzed drive-thru performances across major fast food chains, looking at speed, accuracy, friendliness, and overall customer satisfaction. And just a heads up, I know we think of fast food, we think of this food spots. They actually have coffee spots on here too.
Oh wow.
So
Okay, that's good information.
Yeah, so Starbucks, places like that, Tim Hortons. So I'm going to go through the list and feel free to weigh in, 713-572-4610. So they rank the fastest drive-through times, and the fastest one is 256 seconds.
Okay.
So about 4 minutes
Okay.
to get through. Number one on the list is Taco Bell.
It's been a while, man. Y'all are going to have to. I haven't been to Taco Bell drive-thru in a
I haven't
long
either.
time. Yeah.
You might have been there more recently than I have.
Yeah, so that's number one on the list, followed by KFC.
I'll buy that. Yeah, the chicken's ready, man.
Yeah, followed by Tim Hortons, Arby's, Wendy's, Dunkin', Burger King, McDonald's, Starbucks, Dutch Bros.
Arby's is up there?
Dunkin' is not fast.
Yeah, you'll kind of see how you'll kind of understand more the more I get into different categories on this list. Where we might come back to this and where you be like, man, it kind of makes sense.
Okay.
So the slowest drive-throughs.
Okay.
Number one on this list, coming in at 7 minutes and 7 seconds, Chick-fil-A.
Oh, that's the line.
Yeah,
that's
but I was
the
like,
line.
They come in at number one, followed by Popeyes, and then followed by Raising Cane's.
Yeah, Cane's. But that's interesting because those are all ones except for Popeyes. Popeyes, that's a part of the appeal. But maybe this is just Cane's and Chick-fil-A have kind of made this so that you're not thinking as much about how long it is. Because on the Cane's side, it's like there's only a few things, so it feels like a move. Like they have this, I guess, moving rather efficiently, even though, as you mentioned, there's a whole bunch of people there.
Yeah.
Hold that thought real quick. I'm going to go through the more categories they got.
Okay.
Now they got the category for longest drive-through lines. Number one on this list, Chick-fil-A.
There you go.
Number two, they got Dutch Bros.
Dutch Brothers. Okay.
And number three, they got Raising Cane's.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
So you kind of seeing the trend a little bit.
Yeah.
The shortest lines, this is where it really makes sense.
What
to
up,
me.
Arby's?
Number one.
Let's go.
Arby's is number one.
Look, man, I ain't never driven up to an Arby's and seen a second car there.
I used to get irritated. One time I pulled up, it was like 3 cars. I'm like, why is everybody starting at Arby's, man? I usually go there for the fries, and I know it's quick. I'll be the only one in line.
Yeah.
But it was packed that
Arby's
day.
was on the fries list, too.
Really? Yeah. Come in number 9.
Arby's got some good fries. I love me some Arby's, man.
Me too.
You will never get me to hate Arby's. I don't care.
Yeah, and then number 2, KFC.
Okay.
Wonder why? Maybe because ain't nobody in line.
Yeah.
Best order accuracy.
Okay.
Well, Popeye's not about to be up here.
Dutch Bros or Dutch Brothers.
Yeah.
Number 2, Dunkin'.
Really?
Yes.
I must just be going to
I gotta
a bad
check.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, I gotta
because they're never accurate and they all take forever.
We got to check with Pendergast on that one.
Yeah.
Worst accuracy, KFC. Number 2, Popeyes.
I was like, I'm surprised Popeyes didn't win that.
Yeah.
My favorite thing, and it comes from Spencer Hall, fantastic college football writer. I believe Channel 6 is what he's working on right now. He says that Popeyes may not always give you what you need. And honestly, if you come with that perspective, Popeyes is great. It's like, I ordered a 3-piece dark, but it's 6 chicken tenders in here, and you know what? And some red beans and rice. I think that this is what I need.
The thing is with Popeyes, but Popeyes can be elite when they get it all right and it's fresh.
Yeah.
You be like, ooh, man, this was good. You try to go back the next day or a couple days later, totally wrong, man. Totally wrong. Where you be like, damn, I shouldn't have went here.
Hey, just eat whatever's in there. It's what you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
Exactly. Friendliest drive-thrus. We can all say number 1 together, right?
Yes.
Chick-fil-A. Number 1, followed by Dutch Bros.
Okay.
Number 3, Raising Cane's.
Yeah, they're pretty friendly.
So you kind of seeing the trend here. The least friendliest, number 1, McDonald's. Yeah, they be stingy about that sauce.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Man.
Number 2, this kind of adds up to Dunkin'.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
He's like, that I respect.
They went to the one I go to.
And number 3, Popeyes. And then overall customer satisfaction, we can all say number 1 at the same time.
Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A, followed by Dutch Bros, and then followed by Raising Cane's. Lower customer satisfaction. Popeyes is number 1 on that list. We were just talking about that. McDonald's, and then followed by Dunkin'.
You see, it's
okay.
not,
So see, I'm not totally. I love Dunkin', but they screw it up all the time.
I just think
it might be the one you going to be
It
honest.
must be.
It might be. It might be that one. Are they kind of rude?
I'm
too?
like a glutton for punishment. I'm like, I want Dunkin', and I'm like, God, it sucks here.
Maybe you just need to change your mindset. Did you
Go
think
to a
about
different
that?
one. I need to go to a different one.
Yeah, probably.
Up a little bit. It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. Let's go to this one right here. And I think, Reggie, you're really going to cringe at this one.
Oh, no.
So a Florida man is suing OpenAI.
Hey,
You want to know why? Do you have any clue why?
Florida man is always a key answer. Key part of the answer.
You know what?
And by the way, this is a Florida, not only a Florida man, but I want to say he's a pastor.
Okay.
Oh, no.
And suing AI?
I don't know exactly what it is, but I already have a feeling it's going to be bad.
All right, let's go to CBS News with this story.
A warning about the potential dangers of using chatbots for medical advice after a Florida man claims ChatGPT guidance landed him in the hospital.
It talks to you like it's your best friend that's a doctor and is all-knowing.
Former pastor Scott Winters is speaking out.
The way it manipulated me, the way it used my faith, the way it talked to me, it would give me Bible verses and told me, God was with me. It would give me a prayer.
The 55-year-old has sued OpenAI and CEO Sam Altman, alleging that ChatGPT 4.0 downplayed the severity of the medical symptoms he shared with it. In his lawsuit filed in California Superior Court, Winters claimed that ChatGPT offered him specific care directives, using an authoritative tone, advising him to combine medications, and eventually convinced him that seeking medical attention was unnecessary and even potentially lethal.
I did question it, shouldn't I?
You did ask.
Oh, yeah.
And what did it say?
Probably more than once. They're going to do your workup, your blood workup, your EKG, and your normal things, and they're just going to send you back home.
Winters was eventually hospitalized for a life-threatening pulmonary embolism, blood clots in the lungs. According to the complaint, one of his doctors rejected ChatGPT's diagnosis of nervous system malfunction as flat-out wrong. In response to Winters' lawsuit, OpenAI said in part, ChatGPT is not a doctor and should never be used as a substitute for medical care, diagnosis, or treatment. Treating chatbots as the whole story behind people's medical decisions or outcomes oversimplifies a much bigger challenge. Medical experts recommend patients only ask chatbots general questions or perhaps for help understanding a conversation with your doctor.
Man. Well, see, but this is why,
Go to the damn doctor, man.
Thank you.
Goodness gracious.
Thank you.
I know it's tough getting guys to go to the doctors, especially when they get older and stuff like that. But don't
But even on Google, like if you have I have a pain in whatever, my elbow. I Google it. What might this be? Because you're curious. But you still go to the doctor.
Yeah, I'm not about to look at Google and say, "Oh, combine these two medicines and you'll be fine."
Exactly.
Absolutely not, man. He sound like a fool.
Yeah, from the 832, okay, that guy is a moron. Okay, here's the thing. There's two thoughts. First and foremost, come on, dog. Come on, man.
Yeah.
But secondly, I think there is some validity to his point here in looking at the creator of this particular AI product. And that's that they build these things to very much break down the walls of your
they want more
hesitancy.
And more engagement. They want you to keep coming back and back and back and back.
Like if you take in some of the breakdowns of the the ways and the incentives and the things that they're doing with these AIs, you'd be like, yo, how are you supposed to win? Like, they are programming this thing to break down the walls of your social dependency or whatever. And so, again, I would say that you, at your big age of 50-some years old, should be able to tell. But also, man, like, it really is built for you to put your trust in it and constantly come back. And so I don't think that it's so crazy to think that someone might get go close to think, oh, this is my friend and I can trust its advice, when really it's number code that is just trying to get you to continue to use it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like, and because this, even take AI out of it, let's say just Google. It's a lot of stuff I will Google to see maybe how to install something or how to build a deck or whatever it is. But I might not take Google's word when it comes to my personal health.
Right.
That one, I think you just can't slide past that one. You gotta, if you feel a little bit weird, you gotta go to the doctor, man. You can't trust whatever's on the internet.
Right.
Yeah, you can't trust the AI, but you can trust your friends at the In the Loop to tell you, just go to the doctor, friend.
Go to the doctor.
Please go to the doctor, especially if you have insurance to be able to do that. It's another fantastic edition of the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 1:20 p.m. every weekday is when you can hear it. If you see something that you believe to be mixtape worthy, hit our guy Figgy Fig up on social media at the Figgy Fig. All right, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive next, but we got to see what we've got going this weekend. Let's draft the weekend next.
Radio 61, KILT, Houston.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Been a fun Friday to this point. Hope that you're enjoying yourself. Getting ready to have even more fun when we welcome in the fellas of the drive here in a moment. We got to draft the weekend, John, but before we get into that, I did want to ask you a question because not only is football season around the corner with the training camps getting started around the NFL and particularly here in the city of Houston next Wednesday, but fantasy football soon. I mean, some people draft way early, in my opinion, early on into training camp. Some people wait until near the end of the preseason. But I mean, we're what, a month away from really getting your training or your fantasy draft.
I already got the email. I already got the email from.
Is it a yearly league?
Oh yeah, it's an annual league that we do, but we don't draft.
Where'd you finish last year?
Not bad, middle of the pack.
That's what I thought, because I feel like I would have known if you had won it.
Yeah, you would have known. I would have told you. Trust me.
But people are doing their research to get themselves ready for the football season, and shout out to FTN Fantasy. This is one of the things that they do, as evidenced by the name. They put out a fantasy football quarterback tiers list, and the question I have is, how do you feel about how this falls? First and foremost, starting through this, tier 1 is one player. And that's
Josh Allen?
Yeah. And the tier is entitled Superman.
Yeah.
1, we still good? We're good with this?
Oh, yeah.
Tier 2, Lamar Jackson and Drake May. And this seems like it fits, right? Lamar Jackson, especially if he utilizes his legs again. But Drake May just seems to operate that offense pretty well. Those guys are going to put up some big fantasy points. I get that. Notice where we are. We're in tier 3. We're high floor weekly starters. Guys that they're going to get you, you're not going to have to worry about the dips, but every week they're going to get you some good stuff. Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Caleb Williams, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Dak Prescott. Tier 4, QB1s, upside, but without QB1 price tags. Patrick Mahomes is in here, which I find to be very interesting.
That is interesting.
Dart. No name that I'm not saying?
I do.
All right, we go to tier 5. Maybe just, all right, QB2s. CJ didn't have a great end of the year. Maybe this. QB2s with late round value.
Ooh.
Matt Stafford, Jared Goff, Kyler Murray, Jordan Love. Tier 6.
God almighty.
Streamers and breakout candidates. Tyler Shuck, Baker Mayfield, Malik Willis, CJ Stroud.
Oh, my goodness. He's in there with
Malik Willis.
Man.
Give me the whole 4 again.
Tyler Shuck for the New Orleans Saints. Yeah, I guess he's my guy now. Baker Mayfield for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Mind you, coming off of a bad year and finding out that he was injured. Malik Willis, who really ain't been a starter for real, and they're trying this in Miami where they just gutted. And CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
That's that's crazy, is it not?
It's crazy. Is it unfair? Maybe a little unfair.
It's a little unfair.
Maybe he should be in the tier ahead of that.
Now, I'm guessing that they put the breakout candidates here, and I think that probably is closer to where CJ Stroud is. I understand some of the idea of him being a streamer in that this Texans offense has not demonstrated itself to be a week after week consistent fantasy getter, because that's also the thing that we're talking about. We're talking about fantasy quarterbacks. It's not quite the same. It's going to be somewhat similar to how you feel about the quarterback generally, but also there are some guys that are good quarterbacks that are maybe a little bit lower because the fantasy evaluations of it. And definitely in fantasy, the quarterback that I used to love was the guy that everybody goes, oh, he's bad. And I go, no, but he's great for this.
Yes.
Right? Jameis had big, issues when it comes to turnovers, but when he's going,
touchdowns,
here's 6 touchdowns, and you're like, oh yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
But CJ Stroud, the offense, they are actively working for an offense that is can damper the numbers. So I get that, but still, this even still feels like it might be low for.
But the thing is, even if this offense is exactly what they want it to be, all their plans fall into place. The numbers for the quarterback in that offense are not going to be very high. Compared to it for fantasy purposes.
That's what I was thinking, because I know we're looking at it as CJ Stroud disrespect.
Yeah.
But also, I think it have a lot to do with the offense and the style of offense they want to play.
Right. For fantasy purposes, even a really good, what they want to do offense he's not going to put up these kind of crazy numbers.
Now, are these just quarterbacks, or you got some of everybody?
No, these were just quarterbacks. But the reason why, because I hear you, I even thought about that. I was like, hey, man, this is an offense that they want to run the football. It's going to be a little bit more muted. Man, if you extrapolate his 14, was it 14 games last year? His 14 games that he played, considering that one of those he leaves in the middle of it.
Yeah.
If you extrapolate that out to 17 games, we're talking about like a 4,000-yard season still.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, this kind of feels like it's a small, like a microcosm of the entire C.J. Stroud experience, in which I think there's some people that are making it worse than it actually was. And I think that this feels like that
in general. But I think, again, fantasy, even though I recognize what you just said, the numbers would have projected much more, I don't think you expect a lot of touchdown passes.
Well, yeah,
you don't expect a lot
if they start
passes.
scoring in the red zone, this changes.
Mm-hmm.
This is where he ends up being a riser again.
Yeah.
And then you end up getting value there. I get it. Like, C.J. Stroud would not be my first look at quarterback when that round comes around if I play fantasy football this year.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that, hey, the idea that you could just stream C.J. Stroud feels kind of crazy to me. But again, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I was going to ask you all this too, because you kind of get the feeling for how people feel about somebody when they play fantasy.
Yes.
And
he's going to be available for you, baby.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do y'all feel comfortable drafting him kind of early, or you?
No, God, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No.
It's all about value, and I feel like he's going to be. But again, they had a tier for value picks. I think that he might be a value pick. Now, of course, I put the disclaimer: I ain't played fantasy in probably about 3 years. So you don't necessarily want to take your fantasy advice from me, but it just felt like an interesting lens into him, again, through various different terms.
I am kind of curious on the value of the Texans running backs, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I'll find that for you.
That's why I was kind of asking, did they have all players or just quarterbacks? I'm curious how they feel about Demont.
All right,
maybe Woody Marks.
Let's pencil that in for next week. Maybe a fantasy football evaluation of the Texans headed into the season. I'll look at that. But right now, I think we need to draft the weekend, J-Lo.
Do we?
I think we do. And I believe, Figgy, you are up to be the first-round pick this week.
Okay. I'm trying to think who. Let me see who playing, man.
That's what I said, do we?
Yeah.
Y'all knew that we were drafting the weekend.
No, I know.
Why y'all acting like y'all didn't know what was happening?
No, I've got my list. It's just
well, remember, you don't have to draft sports. There's a lot of things that you can get going on a weekend that you can draft.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to see now. You know what?
Now I'm trying to think non-sports.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go with the Dynamo.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna roll with the Dynamo.
Yeah, Dynamo are playing this weekend.
Get one of those 10,000 tickets that are free.
Austin FC.
No, you have to be a first time. He's been to some games.
They don't know that. Don't ask, don't tell.
They do. and if he tries, I'm gonna snitch on him. I'm gonna be honest. I'm snitching. I'm gonna call Ben. I'm gonna let him know. Hey, Fig is trying to get one of these free tickets. Don't let it happen. No, absolutely. You mentioned they're playing.
They playing in Austin.
They're playing in Austin. This is gonna be a big time game for them. This is one of the rivalries that they have in Texas. And after only getting a point at Wednesday, it's like, all right, let's see if we can bump this up and get a victory in this restart. Fair point there. Go ahead and give me. I want one of these Astros games, and I think I'm gonna go for Saturday versus the White Sox. Hunter Brown on the bump. Can we get good Hunter Brown back, or really great Hunter Brown back?
Yeah.
He's been kind of just since the All-Star break and a little bit before, actually. He's looked kind of just a little bit more average, and it's more just the stuff isn't, or like he's not executing his pitches quite the way he wants to. It's just not getting over quite in the same way.
Not even
he's
close.
battling.
You're being too nice.
Yeah, not even close. I said.
We got 17 earned runs this last restart.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
18 walks.
And I'm like, hey man, get me back to Hunter Brown. Get me back to the Diesel, right? Like, get me back to that guy. So I think that it's not like the Chicago is the easy one to do it again. This is the one, and I'll be watching for that on Saturday. Is that 6:40 as well?
That is a 6:10
start. Oh, okay, so they decided to honor us with that start. I appreciate that.
There
All
we
right,
go. KILT.
We got to play one of those for the boys here in a second, if you don't mind. But
you got one, Figgy? One of the.
We can get in here in a second. You want to take your pick?
Yeah, Ronell. I want to see what Ronell's got.
Sunday. Oh, so you were taking Sunday?
Yeah, Sunday 110. I want to see if there's anything left, because they're going to need something like that.
Okay, so we left Spencer Aggetti on the board here, huh?
That's all right. He'll be all right.
Because honestly, I was debating whether I wanted to take the Spencer start.
I want to see
tonight.
what Ronell's got, man.
That's fair. I mean, he was solid in his.
He was up and down.
His first outing.
Yeah.
Everybody's on the curve, dog. You got to understand
exactly.
at this point.
That's why I want to see it. Yeah, that's what I want to see.
But I was debating between Arrighetti and Brown because they both kind of sit in a similar place in my brain on which of these guys we want to get to. As is that current? Is that new?
Yeah, we lost Tony Romo to the Milwaukee Police Department.
Wait, he's loving life in that
Tony
picture.
And they slid into that deal. Look at Tony, man. Yeah. Oh my God.
All right,
boy.
so
they done found Tony. Tony's ass flying on the on I-43. Pulled his ass over on a bridge.
Yeah.
They said he failed several.
He looks
tests.
happy.
Several tests.
Yeah, I'm always interested, as I should thank D&M Autolease for the crosstalk.
This is probably Jim's angle right here. Get his ass up out of here.
Oh yeah, remind you that you're listening.
He's gonna get JJ Watt's ass right up there. Come on.
Oh, I'd love it. You're listening to Houston Odyssey Sports Station. Welcome to the fellas of The Drive, who bring us news that I honestly had not realized that Tony Romo, the lead analyst for CBS on game days, he is accused of driving under the influence in Milwaukee County. Boys,
what the hell is he doing in Milwaukee? Does this
that too? Yeah,
drinking clearly.
That's what Clint said.
He said, "Let's go get some
what the hell is he driving in Milwaukee for?"
Yeah.
Maybe his wife's from Milwaukee.
Performing poorly and on several standardized field sobriety tests.
Is there a golf tournament out there? Maybe there's some golf out there. That's
it could be.
From somebody that spent a little time with Romo. Getting your ass pulled over in Milwaukee for a DWI is on brand. He's the only guy that's got that kind of money, that's played that long in the league, that will go to Milwaukee and get your ass in trouble.
Yeah.
Not L.A., not L.A., not Miami. Not New York. No, we're gonna go to Milwaukee and just have the time of my damn life. Mm-hmm. That is on brand for Romo.
There's
right
a golf
there.
tournament. There's just, it's
got to be.
Summer in Wisconsin feels like a great time to golf. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
It was either a golf outing or a Skechers convention.
Now we're on to something.
I mean, I'm telling you, that is. I mean, you think if you knew that dude, you know what I'm talking about. If you'd ever been around him, been around him, all due respect. I mean, Tony's a good dude, but Skechers, Milwaukee, golf tournament. Well, that's right up. That is right up Romo's alley. That is right up. That is right up Romo's alley, bro.
Yeah, that was rough.
Would y'all agree with me that if somebody is in mugshot, they're the crazy ones? I feel like those are the ones that are.
He looks happy.
He looks like he is jazzed to be there in a way that he should not be.
Jim's the only one celebrating more.
Yeah.
Wait, this is my angle.
This is good. You're right.
This is what Sim's ass out of here when I was done
that
with
mugshot is something, man.
Get Tony's ass up out of here.
It's that smirk, ain't it?
Yeah. What's lovely is I'm surprised that they actually did field sobriety test. You look at his face; it is flush.
I'm surprised he did it.
Greg Olson looks professional. Looks like a lot of fun.
Ooh, this could be our chance. This could be our shot to get Greg Olson.
If Tony got let go, would anybody else hire him?
No, I think no. With all, you got Prime, you got Netflix. Everybody's doing games now, in some way, shape, or form. I would think so.
Mm-hmm.
I would think,
I don't know.
Probably not for what he's.
He is routinely thought of when they do these little. The worst.
Yeah,
he was the best. And you remember at first, boy, they loved them some Tone,
and that's because he still had memory of the reports.
But he was so kind of different the way he was going about doing it. Like he was just calling out stuff. Like I remember what Troy Aikman said. Well, yeah, I mean, I know I also know what's probably about to happen too.
Yeah,
here. I went and watched. Mm-hmm. He said, but he started calling out, and then it went to a space where it just started getting on people's nerves.
Yes.
Well, he's not even calling it out anymore. He's just, whoa, Jim. Whoa. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm like, that's what you're here for. That's what you're supposed to be giving me some idea on.
Here we go.
That's what I say on my couch, too, Tony.
I was going to say, they're going to go right in the slot here, slanting the slot. Now people was like, damn, let me see happen. Or he'd be wrong, and you looking in that area of the field, and
they go somewhere else.
You didn't miss what really happened. Damn, Tone, that's all right, man.
Boys, how much do y'all feel like y'all know about the 610 brand here, or the station here? Because J-Lo took us through a little bit of a quiz, and it was fascinating. Some of the stuff about this 610 frequency here in Houston.
I'm terrible at trivia. Any trivia, so I'm sure this would not be any different.
Fascinating nuggets of information. Like,
did you know them all?
No, God, no. I was just digging in, and I kept digging because it got interesting. Like the call letters. KILT. It was a multiple choice thing. I'll ask you guys this one, just this one question of the several, and people can go back and listen on the Odyssey app. KILT became the call letters because A, ILT were the initials of the owner that took over. B, it was the owner was a Scotsman, as in kilt. Or C, it was actually assigned to the station by the FCC.
Which one you guys feeling?
Well, the obvious one's C, so I'm not going there. I'm going to go with the Scottish guy.
I was going to say B.
I'm going with the Scottish guy.
I'd be damned if it wasn't a Scotsman. Gordon McClendon, his nickname was the Old Scotsman, and he said, screw it, I'm going to call it kilt.
I'll be damned.
Isn't that something? And we ain't made advantage. We ain't taking advantage of that since.
We just kilt it.
Yeah.
We kilt it and went with KIKK.
All these years.
Where did KIKK come from?
Kilt the club.
Now that one I don't know.
Kilt him KIKK. Easy there.
I was going to say it.
Leave that a while. That'd get rough.
This station brought in the Beatles in 1965 for their only show in Texas. Was at Sam Houston Coliseum in 1965. The DJs that were on the station at that time were Russ, the Weird Beard Knight, Alex James Bond Bennett, and Captain Jack.
I bet Bennett was slaying them.
James Bond Bennett.
I mean, if James Bond is his nickname, he was running through Houston.
Had to be. I love that.
Back then, they didn't mind either.
No, I bet not. Russ the Weird Beard. We got photo evidence. His beard is indeed weird.
Weird beard.
It is I didn't know exactly. It looks like he has an arrow on his chin. Yes. If that makes sense.
Really?
It was. I don't know how to explain it. It was very weird. It was very odd. But yeah, we learned a little bit about our history today, gentlemen.
Welcome to the end of the off season before training camp starts.
That's right. Kilt, baby.
Kilt.
All right, gentlemen. Looking forward to a Friday show.
Guys, hey man, 43 years since we won a championship. 43 years.
What are you talking about?
Now we got a chance to win a championship.
He's talking about the Sixers.
Don't ask.
He's a Sixers fan now.
Not since Julius Erving.
He jumped right in the week.
43 years.
Right in the week.
43 years. It's been 43 years. We have struggled. We thought we thought we had him when Iverson stepped over Tyronn Lue just to get a gentleman's sweep. But that's all right. We're back, baby.
We're back.
Sixers, baby.
Just a sick human.
43 years, Tyler.
It's about 40
It's unbelievable.
43
It's
years.
unbelievable how hard he can lean in, boy.
Sick. All right, gentlemen, have a great show.
Move over, Wilt.
We appreciate G&M Autolisa for the crosstalk. J-Law, I'll catch you after the weekend.
Sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now, with Ron, the 76ers fan,
Hell
Hughley,
yeah.
the drive is live.
From Eric Snow. God, he's put on a lot of weight. He's put on. Eric Snow looks like me.
Who?
Oh, go look up Eric Snow.
I think so. That's Big Perk. That ain't Eric Snow.
Perk look good and comfortable on it. He looked like. No, I'm just saying he looked good right there in his little vacation.
I think Perk's losing it. I think so. Yeah, I think Perk's losing some.
So happy, man.
I think Big
We
Perk's
got our
losing.
chance now, man. Yeah, we have little statues.
2-year, $8 million deal.
I keep
2-year, $8 million.
I keep thinking there's a zero that they are missing off that 8. Nope. He could have gone. Literally, when they say could have gone anywhere, he could have gone anywhere.
For 2 years, $8 million. I'm mad at Ime Udoka, Rafael Stone. If 2-year, $8 million was the deal, damn, you should have threw.
Come on, man.
Should have threw 2-year, $40 at him.
Yeah, he didn't. Don't matter. He didn't care about that. He didn't want to come here to you. That's what that was.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's what that was.
No, it had nothing to do with me.
Not you. But that's all right, man. 43 years.
Not I, am I?
Am I? Sixers, baby. But no, that's the big news of the sports world right now. The wait is over with LeBron James. How about it on the Friday news out there? Friday news dump that gets $4 million.
Looks like Miami got a little bit of run out of their YouTube mistake. Somebody may have lost their job, but they got a little run out of it, and turned out it was Philly. After I'll tell you what, I like it. I love the Philly uniforms. Number one. Number two, I like the old head going for a team-friendly major discount.
I mean, this is beyond team-friendly.
Yeah, right. I mean, to go win a championship in a place that hadn't won one in a long time. Yeah, I think it's, and I don't know the 76ers roster. I mean, I'm obviously aware of a few guys, the really good ones they've got, but it seems like he'll probably be a really good fit there with what they've got.
There is
interesting to see what he does, how he can get the big fella rolling. That big fella lugging around the court's always been stuck in my craw. It's hard to watch him. So I wonder how that fits and that works, but we'll see.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if you missed it, LeBron James is going to the Philadelphia 76ers, and he's done this again. And you tell me if you agree with me, fellas. 713-572-416, YouTube and Twitch. I'm sure you'll tell us. Champ/Ron is the worst. LOL. Thank you. 43 years, man. We've been waiting. We've been waiting. Yeah, I know we've had the Eagles. I can't even get. I can't get that one out. Man. I can't get that one out. But no, they will have 4 guys that all averaged over 21 points a game last year, and LeBron is the lowest. Or the 5th guy in VJ Edgecombe, who is a promising rookie from Baylor, he averaged 16 a game. And two players who were all NBA, and Maxey and Brown. And Embiid and LeBron probably just weren't because they didn't play enough games, and so this is a serious team. And I think what you said, whatever you want to say about LeBron, and I know he'll get crushed for. I've already seen Skip Bayless. Oh, he woke up this morning. He was more excited than anybody else. Oh, God, I get to get this. He woke up, made him a video already about him ring chasing, even though LeBron, to me, essentially is doing the same thing that Tom Brady did. He went and found a young team that hasn't won yet, that has a ton of talent, and he went to the Bucs and found that group with a really good coach in Bruce Arians, who was a really good coach and did it. But it'll be looked at differently. But as you said, man, you can't fault and say that this cat ain't about trying to win. That man, he made $53 million last year. He could have, if he wanted to, gone somewhere and made that. He could have, if he wanted to, gone somewhere and made $20 million. He could have, if he wanted to, made whatever. He's going to go play for $4 million. He's making less than a lot of kickers in the NFL. $4 million. And then he goes to the team that obviously, to me, gives him the best opportunity to win. This is, and to a franchise that hasn't won in a long time. And the crazy thing to me is, in a league that has Victor Wembanyama, who is, the rise is coming, and he is looking like he is ready to take over to be like the star of the league. A league that has the Knicks, who, where they are in their popularity and them winning a championship was huge for the league, and OKC and all this. You tell me if you think I'm wrong with this move, because I don't think this would have been the move or the thought if he were in Golden State, if he were in Miami, or if he was in Cleveland. But because of the talent they have there and this team they have there, he has made him and the Sixers the biggest story in this NBA season, and he's 41 years old. He's done this. I think it would have been a fun story if he went to Golden State with Steph, but I don't think people would have really thought they had a real chance to win it all because of the health, the injury in the West. I think he goes here. People think they've already moved up to third on DraftKings odds to win the championship, and they are tied with the Knicks to come out of the East. He has a real chance to win a championship this year and next year. He could get to 6 theoretically, and you know who has 6. So I mean, this is crazy that just like he was the last time he was a free agent and the time before that, the Sixers and LeBron are going to be the biggest story in the NBA, and he's still able to do that at 4.
Well, look, he went to the team in a market that the team talented enough around him for that to be a reality. Like you said, I think the Golden State thing would have been fun because I like old heads and I like to watch them. I like to see if they can compete with the young ones and how far the long in the tooth wisdom can go. But if we're being honest, I mean, it would have been a long shot.
Yeah, no, I mean
Miami. I mean, they're going to be hell. They're going to be hell in the paint. They're going to be hell in the paint, but I don't know what they're going to do outside of it. I don't know enough about Cleveland and kind of, I know they're a playoff team, but I don't think they were as good as Philly for LeBron. So he goes to the best place. Team's absolutely stacked. Big market that's starved for championships and from a basketball perspective. And hellacious supporting cast. So, yeah, hell, it ought to be the biggest story.
Do you think, Tyler, this has become bigger than Victor Wembanyama? I think going to the Knicks or the Knicks, I think those were probably the two big stories. Victor becoming the star of the league. Do you think now the most interesting thing in the NBA is LeBron James and the 76ers?
Yeah, I mean, probably. He's still...
That pissed you off to say that, didn't it?
Because I could give two,
I could hear it in your eyes.
Less. Yeah, I mean, whatever. But no, in all actuality, for real, it most likely is just because it's LeBron. I mean, the debate is there. The whole GOAT debate is there, even though it shouldn't be. So, yeah, I think this is going to take over the NBA world for a minute. But your feeling and how you're talking about it, and this person who just texted in show LeBron is a B word. I'm trying to work on just not saying him. He's a B word. Like now, the league has a real, true villain again. And to me, that's always a team that people want to see really hate watch. And Philly is going to be the only people who love this team and like this team, and me, who like this team. And this is, but it doesn't feel like the Warriors though. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I don't think I don't think he'd have been like the villain piece is. He once again landed in a place where, as you said, there's already three dudes averaging over 20 points. I mean, it's a stacked team.
27.
I don't think the villain. I don't think the villain role would have fit in had he gone to Golden State.
No. But because now they think they're a real threat. But I say Golden State. I think this is even different than when Kevin Durant went to the Warriors, because that just felt like, well, this is unfair. Like all of these dudes, there is real. And you kind of spoke about it. There is a real chance that this does not work at all. Like this, they're stacked with talent, but like there's Joel Embiid, as somebody just texted in right now and said, if he'll stay healthy. There's a big problem if he's going to stay healthy. There's a big thing if what's Jaylen Brown thinking? He's been wanting to be the number one option on a team, and he finally got it last year, and he thought he was maybe getting traded to get it this year, and now here comes LeBron's ass over you and other guys. Like there is a sense in which you can see this falling apart and not working. Golden State with Kevin Durant and all of them were in prime. That was like, well, this is unfair. Nobody can beat these guys. These guys are really, really talented, but I think the Knicks can still beat them. I think the Spurs and OKC healthy are probably teams that people will pick ahead of them. But it is going to be fun to see how this works and how this comes together.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, you got two dudes that can do the heavy lifting throughout the regular season in the younger two, and then you got Embiid and LeBron that if you can load manage them, keep them healthy down the stretch, they're going to be a problem.
Yeah,
they're going to be a problem. I mean, you could literally sit two of your guys, two of your best players, and you still got enough firepower to go win. When you're fully healthy and those big four are rolling, they're going to be a monster. Now I don't know what you do with a freak like Wembanyama, obviously, or something like what the Knicks bring to the table. I don't know how they stack up to those guys, but they're gonna the Philadelphia 76ers are an absolute monster if they can stay healthy, and they is LeBron and big fella.
When you see this, because you spoke of this a little bit ago, in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. When you see this from a Rockets perspective, and you see how all this went down, and as you said, he goes for $8 million, not 1 year, but on a 2-year deal worth $8 million, so $4 million apiece. Clearly, he could have gone anywhere. Your thoughts from a Rockets perspective when you see this?
It's just proof once again how far away you really are. I mean, when you watch playoffs this year, it's one thing for the Rockets to not have developed, and maybe there's an injury and this kind of. And we can talk about regular season basketball, but when you watch the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals, there's no way any Rocket fan sat there and felt good about, hell yeah, we're close, boys. If we could just get our quarterback to not turn the ball over, we can get in a big dance. That you're not there. You're nowhere close. And then you watch that. That's obviously in real time watching basketball. And then you look at a guy like LeBron, and he knows who he is. Hell, he just played second, maybe even third fiddle to two different guys that are younger and can go harder, longer, right? So it's not like he's running around beating his chest like he wants to be the guy, that he wants to be the leading scorer. He wants to play 72 games. I mean, he knows who he is, and you ain't even on the radar. You're extremely young. You're extremely young with one of the greatest to ever play the game on your roster right now, and you weren't even on the radar for a guy that really, you could argue, is exactly what you need from a development standpoint and from a scheme standpoint. Wasn't even on the radar.
It's
just telling.
It's telling, and it to me, it just screams not just with LeBron, but also Giannis and other. Mm-hmm. It screams that the NBA does not, at least some important people don't take the Rockets serious right now.
Nor should they.
Right, and the crazy thing is, when you thought, like, yeah, I can hear that when you got your head coach and you're roaming around like that, you can hear that, and you're kind of getting over the Harden stuff. But man, when you brought in Ime Udoka, Kevin Durant, the thought was we're a serious organization, and that's not Giannis. You weren't like, you can just be about not just LeBron, but neither one of them were even considering the Rockets.
Yeah, when the rubber met the road last season, boy, I think it was telling for a lot of people, including us and including LeBron.
Yeah. He had a front row seat for it.
Yeah.
But right now, like in some they're not taking the Rockets serious, and we thought they had made serious moves when they brought in Udoka and they brought in Kevin Durant and they brought in Fred VanVleet and these. But wow, not even being considered is crazy. LeBron James going to the Philadelphia 76ers. The East is extremely interesting at this point right now. God, those people in Cleveland, I'm sure they are just losing their minds right now. They are just probably opening up the phone lines and just letting people just roll out there in Cleveland. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get you ready for a big series. They put themselves in a good spot, sweeping the Marlins. Now you got to face a first-place White Sox team, and I think a key thing to watch to see what they do with one of their young, hopeful stars. What are they going to do? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, what are you going to do if you're dealing with breathing problems? Will you use some sleep?
22. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Text line coming through, my man right here, Ocho. LeBron will never be in my GOAT conversation because he can only win championships with teammates who are the best of the best. That's weak. I just am curious who else is in your GOAT conversation, and which of them didn't play with the best of the best. I feel like everybody in the conversation played with Hall of Famers. Magic, Kareem, Jordan. Whoever else is in your GOAT conversation. Everybody did. Who didn't?
That can't really be your opinion, right?
I didn't know.
That can't really be where you're at with this.
What do you mean? Who didn't play with other great players?
Well, there's a big difference in going and joining Hall of Famers and the team you so well as a team that you become Hall of Famers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. I mean, just get drafted to Kareem and
wherever you. I mean, you can't help where you're drafted.
But don't say that's not what he said.
I agree with your point. Your response to the GOAT, I agree. Like, there's no. I mean, my deal is there's different GOATs out there. I mean, there's just when you look at what LeBron's doing. I mean, damn, man. I mean, this cat still can go get you 20 plus in a season at how old is 40? What?
Yeah, 41.
41. I mean, it's like the longevity piece is absolutely amazing what he's been able to do. And if you butt it up against some shorter careers that one more, Jordan one more, and I mean that's fine, whatever. However you want to couch it, but LeBron's obviously in the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I guess he could have set his ass in Cleveland the entire time and just waited for nobody to ever get there.
Yeah, no. Look, I don't look. The reality of it is I mean, he jumped from one team to the other with great players. I mean, if that hits people wrong, it hits people wrong. That's just the reality. That's what he's done in his career, and he's had a whole lot of success doing it.
Yeah. He played with great players. He had to find it. Some people were drafted to it. Some people went to other places. But that's the big storyline. He looks like his final chapter is going to go to the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year deal worth $8 million, $4 million apiece. All right, the Astros, they take on the White Sox this weekend. Another big series for them. This sweep that they had with the Marlins helped them kind of jump back into things. And the AL West, nobody wants to be good. Nobody does. I think the leaders at 500 right now, it's nobody. Nobody wants to be good. They swept out of the Orioles series, and then after this week's series, they find themselves 2 games back of first place, as they are not even really that close to 500 right now. But to get closer, they've got to face a really good team in the White Sox. Spencer Arrighetti gets the ball tonight. Hunter Brown and Ronel Blanco are the 3 projected starters coming up this weekend.
Who was it a little earlier, not too much long ago, that we were talking about? It's a litmus test. It's kind of a where we at. It was Tampa Bay. Wasn't
Tampa
it?
Bay, yeah, they played well in that series,
and they played well in that.
Tampa Bay
I think this is another one. This is another one of those. You mentioned yesterday that the White Sox are not yesterday's White Sox. They are playing really good basketball. Really good baseball. One of the best teams in the American League right now. And when you look, they've won 7 of their last 10. They're sitting 3rd in the American behind Tampa Bay and the Yankees right now. And so this is a really good baseball team that is won 7 of the last 10.
Kind of came the hell out of nowhere too. I mean, the White Sox they stunk for years, but yeah, they've got a lot of young players that started to come through.
If you want to be taken serious, the ebbs and flows of a regular season Major League Baseball, in Major League Baseball that there's ebbs and flows, and if you want to be taken serious right now, if you're the Astros, this is a monster series. You go win this series, and Jordan continues to swing it the way he can swing it. If the starting pitching in particular comes around, and all of a sudden the narrative once again changes around the Astros of boy, could they be a difference maker in a terrible division, and can they make a little bit of noise, and are they good enough to scare some folks? This is a series where that right there is on the line. You mess around and get swept, you're once again you're closer to that seller than you are buyer at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
which by the way is coming up in what is it? Less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, let's say first week of August. Yeah, so that's. What's your all's thoughts? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this. What's your all thoughts on how they've handled Cam Smith since the All-Star break? Cam Smith, and we've talked about it, has been one of they're hoping to be one of their young stars to be. And they have, for the most part, just stuck him in right field and said, let's roll. And it's been up and down. There have been moments where he's gotten hot. Now, overall, when you look at his numbers, his slash line, 210, 283, 362, slugging, OPS 645. That's not very good. All right, 12 home runs, 34 RBIs. He does lead the team in steals with 10. But he had been thrown out there. We've looked at it, and Tyler, it ain't like they got any outfielders right now. I mean, that you're like, man, these guys got to play. I mean, it's been, them. I don't need to run through them all. But he ain't start a game. Like 3 straight games in this Marlins series. He was benched. Now, he was 0 for 13 with 5 Ks in the Baltimore series. But he was benched, didn't play or start any of these games, and then they brought him in all 3 as a defensive replacement, but didn't let him get any at-bats. I'm really interested to see if he's in the lineup today. All right, 3 in a row. Maybe they let him take the series off. 2 in a row. He's got another off day yesterday. It's 4 days since he started a game and since he's hit.
Well, I tell you, Ron, I got a couple of opinions on Cam Smith, and I think both of them are real. One, it's personal. For me, it's simple. When I watch Cam Smith at the plate, I don't care what the numbers tell you. When I watch Cam Smith at the plate, I feel like we got a chance. As an Astros fan, when he's at the plate, I feel like we got a chance. One, he might hit it out of the park if the pitcher makes a mistake. 2, if he gets on base, he's got some speed and can do some work there, do some damage there. And he's slowly but surely getting significantly better in right field. As you mentioned, they're putting him in the game now for defensive purposes. So personally, I feel good with Cam Smith, whether it's in the field or at the plate. For my team as a fan, I feel good. That leads you to my second problem with this move is the guys that they're choosing to rotate in. This isn't Kyle Tucker coming up. You know what I mean? This isn't they got a veteran over there that brings more experience and longer in the tooth or better at bats, in his place. The guys that they're rotating in there and the guys that are getting at bats over Cam Smith are dudes that should be playing in Sugarland, or dudes that they pulled out of somebody else's minor league system that weren't in the big. So that's my problem. Is it's not like you've got Correa and Paredes and Pena, and you can kind of interchange all those guys and somebody, it's not one of those situations. You're literally rolling through dudes through here to go one batter deeper in the lineup of left, right. I mean, that's literally what you're doing with Cam Smith, and I hate that.
But the one thing is at least they're like, it seems like they've just put him in the same boat and box as all of them. Put him in the Trammell, the Wade, the Lamont Wade Jr. box. Now it's Spruce, the Zach DeZenzo, all of them. They've just put him in the same box. And I'll be honest, his performance has been so poor that it's deserved to kind of be in that. And if they're just saying, hey, man, we got to win games, and right now, man, we got to put what we think is the best out there, and we've given him more than half the season every day, and it's not getting better. So maybe they just playing matchups. Now, if he doesn't start again today, Clint, then now they're not just playing matchups. It seems like that's 4 games in a row that they have just moved past him, right? So I am like, when that lineup comes out, Tyler, that is going to be something to watch to see if Cam Smith has completely just lost his spot here in the rotation of outfield.
Look, I mean, don't forget, you got Jake Myers gone and you got Bryce Matthews hurt. So again, I mean, in a situation where you think, and you'd like to not play,
and they've told him to go to hell.
And you'd like to not play Yordan Alvarez in left field. I mean, think about it: 3 guys that would have never touched the field in front of Cam Smith. Never's a long time when you're talking about Yordan, but should never touch the field for 3 straight games for damn sure over Cam Smith, literally did so in that last series. Yordan Alvarez played left field. Lamont Wade Jr. played right field, and his Spence kids in center. Like, I would rather experiment with Cam in center and see some different things out there and keep his batting lineup and give him those reps than what they're doing. So I hate the Cam Smith thing all the way around.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. If they were to tell you, we just feel like this is our best chance to win, it is hard to argue that thought based off, his numbers.
Well, I'm not looking at it, but to me, it's the left-handed bat thing. Because, Lamont Wade Jr., I don't 170, y'all. That's who's playing right field.
But they're like, we're putting you all in the same box,
right?
I guess.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Coming up, believe it or not, Texans hype, stories, reports. You don't want to miss this one. Believe it or not, we'll do that coming up next.
Ooh, I can't believe it.
Designer furniture, mattresses, and rugs. One weekend to our showroom and now our adjoining warehouse. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Believe it or not.
Sports Radio 610 presents
The Strange, the Bizarre, the Unexpected.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Believe it.
All right, welcome back into a little Believe It or Not, as there are so many stories and conversations that have been had inside the building of the Texans, outside of the building, from a national perspective, from a local perspective about this team. And we throw them out and ask you if you believe them or not. You can participate on YouTube, Twitch, as many of you do, or as well on the text line 713-572-4610. If you believe it, you believe it. If you don't, it's or not. And we'll go here, Clint. The general, who you heard last night on Texans All Access, John McClain, he had his predictions, Clint, for the 2026 Texans. He says he sees them winning 13 games, which would tie or surpass the best season in franchise history. He has them as the AFC South champions and one of the top seeds in the AFC, and he believes that the Texans will reach their first ever AFC championship game, something the franchise has never accomplished. So 13 wins, AFC South titles, a top seed, one of the top seeds in the AFC, and they'll get to the AFC championship game. Do you believe it or not?
Sorry, Mad Dog. Sorry, General. I'm or not on this one. I think.
I'm about to say that feels like that least out.
Yeah,
that's
he
not
must.
Normally, I would say he's that optimistic about the Texans. Or at least I'll say that's the most optimistic since I've been here. I've seen him on the Texans.
He must have got access back over to the McNair house or something over there doing some behind the scenes one-on-ones or something like he was talking about. Used to have with Bob. I think them Easterby days may have cut him out a little bit. This might be, he must be back in over there. This is a little rich for me. It's or not. Look, 13 regular season wins. Look, I think this is a good football team. I think to get to 13 or 14 wins, I think you got to be one of the best in the league. And I don't think the Texans right now. I don't believe the Texans are that. We seem to forget last year. Yes, they did a hell of a job of getting to 12. But they rattled off 9 straight to do it. That is, I don't give a damn who you are. That's you ain't gonna just go out there rolling out 9 straight year in, year out. So it was a much more difficult road to get there, I think, than most people realize. So 13 is rich. I do believe they'll win the AFC South title, but I think that South title is decided a little bit more tighter than it was last year with Jacksonville winning 13.
Yeah.
And I don't believe the Texans, reach their first ever AFC championship game. I don't think. I think this defense is great. I think they're going to need a little bit more help than what this offense is going to be able to give them.
So, do you believe any of them?
I believe they're going to win the South.
All right. So you do believe that one. All right. The others are a little tough for you.
I believe they're going to win the South, so that makes them definitely one of the top seeds if they win a division.
Oh, Cornbread said John McClain said that. Shocking. No, he did.
Oh, hey, John's back in the house. He's back in the fam.
Listen, I'll say this. He's got 3 bullets here. 13-4, which would tie or be the best in franchise history. Winning the South and being one of the top seeds in the AFC and reach the AFC championship game. I would say every one of them are in serious play. I think every one of them are absolutely on the table, and not in play or on the table, Tyler. Like it could happen, Angels in the outfield. I think there's a believable real chance for them to do that. Even the 13 wins. Like I think I could. I think
13.
I think
Davis Mills had to go 3-0 to get to 12 last year.
I know it, and they got to 12 last year.
13.
They got to 12.
How many teams in the league won 13 last year?
Let's see.
I know 2 in the AFC, right?
Jags,
and the Broncos
and
won
the
14.
Patriots. So the Jags are the third seed.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think the Rams and the Seahawks did. I think it's in. I mean, they won 12 last year. So, I mean, they won 12 last year, and they seem to be just walking around the world aimlessly offensively at times. So, I mean, it is. I think it is on, and their schedule's probably not as tough. So, I think it is on the table. I think obviously winning the South and being a top seed is on the table. The AFC Championship game is on the table, but I am an or not. I still think there are too many questions for this team and to go against the teams that I think that they're going to have to go against. I think there's still too many questions on the offensive side of the ball in which, like, I think I have a real concern. And then if we see this team and I get new information, you'll change your tune. I have a hard time seeing this team have to go and get 27 points. When they need to against good teams, go and get 27 points. And I understand how good this defense is, but if their offense has to have a game or games to go get 27 points against quality opponents, I have concerns about that. And I think you have to have that to get to the AFC Championship game and beyond that. So for me, it is or not, just some questions right now offensively. Now, again, just like I said, all of those are on the table.
Or not.
You can see, though, that those questions can be answered offensively. Right? I'm not saying they just can't. You can see CJ returning to form. You can see potentially the receivers growing and maybe Tank Dell coming back and being a viable player that can help it. You can see it running and being better. But right now, I think I got too many questions here. Our guy Joe Robichaux, the old Aggie there. Shout out to Joe. That Blanton's is still hitting, baby. I mean, it's been gone. It's been gone. My father-in-law. Did I tell you that, Tyler? I didn't want to get this.
Polish it off, didn't
man, he went in there and mixed it with some cherry coke.
As well, what?
What?
No, he didn't.
He could have done without that last detail.
I'm going to talk. We're going to talk about that next time I see you. It was
a cherry coke zero.
It don't matter. I mean,
he went in and mixed that up a little bit.
When you said mix, you lost me.
I said, man, you got to put a little ice. Just
put a little ice on there. Doing, man?
Joe said, Clint, you a Debbie Downer.
No, I'm not a Debbie Downer. I mean, that's a lot of games, man. Bro. I mean, you had. I mean, golly,
negative, man.
No, I don't. I mean, look, I feel you. I mean, look, the Jacksonville Jaguars got 13 last year. I mean, I feel you. I just don't think it's gonna happen, boys.
Yeah. No, I don't think you're overdoing it. By the way, Champ Slice, say nothing wrong with cherry coke. No, I hear you, just not with Blanton's.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that combo, cuz.
It's delicious by itself.
Yeah, I think there's some whiskeys you can go ahead and grab a mix with.
Blanton's ain't one of them. I mean, there's some people argue you shouldn't even put ice in it.
You got that horse on the top. Wherever that is.
No, that's a horse.
Yeah, it's a horse. Yeah.
Goes down so smooth.
It does. Yeah, it does. That's it.
It did for Stan, too. That cherry real smooth with that cherry Coke Zero.
I saw him grab that and had that can. And I said, hey, just.
No, you let it go.
You
didn't at least give him hell?
I said, Cherry Coke, huh? That's what I said. Cherry Coke.
Oh, no, you should have gave. I mean,
what else did the team mom bring?
Hey, he was sitting in my chair, too, when he did it.
Hey, truth be told, I bet Stan.
Every time I walk in,
I bet Stan fixed something at the house to save Ron $500 earlier in the day, so Ron let it slide. I bet
you ain't lying.
Thankful.
He comes in there, man. I'm looking at projects. Here we go. Let's get these towel racks. Let's get these.
Tighten up the towel racks. Toilet paper dispenser.
Hey, man, put that one in, baby. Go ahead and knock out that toilet seat, man. Let's get all this thing rolling here, baby. Get that ceiling that I fell through in the garage, baby. Go ahead and knock that out.
Hold on, Joe.
Yeah, every time I walk in that house, he's sitting in my chair.
Yeah, so he can probably mix that. He can sit in your chair and mix your blends, huh?
Sitting in my chair with his legs up on that ottoman.
Sitting in my chair. Tyler, you got a chair at the house?
Do you got one?
No, I have a spot like on the couch that.
I mean, but
is known to be mine.
Is it your spot? I mean, is it?
Yeah, Is that the same thing?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah,
I got the brown chair. I kind of get in there. I get it.
Oh, you like it's literally your own chair. It's not just a spot.
It's like so we got like a couch, and then we got like kind of like a brown
lounge chair.
It's got an
that chair's
chair.
I generally just kind of roll into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stan probably.
Every time I come in that bad.
Hey, Stan takes your chair and mixes your
and if you
blends.
and when you come in the house, like mine is a straight shot through.
Yes.
You can see his hair straight shot.
Stan didn't deserve that blends. I'm just gonna say it.
But
he earned every bit of it. He been fixing projects. He been doing projects at Ron's every time he comes down.
Hey, I'm telling you, man. We didn't save thousands.
Stan trying to buying a plane ticket, come down here and see his grandkids, and he gets here and he's got to be a handyman.
You ain't lying, man. Hey, man, you go take my golf clubs, sit in my chair. That chair covers a little something. All right, coming up, what we are learning, right? We're 3 years into this with C.J. Stroud. What have we learned? I know people are going to be jackasses, but what have we learned about C.J. Stroud? I think we can clearly go from his rookie year to now and see what we learned and kind of compare it to what others are getting around the league. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, are you looking to sell your home? Heck, are you
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT D2 Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. It is 3 o'clock, the 3 o'clock hour on a Friday. Hope everybody is enjoying their day. It was hot as hell walking out. I know it, David. Boy, it was smoking, man. I went and got some gas. Hopefully Clint does have some, but I went and got some gas. I was down to about 40 miles to empty.
I'm in a battery today. But I got enough. My wife charged it yesterday.
Okay. Well, I was just going to tell you. I just want you to charge your phone.
Let me charge it. I am getting
That's
kind
too
of
damn
low.
hot to be getting stranded.
Need here.
That's what I need down right there. Thanks, bub.
Let's make sure
I got out there and got me about a 45-minute jog walking today, boys.
At one time,
the last 10 minutes hurt. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought I was gonna pass out.
At one time, Clint couldn't get in his car because his phone died.
That is a rough deal.
Full battery, I believe. Just couldn't get in the car.
It's a rough deal.
Tough spot.
Is that the time you had to buy?
I was at the charger at Buc-ee's. It was the car was charging.
Oh, that was when the cops were looking for
That's
you.
the whole family. So that's when I realized I was loved. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, man. My people are special, man. That's when you know you're loved. Your phone goes dead.
Yeah, they
your wife's pregnant at the house and can't get out, and because the other kid's there, and all of a sudden, man, the cavalry came looking for you, boy, man. Couple cops, couple cousins, sister-in-law.
Who said they were both? He had to buy that charger and had to
get the lady
to talk that lady into plugging it up and
then it didn't work in the office. It wouldn't work, and it didn't work in the office. And then the young girl that was working the cash register said, "I got the same phone. I'll be off in 5 minutes, and I'll charge it in my car."
We could do.
And I said, "Okay." So then I'm walking out with this young gal, and I'm thinking, "Boy, this could end." I don't even
your
know this
family
chick.
comes rolling up.
Well, yeah. Luckily, but I was literally just thinking like. Because I was walking to her car because I didn't want to either give her my phone and she runs off with my phone, or I go with her and then she screams I did something I wasn't supposed to do, and all of a sudden I'm in a bad spot. So I was like, what the hell am I doing? What am I going to do? And by that time I noticed my sister-in-law walking across. I said, what are you doing here? She said, looking for you, dummy.
We could do a full show on. Hey, you won't believe what happened to Clint.
Well, after about the second episode, they're gonna believe it.
Segment 1.
This one involves to fight him in the parking garage.
One involves Magnolia.
I left it at Magnolia. That's how I left it there and Ubered to work.
This one involves Magnolia.
I got a Buc-ee's story. I got a Magnolia story.
A Target charging station miles down, but he elected to go to a place that just had dogs.
Stray dogs.
That turned into a street gravel.
Yeah.
That he has set up there.
Yeah, that's the Magnolia story. The same one.
Yeah, and then didn't you run into somebody who had just died? That was a
yeah, the guy that runs those festivals.
Yes,
out there.
that runs the festivals. I believe what happened to Clint.
That is that charger you're looking for is actually on the property of this. Do you know so? I said no, I don't know him. He runs that festival that's down there. I said, oh boy. I said, well, do you think he'd mind if I got on his property and charged my car? And she said, well, he's passed away. I mean, or did he kill somebody?
I think he passed away.
There's a mystery behind it. I think he got murdered then. There's a mystery behind it.
I thought he may have done himself in.
Maybe he committed suicide. That's exactly what it was.
I thought that might have been what it was.
Yeah, I mean, then I ran out of gas. I ran out of gas by the grass farm.
Yep, you also ran out of gas. Well, we were doing the show at Barber's Hill. This is right down the street from your house.
That's right. My wife ran out of gas with the kids in the car. That's when I ended it. That's when I ended the gas thing.
Gas, electric, it don't matter.
Baby's in the car and she's in the middle. She didn't even pull over on the side of the road.
We've got a couple of flat tire stories in there, I think.
I don't know. Flat tire on the Tesla. Yes. Yes.
Battery was charged.
That's a hell of a way to find out that people don't typically carry Tesla tires. Tesla discontinued their roadside service. And
damn it, Elon.
They don't aggressively tell you that your tires are low either. It just It just flashes tire low. It doesn't tell you.
Does that really matter though? Vehicles tell you when you're running low on fuel too.
Well, yeah, but the wheels, like usually you can see like, hey, I got 32 pounds of pressure instead of 38. Now this thing just said, hey man, your tires are low. Next thing you know, I looked, it was single digit.
Low?
I mean, it was single. I was doing 80 down I-10. It was single digit. I was like, oh, geez.
That'd be great if it said, hey man, your tires are low.
To what degree?
Oh my God, we could. All right. I think it's what we've learned. Somebody texting, what the hell have we learned? What we learned, I think, in the three years. Tell me if you agree with this, Clint. After year one, we would have conversations where I would tell you, I would kind of look at certain quarterbacks and I would give them the phrase the fixer, right? The guys that are capable of just fixing deficiencies around you. Like they can be the thing that helps you. If you got a bad defense, we've watched teams like guys like Peyton Manning kind of help pull that together. If you've got a bad offensive line, we've watched guys like Joe Burrow kind of become the fixer of those situations. If you got a bad defense, we've watched Mahomes kind of be a fixer. Your receivers can't catch the ball, somehow become a fixer. Lamar, we watch. There's certain quarterbacks that kind of fit into that. And tell me if I'm wrong. We thought that CJ was in that category after year one. Did you feel like he was?
Yeah, I thought he was well on his way to being that. Yeah,
because of what we saw him with the offensive line situation.
He overcame some serious obstacles, no doubt, and did it. With the biggest one of all is get drafted by an extremely dysfunctional organization and win 10 games. So I mean, it was the first year was unbelievably impressive. Yes.
Now that we are 2 years in. And you've now seen the entirety of what he brings to the table. What have you learned? Because I would assume you don't still put him in like that. What have you learned in what CJ is and what he needs?
Well, I think we've learned that, and because we've seen it, CJ Stroud is an elite passer of the football, and I mean that sideline to sideline. Goal line to line of scrimmage. I mean, he can stretch the field. He can make all the throws. The compact delivery is absolutely elite. How quick he can get rid of the football and the power that he generates in that. Mechanically, he's extremely sound. I think we've learned that in my opinion, he has to win from the pocket. He's not a guy that can impact the game with his legs, nor should he impact the game with his legs. I'm not talking about extending plays and doing quarterback things. I'm talking about running the football and impacting the game with his legs. I just don't think that's where he's at. I think that's the positive. I think the negative is that I think we've seen he's a piece, not a pillar. I don't think C.J. Stroud is a guy that you come in.
Ones right there. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I just don't think he's one of those guys. Intangibly that comes in and changes a program. I don't think he's one of those guys that has reached the top of that mountain yet where he comes in and he can ultimately be a offensive coordinator. Now, he's young. He may get to that. But right now, I just don't think he's that. Well, Will Anderson, we know he's a pillar. I think the jury's still out for a lot of folks on CJ. I just don't believe that's the guy. I think I've seen enough. I don't think he's that type of being or leader, if you will. I think for me, if I had to make the decision, I would say that he's probably scheme specific. I think he's better off in a system where he's not trying to be Tom Brady or not trying to be Peyton Manning, but more or less where he could be in that Kubiak Shanahan system where it's call it run it stuff a lot of the times, and the quarterback's got less control at the line of scrimmage. I think he probably needs to be in that system and not this one.
See, I agree. I think we've learned, to me, that he is not a guy that, hey man, really whatever place you put him in, maybe if he's with the perfect system that suits him, that we'll see, him at his height. But even if he's not, like he'll still be able to be a really good player. I think, as you said, I think he needs to be, or at least have, the right things around him. I think he needs more help than maybe we thought he would after year one. More help all the way around.
Well, he's just going he's going the wrong direction. You know what I mean? It's there were some, just stylistically, some Brady-like things that he was doing his rookie year where he was rolling up yards, he was smartly taking the under, and he wasn't turning the football over. There were some, and now all of a sudden, but that wasn't in a Brady system. That was in a we're going to take all the thinking off your plate. We're just going to let you play. Now all of a sudden he's in a thinking system, and he's regressing. So, I think early in a career he was so good early on. You go, okay, can he be one of the greats? Can he, is that the trajectory that he potentially could be on? And I think tangibly, physically, playing the game and the way he's built and the way he can throw it, yes. I don't know that he's the and it's not even a smart. It's hard to explain because I know a lot of people when I talk about processing, I think he's a high level, elite level processor. I do. Now I think he's got some ways to go to studying tape and learning defenses and being able to pick things up quicker. But it's that tangible. You got to be a dog to be the kind of change program pillar type quarterback, right? I mean, you do, or you've got to have some kind of otherworldly talent like Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen, or even stylistically like Pat Mahomes. You look at the Tom Brady's and the Peyton Mannings, their superpower was their brain, right? You got to have some kind of superpower, and I don't know that he has a superpower, and I think I know at this point that alpha leader is just not in there at this point in time.
Well, we talked about this list that Greeny did earlier, the top 5 quarterbacks that were 26 years old or younger that had the best chance to win a Super Bowl, and we just found it odd that CJ wasn't on there. But kind of going through the exercise of what we just did about how we've learned, I think it's clear he is not somebody at this point that is in the fixer category. I think he is somebody that's in the point of he's just somebody that needs help. Right, he can overcome some things, but he's not going to be able to overcome a lot of things to play at a really, really high level consistently. And I just looked at the other 5 guys, Clint, and you can clearly see. I don't know that I believe maybe Caleb, but I even think Caleb needs the right person to be with him. And hell, I think we may have seen it after his first year to now. But I don't think Bo Nix, Caleb, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, or Jay Daniels, I don't know that I think any of them just kind of fit. Because I think Jay Daniels you might think is the closest, but I think he's very scheme specific. I think
we're going to find out, but yeah.
Well, even this guy, though, he worked under Kingsbury. So, I mean, they're not really switching up the scheme a ton. He was a disciple and a guy that worked closely under Kingsbury, so they're not really changing a ton of that. But if you look at all these other guys, Bo Nix damn sure is not a guy that's a fixer. But he has got Sean Payton, the right, and can kind of help him navigate through that. A top 5 offensive line, a pretty good weapons. Those are Caleb. He got Ben Johnson. We saw the difference of how it looked when they had to fire the offensive coordinator in the middle of the season, right? And so, but we see him. They had a top 3 running attack last year, a top 10-ish offensive line and weapons. Trevor Lawrence. There's kind of a parallel with him and CJ a bit. Anytime we've seen Trevor have coaches that seem to know something, we've seen him be the better version of himself. Yeah. And we saw it with Doug Peterson earlier, and now we're seeing it with Liam Cohen. He had a good running game last year with multiple weapons. Drake May, same thing. I think we can look at Drake May's playoff run and see that he is somebody that is going to need help. He's got it. Play caller, run game, weapons. Jaden Daniels, at least the system. They had a top 4 run game last year. The system fits. CJ is going to need some of that. He needs to be looked at and viewed like that, like those guys as opposed to him having to uplift like the other guys. I thought he could be that. I thought maybe you could skimp a little bit on that side of the field and he could help bring things together.
Yeah.
Right now, when I look at this right now, he has one weapon. Right? I don't think you can give him the play caller or the coach or the scheme that fits him great. I don't think you can talk about the offensive line yet. I don't think you can talk yet. And he's got Nico.
Yep.
So I just think what we've learned is he is going to need more help than we thought he did.
Yeah.
And they got to, obviously this year is really going to be make or break, but you can look at it right now this year, it doesn't look like he's got a cast around him that looks like somebody who needs more help.
Well, and you talked about the scheme, and I think it's worth spending a little bit of time there. Just forget the fact that you like or don't like the scheme or whatever. It's difficult or it's not. To me, we found out. We know. I feel like I know. Like CJ will perform better in a aggressive quarterback friendly system. Cincinnati, Dallas. Obviously, they have great targets. Obviously, but I just mean that you use. Even the Rams are another one. Just to give you one that maybe that's winning right now, not just offensive heavy, but you got dudes and you build around the quarterback and you use all the offensive scheme weapons that are out there. We've talked about it before. The playing with tempo and the vertical attack and being aggressive and applying pressure on defenses instead of letting them always dictate what you're doing. Like I think he would play better and would be significantly more well-regarded in this league if he were in one of those systems.
Yep.
Like, I don't know that the be patient, don't make mistakes, just chip away, take what the defense gives you. I don't know that mindset. In fact, I feel like I do know. I don't think that's a great fit for C.J. Stroud.
But it would even be better if he had more dudes and he had maybe a better offensive line and better run game.
Yeah.
Like even in a system that he's just not. He seems like he's just got Nico right now. All right, coming up, I kind of got caught in an intervention today.
Oh hell! I bet it has to do with saving money.
Probably the opposite. Well, no, you're right. No, it is saving money. It in a way. I got caught in an intervention, and apparently, I guess it's time. It's time. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I tell you, if you're out there and you're building new sports.
222.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're being a real dingo right now.
I'm not being a real dingo.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive. And I'm not gonna lie, fellas, I got myself put into a bit of an intervention.
Oh, this is intervention. That's interesting. Let's talk about this.
We're taking a trip to going to San Antonio, little AAU tournament, big tournament coming up this weekend.
Yeah, man. Dip your toe in the river down there somewhere. Not the Riverwalk, but one of the rivers.
One of the rivers.
Yeah, man.
Renting a car.
Mm-hmm.
Had to drive to the car, or to go get the car.
You had to drive your wife to the rental spot to pick up a rental car.
Courtney got in the car. And she looked at me as I was going to back out. She said, "Hey, so when are we going to get rid of this?"
I hate to say I told you so. Go ahead.
She said, when are we going to... No, she's like, I feel like, which I disagree. I feel like this thing's on its last legs. And she's like, I don't want to, I feel like we maybe still get a little money out of it, do something. You just don't want to get in a situation where, damn, you're like, you got it's messed up. Like, got 11 years out of this. Like, let's. Is
this immediately in the car, or are you on your way over to
immediately.
The rental spot? Immediately.
I mean, in the driveway. As putting it into reverse.
And you try to talk her out of it? Like, are you trying to make sense of it, or what?
I just said, what are you hung up on? That's the quote. What are you hung up on it? Like, what's the issue here? I'm like, well, I mean, I've looked. She goes, yeah, I know you said you've looked, but I mean, like, I think we need to go get in the car, go test drive, go get a car. She's like,
Bagels here?
Like, we just go get stuck. I just think it's that time. I just feel like I got bombarded there a bit, and
I just got the red carpet.
You got permission. You got permission.
And I've always had permission.
Well, I don't know. You didn't. Not that you asked for it, but
I've always had to do it. I mean, it's just we don't have no car payment now. This has been good, man.
Yeah,
5 years.
I knew it'd come back to money somehow.
Well,
5 years, no car payment.
Yeah,
you can try to get 5 more out of it.
I mean, I believe I can. I just cruised over 200,000 miles.
Over 200. What are you gonna do with your Jayhawk license
right
plate?
Now? It's gonna stay right there. I just felt like, I just said, oh, okay. I said, well, I said, man, I have done some looking. I've done, or at least looked at some videos.
Here's what you ought to do, Ryan. I hope she's not listening.
Look out, here comes.
Hey, tell her you found something and you want her to look at it, and pull her up to like a Ferrari dealership.
Yeah. See, I think she knows. I think she knows. She'll laugh. She'll laugh at me. Okay, go ahead. Pull the trigger.
Okay, pull her up to an Escalade, a Cadillac.
Yeah, no, I'll be honest. I think she's right. I think it's time.
Oh no, there's no. You think she is? She is absolutely right. I mean, I've been telling you since I met you. I mean, it's time, man.
What if I told you?
I mean, you're Ron. You're Ron the show Hughley, man. You got to be pushing something.
How many cars have you all had since? Tyler, you're on a new one, aren't you?
Yeah, I got the new Tundra last year.
That's right. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you got a new one. I've
gotten about 3, but they weren't all mine. They weren't all mine. They're my wife's too. I went from the Tahoe to the black knob.
Didn't you? Yeah.
I think I had the Tahoe when you first got here. Maybe you didn't see it, but then I went to the black Denali, and then we went to while the wife had the Tesla, and then she decided she needed an Escalade.
I've only had
I made
two
the financial decision to trade in my truck instead of her.
In the last 15 years.
Hey man,
15 years, 2 vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Hey, I got
treat them right.
I got this one in 2016.
No, I don't usually. I don't usually stretch out my vehicles quite like Ron the Show Hughley. I see that mile marker on my.
No, I agree. I did. I need to. She's moving awfully quick. She's all right here. I'll get. She's putting dates down. Let's
open dates so you can go look.
Yeah, clearing out.
Well, what are you thinking about?
I don't know, man. I need to get a top 3. That's. I need to get a top 3 now.
Ron the Show Hughley, what's the top 3 rigs he ought to be sitting his ass in every afternoon and morning, I guess? Take everything into consideration.
These cars are getting so expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah.
I'm going to upload your photo to AI and ask him what vehicle you would look best in.
I think you should.
I've just decided. Yep, I'm going to do that.
I think you should go with an SUV.
Yeah.
Big body.
Yeah, when I bought this one, I had one child.
Yeah, you need a third row, so you don't have to change cars.
Well, we already have a car that has a third row, so I wouldn't say it's a need.
Well, not a need. No, this is not a need. I mean, you don't need, according to you don't need a new car now.
I think we can.
I think you've earned the right to direct. I think my in-laws just bought a new Denali.
I'm trying. You know what?
I know you leaked a little bit of your price range the other day. I know you can get you a new Denali.
I'm thinking in my mind, like where should I be? Like, am I ready to go for? Hey man, this is something sexy that I want to go, or do I just am I going bam like, all right man,
practical?
You got the kids, you got the practical. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
You just said you've already got the car with the third row. Wifey's driving that, so I think you ought to go sexy. I mean, you are the show. I mean, you can't run around with a nickname like Ron the Show Hughley and not go sexy.
The showman.
Yeah, I've usually been around. The practical.
What do you expect when you hear Ron the Show Hughley? What do you expect to pull?
Yeah, in your mind, what do you think?
I'm going SUV with spokes and white walls. That's what I'm going with. Maybe the new Lincoln.
Rob didn't hit me with a Chrysler. Got me as a Chrysler film.
Chrysler would be a good one now.
That's when I feel sexy.
Looks like a Bentley till you pull up next to a Bentley. Isn't that what they say?
That feels like something I made. I'm trying to think, man. Last two vehicles.
You do seem more like a car guy. You like to sit down into a car instead of step up into a car.
Last two vehicles have been a Hyundai and a Toyota. I've been in that kind of. Am I ready to take the step? Up. Am I ready to take am I ready to go Lexus? Am I ready to go something like that?
I mean, your anxiety's gonna go through the roof if you try to go 2 up. I think you should really consider the like a sedan, like a 4-door car with this is cleaner than the Board of Health. That's what I think you ought to
do. You like your seat down low?
He is definitely a low guy. He sits down in.
What about your step up?
I don't mind. I don't. I know what Lauren wants me to get. My Lauren. What
does she want?
She wants me to get a truck. She wants a blue truck. I'm not a
blue truck.
Guy.
No,
she wants.
You can't drive a pickup. I just mean it. I really mean that. It just doesn't look like your kind of ride. It's not a.
I mean, it's not like he doesn't have limitations. No standard. No
Text
bicycle.
Line.
I mean, a pickup truck may be a stretch.
Text line feels like a Jeep guy.
Get you a crotch rocket.
It's like a Jeep guy.
That's a definite no.
If you do get a Jeep and you start doing that silly
duckies,
oh God, that is so dumb. Don't do it.
You just pissed off. You just pissed off 50 people. That's got staring at ducks.
Y'all are silly geese out there with your ducks.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Shows a Honda Pilot guy all day. Honda's very reliable. That's like,
out of here.
I'm telling you, Honda, Toyota, and Hyundai, some 3 most reliable vehicles. I mean,
just get you a Pinto.
I mean, you're not. I don't know if you're gonna get the reliable, sexy combo.
I know it. That's what I'm saying, and I just don't know, man. Like, I'm trying to figure. this out.
Isn't Kia the one's got the big body that looks real fancy?
Yeah,
there's always one sitting out. One of these attorneys in this building drive one. It's out in the parking garage all the time. You can go that route. Yeah. I got a Tesla if you want one. I got one. You can see.
I damn sure ain't getting that.
It get cheap, man. You can sit down and you can charge it right here for cheap. Right here on top of the building.
You've ruined my full stories on that. I don't know, man. I think it's time though. I feel like
it's overdue.
I'll say this. I believe there's a chance I may have a new car before we go to FM.
I think it'd be a good time to do it. I mean, this show goes to a whole nother level.
Most definitely before the Texans season start.
I need you to send me where your head's at before you can pull the trigger, though.
Yeah, I bet he does.
I need you.
No, that's my plan over the next couple of days is to develop my top three. I feel like you got to have choices. Top three, and I get to negotiate my ass off. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to walk out of a dealership. I am comfortable with this Toyota Camry. Tape on the side and everything. Coming up.
He'll be back.
Coming up. We're doing our countdown. NFL's we're roughly 40 something days away for the season starting. Is this it? Is this finally the year that Josh Allen and the Bills break through? We'll discuss that coming up next.
You don't get a lot of pure sex when it comes to your teases.
Starting 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do really want to get a personalized license plate that says show. But we got some idiots around here, man.
Yeah, that's a good call.
What's wrong?
Probably
What do you
don't
mean?
do that.
I got some people who like. I got some people who like to make threats, and guys that like to talk a little trash. I don't want that license plate show to just be real. Real easy.
What if it said show man?
Still, people would they know show man. I'm just gonna have to have some regular ass numbers and letters on there, so nobody knows.
The showman.
I was ready to splurge on it. I thought, well, no, I don't want to do that.
I think you should do it, man.
I don't.
Go for it.
Yes, folks when they may choose violence.
May choose. Ooh, that son of a bitch at the Texans wouldn't make it to the Super Bowl. Let me slash them tires. Nah, I'll pass. I'll pass. My man. Yeah, some good suggestions here. I need to come up with the top three. Tyler did take it to AI, and what did it say, Tyler? What were my top three selections?
So I submitted a photo of you to AI and asked what you would look best in, what vehicles in 2026 you would look best in, and it gave me a Cadillac Escalade, or a Range Rover, or a Chevrolet Corvette. Very versatile.
Yeah.
I didn't think of the range, but that's right. I mean, one of those that's either got the hydraulics that'll set you on the ground or is really low riding.
You think I do kind of like a little low now.
Maintenance on Range Rovers is tough.
Yeah,
from what I hear.
Yeah, I hear that.
I mean, if you've got show money though, it's just one of those where it's just
I don't.
It's just where it's one of those like, hey, that's one of the vehicles that's worth. Like that Mercedes my wife was driving when I pulled up the Mercedes dealership, that was not worth it. If I had a Range Rover and pulled up there and they told me they were going to charge me that much for an oil change, I'd probably eat that one.
Yeah. Text line coming through 2019 Find a Taurus.
Taurus?
Yeah. Courtney had one of those. Was not the best for us.
Been there, done that, huh?
A Ford Taurus?
Yeah.
They still make those?
Not anymore. Stopped making them in 2019. Hey, man, we were in Indy, and I'll get to this.
Remember in Probes?
Clint did not know they stopped making Pontiac. Come on, he said. I said, yeah, they didn't stop making them. I didn't know you can go where you go with that. Really? Yeah, I said, man, they stopped making Pontiacs like years ago. Shoot, probably before I brought that Camry.
Yeah, I remember because I was still watching NASCAR with my dad, so I was real young at the time, and because they left NASCAR as well.
Shout out to yeah, they were. Yeah. Shout out to the sales department. Just letting you know that last segment here, I'm in need for a car, so just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, hey, let them know, man. Let them know, show.
That's all right. I'll just have to get on my own. All right, we are about 40-something days away from the NFL season starting. We've been doing our countdown, biggest stories, biggest storylines in the NFL season, and I think this is definitely one of the big ones, Clint. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Is this finally the year that the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen break through? They have gone to second consecutive postseasons. Last year they had won. That was the first time they had won the division in several years. But they've been to 7 straight. They've been to multiple AFC championship games. But they have lost to some of the AFC rivals, such as the Bengals, the Chiefs, the Broncos in that run. The Texans got them early in the Josh Allen part of this thing. But there are some changes, Clint. They've fired Sean McDermott, who was there for a while. They promoted Joe Brady, who was a coordinator, to be the coach. And now the new defensive coordinator as well. They bring in DJ Moore on offense, their big move, and Bradley Chubb on defense. In your mind, they've been talking about this for years with Josh Allen and the Bills. Do you think this is the year that they finally break through?
I do. I think this is a year that Josh Allen breaks through and gets to the big dance. Look, I like moves that make sense. And instead of starting over from scratch when you've got your quarterback that's thought to be the best in the game right now, to start over offensively, I think would be a mistake. And so you hire a guy that's on the short list of future head coaches. You hire him as your head coach, keep him in-house. Jim Leonhard he was in Denver, who had a great defense. So he comes from a team that obviously they were pretty damn good on the defensive side of the ball. I think they'll get some guys healthy on the defensive side of the ball, and I think Josh figures this thing out. I'm not a huge DJ Moore fan. I do think he'll be complimentary to what they do, which is run the football and really feature the quarterback and the running back more in the tight end more so than the wide receiver. So I think he's a good fit. And yeah, I like Buffalo to figure it out this year.
Yeah, it's you just look over there, Clint. It's like something keeps just happening. Something keeps being off. And to be honest, he is also, and their team. Last year was so tough. Last year was it, man. They were the only, like, when you looked at what has been the quarterbacks in that conference over there and those teams that have won it and run it here lately,
right?
They were the only ones in there. There was no Burrow in the Bengals. There was no Lamar and the Ravens. There was no Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, the one that's knocked them out several times. And they couldn't get past the Broncos last year. They couldn't get to the AFC Championship game. That felt like it was their year to get there. I'll be honest with you, I've got some more concerns. This is the first time that I felt like they weren't clearly the best team in the division. That's the other part. They're going to have a fight with the Patriots over this year in their division.
Yeah.
Which maybe that does help them. Maybe they've been having the Jets and the Dolphins and those teams that haven't been real threats. I think the Patriots are a real threat. And we'll see. I don't know about Joe Brady as a head coach. Don't know what that will look like. That's the other piece of that. But I don't know. This is last year had to be so disheartening for Bills fans because it felt like it was set up for them.
Yeah, they were one of several that were down, that were not as down as obviously you mentioned some of the other teams were, and so I'm just a believer that all those guys will be back and be in the mix, and I think Josh Allen's year, man. I think what he's shown is enough to be in the mix. That was a hell of a game against Denver last year. That was a heartbreaking loss against Denver, who had won 14 regular season games. If their quarterback doesn't get hurt, I think they were the best team in the AFC. So at that point in time, anyway, for damn sure better than New England, I thought. So we'll see. I mean, they were right there on the cusp again last year, but unfortunately, it didn't take Pat Mahomes to knock them out.
Yeah, it didn't. We'll see what they look like. But Buffalo, they keep adding to the receiving core. They've made some changes. We'll see if these changes are able to do something for them. All right, what you got coming up?
Yordan Alvarez. I know the Astros were off yesterday, so we don't have a game to recap. But what Yordan Alvarez is doing deserves a damn segment. We got to talk about what the big fella's on the cusp of accomplishing. How often it's happened. Who made it happen. And how likely is it that he can get this done? We'll see. Yordan Alvarez, Triple Crown. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th. Sports Radio. Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans player. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I see you. We got T-Mill in the studio with us right now. T-Mill's going to third wheel this thing. What do you say, Chief?
Check 1, 2.
It's working. It's working on the screen. Stoll Show's screen over there. Father-in-law stealing his Blanton's in his seat. Tyler comes in, steals the screen. Boy, I tell you what.
I'd never put no cherry Coke in that thing.
Man.
Y'all going to quit disrespecting my boy's show, man. We're going to start dealing with it, man. I'll help you, Bob. I got your back, Bob. I know you do. I got your back. Today's Dirty's Daily. Yeah, today's way back. Dirty's Daily is powered by, I'm going to tell y'all, boys, I went for a little jog walk. I should probably stress more walk than jog, but I'd say 50-50. I went about 45 minutes this morning.
There you go.
I say this morning. It was about, 9:30, 10 maybe. Starting to warm up a little bit. And the last 10 minutes were rough. But I'm going to tell you what happened, man. I went through the neighborhood, little path I've been eyeing. They built this new cart path over on Eagle Point, the golf course over there. Comes from the neighborhoods to the golf course, and I'd always seen it playing golf, but I'd never been on a golf cart there, or I said, I'm going down there and jog it. So I jogged that thing, walked that thing, and I got on that stretch where about 9 minutes from the house, and I cross over. Legitimately, I go from either 30 minutes on, 30 minutes off. 30 minutes. 30 seconds on, 30 seconds off. If I'm feeling really good, I go a minute on, 30 off, right?
Yeah.
Today was a 30-30, boys.
It's too damn hot. Bro.
Yeah, well, the heat started to get me late. And so I cross Old Street to get to a sidewalk, and I'm doing my old thing, and I'm sure my big ass I felt like I looked halfway decent, but I'm sure I was just dragging my feet, just looked like a old heavy set, just trying to get there.
Shuffling around.
I was waiting for somebody to holler at me, Ron, out the window, like, hang in there. Like, old gal did you that day.
They only save it for us.
That's right. But
fellas.
When I got across that street on that sidewalk, I didn't see no traffic or no nothing, boy, and I went from my jog to my walk, and I was feeling sorry for myself. And old boy that looked like he probably had about 3-4 years on me, but he'd been in the weight room a little bit, if you know what I mean. He got some little old jogging shorts on, some good jogging shoes on. My man blew by me on the sidewalk, boys.
Show off.
He had to be early 50s.
Oh, dang.
Rocked up, no shirt, short shoes, just rolling.
Well, he's not that much older than you.
He can't be much older, but I think he was a little older. Maybe he just hadn't aged as well. But he damn sure did. And from a gym perspective, he must just came out the gym. But I don't know if y'all ever have them moments when that happens and you're like, all right, enough's enough. I can't get blown by like that.
Never had that.
And my man never started walking either. My man jogged. I watched him in the whole side. He never started walking. He jogged all the way until it was time to enter the neighborhood. I'm over here doing 30 on, 30 off. It was one of them moments for me, like, man, I got to get my old ass back in it, man. This is unbelievable.
I generally expect him to go ahead, man. I just keep telling myself I'm on my pace now.
Well, my man blew by me, and I'm gonna tell you, as a man, it made me think I got to get back in that gym. I got to get to where I can jog like that. He was jogging nonstop, and he had to. He had to have a couple years on me, but you want to talk about somebody that's blowing by folks, or maybe he's just going off and leaving folks. That's Yordan Alvarez. And usually we got a game to rehash, and usually it involves Yordan Alvarez hitting the bomb, and we get to talk about what he's doing. But we got to talk about this Triple Crown chase that he's got going on, Ron, and how real it actually is, how rare it actually is. He's actually told what's old buddy's name? Brian
McTaggart.
Brian McTaggart. He told Brian McTaggart a couple days ago, I'm through talking about it. I'm just going to go play baseball. We got a lot of baseball left, and we'll see if it happens. Well, you can be through talking about it, Yordan, but I damn sure ain't. As I said in the tease, what he's doing right now deserves a daily segment. Look, the last Triple Crown, for those that are out there listening that don't know, Triple Crown, we're talking, there's one in the American League, one in the National League. You can also obviously win from a statistical standpoint. You can be the best in Major League Baseball. That has happened as well, not just American or National League. But we're talking about average, we're talking about home runs, and we're talking about RBIs. leading either the American League or the entire all of Major League Baseball in those three stats. The last time it happened was 2012. Miguel Cabrera. All right. Miggy broke a 45-year dry span of the old Triple Crown happening. So 2012 sounds like, well, it wasn't that long ago. Well, it was 45 years previously that it had never been done. And this right now with Yordan Alvarez is the latest in a season that a player has led all three categories. So it's got to be real. There's got to be a real chance for him to get it. A couple other players of note that have flirted with it. Aaron Judge, July the 2nd of 2024. He led all three categories, but by the 23rd, which was yesterday, imagine that. By the 23rd, your boy Bobby Witt and Quan had blew by him in average. So Judge never saw the Triple Crown. Ohtani in 2024. He was close, but he never actually led in all three categories the entire year, but he was close. J.D. Martinez in 2018 was close again, never led in all three categories. So for what Yordan is doing, short of the guys that have won the Triple Crown, what Yordan has done to date, July the 24th, 2026, has not been done by someone that didn't win the award. He's deeper into the season.
Yeah.
Here's what Yordan is doing right now. Average 328. Right? In the American League, he's leading it. In all of baseball, Otto Lopez is hitting 332, so 4 points higher than Yordan. He can still reach that major crown, not just the American League. All right? In the American League, from an average perspective, Yandy Diaz is chasing him 308. Really not close. I mean, there's a lot of baseball to be played.
Yeah, he's been dipping down.
Yeah,
he's opened up that lead on that.
Third place, Ernie Clement is 297. So Yordan with a healthy lead in the average position with a good chance in the average stat with a good chance to catch the overall leader in Major League Baseball, just being 4 points behind him. In home runs, Yordan has 34. This is American League. Yordan has 34. Ben Rice has 30. And Junior Caminero has 29, which he slowed down a little bit because him and Yordan were neck and neck, I believe, at the All-Star break.
Yeah. He got hit in the hand, too, and I wonder if that has kind of hurt him, too. Yeah.
That'll slow you down a little bit from hitting home runs, won't it? Kyle Schwarber has 33, and that's just behind Yordan Alvarez, obviously, at 34. So Yordan does lead all of Major League Baseball in home runs. When you get to the RBI category, Yordan has 77. This is American League. Ben Rice has 71. Pete Alonso's old ass doing. I'll always remember Pete Alonso head bobbing in the home run derby in the batter's box. You remember that time?
Bear, baby. Yeah.
He was really feeling good about himself. He's got 66 RBIs. Looks a little different. Looks like he's lost a little weight last time I saw him. I didn't even recognize him. We were playing him the other day. He's
playing with the Orioles. Yeah.
There you go. So Yordan's leading the American League, and Yordan is leading all of Major League Baseball with 77. He's tied with Jordan Walker with 77, and C.J. Abrams has 76. So the point, boys, is not only does Yordan Alvarez he's leading right now in all three categories in the American League. I mean, he's 4 points off of Otto Lopez to be leading all of Major League Baseball for this Triple Crown. Not to mention, by the way, just of note here, Yordan Alvarez is leading in Major League Baseball in on-base percentage, slugging, and obviously OPS as well. So this season is I think I saw somebody on social, or maybe it was the last game they played. I mean the season overall that he's having is up there with the all-time greats from the 20s and beyond.
Because he's leading in total bases too.
Yeah.
He's leading in times reaching base, whether that's hits or walks or hit by a pitch. He's leading by a mile in intentional walks. I mean, he is leading or a share in all of those categories.
The interesting thing to me too is it just how effortless it looks, right? I mean, the fact that he's the last home run that we saw him hit when he hits it opposite field. I mean, that's a perfect example of that's why this thing's got real legs. It's not like he has to see a certain pitch or a pitcher has to make a mistake for this guy to continue to stay hot, whether it's average home runs or RBIs. I mean, he's hitting to all parts of the ballpark, and it doesn't matter where you pitch it. If he can get a barrel on it, he's either hitting for a high average or he's hitting for power. The the Triple Crown, here's just how rare the Triple Crown is in Major League Baseball. 10 players have won the Triple Crown 12 times since 1920, which is when the RBI became an official stat. Here's some of the players. I mentioned Miguel Cabrera, Carl Yastrzemski, Frank Robinson, Mickey Mantle. Mickey Mantle won American League and the Major League, the overall Major League.
Yankee turd.
Boy, that's a hell of a deal.
Couldn't help it.
I like me.
Roger Maris was better.
1942 and 1947, twice. Ted Williams won it twice. In 42, he won the American League and all of Major League Baseball. The only one I didn't have, or one of them that I don't have, Joe Medwick. Did you have Joe Medwick?
Don't have Joe.
Back in 37. I got this one, Lou Gehrig. In 1934, won the American League and as well as the overall Major League Baseball. Jimmy Fox.
Fox, yep.
Is that Jamie's dad? In 1933, you think he's Kim?
Because Jamie's name is made up, so that is not him.
So does he use two X's in Fox? This guy's got two X's in Fox.
He does two X's, but Jamie Fox is not his real name. First or last.
Chuck Klein in 1933. I didn't know that. I do know he's from Turl, Texas.
He's from Turl, Texas.
Bishop.
Yeah. His name's Eric Bishop.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Used Red Fox, used that last name, and he wanted a unisex name, so when people saw his name for auditions, they didn't know if he was a male or a female, so he went Jamie Foxx.
It's genius, actually.
Damn, you've been watching documentaries, hadn't you? And Roger Hornsby, by the way, 1922 and 25, won the National League and the Major League in 25.
I believe his nickname was Horny.
Was it really? Yeah. You know, when I hear Hornsby, did y'all have that cider back in the day? Did y'all do Hornsby? Was it Hornsby cider?
I thought that sounded familiar. I don't think I've ever had that, but I think I'm familiar with it.
Ron, this is. If you ever had MD 2020, if you ever had Mad Dog, if you ever had Strawberry Hill Games, that Hornsby boy, that back in the day was.
Man, never really looked that up.
No, it was the real deal. You guys, how y'all feel about this one? How y'all feel about Jordan getting there?
It's
if anybody's going to,
yeah, it's always difficult to try to hold on to all of those categories. For him, the home runs and RBIs, first off, you would think it would be difficult because of the lineup that he is in and how you would think other coaches and teams would attack him. But apparently teams feel compelled to challenge him for some reason. And so he is getting more opportunities to do so. So like the home runs and the RBI, those are the ones that just make you nervous because, I mean, Clint, you've said it, not all of these guys are idiots. Like, he comes to the plate with runners in scoring position and there's a base open.
Yeah.
You know, I'm at worst gonna try not to give him something to hit. Mm-hmm. There's going to be at some point
you just can't. If that's the case, you just can't throw strikes with Jordan. That's just where we're at with him. You just can't throw strikes at all.
I think Jordan out if he was close enough.
Fair point. If you just throw it anywhere in the range. I think another interesting point here too with Jordan is, one, in the average department where he seems to be widening the gap. Two, when you look at home runs and RBIs, I mean, these are guys that I'm not familiar with. I ain't got Ben Rice.
He's the Yankees.
I know who he is now, but when you first mentioned him a few weeks ago, I guess before the All-Star break, I was like, I ain't got him. I didn't have him. So the point is, Aaron Judge is not chasing him down.
Yeah, Bobby Witt's been injured,
right,
and he's on the IL right now, and that he would be someone with like average that you may be concerned with.
Yeah, and you look at the average perspective. Now let's shift gears to overall Major League Baseball. The Triple Crown there, Otto Lopez. I mean, it's not like you. I mean, I'm not real familiar who Otto is, but it's not like you've got an all-time great or a current great that's ahead of you or that you're chasing there. I like Kyle Schwarber. I don't know if the first
overall the homers that might get him.
Schwarber, you think?
Might be, yeah.
Jordan Walker in St. Louis and C.J. Abrams. I don't. I mean, again, you're not looking at some of the top players. I know these guys are obviously having good years, but you're not looking at some of the top players in the last 5 to 10 years that you just know are tried and true and are going to hunt down Jordan. So, man, I look at this. I've been hung up on this ever since it was brought to our attention, the MVP, the Triple Crown. Obviously, I want the Astros to win and get into the playoffs and make a run. But this piece of it is something that, as a fanboy, you really gotta dial into. How close on he was to having the overall Major League Baseball Triple Crown. Yeah. Boy, when I got to digging into that, he's 4 points away from having it at average. I mean, he's close. He's a couple of hits tonight away from being there.
Cornbread said he thinks average is the one that gets him. Average is not, because I think, especially in the American League, one, he's got a big lead, and I just think he will walk so much.
Yeah,
that
the walks is going to end up getting him on the RBIs and the home runs. If anything.
but it'll help his average. I mean, the likelihood of him going like 0 for 4 or not reaching base,
slim to none.
During or not likely to have happened to where he's just going to drop.
Does he hit a bomb tonight?
It's always possible. It's the best hitter in baseball. I've said it a million times, but if anyone's
known it over there,
yeah.
You gonna put your money where that maroon money where your mouth is, T?
Oh, yeah.
Sizzle?
It is most definitely a launching pad.
It's always a danger. This dude, if you weren't a believer before, and people are starting to figure out who he is, like nationwide, he's starting to become more of a name recognized in other regions of this country. But he's the best hitter in baseball.
Yeah, I don't even know who the old fellow was on MLB Network. He was doing a
I
call.
Think it was Mark DeRosa. Oh,
he wasn't in the studio. He was doing a Zoom or they piped him in. But, boy, he did a couple of minute spiel on Jordan, and to Tyler's point of all the other categories, not just the big stats that he's leading in, there's several of them. This guy was going on and on. There's no doubt on a national scale. They're putting him up there with the greatest of all time.
He would have the opportunity to do that. I just don't get it, but we'll see. I'm sure the White Sox will challenge him tonight.
I'm going home run and Astros win. Tonight would be a parlay for me.
It is a launching pad. That the ball gets out pretty quick in a rate field. They dropped the guaranteed off. It's just rate field.
Really, I didn't know that.
Just dropped the guaranteed part off. Just rate field. This guaranteed rate just dropped the guaranteed off all at once. All right, the last one. Where's your football team belong? Where's your college football team belong? We started on fire and we will end on fire. Clint has yet to say there's any team that should have the walk-in-the-door expectations of holding up the gold trophy in Vegas. Will he say that about the Texas Longhorns? We'll do that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Drive. Podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here as we are live here on The Drive. We've done it all week. All week we've been looking at some of your more important college basketball or college football teams as we are getting closer to the start of the season. And we took a trip to Lubbock yesterday. We took a trip to
threw a few tortillas around.
Yeah, we did. Yep. God, man, that I didn't even think about the amount of money that's basically like LeBron leaving Cleveland. If they taken away the ability for those grocery stores to sell out of them damn tortillas,
right?
I mean, that had to be one of their biggest sellers.
Ain't cheap either.
But we took a trip to Lubbock. We took a trip to Baton Rouge, and obviously we stayed here. Talked about U of H and up in College Station. Now we take a look at Austin, and we know there are a lot of people around here who care about them in some way, whether you hate their guts like Tyler or you love them like Clint's wife, Lauren. The Texas Longhorns. We've talked about it all week. What are the expectations levels? Where does your team belong? And I've got them in 3 tiers. Should they have the expectation of holding the gold trophy up in Vegas? Should the expectation be to be in the college football playoff, which this team did not reach last year? Or should the conversation and the thought be, you better make a bowl game? And when you look at this, Clint, they're going to be a highly, highly rated team. I believe they're in the top 5 of the preseason polls. But, Clint, oddly enough, their season win total is set at 9.5, which feels low for a team that a lot of people think have a chance to win a national championship. A big key to that is they've got arguably the toughest schedule in the sport. Preseason-wise, many people looked at Texas's schedule as the toughest in the country, but we know they bring back junior quarterback Arch Manning, and he really picked things up the second half of the year. They also have some elite transfers, most notably Cam Coleman, who they got from Auburn as the receiver. Will Muschamp, he is back there to run the defense. And, again, one who they have the hardest regular season schedule in college football, which includes games against number 1 Ohio State, number 9 Ole Miss, at LSU, Tennessee, A&M, and Oklahoma in Dallas. All of that in that schedule. When you take all of that into account, this is Texas, you know their team, their roster, their quarterback, and their schedule. What should be the space that they belong in? What tier do you think they're in?
Well, you know where I usually sit for most teams, it's just get there and see what happens, and you should be happy.
You've not had anybody that you felt like should hold
Well, I would have been there with Texas Tech if the Brendan Sorsby deal didn't happen, and that's what I compare Texas to. Texas is a team that the expectation is to get there every year. And that's what that should be the expectation, especially if it's top 12. You should be there every year. Now, you add to the mix that you've got Arch Manning, who's been overhyped since he stepped on campus, right? And this is his last dance. Number 2, I'm not real sure how it stacked up to the effort that Texas Tech put out there, but they cut some really good players, or chose to not play some really good players, pay some really good players. They could get paid elsewhere, so they left, to bring in a couple of wide receivers, the Hollywood Smothers kid, the running back, to make room for some guys that they thought were even better. Many think this is the best roster in college football, and disagree on the schedule difficulty.
Really?
You're playing the SEC. You don't get Alabama or Georgia. Now you do have Ohio State, which and you don't get them right out of the gate. You get them week 2, where you got them right out of the gate last year. So you do have a little bit of time to get ready for that game. And the Ohio State piece obviously makes it difficult. But when you look at a 9-game schedule, SEC schedule, and you don't catch Georgia or Alabama, to me, I feel like that's a pretty good deal for Texas if you really look at this thing. So I say all that to say, Ron, I think for Texas this particular year, it is a national championship or bust.
It has to be. They have to. To me, I think it is, and I'm with you. It is an absolute disappointment if they don't at least make it to Vegas. Right?
Oh yeah,
but they're now. I hear you about the schedule, and I think that is fair when you say Alabama and no Georgia on it, which those are going to be 2 teams that are highly rated. Still, boy, like in my mind, and I think Texas will get some grace, and that will piss off people like Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
But in my mind, like you think to yourself, boy, 2 losses is where you want to be to really feel comfortable to make it. 3 losses is where it gets dicey and you fool around and you're in the situation that Alabama has been in the last 2 years, where they made it 1 year, make it another year, right? So 3 is dicey. Well, I'm telling you, man, they just got. I know OU, isn't Alabama and Georgia, but they may be this year. Like they may be on par with those schools this year. Ole Miss generally isn't, but this year the potential is them. They're a top 10 school. We'll see where LSU is, and I think it's even tougher to get LSU later because they're going to be better at their place. Yeah. And they
look at that.
Finished.
You got to go 2 LSU and 2 A&M in 2 or 3 weeks.
At Missouri,
at LSU, then and Arkansas.
Missouri and Arkansas ain't messing when they scare nobody.
Okay, things can get weird in Columbia. It can get weird. Columbia, just like it got weird for their asses at Mississippi State and Starkville last year. They had Kentucky. But it's just. I think it should be hold the gold trophy. I think to me most definitely should be in the hold the gold. You agree with that as somebody who hates their guts?
Agree with what now?
That they should be in the range of their expectations should be hold the gold trophy.
Yeah, they gotta do something before Arch has to go off and start winning NFL MVPs. Yeah.
The thing is, if Texas doesn't do it this year after what they bought and with Arch Manning and Arch has been there and played. It's not like he's a rookie anymore. If they don't do it this year, when are they going to do it?
The good news is, going back to something you said a second ago, is the Texas Longhorns are always going to get, for the most part, the benefit of the doubt. Like they always got stuff like that working, and that is not maroon shaded glasses. They are overrated every year in preseason. And they always get the benefit of the doubt when those losses stack up. If we're looking at a CFP situation, they're trying to get in with those 2 and maybe even a third.
But I think if this schedule shakes out the way I think this is a potential gauntlet right here, right? Like if they now if they lose 3 though, they're in tough shape, and now it depends on where else it goes. But I'm with you, Clint. If they're as good as it feels like their talent is, and they should be. I don't think they lose 3 games. Like if they come out and beat Ohio State, and I would expect them at home to beat that team. I think they should probably be favored. I don't know if they will be actually. We'll see what that looks like. But they're at home. These are 2 teams that are really good. You would think they would be favored because they're at home. That's when you think they should go ahead and get the W on. But we'll see. Those are 2 quarterbacks that may get drafted high, and obviously Ohio State has the best player in football in Smith. But I think they'll be favored in that game.
I think the 2 games that are the biggest challenge are the second game of the season and the last game of the season.
Yep.
I think when you talk about teams that got similar dudes to you, which A&M and Ohio State are not the only 2 on the schedule that have similar guys to Texas, but they are the only schools on the schedule that have dudes that have their quarterback and the coach has been there, right? You look Ole Miss. I like Trinidad. I think Ole Miss last year, living off some of the hype. I really like their running back. I really like the Lacey kid. I like Pete Golden, but we really don't know who the hell they are without Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin
or his staff, yeah.
Right, Lane Kiffin at LSU. I think they're going to be really good. Is it going to be year one right away with transfers coming in all over the place, or is it going to take a little while for him to plant, to plant his flag, so to speak? So I mean, I don't know really where Tennessee's at. Is Tennessee on the come up, or are they kind of trending the wrong direction? So I think week 2, and then whatever the A&M game is, week 14 or whatever the hell that is, 13, whatever it is, those are the 2 games that I think Texas is really going to be challenged because they got dudes, they got their quarterback, and their coach is the real deal.
Yeah. All right. Hold the gold trophy. I think we all agreed upon that one with the University of Texas. Somebody texted and said, hold the gold trophy. Duh. I won't say the other part of what they said, Tyler.
Well, now I'm going to go look at this Longhorn probably making an asset comment towards me, huh?
Just said, we ain't A&M.
I mean, it would be nice if the Aggies showed up for the game against the Longhorns this year. That'd be cool.
It would be. Yeah, that'd be nice. They'd be at home. They're going to be motivated. All right, coming up, I think we're starting to see what it is that C.J. Stroud needs. And is he getting that? All right, we got to be honest about everything, but we got to be honest about what CJ has shown us and what he has taught us about what he needs as a quarterback in the National Football League. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, I'll tell you what you
Text line 713-572-4610. Is this 610 Sports Radio? My comments never get mentioned. Your comments just got mentioned. This is Sports Radio.
Disproven.
Yeah, this is Sports Radio 610.
For now.
For now. August, it is for now. August 13th. It will be 610 The Fan, but it will also be 95.7 The Fan on FM, where you can go over and let's just get clearer and have some fun with this.
Oh, Astro Granny's having a little bit of a come apart, boys.
Why?
I think the HD.
She loved it?
No, I think they may have already switched over the HD or something, or HD's having some trouble. She's typically listens on the HD.
Like you do. And now she's
She said then she flipped over to the AM and it was a little spotty. I said, well, Ma, just give me a couple weeks. It's gonna be right. He's up, Astro Granny. It's gonna be right. Christmas is coming. Right around the corner.
Yeah. She's ready? She's
always ready, man. She's always ready. She loves to see good things happen to her boy, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know she's always loved to see good things happen to me.
That's right. No question about it, man. She pulls for you. I know it's hard to hear it all the time, but she pulls for you.
All right. Clint, you were talking about the Mike Greenberg list where he talked about the quarterbacks that are 26 years and younger with the best chance to make a Super Bowl. And he had Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, Jaden Daniels. He thought their teams had the best chances to get there. We thought there's no way that C.J. Stroud, even if you got some issues with C.J. Stroud, the defense alone should have them on the list. But to kind of go a little deeper, when I looked at this, I thought in my mind, all right, what these guys seem to have a certain level of help with them that seem to fit what it is that they may need as a quarterback, right? And you can see there are certain quarterbacks, right? We watched Josh Allen, man. Josh Allen, they hadn't given him a receiver to save his life. And they're ecstatic about DJ Moore and Caleb Williams on this list. They went and said, "Go ahead, take him." Yeah. Like they're moving past him, but they haven't had even Stephon Diggs. That's the last guy they've had that's been a top receiver. But they've given him that. They've issues in the run game at times. Offensive line, he's been able to fix a lot of different things, right? Lamar, they've never given him any receivers, and they've still always had really good offenses, whether it's Gus Edwards at running back or Derrick Henry. It doesn't matter. He doesn't need as much around him to be able to be successful. I feel like CJ fits in with these guys. Now, I'll be honest, Clint, I thought he was on the path, and after the year one, with everything, as you've said before, he had to overcome, he looked like he was rolling into the range of a player that he's on the level with that maybe you don't have to have the best all around him. He doesn't have to have a perfect situation around him for him to be really, really good. I don't know about you, Clint. It feels like what we've learned up to this point is he's not just going to make chicken salad out of chicken S.
Yeah.
And to be a certain level, he's going to need some help, kind of like these guys do, right? You look at Bo Nix, and maybe you don't need as much help as Bo Nix, but I mean, Bo Nix has Sean Payton, who can find a system that is going to be working for him. He's got a top 5 O-line, a good running game. Now they got Cortland Sutton, they got Jalen Waddle, they've got weapons over there, right? And Drake May, another one, as McDaniels. He had a top 6 run game last year. Now they've added A.J. Brown and Romeo Doubs and Hunter Henry and all. CJ, when you start to compare him and you think about those other guys, what Jaden Daniels has, what Lawrence has, what Caleb has, and who they're working with and the systems they're in, he's closer to these guys now, if we admit it, from year one, that he's going to be somebody who needs a little bit more help.
Yeah, look, I think what we know, they all need help. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing about CJ Stroud is that it's as we sit here and talk about who he is and who he isn't, what he needs. The truth of the matter is that he's had little to no help. I mean, even when they did him right and tried to get the help, guys got hurt. And so it's been a tough watch for C.J. Stroud. Now, when you're talking about C.J. Stroud, I think when you talk about that list, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, Trevor Lawrence, Drake May, and Jaden Daniels, I mean, I think C.J. Stroud physically, I think at the quarterback position, I think C.J.'s either as good as or better than everybody on that list. Taking everything into account, I think Caleb Williams is on a different level. I've said it before. I think Caleb Williams is the closest thing to Pat Mahomes that we're going to get. That freestyle, the arm slot, the off schedule that he plays with and wins with. Now all of a sudden he's got one of the great offensive coordinators in the game. So I think Caleb Williams is on a different level. But CJ physically is as gifted as any of those guys, and I would argue that his ability to win from the pocket, he's better than most of those guys. The mechanics, the quick release, the power that he can generate with that quick release, I think he's second to none in that category from the pocket. I said this earlier, but I do believe what we've learned on the negative front is I think CJ's a piece, not a pillar. He's a guy that has to be a piece of the formula. He's not a guy that can be the why. He's not the guy that you're going to build around necessarily. He's not the guy that is going to change the locker room when you sign him the way that you've seen some of the greats do it. I think that ship has sold for C.J. Stroud. So there's a couple of things, one on each end of the spectrum that we've learned about C.J. Stroud. And to me personally, I know a lot of people say, it's a little bit harsh. I just think that's the reality of it. I think he needs a system. I think he needs the right system. And I think in the right system, he would light this league on fire.
Yeah, text line coming through. CJ still doesn't, or CJ isn't the problem. He is that dude with a good OC. We don't have a decent OC. CJ still doesn't and hasn't had a real OC. Keep that in mind. Come texting in. This question isn't if CJ could be in the same group as someone like Lamar or Josh. It's does he want to be? Yes, he wants to be.
Yeah, he wants to be. I would argue that Bobby Slowick, I know he's a first-year play caller, but I'd argue that Bobby Slowick, his rookie year, when he put up the numbers he put up and they won 10 games coming out of dysfunction, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to not give Bobby Slowick some credit. That
we
rookie.
Definitely will know if that Miami offense surprises people with the talent they have. Yeah. We'll definitely know. But that, I think that's a part of it, though, right? Like, I don't mean to go to the very top, but like, if we look at Patrick Mahomes, right? Like there have been some shifts in what they have had around him from the beginning to here. He's won Super Bowls when he's had prime Kelsey, prime Hill, and Eric Bieniemy. He's won Super Bowls when he's had MVS and rookies and guys and a fading Travis Kelce with Matt Nagy, who before he got there ruined whatever the Bears were doing to the quarterback spot. And then Patrick has gone down and the offense has gone down slowly since he's been there. We can look at that, and that's a fixer, right? Then you can look at a guy who I think he's more closer in the range of not the same type of quarterback, but more closer in the range of what they need is when Jalen Hurts gets a good OC, how different he looks when he gets somebody he doesn't vibe with as an OC. We can see how different the team looks when he gets that. He has Kellen Moore. They're going to win the Super Bowl. He outplays Patrick Mahomes, and he has a big-time season. He's got Shane Steichen. He finishes second in the MVP. Those other years, it's a hell in a handbasket for that team. So I just think he is more in the vein of you just can't, and especially if they're going to keep him moving forward, you just can't put him with anything and then expect that he is just going to be able to drag drag whatever you have.
Look, he's not
just not that. He's not shown to be that right now.
He's not a guy that's going to the guys. He's going to raise the level of the guys around him to where he's at. I don't think he's not shown to be that.
At least
that
right now, you
guy.
can't expect that.
Yeah.
Now he his first year, he really looked like he was going to do that.
You bet you.
I will never forget. They played the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this is T.J. Watt at his height. And that Highsmith fella. And they went in that game, they say, yeah, man, Austin Deckles has to start at left tackle, guys.
Mm-hmm.
George Fant's got to start at right. Kendrick Green has to go against his whole team at guard. They put up 30 points. I don't think he got sacked, and he helped, and raised everything. Just from what we're seeing right now, and, again, is if we see more evidence – that changes back to where he was in year one, then maybe. But right now, it is hard to look at all of those other guys that I think are guys that need help, and you can see all the things that they are getting to enhance what they could be. I just think moving forward, that's how you got to operate with CJ. You absolutely have to operate that way. All right, 5 o'clock fire as we move on here. Get you ready for the Astros and the White Sox. A big series. We'll give you the lineups and get you all ready for that. Also, the big news of the day, LeBron James. If you missed it, he did not go to Miami. He did not go back to Cleveland. He did not go to Golden State. He picked the Philadelphia 76ers. We'll give you all the need to know about that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Houston. Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, and Good Hair David is in the building right here. And we have the latest is the Astros. They are on the road in Chicago. Ooh, summertime shot. That means they had a day off in Chicago yesterday.
You think they went a little early?
Oh, they better have. I would have.
Altuve should be fairly rested up.
I'm telling you, man, that's a good city in the summer now.
Never been.
Oh, Chicago? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good.
I have.
A good time, man.
I've played arena ball there multiple times. Go in a day early and leave a day late. It was beautiful.
Go, man. Have a good time out there, man. Probably get them a nice little steakhouse somewhere. Had them a good time. Maybe slid over to the Navy Pier. I'm not sure. You
think that's a steakhouse crew?
Christian Walker looks like a steakhouse guy.
Well, that's not the guy that I'm leaning into if I'm kicking it in Chicago.
I mean, if we're being honest,
everybody. Chicago's enough for everybody.
It's all about what Tatsuya wants for dinner, right?
I mean, he's got one of his countrymen on the first base.
The team needs to make sure. I'm gonna tell you, I'm Isak Paredes has got a real dirty vibe to me. Dirty being me, not he's dirty. Dirty being me. Like Isak's the guy that I want to kick it with.
I think Jordan is a guy who went out and bang out a good steak.
Oh yeah, no, he's big time. He's somewhere low lit where they probably keep the fans off of him, kind of deal. It's Jordan, it's Christian Walker.
Lamont Wade Jr. went out there and did whatever the hell he wanted to, right? Nobody recognized his ass.
Lamont probably pulled up a show, ate at the hotel.
Lamont, is he in the lineup today? That might be. Yeah, he in there. Oh, come on, man, we gotta get to this lineup. Smith, where you have come, man. He can't even see Lamont. He's so much higher on that lineup than he is. But they will take on the White Sox. The first place White Sox, they would be the number 2 seed in the American League if the playoffs started today. It's Spencer Urghetti, who is still sitting on those 7 wins. I don't know if you remember. We were in Michigan. Spencer was 7-1 with an ERA.
Oh, my gosh.
Under 2.
That feels like lifetime.
In Michigan, been a minute now.
And now my man's is 7-5 with a 4.34 ERA. Hopefully he can get back going. And like, to me, this is what it is. Again, man, you would like for them to be as good as possible. You like for them to go out there and do what Peter does. But man, you got to at least give them a chance, right? Can you avoid 6 innings, before the third, and they're down 5-1 or 6-2 or 6-1?
Well, let's be honest. Let's be honest with Spencer at this point, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been a minute for Spencer. Like he's too good or at least I think he is.
He has mixed in one good one in there, and I think he still lost.
You phrased that perfect. It's time for Spencer to mix one in. I'm tired. I'm overthinking. Like, hey, this guy's going to be the 1-2 punch with Hunter. Hey, man,
that ship is safe.
I need you to sprinkle one in here.
He's due.
He's due, man. I need you to be like I'm through asking you to give us a quality start every night and give us a chance to win. But damn, can you sprinkle one in every now and then? And it'd be a good time to start now.
Yeah, I'll tell you, his last 3 have been good. His last one, he didn't go very long, but he went 5 innings and 1 earned. I'll smash it.
Yeah, I do remember.
It's just avoiding the game before that, which was 4 and 8 earned.
There you go. Unfortunately, I remember that one too.
You got to avoid that one, and then a couple starts ago he had 5.
Because we lost the game where he went.
Yeah,
one
lost to that. Yeah, lost to the Orioles. Lost all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But and then he's got another one there where against Detroit he went 3 innings and 8 earned. And the start before that he goes 6 innings and 6 earned. The start before that he's like you're just trying to avoid those. At least give him a chance. Give me a little bit of Ronel Blanco. I wouldn't love it. I don't love it, but Ronel Blanco almost got you through 5 and 4 runs, giving you a chance. Some of these games, they don't have a chance, and they just need guys. And like I said yesterday, I think Spencer is in the, all right, man, we're going to see how you do. Your spot ain't guaranteed. Like, we're gonna see how you do. All right. Now, I think he might held serve in his last start, so he gets to pitch again. Honest to God, I think besides Peter and Hunter Brown, all those guys should be in that right now. Maybe Blanco gets a couple of more starts since it's just his first one.
You want them treating them most spots in the rotation like they do center field?
Yeah. Yes.
Just roll them through there. Just roll them through there, boys.
Yep, right there.
Hey.
If you see me on YouTube, there'll go Christian Javier is in line waiting for the next one. All right? Nope. Then you mess up Hayden Wisniewski right there waiting for the next one. Yep. Kai Wade standing in line. There should be 3 of them just waiting on the next one. Just in case. Yep. With them guys. Shoot, you don't just get to give up 7 runs in 2 innings and then you just get to pitch again. After you've done that a couple of times earlier this year. Yeah, I think he has moved to that space. By the way, the lineup tonight.
Once Hunter and Peter pitch, once those two pitch, Ron goes, okay, we got 3 games. I need 60s. It's 18 innings. Y'all get in line. Let's see how many each y'all can get me. I got 18 innings. I got 5 guys. Who wants to start this train?
After Hunter and Pete pitch, it's the NCAA tournament. All right,
who wants it the most?
You win, you move on. You lose, you're out. You fought all.
Literally.
Yeah. Your lineup though tonight: Jeremy Pena, who is smoking hot. Mm-hmm. He's hit a home run in 3 straight games. The best hitter on the planet, Yordan. He's back at his DH spot. Isaac Paredes behind him, who is in that Marlins series, really benefited and came up with some big swings behind Yordan Alvarez. And then Jose Altuve is in the 4th spot with Lamont Wade Jr. Sliding in here. Christian Walker is in first base. What is this about?
Left, right, left, right. Right? It's got to be. It's the only way it even makes sense. Lamont Wade Jr. and Lucas Spence are in your top 7 hitters by choice.
So is Captain Joe really back?
Lucas and Lamont got 8-9 written all over them. But for some reason, Vasquez and Cam Smith are buried.
I know what they got rid of, but I don't get it. But how did Christian Walker become into the left situation with Lamont Wade?
I don't know. He's getting that Diaz treatment.
My thing is Lamont Wade in left, who hopefully had a good night last night. Christian Walker behind him at first. Spence is in center field, and Cam Smith makes his return to the lineup. With Vasquez catching tonight for Spencer Arrighetti. That is the 2nd straight time we've seen him catch for Spencer Arrighetti, so maybe he's somebody who is his personal catcher. But Cam Smith back in the lineup. He went 0 for 13 with 5 strikeouts in that Baltimore series. And then basically Clint was benched the rest of the Marlins series and coming in for defensive replacements, but didn't get a single at-bat in that series. He's back in the lineup. I know what I just said about that pitching staff. It feels like Cam Smith is fighting for his life starting every day right now. So he needs to really pick it up coming up here as they have really been struggling with him trying to.
I'd love to see it. As I said earlier, man, I'm frustrated with how they handle Cam Smith. I mean, it ain't like you got a bunch of guys lined up to take turns in right field that are proven players that are proven to be better than Cam Smith.
Yeah,
that you're choosing to roll through there. You're choosing to go with this left right thing instead of just letting the guy play. That's got to be a tough one to stomach right there if you're Cam.
Hell yeah, it does. And Lamont Wade's up there 3-4 spots ahead of him. All right. That's it. We'll see if the Astros can come up with a big dub here in Game 1 against Chicago.
5 o'clock.
All right. The big news here in the sports world, as we have it on SportsCenter right now, is the move that LeBron James has made his decision. He has made his last decision, as he dubs it, a move to the Philadelphia 76ers on and I am not. This is not incorrect. 2 years, $8 million. He is going to make $4 million over the next 2 seasons. $4 million apiece. He made $53 million last year. He will make $4 million this year. He said, Clint, he was in a statement that he was seriously considering retirement, but signing with the Philadelphia 76ers is the final run at a championship. As I said, he has signed a 2-year, $8 million deal. He said he honestly felt like that he could help the 76ers win a championship and help that city who are starving win a championship. So he goes to Philadelphia with a man, 43 years for us. I'm just saying, man, it is 43 years for us, man. It is.
He turns it into lighthearted. He's dead serious.
I'm dead serious. I roll with the king, man.
They've been starving for a championship,
man.
I was telling David, you were legitimately shopping 76ers jerseys in our prep meeting before the show.
I'm getting a jersey.
Good
man.
hell.
I'm getting it. I'm getting that thing. But man, this has become. I think a lot of people were kind of surprised that he went with the 76ers. I think a lot of people thought he was going to potentially go back to Cleveland or Miami after that press release, that accidental press thing on YouTube came out about his press conference. But he ends up going here, and Clint, I think this is absolutely his best chance to actually win a championship. All the other places would have been interesting, fun, and then in Miami's case, to me, clunky. But this one has the best coach, the best cast, and there is a real opportunity for him to win a championship next year.
Yeah, look, you look at that starting lineup with the 76ers, there's absolutely a chance. In fact, I think Vegas has already moved the line significantly. So, they're going to be fun to watch. I mean, there's no doubt he can help. He can help anybody he would have signed with. He would have helped get closer to a championship or potentially win a championship. But there's no doubt he chose the best roster that he could join, and he obviously moves the needle in a big way, both in reality as well as the attention that he's going to get. But yeah, look, I think you plug LeBron James into the middle of those starting four in Philly, you got a monster.
Yeah, this will be a fun watch because I think obviously it's a stacked roster, but you can see this isn't just easy. Yep. Joel Embiid and his injury history could be an issue, and we've watched this with LeBron moves. We've watched this with Kevin Durant moves. We've watched this with a lot of teams that just when you get the talented players doesn't mean that immediately. It's in with Miami, with the Lakers. Like, it may take some time to get together. Like, who's going to be the one to take the Chris Bosh role and says, all right, I'll be the one who brings my play down, or I'll score. I'll go from scoring 25 a game to 17.
Play a different role.
Yeah, Draymond just stopped playing offense when they all came together and has never picked it back up.
You know one thing, though, at $8 million over 2 years, $4 million a year, well, L.A. probably would have liked to keep him.
Yes.
I mean, he must have really wanted out of L.A. L.A.'s got to be sitting over there going, well, damn. If we knew you was going to do that, we could have made all the moves that we've made and kept you.
Yes.
He must have really wanted out of that.
He could have gone anywhere he wanted to. Well, I think he wanted to get to the best spot where he felt like he could win a championship. And I would say, even with Luka and Reeves, this puts him in a better spot. I mean, Jaylen Brown finished 6th in the MVP last year. I mean, they've got, including LeBron, they got 4 guys that averaged over 21 points a game, right? It's just the Embiid factor and how do they manage all of that. But as you've said, the basketball IQ of LeBron, who's going to be like an assistant coach to Nick Nurse, to help kind of push this and gather all this around, because you've got number one type players in Maxey and Brown and Embiid and LeBron.
Well, when you look at what you're up against, ultimately whether it's the Knicks on this side of it or it's Oklahoma City or the Spurs on the other, sure they got star players, but it's about top to bottom the roster. And obviously, at $4 million a year, hell. LeBron obviously understands.
And you can see the Knicks, they play together for years. That continuity works.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, also news coming out of Kansas City as they will start training camp next week. Andy Reid said quarterback Patrick Mahomes has been cleared to participate fully in practice this weekend and moving forward, as KC plans to keep a close eye, Andy Reid says, on him, but he is good to participate in all periods. Mahomes said he is grateful that he will be able to practice fully to start training camp. He adds that he felt stronger than he's ever felt, though the Chiefs and Mahomes have held back on committing to him in the preseason games or in week 1. But from that injury, it looks like, I don't think it's a surprise as we saw him in the two camps of OTAs and mandatory minicamp that he's full go in this.
Well, look, they keep showing these highlights of him at practice, and if you look at one of them, somebody almost got fired. I mean, he's rolling out kind of to his left, and it looks like somebody's running a tight end route into where the quarterback's running, number 83. Luckily, he's got sixth sense. I mean, he feels it coming behind him and kind of changes his direction, and it doesn't even look like anything. But watch the next time you're watching TV and they show that little highlight of him with that knee brace in. Whoever's running that drill up there with number 83 that almost ran into Pat Mahomes from blindside, damn near got fired.
Yeah, that's a tight end who's on a short leash anyway.
Is that Gray?
Noah Gray, yeah, man. He's a tight leash. That man caught a ball and had a concussion when he went down. And that ball laid on his stomach, and they completed the catch.
Feels like you got to work at that almost.
It's the next 3 games coming up. As we continue, it's the 5 o'clock hour, and T-Mill will get his best bets and try to finish off in a week a little bit later on, as well as one of our favorite segments, the best of the week. We'll have all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I tell you.
Sports Radio 610. Is moving to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love. Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, y'all, summer is a time to look and feel your best. And, fellas, I ain't talking about your dang ass.
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we will get to the best of the week here in just a bit here as we continue right here live on The Drive. I wanted to get your thoughts on the big news of the day is the LeBron trade, and we talked about it a bit there. In 713-572-4610, you can jump in on it. Look at this, Clint, though, from a Rockets perspective. I know I have some thoughts on it, but when you look at it from a Rockets perspective, Clint, I don't know about you. It is just tough to look at this and not think, wow, people just really aren't taking them serious as an organization. Like, I know people have talked about all the whatever, LeBron, whatever it is. Like, come on, man. Houston is you want to go live in Philadelphia, damn it, you'll live in Houston. Houston is one of the great, not only great American cities, but a great city that athletes love to stay and live in. Love to get to Houston. All right. If Savannah was going to okay Philadelphia or whatever, she was going to okay Houston. That would have been fine. But for whatever reason, with LeBron, and I think you can even extend it to Giannis, there was not even a thought to come here. And you look at this on paper, it should be a thought. It should be a team that has a mix of great veteran players that have won championships like Kevin Durant and Fred VanVleet, and then young, talented players that you would think are coming to their own that have been like Şengün is an all-star as a center, a 7-footer, 2 straight seasons. Amen Thompson has been an all-defensive team type player, finished 5th in the defensive player of the year. Oh, young players like Jabari Smith who have upside. And neither one of those even took you serious. So that was a big thing that Joel Embiid, who's been one of the more unserious players in the league for years, and you can't count on him or depend on him. You don't know what you're going to get, and even everything that's happened with Jaylen Brown and the weirdness of him being in Philly, that was more serious than even giving the Rockets an even consideration. I mean, Bam's beating up teammates, and Giannis goes to Miami. It is glaring that you're not even taking very serious about those two players.
Well, it's deflating as a fan. It's frustrating as a fan. I think, just again as a casual fan of the Rockets, you remember the old days. You're like, man, can we get back even close? And you feel like you get your coach after the bridge coach. Obviously, you feel like in MA you get your coach. You've got a good what everybody believes is a good young core. You figure out which ones you want to keep around and which ones you want to trade and move, and they do that. You pinpoint a superstar that's available and willing, and you bring him in, and you feel like, man, the stars are starting to align. And to have, and now I know this season didn't go according to plan, so I understand why LeBron feels the way he is, but I'm just saying from a fan's perspective, you would hope at this point you'd be somewhere where you would at least be. They just threw up the 5 favorites or the top 5 for LeBron, and the Rockets weren't on there. You would like to think that the Rockets would at least get those guys of LeBron's ilk to at least entertain them, given where we're at in this. I don't know. Rebuild's not necessarily a question. You're too deep into it to be a rebuild. That's not accurate. But in this plan, to think that LeBron wouldn't even entertain it when you've got a good, young core. You got a superstar. You got a veteran point guard that's hopefully he's going to come back. Hopefully his knee didn't explode to the point where he can't play. It is frustrating and deflating to realize, and the reality of the Rockets aren't even on the short list. Hell, they ain't on the long list.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just not even considered. And I mean, I don't know. He's had, look, you talk about people talk about he hates the coach. Well, I mean, Jaylen Brown had some comments to say about his son. We know how he feels about his son. Figuring to work that out. It is weird. That's the thing is when they hired Udoka and they brought in KD, it felt like this is a serious organization. And in this cycle, for them, like they don't want to play with them, which is crazy. Like, hey, Joel Embiid or Kevin Durant, right? Like, it's crazy. And I'm not going to argue to this person who says, Ron, let's be real. I love Houston, but there's no comparison between Philly and Houston. I'm not even going to do this with you. I just don't even know what you're talking about in terms of what. Yeah,
that could mean a lot.
If it's a Philly cheesesteak
I've been to Philly multiple times. I'm not a dog Philly by any means,
I'm
but
sure it's a great.
I will.
Great city.
I mean, it ain't. I mean, we can't.
That Hawk hit you. Don't let that snow hit you. Don't let that baby hit you. All right. On Fridays, as we always have fun. It's always a crazy week, and we get to bottle that up at the end of the week. Here it is, the best of the week on the drive.
The best of the week on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The drive is live. That's right, the drive is live. We're back on a beautiful Monday. I'm in a good place, but we got to start here. This weekend series is Clint's fault, right, Tyler? We sat here and Clint looked us all in our eyes. He looked you in your radio eyes.
Straight into him.
All of you. And he told you, can't get any worse with injuries. Hold on, Clint, man. You can't say that. You've lived here. You've watched this. No, I can't get this worse. You didn't tell me can't get this worse. Can't. There is a major station announcement tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. And I'll be honest, Clint and Tyler, sometimes we go over the top with teases and sometimes, oh, boy, they really hyped the hell out of this. And then when you hear it, you're like, oh, that wasn't that big.
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
I don't know what that button was. I was trying to sub that. That's my bad on that one. That's my bad. My bad.
No.
Wow.
That was really. Oh, that was slick.
Wow.
Old Tricky Ricky.
Oh, Tricky Ricky.
Wow. That is awful, Tyler. God. Somehow I think I'm going to get blamed for that. That was awful.
Hey, it's Rick Kamla.
Is D'Amico getting too much of a pass? We got to get to our guy, Uncle Glenn. Uncle Glenn, jump in here with us.
This is very painful for me, but this ain't personal. It's business. Yeah, he's getting a pass. I hate to say that, but he is. D'Amico's going to have to get off his butt or, well, I don't even want to say what I want to say. However,
thank you for helping us out there, Glenn.
No, well, heck, y'all ain't stupid. Y'all know he's getting a pass. I don't give a mother duck. I'm going to protect my boy Dirty. I'm going to protect my boy Ron. And I'm going to protect my boy T.
T-Mill's Turds of the Week on The Drive.
The bronze turd this week is going to a future Hall of Fame head coach, John Harbaugh. Here's a little snippet from a team meeting with the New York Giants head coach John Harbaugh had this week.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's the New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants.
Say it one more time, John.
It's the New York Giants sitting in this room.
The New York Giants.
New York Giants!
They are just a bunch of pansies, giant freaks.
Not only is it turdish, if that's what you want to label it, it's cringy sometimes.
John's always been weird. John's always done a few weird things. It's just, he ain't Jim. Jim wears khakis every day like he's on a cartoon show, like he's Doug.
Have I ever given a turd award to a child, to a younger person?
Yeah, but some of them deserve it.
I don't believe you have.
I didn't think I had given one to a child.
If Dad goes off, I'm going to crash out. What do you mean? Because I benched him.
The kid says, man, I'm going to crash out if Dad goes off in this game today, if Joe Flacco goes off. Why? Well, because his son had him on his fantasy football.
Turd Ferguson.
We later found out his wife had benched him too. And
yeah, maybe you should be practicing a little more. Maybe a little turd.
That's a good point.
So we have a little turd. Joe Flacco's young son, he gets a silver turd.
Boy, that Jeremy Pena, he's starting to get hot, ain't he? That's 3 straight games. He hit one out.
Holla, Pena. I appreciate Blum for birthing that beauty. Holla, Pena!
Let's try it out, Tyler.
Holla!
Pina!
Oh, it's got legs.
Jalapeno?
Jose, 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 Jose.
Worse than your side piece take.
I don't think side dish. That's
side piece.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There it is. I do have a side piece take, but that was not it. It was just side
What a
dish.
dismount.
Side dish there. That is the best of the week each and every Friday. And it's really going to be able to happen a lot more when we are on FM because the signal will be clear. But we'll be able to do the best of the week as we find the best things. And this was a great week as we were able to again, August 13th. Not only will the Texans play their first game on FM, we will also be there as well, 97.5 The Fan. So fun week right there, the best of the week. Coming up, T. Mill's best bets. We'll see if he can get into the green as he finishes off the week. And we'll have some fun the rest of the way here, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. We are summertime, baby. GeneratorSuperCenter.com.
Friday down. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets yesterday, 1 for 2, but he is 7 for 13 on the week. He can get a good finish, can have a good, solid week, and get himself into the green. That's still a shot there. Remember, all of T-Mill's best bets, you can find them at Space City Sharp. Space City Sharp, that's where he has those. So go check them puppies out. All right, what you got? What you got for T-Mill's best bets?
I got 3 baseball wagers to get the Drive family going on a weekend. And it is always good, absolutely. It is always good right here with T-Mill's best bets. 1 for 2. We had a very minimal slate of bets last night around Major League Baseball just because there was one ball game in action after we signed off. Not the case tonight.
That hook got you too, boy. He had 5 strikeouts.
Yes. Yeah, that one was a close one. First best bet on a Friday for the people. Pirates, Pittsburgh Pirates, money line. They are hosting the Chicago Cubs. Starting arm for the Pirates, Jared Jones. He has been very, very good on the mound for Pittsburgh as of late. Cubs bats, they have been struggling. When together, you bet the Pirates to win it. Pirates money line, minus 105 odds, even odds almost. Second best bet on a Friday is going to be under a number we don't see a lot on best bets. It's a low number, but I like under 7.5 runs between the Yankees and the Phillies this evening. Schittler versus Luzardo is the matchup with the starting arms in that one, and the Phillies are just in a bad place right now. I think this is a low-scoring game between the Yanks and the Phillies.
What was that pitcher's name again?
Schittler.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
I thought you may have got tongue-tied there.
Oh, Cam Schittler.
No, yep, nailed it. And your third best bet tonight is within this Astros game. Astros in Chicago starting a 3-game series with the White Sox for the weekend. Take Isaac Paredes over 1.5 total bases with really good odds for that. Plus 145 for Isaac to get over 1.5 total bases. That means he hits a double. You win money. Double or more, over 1.5 at plus 145. That is some of the best odds I've seen in a minute for best bets. But Isak to get a double or more tonight, those are your 3 best bets.
I think right now a good play is whoever's hitting around Alvarez. And I'm surprised you didn't go Pena. Just because
thought about it.
I mean, he's gonna get. If anybody's gonna get pitches to hit in the zone, it's gonna be the guy that they don't want to be on base in front of him. But then Paredes
couldn't have said it better.
Paredes potentially may come up with 2 guys on base because they'll be careful with or maybe they'll just attack him. So the guys hitting around him, those multiple bases, that's not a bad play. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, we got 3 straight days with homers 3 straight games with homers for Pena, and then Paredes hit 2 home runs in that series as well, coming in behind him. So yeah, not a bad look.
Yeah, Isak's hitting 370 over the last 7 ball games for the Astros. He is seeing the ball in a great way. So bet it.
I like the Isak play. I would like the Pena play as well.
Yeah, those guys. Anybody taking advantage of what he's bringing to the table. Again, you can go and find all of Tyler's best bets at Space City Sharp, and he has also numbers and also things to help you figure out where to go on bets posted on there as well. So a lot to look at besides just the bets that he has listed up there. But hopefully he can get a good night and get himself in the green for the week. Remember, coming up behind us on a Friday night, Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they have it, and they're going to kind of look at the Netflix quarterback series this season 3. I just finished it this week myself,
As did I.
What they've learned about the Texans kind of through the quarterback season 3, and I am hopeful that the Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud is on season 4. I hope to God that he is on there.
There ain't no way in hell.
Nope, there is a way. Okay?
It'd be great if he were.
It'd be great, absolutely great. So the fellas got that coming up after we get done. We'll hand it off to Texans All Access. And then following that, Area 45, they've got your baseball post-game show as well. As soon as that game against the White Sox ends, they will have you and everything you need to know about that game and discussion post-game wise afterwards. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and I've already seen our guy Colin in the building. They will hold it down for you. By the way, who do you like? I feel like Kirk Cousins was maybe a star, especially out of the first one, the guy that stood out. I think Joe Burrow was pretty good in his season as too. Who is the one in the quarterback series? Jaden Daniels, Joe Flacco, Baker Mayfield, and then Cam Ward. Who is the one for you that stole the show? Who's the star? Whose story intrigued you the most?
Baker entertains me more than any of the other ones.
Yeah.
Flacco was interesting because the family dynamic for me where I'm at in my life is always interesting. And I didn't recall. I knew he went to multiple teams. I didn't recall that he did so well in Cincinnati. You know, I remember the Tomlin saying, "Boy, what's kind of basically paraphrasing, but we trade in the division." But I didn't remember how well he played. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. I'm a little from a mama's boy to another mama's boy. I'm a little turned off by it's a little much.
I feel like I didn't even feel like he was on it that much.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was injured so much. He got 8 times or something like that. He got injured in that season. But I like the I don't know the mama thing. And again, I'm a mama's boy, so I'm typically
it's pretty tight. Yeah,
it's just weird. It's bordering. It's like bordering.
It
like
felt
uncomfortable.
It felt so different. Like Cam is young too and not married, but it felt Cam and his parents did not feel that.
Cam and his parents, it feels like they're being mom and dad. Jaden's mama, it seems like there's some kind of, I want to be in the camera, I want to be in the mix, I want to be in the middle of everything.
Yeah, she sat between him and what they had titled as his friend.
Yeah, it's odd.
Juju was on there.
It's just odd. It's even like that. Like it would have. They showed her one time in the suite at one of the games. Like that would have been a cool wrinkle to kind of throw in there, whatever their relationship is or whatever. Like that's a. But Mama was always up in the front of everything.
Clearly, this is the second time we've seen them out in public.
Yeah,
and she's in his suite.
Yeah,
and they titled her as friend.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I was really turned off with that with his mama and that dynamic.
There's not much memorable from him on there. For me,
I did not recall too that there was so many injuries. So
big one.
Yeah.
Joe Flacco probably. It's weird. The guy that you don't ever like. I never thought Kirk Cousins was going to be the one.
Yeah.
I didn't think Kirk Cousins was going to drive through the drive-through line and do swag surf in Atlanta. But Joe's story probably intrigued me the most. My man would just show up to spots by himself and just go eating. And I feel like his wife was getting pissed every time I would hear her say, "Yeah, this is nice. Just go to the bar and just
she's at home
drink." And I'm at home with these
kids.
these three, and we're just getting to where we want to get to for you to go be a backup quarterback somewhere and to stand over there. But I'll be honest with you, and I think maybe I walked into it with more. And Tyler, I don't think has seen it all, so you'll see yourself. I expected more out of Baker, but as somebody who is maybe running a team or just kind of seeing him as a dude, like Baker has really calmed down. Like you talk about
college days,
like family and kids doing like changing people. He's like Baker is. I thought we see a little bit more of that. Right. I mean, I think I saw Baker drink one time
at the marathon.
At the marathon, Like he is way calmed down.
You know, his brother-in-law that hooked him up with his sister.
Yeah,
he's a rapper, singer, or something.
All right, yeah, okay.
Maybe I could collab, team it on the mic.
Might be able to.
He's probably what you were striving to be one time, Todd.
Yeah.
I think he may have taken it a step further.
I'm happy for Baker. I'm glad he calmed down, or he's calmed down, and now he's got a second kid. Hey, boy, he was doing better than me with over there watching the Falcons and the Saints game.
Sitting on the island?
Sitting on the island, right?